A love story between two young men, from foes to a bickering couple, withstanding 8 years of separation, suffering, and surviving hardships together. They are Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin. In Chinese, when Hai and Luo Yin are put together, it means heroin, a substance that can be very addictive. Ever since he was young, Bai Luo Yin has been living with his careless father, Bai Han Qi, and his grandmother. When he turns 16, his biological mother Jiang Yuan remarries, and her partner is the party's high-ranking official Gu Weiting. Because of his mother's death, Gu Weiting's son, Gu Hai, has been harboring a deep grudge towards his father. Due to the random hand of fate, the two brothers with wildly conflicting emotional backgrounds are placed in the same class. Over time, they slowly develop a different kind of feeling. Bai Luo Yin's classmates, Yu Qi and his childhood friend Yang Ming, are instrumental in the relationship. There's a type of person who is like heroin. Once you get involved, you can never let it go. Chapter 1. Dad, my mom's going to get married. Congrats to her for the wedding. In the early morning, Bai Luo Yin woke up with an unsettling jolt and felt the back of his ears and neck warm and drenched with sweat. Since the scorching summer days were still alive and had yet to pass, every day he would open his eyes to the smoldering weather that routinely enveloped his small room. As he willed the lingering drowsiness away, he casually wiped the sweat off his skin with his hand. Within seconds, the persistent beads of sweat soaked the center of his palm, leaving behind a clammy sensation that irked him. Morning had barely started, and he was already burning with anger. When he finally forced himself to sit up, he lazily put on a pair of slippers. Then he slowly dragged his feet to the sink and let his head hang below the water faucet. The ice-cold water flowed straight down along his neck, eventually enlivening his mood just a little bit. Bai Han Qi, who was sweeping the courtyard at that moment, was Bai Luo Yin's father. He was a man with a stature of 185 centimeters, and he managed all the family's internal affairs. If he could put everything in the house in a clear and orderly manner, that would be perfect, but unfortunately, nothing ever went right. Consequently, even if he didn't want to, Bai Luo Yin had always seen him as an eyesore. After brushing his teeth, Bai Luo Yin gargled some water from the cup beside the drain and spat it out. When he turned the faucet on to wash the white foam away, he noticed that the water in the sink had risen even more. Apparently, the drain had clogged once again. A minute later, Bai Luo Yin used a wooden stick to stir up a piece of rag that was trapped in the pool of water collected at the drain. Surprisingly enough, the water soon flowed into the eye of the drain without much hindrance. Dad, you threw my underwear into the drain again. Having only swept halfway, Bai Han Qi abruptly halted when he heard those words. He dropped the broom and walked toward the two poles connected by a rope used to dry the clothes. 1, 2, 3. After counting a few more times, there was still one piece of underwear missing. Needless to say, the underwear must have fallen when he was washing the clothes and traveled into the sewer along with the dirty laundry detergent. Hey, don't throw it away. It can still be worn after it's washed. Bai Luo Yin was so angry that the tip of his nose was perspiring. All right, keep it and wear it yourself. After Bai Luo Yin left, he wound around an alley and bumped into Yang Ming, who had just walked out of his house. Yang Ming's name couldn't have been more different from the actual person. When his father was younger, he was the most well-known pretty boy in the entire village, even more delicate than most of the young ladies. Unfortunately, the attitudes of that time were not open-minded at all, which resulted in his father, as well as many others like him, falling victim to misfortune. Thus, to improve the genes of his offspring, Yang Ming's father compromised and married a robust woman. The moment Yang Ming was born, his father placed all his hope on his only successor and bestowed upon him the character Meng, which means fierce in Chinese. Regrettably, that child took after his father from a young age. While other kids of the same age all played in the mud outside and climbed trees, he hid in the house to sew and make paper cutouts. For those reasons alone, he had suffered many beatings. However, each time his father was done hitting him, he would always wipe his own tears for a while, then continue lecturing him about the right path, with no intention of giving up. What happened to your hair? Yang Ming touched the top of his own head, as a trace of sadness surfaced on his pretty face. That's enough, don't mention it. When I woke up earlier this morning, it was all gone. Did your father secretly shave your head last night? Bullshit, Who else would do it besides him? Bai Luo Yin snorted and laughed. The two of us are truly linked by fate. All of a sudden, Yang Ming recalled something and slapped the back of Bai Luo Yin's neck. When you called me yesterday, you hung up halfway. What exactly did you want to tell me? Bai Luo Yin remained silent for quite a while before he faintly replied. My mom is getting married. Hearing that, Yang Ming immediately straightened up. You actually have a mother? Bai Luo Yin took a deep breath. Do you think my dad is an earthworm? Huh? The kind that stores its energy at the 5th phase, mates at the 6th, and then inseminates himself to complete the process. Yang Ming laughed until his shoulders trembled. Don't tease me. I'm telling you the truth. Ever since I've known you, I've never seen your mom before. Nonsense. Last year, my mom came back and even stayed for a whole week. Did you forget? She also frequently reversed her car near your house. Oh, I remember now. That's your mom. How come she looks younger than my niece? Are you looking for trouble? I'm not. My niece was born just a few days ago, yet her head is covered with wrinkles. All newborn babies are like that. This time, Yang Ming did not utter another word. Seeing Bai Luo Yin's expressionless face as he walked beside him, a layer of haze swept into his heart. Since his best friend was little, he and his father had led an extremely destitute life. Now that his mother was remarrying, one could only imagine his state of mind. How about I find a group of people to go to their wedding and crash the venue? What do you think? You? Bai Luo Yin assumed a doubtful appearance. What kind of people can you find? A group of pretty boys who perform in an opera? To fight with a group of armed forces men? Armed officers? Yang Ming was flabbergasted. Your mom, who exactly is she marrying? A major general. Yang Ming became tongue-tied. That's a high military rank. Keep talking. Talk about what? The people you wanted to find. Yang Ming's clear face was illuminated by the sun above his head, so clear that it was almost transparent. If I look for them, it's the same as courting death. Bai Luo Yin suddenly stood still and stared at Yang Ming with determination. Hidden in his eyes was a suppressed flame that would soon burst out. It's okay. Just tell me what your initial thoughts were. Yang Ming held his breath, his confidence visibly insufficient. My eldest uncle is the leader of a group of people who wail at funerals. At first, I wanted to ask him to find a group of people to go weep at the wedding ceremony, but now. That's good. Bai Luo Yin suddenly interrupted. How do we contact your uncle? Don't cause us any trouble. We're just ordinary people. Don't worry, Bai Luo Yin reassured him, as a devious smile overflowed the corner of his mouth. We'll definitely be able to get your uncle out of it. Chapter 2. Shanghai. I've already booked the banquet. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Did I say I wanted to go? A faint smile cracked on Sun Jingwei's lips as a gust of cool air blew along the wing of his nose and toward the tip of his brows. That kid had always been hard to deal with. Since he was young, that stubborn temperament and unwillingness to compromise had never changed. The general said that this is an order you cannot disobey. Gu Hai stood up, his tall and robust stature evincing a noble and military demeanor. Although he strolled around the room in an unruly manner, he still exuded a bold and overbearing aura. Then let him tie me up and take me there. That casually spoken sentence caused the outer corner of Sun Jingwei's eyes to narrow tightly, revealing 3 wrinkles. Is there a need for you to be like this? Madam passed away a long time ago, and the general is barely in his 40s. You can't just let him live alone for the rest of his life, right? Sun Jingwei's words stabbed Gu Hai's sore spot. I'll never forgive him for what happened to my mother. Hearing that, Sun Jingwei hastened to Gu Hai's side and whispered, Shanghai, you cannot say those words irresponsibly. If the general hears you, he will skin you alive. What happened to your mother was purely accidental. Even the forensic investigator confirmed that. How come you are still doubting your father? That's enough, stop talking. I am well aware of the situation. Sun Jingwei took a large step back and offered Gu Hai a standard military salute. Then I will come pick you up tomorrow. For the entire afternoon, Gu Hai spent his time practicing at the fencing club. When he stopped for a rest and removed his face mask, a pair of rather tough hands covered his eyes. Stop messing around. Jean Lu dropped her hands and let her narrowed eyes scrutinize him. Gu Hai placed the palm of his hand on her cheek and patted lightly a few times, provoking her to let out a jovial laugh. Jean Lu, Gu Hai's active girlfriend, was a girl that weighed around 40 kilograms and had a stature of 172 centimeters. Describing her as flat-chested was a bit far-fetched. A more suitable description would be, her chest and back were plastered together. What was normally demanded was truly not there. If you think that her face was outstanding, then you have never been more wrong. This person had slightly tanned skin and single eyelids, paired off with a flat nose and thin flat lips. In truth, from 50 meters away, it would have been hard to make out that she was a girl. She was the loser kind of girl that made their crown prince, who was extremely outstanding in all aspects, fall for her. Moreover, once they were together, they had remained good for 3 years already. How come you got tanned again? Gu Hai smiled faintly, as if all the sunlight from the window was being absorbed by his face, illuminating it tremendously. I've been swimming nonstop recently. After following Gu Hai into the rest area, Jin Lu grabbed 2 pieces of tissue and wiped his sweat for him. Every time she was near Gu Hai, she could always make out a distinct scent of tobacco and sweat mixed together. If she closed her eyes, she would have imagined him to be a handsome and mature 30-year-old man. But when she opened her eyes, she would only see the face of a youthful man that lacked vigor. Silly girl, what are you looking at? Gu Hai stretched his arms out and pulled Jin Lu into an embrace before sighing lightly. My dad is getting married, and the wedding ceremony will be held tomorrow in a low-profile fashion. That quickly, lifting her head, Jin Lu's bright and expressive eyes stared at Gu Hai. What about you? Are you going to attend your dad's wedding? Tell me, should I go or not? Of course you should. Why wouldn't you go? You have to let her understand that not only one person calls the shots in your household. She doesn't have the right to do whatever she wants or cause trouble. Gu Hai hid the helplessness in his heart deep within. I really don't want to see them. Do you know? Before my mother's accident, they were already acquainted with each other. With my dad's status, there's absolutely no way he could get married a second time. You should also understand that, without me having to say it. Perhaps you're overthinking everything. Gu Hai guzzled 2 mouthfuls of water. When his Adam's apple bobbed, Jin Lu chuckled and pinched it, causing Gu Hai to narrowly choke. Let me ask you, if I find a group of reporters to attend tomorrow's ceremony and let them launch an unbridled coverage, will it certainly create a negative impact for them? Jin Lu was shocked by that plan. You want to crash the wedding venue? I've wanted to get revenge on my father for a long time now. I think it won't be easy to ask the reporters. Even if they manage to collect the news, the TV station might not let them report on it, and all your efforts will be in vain. You are wrong. My purpose is not to let them report it. I just want them to bring the cameras and equipment to the venue for the sake of disrupting things. In any case, no one can even think about being happy. Oh, Jin Lu dragged out the last syllable. I understand now. Whether the reporters are there or not isn't important. What's important is that the circumstances will definitely cause a sense of panic and disorder in the host and the people involved, right? You're very smart. A peculiar spark of light flitted into Gu Hai's dark obsidian eyes. Chapter 3. Yang Ming's uncle sent 4 men to Bai Luo Yin. They were Ma Tu, La Man, Sanjiazi, and Si Lingdang. Just by their nicknames, one could tell that they weren't a particularly bright bunch, and even if they did have any brains, what quick-witted people would do something like this? As Ma Tu stared blankly at the luxurious 5-star hotel before him, he couldn't help but spit into his hands. Then he clasped both hands together and rubbed until the saliva thickened, all the while wearing an extremely excited expression. Today, I will cry until I lose my voice. Sanjiazi was confused. Crying costs 300 yuan, but that kid only gave each of us 200 yuan. If you cry until you lose your voice, aren't we losing out? Just take it as I gave him that 100 yuan. La Man crouched at the foot of a wall and looked over at Ma Tu. Why? Who told him to have a feast at such an expensive place? Si Lingdang stood to the side without saying anything. As he stared at the luxurious cars passing before him one by one, he became more and more uncertain. Lingdang, what are you doing? I just noticed that the vehicles parked here all belong to the military. This person is definitely not just anybody. No shit. You think that the person throwing a feast here has the same moral standing as us? No, that's not it. What I meant was, let's not foolishly crash this place. If we break in, we might end up squatting in prison for 3 to 5 years. Get rid of your shitty nagging. Aren't you a disgrace to us? Besides, once this job is over with, there's an additional 1,000 yuan. Don't you want that? Si Lingdang grew increasingly uneasy as he looked at the rows of security guards and opted to remain silent. I see someone going in. Let's head in too. Get the invitation card out and do everything according to the plan. Once we're in, don't make fools of yourselves. Wait. Si Lingdang suddenly stopped. Sanjiazi's patience was wearing thin. Can you be a bit smarter? If you don't want the money, hand it over. I think I saw reporters. The other three followed Si Lingdang's line of sight. If by chance they're also trying to get in to do a live broadcast of the wedding ceremony, then the ones making the headlines in the Beijing Evening News tonight will definitely be us. I don't want this money anymore. If you guys want to do it, go for it. Si Lingdang angrily turned away, fully intending to leave. Come back, Ma Tu bellowed. Seeing that Ma Tu was about to become enraged, Sanjiazi quickly grabbed him and Si Lingdang and urged them. Stop fighting. Aren't they just reporters? Wouldn't it work out if we all go over there and grab those two? There's 4 of us and only 2 of them. Exactly. La Man's courage multiplied 100 times. We can steal their equipment as well. That stuff looks like it's worth a lot of money. All right. We might as well just do that. Ma Tu also joined in. We're not going to cry anymore. In any case, we would only get 1,000 yuan after crying. We can just steal the thing they're carrying on their shoulders and sell it. It will definitely sell for more than 5,000 yuan. Afterwards, we can give the money back to the boss's nephew and tell him that we didn't want to do it since it was too risky. In the end, De Gu is the smart one. Ha ha ha. And so, the 4 sneakily approached the 2 reporters. Those 2 reporters were temporarily hired by Gu Hai, who had to even teach them how to use the equipment to film on the spot. That was because anyone with a bit of sense knew better than to come here and risk it. Consequently, the 2 lingered at the front gate of the hotel without the courage to enter, despite having the invitation card. Ma Tu waited for the perfect opportunity and waved his hand at the 3 behind him. Come closer. Let's pretend to be friendly with them first, and then lure them to an isolated place. Then we can attack. The 3 nodded and followed after Ma Tu nonchalantly. The reporter carrying the camera had just gathered his courage to walk toward the entrance when he suddenly saw 4 thieving-looking people heading in his direction. Hey, buddy, let's talk over there. The 2 fake reporters howled and fled toward a small road behind the hotel without consulting each other, while the 4 men pursued them relentlessly. Judging by their intensity, the fake reporters thought they were being chased by 4 plain-clothed policemen. They quickly abandoned the equipment, flagged down a taxi, and made their escape. What the hell is going on? Si Lingdang stared at the camera with an eyebrow raised in shock. Sanjiazi gasped heavily. How would I know? La Man scratched his head. Was this equipment stolen goods? Who cares? Ma Tu simply hoisted the equipment onto his shoulder without hesitation. Let's go. We need to find a place to sell these. With these, we don't need to work this month. Holy shit. Our plan actually worked. Ha ha ha. Chapter 4. What exactly is going on? The 2 people you hired said they were followed by plain-clothed policemen that day. They threw the equipment away at the last moment and escaped, afraid the officers would find some information on who they were. What kind of information could they possibly find? TSK, they were fake reporters, who ruled that only real reporters can carry video cameras. But they had fake reporter tags on their shirts. I'm afraid. Then let me ask you, how were they able to tell those were plain-clothed policemen? Those people just abruptly chased after them, making them panic and just chase after them? Gu Hai asked angrily as he suddenly straightened his body on the sofa like a leopard. Did you hire a group of dim-witted people? Or plain-clothed policemen? Those people were robbers, and your men were spotted by them. Are robbers? That's impossible. Impossible. Gu Hai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then let me ask you, what about that equipment? After those 2 ran off, where did it go? This time, the person being interrogated no longer uttered a word. Gu Hai calmed down and waved his hand. Just leave. With that, the room sank into a moment of silence. Gu Hai crossed his arms and then pinched the bridge of his nose. He thought about what had happened at the wedding ceremony yesterday, as he sat filled with hope, only to have everything fall through in the end. In fact, now that he thought about it, he knew he had been too naive. Even if those 2 had arrived at the venue without a hitch and managed to disrupt the ceremony, would the outcome have changed anything? The answer was that nothing would have changed. The father he had revered since childhood would still have held another woman's hand and entered the wedding hall once more. And his mother, lying all alone in the depths of a cold grave, dead for the sake of her husband, still wore a smile even at death's door. Gu Hai stood by the window and gazed out. "Mom, I miss you." "Xiao Hai, it's your aunt. Are you done with the equipment? The television station has been pressing me for them. Hurry up and send them back to me." "It's gone." "What? Gone?" "Yeah. I'll get you 2 new ones as soon as possible." As Gu Hai ended the call, his father and new stepmother returned. This was the first time the newly organized family shared a dinner. Gu Hai ate by himself without saying a single word throughout the entire meal. Gu Weiting glanced at Gu Hai. "Why are you so quiet? There shouldn't be any talking during dinner, right? You're allowed to talk today. Reporting to the general, I have nothing to say." "Ha ha ha." A sharp and clear, bell-like laughter suddenly resounded in the peaceful dining room, nearly causing Gu Hai to choke. Honestly, such a candid burst of laughter had never been heard in this house for the past 10 years. Gu Weiting appeared accustomed to it, since his facial expression did not change, nor did he jump in shock. He simply grabbed a sheet of tissue and passed it over to the woman beside him before he spoke in a low tone. "Wipe your mouth. The food is spurting out." Sorry. Jiang Yuan laughed lightly and wiped her mouth, while her eyes landed on Gu Hai from time to time. Seeing that he had been ignoring her, she picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in Gu Hai's bowl. "Eat more." Gu Hai was again taken aback by this woman. He thought that Gu Weiting should have at least found someone comparable to his mother. But the person before him now, aside from being young and pretty, had no other strong points. Her smile carried a hint of licentiousness, along with the attitude of a rural woman in her every movement. How did Gu Weiting fall for her? Was it possible that after too many exotic delicacies, he suddenly wanted to try human excrement for a change? "Bring your son over tomorrow and just have him live with us." As the sentence left Gu Weiting's mouth, the atmosphere in the room was brought to a deadlock once more. Although Gu Hai remained quiet, judging from his expression, it wasn't hard to guess what he wanted to say. "Xiao Hai." Jiang Yuan still wore a smile. "My son is the same age as you and has about the same temperament. I think the 2 of you will definitely get along. If he comes, I'll leave." That sentence from Gu Hai blocked all of Jiang Yuan's words. Gu Weiting was livid. "You can just leave now." Gu Hai stood up, and that action was mirrored by Jiang Yuan, whose tone became filled with anxiety. "Don't fight with your father. I never thought of letting my son come here at all. He's pretty close to his father and won't be used to living with me. A 40-year-old divorced woman with a 17-year-old son. Gu Weiting, you really know how to accommodate yourself. For the sake of this woman, you designed a plan to entrap the wife who had accompanied you for 20 years? Regardless of whether he comes or not, I still have to leave." Gu Weiting's face darkened completely, and no matter how straight he stood, the slight tremble of his broad shoulders could still be seen. Gu Hai ignored the pair of eyes burning with anger behind him. He had wanted to leave long ago, but had always lacked the motivation to do so. Now, he could finally fulfill his wish. Chapter 5. Wake up, don't go back to sleep. Go buy the medicines for your grandmother. Bai Luo Yin rubbed his eyes drowsily and saw that the sky outside was still dark. You don't need to take a waiting number to buy the medicines. Since we have the medical prescription, you can directly queue up. Hearing that, Bai Luo Yin merely groaned and turned over. Hurry up and go, so you can come back early. Your grandmother is worried. Bai Luo Yin lingered for a bit before he eventually got out of bed unwillingly. Every morning for the past 10 years, breakfast had always been the same. Deep-fried breadsticks and soft bean curd. Every day, Bai Hanxi would be the first one to go to the breakfast stall to buy it. Sometimes, when the woman who owned that stall had yet to arrive, he would wait there until she did. Gradually, the two became acquainted with each other, and every time Bai Hanxi went to the stall, she would immediately pack the breakfast and hand it over to him. I'm already full. Bai Luo Yin put his spoon down. Bai Hanxi stared at his son. You always leave a bite behind. Bai Luo Yin had a bad habit. Regardless of what he ate, he always left a mouthful behind. Even if he was not full, a bit of food was always left. That habit had started when Bai Luo Yin was still a child. Back then, because his family did not have enough to eat, Bai Hanxi always set aside what food he could for Bai Luo Yin. As a result, Bai Luo Yin loved his dad dearly, yet felt sorry for him all the same. And so, he left his dad a mouthful each time from his own portion. Even though they could eat their fill now, this bad habit of his had stuck around. Today was Friday, and the doctors were unavailable on the weekends. Therefore, the queue at the hospital was tremendously long. Considering that this was a top-level hospital, it was completely packed with people, as if it was a free examination day. The crowd squeezing together looked exactly like the throng of people in the Beijing subway during rush hour. "Hey bro, you stepped on my foot." "Impossible. Our feet aren't even touching the ground." In the queue, Bai Luo Yin was standing behind a beautiful girl. The person behind unexpectedly shoved into him, causing Bai Luo Yin to bump into the girl in front repeatedly. Bai Luo Yin didn't know whether he should feel happy or annoyed. If he bumped into her one more time, he was afraid she might get pregnant. "Hey, handsome guy. I'm talking to you." Bai Luo Yin's thoughts were still on the beautiful girl in front of him until someone behind him tapped his shoulder. He turned around for a look, only to realize that two more girls had somehow appeared, both similar in looks and fashionably dressed, looking as though they wanted to cut in line. "Hey, handsome. I'll give you two options. Either you let me stand in front of you, or give me your phone number. 136 XXXXXXXX. The two girls walked away giggling happily. As if she had waited long enough, the girl in front finally summoned her courage and turned back to look at Bai Luo Yin when she heard him speak. "Was that really your phone number? I don't even have a cell phone." After waiting until midday, Bai Luo Yin finally went home carrying a bag of medicines that cost 1,057 yuan and 3 mao tu, a month's worth of spending. Originally, his family was not that poor. The main reason was that there were two elderly people in his family. While his grandmother relied on medications to sustain her condition, his grandfather, on the other hand, needed an intravenous drip every once in a while to prevent his cerebral thrombosis from recurring. Bai Hanqi had two older brothers. The eldest was a doctor who taught as a professor at a well-known university in Beijing, with a monthly income that exceeded 10,000 yuan, not to mention countless other projects. However, his biggest hobby was to masquerade as a poor person. The second eldest brother was a businessman who lived extravagantly, but every time his aging parents needed to visit the doctor, the money in his pockets seemed to magically disappear. "Auntie," Bai Luo Yin politely greeted the neighbor in front of him. "You're back already? What's there to eat at home today?" "I don't know." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Luo Yin suddenly heard the sound of a car honking behind him. He turned around for a look, only to be met with the sight of a luxurious and imposing military vehicle. Taking a second look at the owner of the vehicle, it was a young, beautiful lady. Bai Luo Yin quickened his pace. "Xiao Yin." In order to catch up to Bai Luo Yin, Zhang Yuan had no other option but to run wildly, her long skirt lifted up a bit. Had Gu Hai been there to see that sight, he would have felt like dragging her before the public to humiliate her. "What are you avoiding your mother for?" Bai Luo Yin remained silent. "I came here because I need to talk to you. Get in the car." Bai Luo Yin did not budge an inch, as he maintained a cold and indifferent expression. "If you don't answer me, I will enter your courtyard." Bai Luo Yin vaguely heard the sound of his grandmother's voice in the courtyard, and the medicines in the plastic bag he was holding were to treat her heart condition. Bai Luo Yin struggled for a while before finally compromising. "The graduation rate of the high school you're currently attending is low, and the teaching environment is also subpar. I've already contacted a private high school, so you can go study there for 2 years. After the college entrance examination, I can arrange for you to study abroad." Bai Luo Yin only said 4 words. "I am not going." Zhang Yuan had foreseen that kind of outcome, but she refused to give up. "You can hate me, and even question what kind of mother I am, but you cannot wrong yourself like this. What can you achieve by studying in that worn-down high school? You are the same age as the son of my new husband. He is also attending that private high school that I have arranged for you. There are boundless prospects in the future. What differences are there between the two of you?" New husband. Bai Luo Yin felt sick hearing those 2 words. Don't tell me that you want to follow in your father's footsteps and be a good-for-nothing man his entire life, who's still riding a bicycle to work in his 40s? Bai Luo Yin calmly swallowed, and at last, uttered a complete sentence. A person's conduct and accomplishments are not judged merely by the wealth they possess, but rather how much wealth they manage to share with others. I would like to ask you, Mrs. Jiang Yuan, you drive luxurious cars and carry designer bags, but how many people have you supported? Those words were like knives, practically stabbing Jiang Yuan in the stomach. She stared blankly at Bai Luo Yin for a long time before she started to talk, her lips trembling. I know that I did not fulfill my duties as a mother properly, so now I want to make it up to you. Since you are only 17 years old, and I am young still, why can't you give me another chance? I'll give you a chance. Don't come looking for me anymore. Bai Luo Yin sat up, got out of the car, and walked straight toward the door. Xiaoyin. Jiang Yuan got up and cried out. Bai Luo Yin clenched his fist tightly and looked back at Jiang Yuan. And next time, don't ever mention that family in front of me again. I'm sick of it. Chapter 6. What? You want to transfer to another school? Gu Hai nodded. The school I'm in now is too close to my house. Since I moved out already, it's too troublesome to attend that school. Fang Fei was confused by Gu Hai's words. What do you mean, moved out? Gu Hai leaned half his butt against the cabinet and heedlessly lit a cigarette. The old man and I had an argument. Seeing that, Fang Fei took the cigarette from Gu Hai's hand. You're that addicted to smoking at such a young age. Let me tell you, smoking can affect your puberty. My puberty has ended already. Fang Fei's eyes involuntarily shifted to Gu Hai's trousers. After that, she calmly withdrew her gaze and pretended as if nothing had happened before changing the topic. What kind of school are you looking for? This will be up to you. I knew it. Whenever you come looking for me, it's never anything good. Gu Hai laughed. I only have you as a close relative now. Hearing those words, Fang Fei was actually quite emotionally moved. Since Gu Hai was a child, he had always been close to this aunt and would follow behind her all day long. Even after they grew up, he was still like that. No matter if it was bad or good things, he would always run to her. My husband is actually acquainted with a few school principals. Then just hurry up. Wait a minute. Fang Fei grabbed Gu Hai's hand. Let me clarify. It has to be at least a decent high school. The conditions won't be as good as your previous school, but it can't be that bad either. As long as I can attend the school, it's all good. It's all up to you. When Bai Luo Yin turned on his computer and logged into his email, there were over 20 unread messages, all of which were from overseas and signed by the same person. Sure Hui. He trashed everything and then completely deleted it. Since they have broken up, then it must be done thoroughly. Xiaoyin, come here. Grandma Bai's voice sounded from the room next door. Bai Luo Yin quickly got up and went to Grandma Bai's room. Grandma Bai was sitting on the sofa, her petite and heavy-set appearance resembling a respectable small Buddha. If she did not speak, anyone who came upon her would think she was a healthy, elderly lady. But once she spoke, it would definitely startle you. Xiaoyin, chop an apple for Grandma to eat. Bai Luo Yin was accustomed to it. He immediately picked up an apple and started to peel it with a knife. But when he had only peeled it halfway, Grandma Bai could not look on anymore, pulled the apple skin, mumbled some incoherent words, and then stuffed the skin into her mouth. Bai Luo Yin tried to stop her. Don't eat that, Grandma. Thick. Bai Luo Yin understood that his grandmother disliked that he had cut too deep into the apple, making the skin thick. A year ago, Bai Luo Yin's grandmother had been someone who was very entertaining in conversations. During family gatherings, you would only hear her voice. At that time, Grandma Bai was very lively. Not even 10 people could compete with her. Just this year, Grandma Bai was admitted to the hospital due to a pulmonary embolism, and it scattered along the blood vessel that carried blood flow to the cerebellum, which led her to speak in an incorrect and garbled way. For example, saying chop an apple instead of cut an apple was considered a small matter. Most of the time, she would call Grandpa by uncle or call his aunt big sister. Over time, she would even address the young and small youth as someone of the same generation as her. Grandma, I'm going to my room since the computer is still on. Wait a moment, chat with Grandma. One thing not yet mentioned. Don't think that just because Grandma Bai's speech was not the same as before, she couldn't still talk enthusiastically. Maybe even more than ever. Whenever she could get a hold of someone, she could go on endlessly. This caused everyone in the neighborhood to avoid her whenever they saw her. In truth, they were unable to comprehend the set of newly created words and patterns that she used. Shoes has started, right? There's still a week left. Grandma Bai held Bai Luo Yin's hand with an outrageously concerned expression remarkably similar to an energetic little elderly lady. Study well and don't be arrogant. Bai Luo Yin's tone was that of someone coaxing a child. Don't worry, I won't be arrogant. In less than 5 minutes, Grandma Bai started to snore. Normally, older people slept less, but Grandma Bai was certainly an exception. She would wake up at 8 in the morning for breakfast, go back to sleep until noon, eat lunch, go back to sleep again until 4 in the afternoon, then move about the house, have dinner, and when 8 o'clock rolled around, she would head to bed just as she routinely did. Grandpa Bai and Grandma Bai were completely opposite. He would wake up at 4 in the morning and ride his tricycle out of the yard, come back for lunch around noon, leave again in the afternoon, return to eat dinner, and then go out again for a stroll before arriving home very late at night. The only common ground this couple had was that they were both muddle-headed. This muddle-headedness truly incarnated when the two watched television shows. At night, they would watch 5 different shows and unexpectedly regard them all as one complete show, then enthusiastically discuss the content for others to hear. Bai Luo Yin conveniently picked up a gown that was on the sofa and covered Grandma Bai with it before he walked out. Chapter 7. When midday approached, Bai Luo Yin was rudely awakened by a phone call. The moment he picked up, Yang Ming's cheery and exuberant voice instantly came through the receiver. Hey bro, are you still sleeping? School started today, and you are assigned to class 27. Hurry up and come check in. I can guarantee that you will get a nice, pleasant surprise. Bai Luo Yin sat up, the jittery sensation of having been suddenly awoken still bothering him, but when he thought of how fast school had started, he felt even more tired. While the other students were already sitting in class, he was still calmly putting on his clothes. On his way to school, Bai Luo Yin felt something hard pressing against his foot. When he looked down, he realized that he actually had on slippers when he left the house. Forget it, I walked this far already. I don't want to go back home again. Second year, class 27. That should be here. Bai Luo Yin pushed the door open and walked in. There was a set rule that the last student to enter the class late always attracted the highest level of attention from every student, and Bai Luo Yin was no exception. Nevertheless, Bai Luo Yin looked unfazed. He was already late to class, but instead of providing an explanation, he confidently walked to the last available desk, pulled the chair out, and settled down. Throughout the process, his expression remained very calm and composed. As a result, the surrounding students hissed in displeasure at him for a good while. Bai Luo Yin didn't understand the reason for the hissing. Then the male student beside him cleared up his confusion. You just let an exceptionally good opportunity slip away. Hearing that, Bai Luo Yin only appeared uninterested. What opportunity? Have a look yourself. Bai Luo Yin looked up and let his gaze rest on the homeroom teacher's face for a moment. This was one of the school's most notable teachers, and because she was extremely beautiful, every time the school achieved any success, she would act as its representative. Meanwhile, every male yearned to be her student. If I were you, I would definitely make use of this tardiness and apologize to her. First, just worm your way into having a friendly relationship and then work from there. If you destroy the table, she will take the initiative to come and be friends with you. The male student smiled foolishly. It's just that I don't even dare to do that. At that moment, Bai Luo Yin finally understood what Yang Ming had meant by a pleasant surprise. So, as it turns out, it was due to this teacher. Frankly speaking, Bai Luo Yin was not interested in a mature, beautiful woman, especially when said woman bore a remarkable resemblance to his mother. As Bai Luo Yin arranged his things on the desk, one of his ballpoint pens fell to the ground. When he bent over to pick it up, he unintentionally saw that the male student in front of him had also worn slippers to school. Not only that, but he had also paired them with baggy pants. How flashy. Students. Once those sexy red lips parted, the whole class fell into such utter silence that not even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Especially the male animals, since they didn't even dare to breathe. I'm the teacher in charge of this class. My name is Luo Xiaoyu, and this is my cell phone number, the teacher said as she turned around to write on the blackboard. I've never made this public to any of my former students, so you all should be honored. With that, thunderous applause resounded through the classroom. There were only 2 students who did not bother to write down the number. One of them was Bai Luo Yin. In fact, he was the most brilliant, because that number would never go through no matter what. Naturally, that was another matter which will be brought up later on. The students took turns going up to introduce themselves. When it was finally the turn of the guy wearing the baggy pants and slippers, Bai Luo Yin paid special attention to him. I'm from Tianjin, and my name is Yuqi. Bai Luo Yin was still waiting for him to say his name, but the guy had already walked back with confidence and ease. A certain person with the surname Bai stared dumbfounded for a moment before he mumbled to himself. My name is Yuqi. What's wrong with your name? You haven't said it yet, but you're already heading back. However, when Bai Luo Yin looked up, he saw that the two words written on the blackboard were Yuqi. So, his name is Yuqi. Bai Luo Yin collapsed mentally. Fortunately, no one had heard him mumbling to himself just now. Chapter 8. These are your classmates' name cards. Follow the location and order, then write the seating list accordingly. Give it to me after school when you're done. Without even lifting his eyes to look at her, Bai Luo Yin silently took the name cards. Then he started to write the names on a piece of paper, one by one. It took just a second for all the boys who sat around Bai Luo Yin to look at him with envious and admiring eyes. Those eyes clearly said, "It's only the second day of school, and the teacher is already asking him to help her?" Why? Truth be told, Bai Luo Yin was already accustomed to that kind of situation. Every time he enrolled in a new class, the teacher would always ask him to write the seating list. That was mainly due to the fact that his handwriting was exceptionally beautiful. Of course, his face was as beautiful as his writing. Gao Chao, Wang Jian, Wei Zhe Long, Gu Xian, Fang Xiaoshi. Careful in the way he held his pen, Bai Luo Yin wrote the names on the paper meticulously. However, when he picked up the fourth sheet of paper, he was stunned before he was even able to write the name down. Gu. Ku. That's impossible. Gu. Mu. Who would have a name like this? Gu. Lang. That doesn't sound right. After being driven into confusion by the unreadable characters for nearly a minute, Bai Luo Yin finally tapped Yuqi's shoulder. Hey, how do you read this character? Yuqi casually took the card and held it with one hand, while using the index finger of his other hand to touch the tip of his nose. That action made him look extremely cool as he contemplated in silence. But as cool as that image was to a spectator, a few seconds later he sneezed, breaking the vibe. Making sure no one was paying attention, he took out a tissue and blew his nose. Then, trying to maintain his appearance, he gave Bai Luo Yin a glance. Why does it look like a celebrity's autograph? I really hate this kind of person. Having been the one responsible for writing all the names for so many years, Bai Luo Yin could read every kind of handwriting style by now. His skill in this area was so formidable that he could even recognize the most random characters and unsightly styles. But the thing he despised most of all was someone who feigned coolness and changed a proper font structure completely. That kind of stunt not only made it impossible for him to read the characters, but also gave him a throbbing headache. Look, his seat number is written on the card. Just go over to him and ask. Stop guessing and finish it already. Honestly, that kind of person was not someone Bai Luo Yin wanted to get involved with. Bai Luo Yin leisurely walked over to Gu Hai's seat. Then one by one, he grabbed all the books from the desk that had Gu Hai's name written on them. However, to his dismay, the name was written in the same autograph style on every single textbook. Meanwhile, Gu Hai continued to stare at the book in his hand. But then, someone suddenly snatched the book away from him. Bai Luo Yin calmly turned his book to page 1. Although Gu Hai's name was written there, it was unfortunately written in the same unsightly style. The style that he could neither read nor begin to understand. What do you want? Gu Hai's voice faintly sounded off. Bai Luo Yin looked at Gu Hai. I'm writing the seating list. Give me your name. Gu Hai. Hearing that, Bai Luo Yin was momentarily distracted. He looked at the character, then at the owner. If you're human, then write like a human. It wasn't hard to tell that Gu Hai was irritated. No one had ever dared to say those kinds of harsh words to his face before, except his father. The main reason being that, over the past 10 years or so, he had always gotten along with others because of his status. But now, he was just an ordinary citizen. Actually, getting insulted once in a while doesn't feel that bad. This character is Hai. Bai Luo Yin anxiously stared at his paper. How can this word be Hai? It's not even fucking close. Feeling a little bit annoyed, Bai Luo Yin returned to his seat and wrote the name on the paper. Chapter 9. As the teacher had requested of him, Bai Luo Yin diligently hand-copied the seating arrangement for the 57 students in the class. Then he passed them out to his classmates one by one. When Gu Hai received the paper, instead of placing it directly on his desk, he merely stared at it for a while. Since he was small, Gu Weiting had taught Gu Hai that a person's handwriting could accurately show that person's true character and accomplishments. Bai Luo Yin's handwriting was strong and vigorous, yet yesterday he had said many harsh words to him. His handwriting and his character were completely different. Could it be because of my bad attitude? Noting that, Gu Hai wanted to test out his theory. Once the bell rang, Gu Hai walked straight toward the seat in front of Bai Luo Yin's desk, which happened to be Yu Qi's seat, seating list in hand, and sat there, watching him quietly. Since Bai Luo Yin was in a hurry to do his homework, he didn't have time to look up at the person in front of him. It was with that attitude that he ended up ignoring Gu Hai. A minute later, Gu Hai opened his mouth to speak, revealing a deep and crisp voice. "This is your handwriting, right?" At that moment, Bai Luo Yin's brain was still thinking hard, but with just one word from Gu Hai, his train of thought halted. Overwhelmed with anger, he grabbed a nearby ruler and hit Gu Hai's head. "Do you have something to say? If not, then don't bother me." Gu Hai looked at Bai Luo Yin's face again. He was right. It did match his handwriting. It didn't belong to just anyone, as there was character to it. If you looked at his features individually, they didn't exactly stand out. But if you saw them all together, his face was rather unique. After a long time, Bai Luo Yin was still unaware of Gu Hai's eyes boring through him. He was still struggling with his homework when Gu Hai suddenly pointed to his book and said, "I know how to do this question." However, Bai Luo Yin immediately grabbed Gu Hai's hand and pushed it off his desk. "Thank you, but I can do it myself." With his hand strongly pushed away and turning slightly red, Gu Hai's face darkened. "Pick up my ruler for me," Bai Luo Yin commanded. Gu Hai didn't move. "Why are you being so difficult? Didn't I just tell you to pick up the ruler? Can't you be a bit faster?" Giving a glance, Gu Hai unexpectedly complied, picked up the ruler, and respectfully gave it back to Bai Luo Yin. As the bell for class rang, Gu Hai went back to his own seat with a piece of paper that he had torn from Bai Luo Yin's homework in his hand. In truth, he felt an overflowing appreciation for Bai Luo Yin's hard work. Once class came to an end, Yu Qi finished gathering his things and turned around to look at Bai Luo Yin. "Let's go eat." "I'm not a boarder, so I'll go eat at home instead," Bai Luo Yin said nonchalantly as he walked outside, but Yu Qi caught up to him. "Today's my treat. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Hearing that, Bai Luo Yin felt uneasy. "Can't you choose a better place to treat me? School cafeteria? Do you have something against me?" But when he suddenly recalled Bai Han Qi's terrible cooking, he shuddered and readily agreed. Along the way, Yu Qi always maintained his cool image. He wasn't fond of wearing the school uniform, so he simply wore a plaid shirt as a replacement. As per usual, he also kept the top 2 buttons unbuttoned, which inadvertently exposed half of his chest. Bai Luo Yin recently noticed that Yu Qi always had his headphones with him, even when he was walking on the street, and whenever someone greeted him, he would act like he didn't hear them. However, whenever Bai Luo Yin said a word that annoyed him, Yu Qi always lost his temper. As a result, Bai Luo Yin suspected that Yu Qi's headphones were never plugged into anything. "I think that you're really cold." Bai Luo Yin was taken aback, thinking that he had heard Yu Qi wrong. "Am I as cold as you are?" "I'm only pretending," Yu Qi suddenly grinned. "But you are actually cold to the bone, which gives off a kind of feeling that says, 'Don't get close to me. Don't give me those bitter words.'" Without saying anything else, Yu Qi looked around to make sure no one was around, and suddenly pulled out a tissue to blow his nose. Bai Luo Yin looked at him. "Do you have rhinitis? So you can see it too?" Yu Qi asked with astonishment. "If I can't see it, then I must be blind." Honestly, who couldn't? Yu Qi blew his nose no less than 5 times in each class, and always left his seat at the end. Therefore, whenever Bai Luo Yin lifted his eyes, he would always see a load of used tissues inside Yu Qi's desk. Not wanting to think about it because it made him nauseated, Bai Luo Yin forced himself to turn his attention elsewhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any appetite. "How can you eat this much?" Yu Qi questioned as he looked at the plates of food on the table. He felt like he was witnessing a real-life Wusong right in front of him. 2 meals, 8 buns, a bowl of fried shredded pancake, 3 burgers, 1 plate of cold noodles, and 1 plate of dumplings. And that was only Bai Luo Yin's share. Are these even enough? I'm still hungry. At those words, Yu Qi broke into a cold sweat. He had always wanted to lose weight since he thought his legs were a bit thick and didn't look good when he wore pants. He was always jealous of Bai Luo Yin because he was not too fat or too thin. Bai Luo Yin's body proportion was just right. But now that he had witnessed Bai Luo Yin consume such a large amount of food while maintaining his fit body, Yu Qi was truly raging with jealousy. Do you usually exercise? Yu Qi dared to ask, wanting to learn more about him. Bai Luo Yin ate the remaining food on his plate and wiped his mouth. I don't really exercise much, except for when I walk to school. That's just scary. So, where does all the food you just ate go? Bai Luo Yin pointed to his stomach. You'll have to ask him. I don't know. Walking sluggishly, Yu Qi couldn't help but be utterly upset. He didn't want to, but he regretted treating Bai Luo Yin to lunch. Now his meal card had been maxed out. He couldn't eat at the canteen anymore after today. Friend, can I borrow your meal card? When I went out, I forgot to bring it with me. A certain someone asked Yu Qi while wearing an innocent and miserable look. Yu Qi picked up the meal card with 2 fingers and passed it over to him. Here, just use it. You don't need to return it to me. Chapter 10. Bai Luo Yin, come here for a bit. During the self-study period, Bai Luo Yin was called out by the language teacher. I don't know what you personally think about me, but you told me you don't have any complaints about the homework I assigned. Even if you do, you could have told me directly. You don't have to play this game with me. I've had a good impression of you so far, but your actions this time around have disappointed me. Bai Luo Yin still did not understand why he was being disciplined. Give me an explanation. What's the meaning of this? The language teacher threw Bai Luo Yin's composition notebook at him. Bai Luo Yin opened the book to look. Inside there was not even a single word, only the essay prompt, yet it had been torn by someone. He tried to carefully recall for a moment. He had written the essay according to the prompt the teacher requested. Although it was not excellent, it was not so bad that someone would tear it out and cause him to be scolded by the teacher. You tell me, what is the meaning of this? You submitted a blank notebook. Blank. Those words sent Bai Luo Yin into a moment of shock and stupor. The language teacher was truly angry. Drop the act. I've been teaching for so many years. I've seen all kinds of behavior. Go back and write a reflection paper. Not right. Bai Luo Yin was a bit anxious. Teacher, I really did write one. I don't know who tore it out. The language teacher slowly turned around and stared down at Bai Luo Yin with a darkened expression. So you're saying I tore it out? No, that's not what I meant. Don't attend the next lesson. Stay outside here and reflect until you understand. Bai Luo Yin did not move an inch. The language teacher turned her head again and growled. Don't think that I'm a pushover. Who bullied who? Bai Luo Yin gritted his teeth. Damn it, once I find the bastard who tore my homework out, I'll skin him alive. At a random hot pot restaurant, Gu Hai was having dinner with 2 of his close buddies. These 2 were his childhood friends. The 3 of them grew up together on his dad's military base, and all in all they had known each other for over 10 years. Has your dad tried looking for you these days? Nope. Ah, this time your dad must be really angry. Gu Hai let out a small laugh, playing with the glass of alcohol in his hand, and spoke with an unconcerned tone. He's not angry. He just doesn't care about me. I think he wanted to kick me out of the house a long time ago, but he didn't have a reason yet. After all, you're his son. He can't be that heartless, right? Li Shuo poured a glass for Gu Hai. The 3 of them cheered and finished their drinks. Did you forget how ruthless he can be? Remember that one time when I talked back to him? He locked me up and almost beat me to hell. If my mother hadn't shown up on time, I wouldn't be alive today. Zhou Si who nodded his head. Anyway, I'm still scared of your dad. All right. You said last time that someone had spoiled your plan and took all the equipment. Did you catch the guy yet? Thinking about that matter, Gu Hai gritted his teeth in anger. I found 2 devices from a second-hand goods store. The seller used a fake ID, so it would be troublesome to track down. Doesn't matter how troublesome it is. I'd like to know who was daring enough to steal my stuff. Li Shuo smiled and shook his head. That person is in big trouble. Zhou Si who placed meat into the hot pot and turned toward Gu Hai. I heard that that woman also has a son. Have you met him yet? He'd better not let me see him. Li Shuo quipped with a smile. Aren't you afraid that one day he'll stand proudly over you? Gu Hai stared at Li Shuo with his sharp, cold eyes, which almost turned a hot piece of beef in Li Shua's bowl into ice. Zhou Sihu patted Li Shua's shoulder with a smile and tried to ease the tension. Okay. Let's not talk about useless things. Let's eat. Chapter 11. Bai Luo Yin. The moment Bai Luo Yin heard his name, he turned his head around and saw Dong Na, an upperclassman, behind him. She smiled gently like a fully blossomed flower as she made her way towards him. Her footsteps formed the figure 8 as she walked back and forth in front of Class 27. All the while, her presence attracted nearly every pair of eyes in the classroom. I have a question to ask you. Bai Luo Yin merely gave Dong Na a quick glance. Say it. Who's the handsome guy in your class, sitting 2 rows from the back? There's more than one guy sitting 2 rows from the back. How would I know which one you're talking about? Dong Na looked around more carefully. Then she covertly inched closer to Bai Luo Yin's ear, whispering, You know, it's that handsome boy who always wears a plaid shirt. He puts his headphones on whenever he's listening to music. Just so you know, all the girls in our class think that he is very cool. Bai Luo Yin already knew which student Dong Na was talking about, but he couldn't see any of the charming traits that she had mentioned in Yuqi's person. All he could think of instead was a drawer full of used tissues. Tell me, if I were to chase after him, do you think he'll accept me? Looking at my beauty, is there any hope? It was silent for a moment before Bai Luo Yin mentally rolled his eyes. All he could think of was rushing home to eat as soon as possible, so he hastily replied, Yeah, there is. Really? Dong Na tugged at Bai Luo Yin's arm stubbornly. Then why don't you tell me what he likes? I've noticed that both of you are always hanging out together. Nearly reaching the point where annoyance was sinking into his bones, Bai Luo Yin pushed off Dong Na's hands. Then he told her honestly, You just need to send him a big pack of toilet paper. Remember, not a roll, but a big pack. After he answered her, Bai Luo Yin promptly strode over to the staircase. Dong Na shouted from behind, Is it the pack with 12 rolls or 10 rolls? Once he heard those words, Bai Luo Yin nearly fell and rolled down the flight of stairs. Yang Ming eagerly chased after Bai Luo Yin, then threw his arm over his shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Today, our class organized a vote for the prettiest girl in the class. From the voting results, there are 5 female students with about the same number of votes, and they are all very good-looking. I'd say the prettiest girl is the one who has a mole at the outer corner of her left eye. Unbeknownst to Yang Ming, Bai Luo Yin's cold gaze had been constantly following the cracks on the red-bricked wall. Yang Ming pushed him with one hand. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Yes, I am. You said your grandmother bought a pound of green persimmons. Yang Ming slapped his own forehead in exasperation. Those words he spoke just now had been in vain. Seeing that Bai Luo Yin still had a blank look on his face, he tentatively asked, Are you thinking about Heroine? Hearing that name, Bai Luo Yin's eyes flashed instantly. It's not that. Then what is it? After a long time, Bai Luo Yin finally spoke. I'm trying to figure out who tore out my essay paper. The house that Gu Hai rented covered an area of 120 square meters and consisted of only 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. Much of the space was filled with sporting equipment. That was because Gu Hai had developed a habit, almost bordering on obsessive-compulsive disorder, of exercising daily. The credit for that belonged to his father, Gu Wei Ting, who had forced him to train and exercise with the army since he was 5 years old. If he did not work out daily, he would experience an uncomfortable and unsatisfying feeling, somewhat akin to eating less than 2 meals a day. Gu Hai performed 200 push-ups easily and followed that with an hour of high-speed treadmill running. He completed his intense exercise program with a boxing routine, brutally hitting the suspended punching sandbag. That left him thoroughly thrilled as he pictured it variously as Gu Wei Ting, Jiang Yuan, and also the stepbrother that he had never met. By the time he finished working out, it was already past 8 in the evening. Gu Hai stretched his hand toward his school bag and fished out a piece of essay paper. After admiring it for some time, he used a strip of Scotch tape to stick it on top of the writing table. Next, he took out a piece of thin paper, placed it on top of the essay paper, and started to trace out the characters. He was extremely fond of this handwriting. It was different from the standardized regular script, but it was not semi-cursive script either. Bai Luo Yin personally created this style, and it was just like a relaxed person freely extending his 4 limbs without restraint, while still possessing a dynamic and unyielding strength. The next morning, Yuqi entered the classroom through the back door and casually tossed his school bag on top of his desk as usual. That seemingly nonchalant action caused a big bag of toilet paper to drop to the floor. A small piece of paper beneath the bag of tissues slipped out and drifted in the air before finally landing on Bai Luo Yin's desk. His classmates around him saw that incident and secretly laughed behind his back. This Yuqi must be quite something to bring so much toilet paper at one time. Yuqi ignored the stares around him and picked up the toilet paper instead. When he could not fit it all inside his drawer, he put it down next to his chair. As he turned around, he noticed the small piece of paper on top of the table behind him. "This is for you," were the words written on the paper. Yuqi was stunned for a moment. "Bai Luo Yin gave this to me? Why is he giving me toilet paper?" He stared at his own drawer, speechless for a while. He finally understood. Bai Luo Yin must have seen that his drawer was always filled with used tissues and realized that he did not have enough. So he must have bought them especially for him. All right, this guy is normally very cold-hearted, but in reality, his heart is very warm. 20 minutes into the self-study period, Bai Luo Yin entered the classroom. Under the watchful gaze of the whole class, he slowly walked toward the last desk, took his English textbook, and prepared to study outside the classroom. That was the school's regulation, whereby every student who came late must stand outside the classroom. A week since school started, Bai Luo Yin had never attended the self-study period inside the classroom. "Hey," Yuqi called out to Bai Luo Yin, a bag of toilet paper in his hand. "Thanks." Bai Luo Yin was surprised. "That girl is really stupid. She actually bought it. Don't thank me. I'm not the one who bought it." Yuqi grinned madly. "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's not like you gave me a bag of tampons." Fuck you. Chapter 12. Since the day Yuqi received that bag of toilet paper, it was as if he was possessed. Before, he blew his nose many times throughout the day, but now it had become even more ridiculous. It was to the point that he used one roll of toilet paper in just one day. Every time after he blew his nose, he would turn around and smile, just like a little girl who was experiencing puppy love. By this point, Bai Luo Yin could not stand that absurdity anymore. For someone like Yuqi, who stood at a height of 180 centimeters and had a face as handsome as Takashi Kaneshiro, he was just plain stupid. "I already told you I'm not the one who bought that toilet paper for you. Could you please stop doing this to me?" Feigning ignorance to those words, Yuqi continued to blow his nose. In the end, feeling like he had no choice but to accept it, Bai Luo Yin finished his assignments early without raising his head. Before long, his eyelids became heavy with tiredness, and as they began to shut, his head too sank low on the desk before he fell asleep. Truth be told, no one would dare wake him up. Half of the class's female students were only interested in Yuqi, while the other half could be described as nerds, who for the majority of their free time would play their games. In effect, while everyone else was busy conversing with one another or playing, Bai Luo Yin's sleeping form went unnoticed. But of course, there is an exception to everything. There was one person who was currently not doing anything. Normally, when that person did anything, it was quick and to the point. While his fellow classmates needed at least 2 class periods to finish their assignments, he only needed half an hour. For the majority of the time, Yuqi never remained still in his seat and would always shift left and right. Thus, it was only natural that when Gu Hai looked in that direction, he would look straight past him. In turn, the first person Gu Hai saw every time was not Yuqi, but Bai Luo Yin. Why is he sleeping again? Keeping his eyes on the sleeping form, Gu Hai began to ponder what Bai Luo Yin did every night. How can he be sleepy all the time? Is he really sleeping, or just pretending to be? But if he was really sleeping, then how can he get the answer right every time he's called on by the teacher? "Who are you looking at?" a voice asked from someone standing in front of him. For just a moment, Gu Hai's eyes went from Bai Luo Yin to the person, a girl. It was hard not to notice that this girl had a really exquisite appearance. Her voice was a sweet mixture of Hong Kong and Taiwanese accents, that when spoken would certainly give the listener goosebumps. "Do you know him?" Gu Hai asked while pointing at Bai Luo Yin. Xiao Xian's brows rose slightly when she looked at Gu Hai. Who doesn't know him? He was the most handsome guy in our class. I had even asked him out once, but it's honestly such a pity that he didn't fall for me. I'll tell you this, he's an extraordinary person. Moreover, he is really clever. You'll slowly learn more about him later. That single sentence from Xiao Xian certainly interested Gu Hai. Then, has he always been sleeping like this? Of course, Every day before and after class, he always sleeps. Oh, I'll tell you a secret, but you can't tell anyone. Bai Luo Yin doesn't have a mother. When Gu Hai heard those words, his heart felt like it was being pierced by a formidable force, and the only sensation he felt was pain. No mother. It's a tragedy for a child to not know what it feels like to be in a mother's arms. Are you feeling hot? You're sweating, Xiao Xian asked as she picked up a small fan. With a beautiful posture, she started to wave the fan in front of Gu Hai, causing the boys around them to cough. With just one intense stare from Gu Hai, the group of boys immediately went silent. After class ended, Gu Hai gingerly made his way toward Bai Luo Yin's desk and looked at where said boy's stationery was placed. Lying there was a translucent, worn-down fountain pen, a water-based brush, and another attractive-looking fountain pen that he used regularly for practice. Along with those writing utensils, there was also a 50-cent bottle of writing ink which seemed to have nearly reached the bottom. The ruler that he had did not have scales marked along the edges. Finally, at the edge sat a simple stationery pouch. Stuffed inside his drawer was his two-strap school bag. Looking at it, the straps had torn off several times, and the threads used to stitch it up came in multiple colors, some of which were brighter than others. Truthfully, it's not that Gu Hai had never seen a poor person before, but this was the first time he saw someone with the nerve to display his poverty without an ounce of restraint. At the end of the day, a military car was parked quietly underneath a large tree not too far from the school's main gate. Originally, no one was permitted to park there, but this car's license plate was marked with the region's highest authoritative symbol. Don't mention parking under a tree. Even if it was parked on top of the tree, no one would dare tow it away. I've told you many times. There's no need to pick me up. I'll take a taxi by myself. Gu Hai's patience with this person had always been extremely thin. The driver just smiled and nodded. Isn't it just because we're afraid you might get into an accident? The traffic around here is really poor, and the taxi drivers don't have good character either. What's going to happen if they trick you? Come, get in the car, my little master. The general and you both have similar temperaments. Listen, it's not worth it to waste time. Trying not to roll his eyes, Gu Hai's gaze swept toward the school gate. He suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure ahead and let his gaze linger on it for a while. Then, he quickly took a few large strides and crossed the street. Before the driver could even react, he hailed a taxi and left. Chapter 13. Excuse me, mister, can you go a little slower? Hearing that request, the taxi driver hastily replied. You want me to go even slower? Look at the speedometer. How much slower do you want me to go? Just follow that guy in front of us. The one wearing the blue school uniform right there. It's enough if you just follow him. The driver snapped, his voice carrying a sense of annoyance once he spoke again. Are you going to trouble me for half a day just to drive you along this street? Are you deliberately trying to torment me? The taxi fare is based on distance, not time. If I waste half a day just to drive a mile, what good would it do for me? Not really caring much about what the driver said, Gu Hai merely took out 200 yuan and threw it directly at the driver while keeping his eyes on his target. Once the taxi driver's hand clutched onto the money, his attitude immediately lightened up a bit. Listen to me, young man. If you really want to track him on the street, why don't you just go out and walk? Or at the very least find a motorcycle. It's way cheaper. Isn't it a waste of money for you to spend 200 yuan just to be driven a few steps? I can be easily spotted if I walk. Quick. He turned at the corner. When they arrived on the street where Bai Luo Yin lived, Gu Hai immediately got out of the taxi and stealthily trailed behind him. In his vicinity, there were rows of old and shabby houses that did not fit with the high-rise buildings in the surrounding area. Gu Hai quickly judged that those kinds of houses would soon be demolished. Those uncles and aunts who lived down this street would soon lose their warm nests. Thinking about it again, it was unlikely that the government would even take the time to meet with the residents and buy out any of their houses. Gu Hai continued down the street and saw Bai Luo Yin walk into a small courtyard. Pushing up his sleeves just slightly, he looked at his watch. 50 minutes had passed. Now he understood clearly why Bai Luo Yin was always late. Gu Hai observed Bai Luo Yin's family condition and concluded that he probably didn't even own a bicycle. Bai Luo Yin went into his house, put down his bag on his messy bed, took off his uniform, and walked to the kitchen topless. He opened the rice cooker, stared at it for a while, then shouted toward Bai Han Chi who was in the courtyard. Didn't you say you were going to cook congee? How did it turn into rice? Bai Hanqi smacked his head, regret evident on his face. I went outside for a while to do the laundry and forgot that I was cooking congee. It cooked for too long, so it became rice. When Gu Hai arrived at the door, Bai Luo Yin had poured water into his bowl of rice and mixed it to make congee. He took a sip, then another, with just a plate of pickles sitting to his side. After he finished eating, Bai Luo Yin took his bowl and went inside. Not long after, he went out again and saw that Bai Hanqi was doing the laundry. With his brows slightly furrowed together, Bai Luo Yin angrily threw a pair of underwear at him. "Isn't this underwear clean? Why did you wash it?" "Dad, you already know, I only have 3 pairs of underwear. You threw one into the drain, I'm wearing one right now, and you washed this last one even though it was clean. Now, what am I going to wear tomorrow?" Bai Hanqi looked at the underwear in question with shock for a moment. Then he rubbed his hands on his clothes to dry them and said, "Dad will go buy a new pair for you." "No need to." Bai Luo Yin snatched the underwear in Bai Hanqi's hand back. "I'll just wear this. It should be dry by tomorrow." Seeing the father and son bickering, Gu Hai smiled in amusement. On this day, Gu Hai did not call a taxi to go back home. Instead, he ran, taking this opportunity to exercise his body. While running, his mind went through what he had just seen earlier in the day, that is, the mess in the duo's daily lives. Actually, he came here for 3 reasons. 1. To find out why Bai Luo Yin was always late. 2. To observe Bai Luo Yin's daily life. And 3. Because he had nothing better to do. Now that he had accomplished all of his objectives, something unexpected happened. He realized that he wanted to be this person's friend. Chapter 14. On the early morning of the next day, Bai Luo Yin was late to class as usual. When he placed his school bag down, he caught sight of a small box in his drawer and immediately pulled it out for a look. However, once he clearly saw what it was, he quickly shoved it back in. "What's going on? Who the hell put a pair of underwear in my desk?" Just yesterday, he had sneakily laughed about a girl giving Yuqi a bag of toilet paper, and now, he had actually received a pair of underwear. Did someone mistakenly place it in my drawer? However, before he rummaged through his mind any further, a piece of paper dispelled Bai Luo Yin's thoughts. "This is for you." Seeing that they were the exact same words from yesterday, Bai Luo Yin immediately threw the box on Yuqi's table without even comparing the style of the characters. "Aren't you being extremely disgusting?" At that time, Yuqi was lying on his desk, practically dozing off, when something suddenly struck him in the head. He looked up and thought, "Oh my goodness. It was a pair of underwear. I see how it is. Xiao Bai, I didn't know that you're cold and retiring on the outside, but actually deep and passionate on the inside. 2 days ago, you gave me toilet paper, and today you went ahead and gave me underwear. Fuck off." Bai Luo Yin cursed at him, then picked up his books and walked outside the classroom. Having witnessed everything, Gu Hai laughed helplessly to himself. That guy would rather wear wet underwear than receive a bit of assistance. But on the contrary, he has a lot of backbone. That wet underwear had tormented Bai Luo Yin repeatedly throughout the day. He had gone to sleep with it on last night, and it was already dry in the morning, but the moisture that circulated through it never left, so the end result was that he had diarrhea. Within 3 class periods, Bai Luo Yin had gone to the bathroom 7 times. After the 7th time, he actually found it embarrassing and opted not to return to the classroom. Instead, he remained crouching outside of the class for half an hour until the school day was dismissed at noon. When he went to gather his belongings, Bai Luo Yin could still hear his stomach making noises and acting up without his permission yet again. He hated Bai Hanqi bitterly. Since he was young, Bai Hanqi had made him suffer many times due to his negligence. Just as Bai Luo Yin took a deep breath and was about to walk out, something suddenly dropped to the ground. He picked it up for a look, only to see that it was a small medicine box used for the treatment of diarrhea. Fuck, what evil incantation caused this atrocious thing to materialize? No matter how confused Bai Luo Yin was, he knew that Yuqi was not the one who had given it to him, since Yuqi did not leave the school building or go to the infirmary. How could he have known that I would have diarrhea, let alone prepare this medicine for me in advance? Now that he thought about the situation regarding the pair of underwear, Bai Luo Yin also thought it was extremely odd. Since the underwear could not have been purchased at school, that eliminated the students who lived on campus, which in turn eliminated Yuqi as a possible suspect. Thinking about it more carefully, If a certain open-minded schoolgirl gave it to me for the sake of expressing her love and intentionally placed underwear in my desk to feel out my interest first, then, no, that's wrong. How can the timing be so coincidental? I only happened to not have any underwear to wear yesterday, and this morning one magically appeared. Then, I only happened to wear wet underwear today, and a box of laxative appeared. What are the chances of that? None. These were well prepared beforehand. In other words, Bai Luo Yin threw his school bag on the desk and asked coldly, "Who followed me last night?" At that moment, there were only a few students left in the room, but Bai Luo Yin had no doubts whatsoever. That person must be among the students here. He must be observing my every move. Gu Hai had a slightly sluggish expression on. He was not expecting Bai Luo Yin to be so astute like that. Relying on just underwear and a small medicine box, he was able to deduce that someone had followed him last night. Stop fucking around. Bai Luo Yin was furious as he angrily flung the medicine box. The box struck the wall, bounced back, and was caught firmly by Gu Hai in midair. At that very moment, all the students remaining in the classroom immediately withdrew. Their past experiences told them not to ever provoke Bai Luo Yin. In their hearts, they chanted only one sentence. This person is completely impossible to handle. Naturally, there was an exception, and that exception was the originator of the problem. Me. It was a simple word, yet when it came out of Gu Hai's mouth, there was an earth-shattering aggressiveness to it. As he walked over to Bai Luo Yin, each step was firm and steady, unlike the careless and giddy attitude that the majority of his peers possessed. "I don't have any other intention. I only wanted to take care of you and apologize for what I did." Gu Hai smiled while pressing the medicine back into Bai Luo Yin's hands. Never hit a person that's smiling at you. That principle Bai Luo Yin understood. Just because of the two lousy characters that you wrote? Even now, Bai Luo Yin still brooded over Gu Hai's celebrity-like signature, and it was also from that day on that Gu Hai had left an extremely vile image of himself in Bai Luo Yin's mind. No matter which aspect of Gu Hai he looked at, he found him to be an eyesore, and even the way he answered the question made him feel frustrated. "Of course not," Gu Hai calmly admitted. "It's because I ripped your essay paper so that I could use it to practice writing characters." 5 seconds later, Bai Luo Yin's angry roar sounded in the classroom. "You motherfucker." At that very moment, no known language in the world could be used to describe Bai Luo Yin's wrath. Just because of a piece of essay paper, he had stood outside of the classroom during the literature and language class for a week. And now, the main culprit was stating his sin in a casual tone that was very shallow, without a trace of fear or a bit of guilt. With that, Bai Luo Yin firmly gripped Gu Hai's collar and forced him straight toward the corner of a wall. "Did you have nothing better to do than to fucking rip my essay? Why didn't you say something to me beforehand? You were looking for trouble, huh? Because I admire your handwriting. You should feel happy about that." Bai Luo Yin was going to be driven mad by Gu Hai any time now, but he could not fly into a fit of rage at that instant. He could not roar, he could not argue loudly or cause a ruckus. Doing that would be tantamount to losing face. The one thing he wanted to do was punch him. After suffering a few severe blows from Bai Luo Yin, Gu Hai bound Bai Luo Yin's shoulders securely while wearing an expression that said, "I'm not going to lower myself to your level." "All right, that's enough. I already apologized to you. Stop dragging it on." Bai Luo Yin took in a few heavy breaths, pushed Gu Hai away, and pointed at his nose. He cursed. "I have never met anyone as shameless as you." Gu Hai also pressed his finger against Bai Luo Yin's forehead. "I also have never met anyone that can make me apologize like you." "Hey." Bai Luo Yin gifted Gu Hai with that one word, without hesitation or stinginess. The crown prince, Master Gu, leaned his tall and well-built physique against the doorframe, narrowed his eyes, and watched as the handsome and outstanding figure moved farther and farther away. He mentally snorted and laughed to himself. Rest assured, we're not done yet. Chapter 15. "Teacher, I want to switch seats." Luo Xiaoyu's crystalline eyes flashed as she shifted her body toward Gu Hai and stared at him face to face, a smile as gentle as water gracing her lips. "Do you want to move to the front?" "No." "Then, do you want to move to the back?" "Also no." Hearing those words, Luo Xiaoyu's expression filled with curiosity, resembling that of a fallen angel. Gu Hai's heart pounded for a split second, then quickly reverted back to its tranquil state. I want to move over one row and stay in the back. It's like this, Luo Xiaoyu explained patiently. The seating positions are rearranged once every 2 weeks. In other words, your row will move from the northernmost to the southernmost in 2 days. That's not what I meant, Gu Hai expressed firmly. I want to switch to the seat behind by Luo Yin. Switch to the seat behind by Luo Yin? Luo Xiaoyu was not convinced. Gu Hai smiled. Since we have a good relationship, if we were to sit close to each other, I will be more motivated to study. Luo Xiaoyu seemed to be in a bit of difficulty. Normally, students would request to switch seats because of problems such as height issues, grade issues, or to separate female from male students. Go back to class first. I'll consider the seating arrangement. Do it right now. Gu Hai insisted. I want to switch seats right away. Luo Xiaoyu's face gradually turned red. Her lips trembled. She was clearly displeased with Gu Hai's attitude, since no one in the entire school had ever dared to speak to her like that. But how come she couldn't unleash her bad temper now? All right, you can switch seats immediately in the afternoon. Not long after Gu Hai left, a male student with bowlegs and acne all over his face entered the office. He stopped in front of Luo Xiaoyu with a bitter face. Teacher, can you change my seat? Zhang Daowei keeps on kicking my chair. I fell down 3 times already. If he kicks your chair, can't you warn him? Luo Xiaoyu started to raise her voice, and her expression changed faster than Usain Bolt's sprint. Switching seats. You think switching seats is a simple thing? Must you hurt my feelings over this? He didn't know why. Even though the beautiful teacher was angry, she was still charming. Thus, the male student couldn't help but say a few more words. Teacher, I'm begging you. Let me move one chair forward, and I'll be okay. Luo Xiaoyu was well known for her bad temper. Since she was a beautiful and smart woman married to a wealthy man, her bad temper was naturally by no means a trivial thing. Say one more word, and I will throw you out of my class at once. 2 seconds later, the male student walked out of the teacher's office dejectedly. In the afternoon, Bai Luo Yin was about to enter the classroom when he saw a repulsive person sitting in the seat behind him. He cursed to himself, but maintained a cool facade as he returned to his seat. When class was about to start, Bai Luo Yin noticed that Gu Hai had yet to budge. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. How come you haven't returned to your seat? I've switched seats. This is my seat now. Gu Hai smiled pleasantly. Not only did Bai Luo Yin's face immediately turn dark as the bottom of a pot, he didn't even bother to conceal his displeasure at all. He was the kind of person who could make a clear distinction between what he liked and what he didn't. As long as he didn't like a person, he would not say a single good word about them even if a gun was pointed at his temple. When the school bell rang, Bai Luo Yin turned his body back toward the front and told himself not to pay any attention to Gu Hai. Just imagine that the person was a pile of dung. Students, take out your exam papers from yesterday. Today we will discuss the topic. Gu Hai coughed twice, then used his fingers to flick at Bai Luo Yin's back. Hey, the back of your white uniform jacket is ripped here, but why did you use black thread to stitch it? Bai Luo Yin replied nonchalantly. This is called a cow. Cow. Isn't there a type of cow that's covered in black and white patches? Gu Hai laughed. This guy's mouth is quite ferocious. But how could it be called a cow if there's only one black patch? Many black patches were needed for that. Hence, Gu Hai sneakily took out a small pair of scissors. Then, taking advantage of the moment while Bai Luo Yin was sleeping, he snipped plenty of holes in the back of his uniform jacket. When Bai Luo Yin was on his way back home, he kept twisting his neck back and forth, feeling a draft. He thought to himself, why is this jacket taking in so much air today? Dahai, are you working out? Gu Hai put on his earphones so that both his hands were free to hold the needle and black thread. He was trying to pass the thread through the needle's eye at the moment. I am threading a needle. Threading a needle? Jean Lulu laughed out loud. After you left home, there's no one to mend your clothes. Poor young master. When he successfully inserted the thread into the needle, Gu Hai felt extremely proud of himself, a wicked smirk spreading across his face. I'm not sewing for myself. A thunderous sound came from the other end of the line. Who are you sewing for then? Gu Hai lowered the volume of his earphone and spoke calmly. What are you shouting for? It's not like I'm sewing for a girl. Quit asking, you won't understand anyway. Jean Lulu thought more rationally. How could a bad-tempered person like Gu Hai sew for a girl? If he ever came across a boy tying a girl's shoelaces on the street, he would scold them right away. It was better not to mention such pointless things. "The Hai, I miss you. Come visit me in Tianjin this weekend." Gu Hai placed his needlework down, took off his shoes, and climbed into bed. Okay. Chapter 16. The next day, Bai Luo Yin came to school late again. Gu Hai stole a glance at his uniform. It was the same one as yesterday, and thus still unstitched. Gu Hai had been bold enough to cut holes into Bai Luo Yin's uniform because he understood the extent of the sloppiness of the father and son of the Bai household. He guessed that Bai Luo Yin probably didn't take off his clothes and went to sleep in his uniform instead. Great. Now that everything was ready, all that was needed was the east wind. Unfortunately, the east wind did not blow smoothly that day. Gu Hai kept staring at Bai Luo Yin, waiting for him to fall asleep. But unfortunately for him, Bai Luo Yin was wide awake and very energetic throughout the 2 class periods today. Even his back was ramrod straight. "Sleep, sleep," Gu Hai chanted repeatedly in his mind. Finally, near the end of the second period, Bai Luo Yin's back slumped a bit, and he gradually leaned on the desk. Gu Hai waited silently. Right when Bai Luo Yin's whole body had stopped moving, he extended his claws. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang, leaving Gu Hai to grit his teeth and withdraw his hand with a heavy heart. The third period was physical education. Gu Hai temporarily placed the needle and thread into his drawer, saving it for the fourth period. Their school had employed a new physical education teacher, who was a retired military officer that carried an aura of fearlessness and presumptuousness. Just as class began, he cursed and scolded the entire class about their standing posture, calling them a bunch of spineless cowards. "You, hurry up and line up the students." The PE teacher called T-Wei to the front. When T-Wei shouted out the order, the PE teacher immediately howled. "You haven't eaten yet?" T-Wei felt wronged. "I have eaten, but I am still hungry." As the whole class laughed, the PE teacher was taken aback. "I am the instructor, and you have the audacity to laugh at me. Go back to your position. I will appoint a new person." With a look of disdain, he walked past every single student till the end of the line. His eyes finally rested upon a person whose stance was completely different from the other students. This student's concealed expression implied aggressiveness. Looking at his figure and posture, he could definitely become the PE teacher's successor. "You come out here." Gu Hai walked forward, carrying himself confidently with an impressive demeanor. The face of the PE teacher finally showed satisfaction. "Shout twice. I will be listening." Gu Hai glanced at the PE teacher, noting and dismissing him as an insufferably arrogant type of person. As if shouting twice would give you a reputation. "Even if you hadn't asked me to shout like a fool, just as the flowers wither away, so too would my opinion of you. Orders are not meant to be shouted. If you do not have the trust of the people, they won't listen to you even if you shout until your throat bleeds. But if you have the trust of the people, they would know what they must do even if your mouth is closed." A collective silence fell upon the gathering at the end of his impressive little speech. No one had expected anyone to be brave enough to utter such a fine speech in front of the fierce and unreasonable PE teacher. They muttered amongst themselves, "This person is doomed," yet they couldn't help but cheer for him all the same. Everyone despised this kind of teacher. The person who dared to oppose the teacher naturally became an admirable yet tragic hero in their minds. The PE teacher reacted as if a man possessed. Why is his manner of speaking so familiar? Looking into his eyes, why do I feel that our positions have reversed? That's not right. He is just a student. I am the teacher. I ordered him to do one thing, and he did the complete opposite. How did he manage to reverse our roles? This is outrageous. What qualifications do you have, talking back to me like this? Gu Hai retorted snidely. What then are your so-called qualifications? The PE teacher's face turned livid. Pointing to the ground, he said, "If you can do 50 push-ups in a minute, I will pretend that I didn't hear what you just said." Gu Hai just smirked, both hands at the ready, waiting for the PE teacher to say start. The PE teacher brought out a stopwatch, casting a scornful look at Gu Hai. "Begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. The whole class started counting and cheering Gu Hai at the same time. He moved at such a speed the likes of which you only ever saw on television. When the count reached 50, there was still half a minute left. Some of the boys were sweating. Whether it was due to the sun or because they were truly and anxiously excited, nobody knew. 106. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the ranks of the students. What are you guys applauding for? The PE teacher roared loudly until the whole class went deadly silent. He faced Gu Hai. You think you are brilliant? Hey, the students don't know what a joke you are. People will look at you as a monkey and me as the monkey trainer. You think people truly admire you? Do not flatter yourself. Then show us how brilliant you are. Gu Hai's provocation caused some male students to jeer continuously from the back. Teacher, show us some of your abilities too. We also want to see them. You have recently retired from the army, haven't you? We also want to see what the integrity of a soldier looks like. That's right. You have great skills, so share them with us. The class's jeering and Gu Hai's aloofness pushed the PE teacher's nerves slowly to the point of explosion. He realized that he should allow the students to witness his capabilities so that they wouldn't dare to question him further. Quit your fussing. See that horizontal bar? Each of you will do pull-ups and do as many as you can. After all of you have finished, I will do it. Listen carefully. The number of pull-ups that I can do will definitely be more than the sum total of all of you combined. The whole class erupted with excitement. A small group of male students walked toward the horizontal bar. The female students were exempted and stood around them to cheer. Some students from another class also came closer to watch the excitement. The previously silent sports ground rapidly bustled with energy. The PE teacher demonstrated a single pull-up, explaining that the chin must pass the bar while the feet remained straight, not touching the ground. Only this way would it be counted as one complete pull-up. 1, 2. Hey you, that one doesn't count. Next student, come forward. 3, 4, 5, 6, 41, 42. Although each male student did the pull-ups, none of them was particularly outstanding since a lot of them simply couldn't sustain their own weight. In the science class, where more than half were boys, with more than 40 students in total, even if each boy could do 3 pull-ups, the total would be more than 100. The people who had never undergone special training realized that it would take a miracle to manage several tens of pull-ups. Looking around the ranks, only 3 boys remained, Bai Luo Yin, Yu Qi, and Gu Hai. The boys had managed a sum total of 89 pull-ups. Because of the PE teacher's stipulations, some hadn't even managed a single pull-up. Therefore, the PE teacher was quite confident of his chances. He could easily manage 200 pull-ups without breaking much of a sweat. No matter how powerful Gu Hai was, it was unlikely that the sum total of the 3 boys would cross 100. Chapter 17. Yu Qi, Yu Qi, Yu Qi. Yu Qi's fangirls screamed loudly, nearly making Bai Luo Yin's ears go numb, as he was standing right beside them. He scoffed at their behavior. Yu Qi went to a spot below the horizontal bar and stood there. The bar seemed to shine because of his appearance. All eyes were watching him with admiration, but he failed to give a cool, manly grin. In fact, he couldn't even smile, because he was just so nervous inside. Before he stepped up to the horizontal bar, Yu Qi made a halt gesture, signaling everyone around him to be quiet. In Bai Luo Yin's mind, he was certain that Yu Qi wouldn't be able to do more than 3 pull-ups. Yu Qi grabbed the bar, his 2 hands desperately straining with all his strength as he struggled to lift his head. Amid the cheering sounds around him, his head went over the bar, his eyes went over the bar, his nose also went over the bar. Then, he had no more strength. Yu Qi fell from the bar, his face bright red. Okay, so I overestimated him. The boys around him booed Yu Qi, but the girls didn't. They still said, our idol is really cute. So, he actually has something he can't do. Bai Luo Yin tapped Yu Qi's soft chest. Seems like the muscles you've trained for the last 2 weeks are useless. Next time, just button your shirt properly. Yu Qi replied in a cold voice. You are not any better than me at this. Bai Luo Yin grabbed onto the bar. The PE teacher looked up. He could see that Bai Luo Yin was quite relaxed. He thought Bai Luo Yin would be able to do 10 at most. Even if it surpassed the total pull-ups of everyone in the class until now, it still wouldn't pose any problems. 1, 2, 3. As the counting went on, the PE teacher's facial expression grew worse. He really didn't expect that there was someone in this class whose physical fitness was this good. As he saw the numbers climb to almost 30, his palms began to sweat. Yu Qi, who was standing on the side, was shocked. Those bowls of rice that Bai Luo Yin ate didn't simply disappear like that. After Bai Luo Yin did 30 pull-ups, he felt like he had only a little strength left. But doing 10 more pull-ups should be no problem for him. He hesitated for a while before finally letting go of the bar and dropping down. He should save some stamina to walk home too. Everyone applauded him, as that kind of result was considered good. Moreover, when Bai Luo Yin finished, his face wasn't even red, and he didn't even lose his breath. It looked like his strength hadn't lessened a bit, and it made the other boys envy him. Then, only Gu Hai was left. It's your turn now. Do it. The PE teacher said it with false triumph. Someone shouted from the middle of the crowd. Teacher, Gu Hai just did 100 push-ups. If you ask him to do this too, it wouldn't be fair. The PE teacher looked at Gu Hai. Why don't we do it in the next class? You do it first. The PE teacher was shocked for a moment. Gu Hai said politely, you do it first. I'll wait until you're finished, and then I'll do everyone's total number of pull-ups. The teacher's face darkened. You really have that great of an ability, huh? The crowd began to shout. Together. Together. The teacher couldn't believe him. He was just an ordinary student. He was not a soldier. This brat was not specially trained for this, and yet he thought he could beat him? Absolutely impossible. He must be bluffing, trying to scare me. The teacher went under one of the horizontal bars, while Gu Hai went to the other. He wasn't afraid to do it together. After all, the one who would go down first would be the teacher. Help me keep my uniform safe. Gu Hai took off his uniform and threw it to his classmates. Someone caught his uniform. Then Bai Luo Yin walked toward him and said, give it to me. I'll help him look after it. As all the students' attention was fixed on the horizontal bars, without thinking much, he gave Gu Hai's uniform to Bai Luo Yin right away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gu Hai moved steadily on the bar, while Bai Luo Yin was busying himself on the lawn. His thoughts were, dude, come on. I need you to do this for a long time. In the beginning, the two were well matched, both moving at a fast speed. All of the students were cheering for them in loud voices, because this kind of competition was rarely seen. Gradually, the PE teacher began to slow his pace. The gap between the two slowly grew. Gu Hai, who was beside him, didn't even show a tired expression. Teacher, Gu Hai already reached 100, but you're still on 70. Hearing those words, the PE teacher collapsed. He dropped from the bar, completely defeated. The rest of the time was Gu Hai's one-man show. The black thread in Bai Luo Yin's hands ran out already, but when he looked at the bars, Gu Hai was still doing pull-ups. He was sweating, his arms were red, and his breathing was heavy, yet he still insisted on continuing. The PE teacher, who had already lost, merely stood beside the cheering crowd, staying still, saying nothing, feeling utterly defeated. Bai Luo Yin watched Gu Hai silently. He was stunned. He knew that Gu Hai would win, but he didn't know that he would win by such an overwhelming margin. His physical fitness had reached a point that was impossible for ordinary people to achieve. Regardless of his personality, Bai Luo Yin gave Gu Hai his recognition and appreciation. When the bell rang, Gu Hai jumped down from the bar. No one counted how many pull-ups Gu Hai did, but the number was no longer important. All of them knew that Gu Hai had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Dude, you're so awesome. A guy patted Gu Hai's shoulder. Gu Hai took his uniform from one of the students and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he walked toward the classroom. Bai Luo Yin walked leisurely at the back of the crowd, next to Yu Qi, behind a group of girls who were talking about Gu Hai. My God, I think he's really good. I like him so much. You would not be able to control that kind of guy. He's too strong. How come I've never found someone this good before? Yu Qi still wore that cold expression, feeling embarrassed because he felt he had lost today. And when he heard those girls talking about Gu Hai like that, he couldn't help but feel devastated. Bai Luo Yin looked like he hadn't heard a thing as he just kept on walking. Yu Qi waved his hand in front of Bai Luo Yin's eyes. What are you thinking about? Bai Luo Yin smiled. Nothing. Chapter 18. At school, it wasn't strange for boys to go shirtless, especially right after physical education class. Normally, no one paid much attention to it, but in the grand scheme of things, there is always an exception to the rule. Gu Hai was probably the only exception. With his toned, muscular body attractive enough to walk the runway, which man wouldn't envy him? Back in the classroom, everyone was still talking about Gu Hai, and unsurprisingly, their eyes were locked solely on him. Feeling their eyes on him, Gu Hai quickly started to get dressed. Otherwise, people would start speculating that he just wanted to show off. He grabbed his uniform jacket and put both of his hands inside. But when he tried to push his head through the collar, go in, What the hell? Why can't my head get through? Feeling puzzled, Gu Hai pulled his head out, looked at his uniform, and discovered a serious problem. Why does my jacket only have 2 holes? The neckline. Where did the neckline go? Gu Hai hastily checked his uniform. Then, with a heavy heart, he saw a black line along the neckline, just like little ants gathered together before a rainfall. The hell? The collar is stitched together. How did this happen? Stunned for a moment, Gu Hai quickly checked the inside of his drawer. The needle and thread had vanished. Glancing up, he immediately noticed that Bai Luo Yin's seat was empty and the man himself was missing. As Gu Hai turned his head this way and that, he was met with a faint smile, plastered guilefully on Bai Luo Yin's bright face. Gu Hai, who was still bewildered, wasn't even aware of how long Bai Luo Yin had been standing there, but judging from the look on his face, it was clear that he had thoroughly enjoyed the show. Bai Luo Yin simply watched Gu Hai's expression as he slowly walked to his own seat, sitting down silently, and then, suddenly, ha! No longer able to hold back the laughter threatening to crawl out, he burst out laughing so hard, he pounded his fist on his desk. Yu Qi, who sat in front of him, was shocked the moment he heard the loud, cackling sound from behind him. He had never personally seen Bai Luo Yin laugh that much before, so when he turned his head, he was even more surprised to see Bai Luo Yin laughing until tears were streaming down the corners of his eyes. He continued to laugh, unable to control himself. What caused you to become like this? Yu Qi's question didn't get any response, since Bai Luo Yin was too busy laughing his head off. For some unknown reason, when Gu Hai saw Bai Luo Yin laughing so joyously like that, he felt mystified instead. It was as if he couldn't choose between the mixed feelings that encircled his mind. Simply put, he had no idea whether he should cry or laugh. Well, who could he blame? He was the one who had brought the needle and thread and sneakily cut holes in someone else's uniform. Since that someone had done the same thing to him, what could he possibly say? Pushing those thoughts aside for the time being, he quickly tried to tear open the stitches. If he had known this disaster would happen, he wouldn't have used such strong thread. Unable to tear it open by hand, Gu Hai looked everywhere for something to cut the thread with. The bell rang. Whether Gu Hai was standing or sitting, his hands were still battling his uniform in an all-out attack to tear it open. But it soon became obvious that the stitches were done really tightly and held together firmly. Even after struggling for a long time, he only managed to tear them just a bit. Unfortunately, the next period happened to be chemistry class with a female teacher in her early 50s who was known to be strict and relentless in nature. As she spread out the lesson sheets for the day on her desk, her eyes scrutinized the whole class. Then, she spotted Gu Hai. You, boy in the last row, this class doesn't require you to be naked. At those loud words, all eyes immediately flew toward Gu Hai. Without even looking, Gu Hai could tell the meaning behind their gazes. So what if he was excellent in PE class? Did he have no shame, trying to act cool in class? Teacher, I have a slight problem with my uniform. I will deal with it immediately. After he said that, Gu Hai started tearing at the stitches once again, but they were too strong. 10 minutes passed, yet he had only managed to undo half of them. I will only say this once more. If you like being naked that much, just go outside right now. I don't care how other people look at you, but do not be naked in my class. It will affect the mood of my lecture. Gu Hai looked at Bai Luo Yin, whose shoulders were shaking from laughter. You, just how much thread did you use? I stitched the same number of pull-ups you did. Shit. Why did he do this to him? He was tired, sweaty, and yet he was still being toyed with. Bai Luo Yin rubbed his stomach, trying to calm it down. He really had no strength left to laugh, and it was likely he wouldn't have any strength left to walk home either. At a loss, Gu Hai finally stepped outside the classroom. Standing out there, he continued removing the stitches, but by the time he managed to open them all, class had ended. The bell rang. Gu Hai went back to the classroom and noticed that Bai Luo Yin was packing up his belongings. When Bai Luo Yin saw Gu Hai, he couldn't help but smile again. Gu Hai suddenly grabbed Bai Luo Yin and glared at him. So now you know how to laugh, eh? I've always been able to laugh. Seeing the mess that was Gu Hai's uniform, Bai Luo Yin cracked up again. Gu Hai gave Bai Luo Yin a rough shove and went back to his own seat. Just laugh yourself to death, you bastard. Chapter 19. Us civilians are merely taxpayers. Every time we bought things, we just... Bai Han Chi raised his volume. then unexpectedly saw Bai Luo Yin coming around the corner. He quickly finished his conversation. Why? This kind of talk is futile anyway. The government's policy won't side with us civilians. I'm going back home to eat dinner. You guys can just continue talking without me. Bai Hanqi then walked to Bai Luo Yin's side. Son, going home already? Are you tired today? Here, let me help you with your bag. Bai Luo Yin smiled a rare smile. No, I'm not tired. Did you cook something? I did. I'm just waiting for you to come home so we can eat together. Bai Luo Yin put his bag inside his room, then went straight to the kitchen. He smelled the food as soon as he opened the curtain. Today's food. You weren't the one who cooked it, right? Bai Hanqi smiled shyly. I didn't do it. Your Aunt Zhou cooked for us. Aunt Zhou? Bai Luo Yin wondered. Which Aunt Zhou? That Xiao Zhou who owns that breakfast stall, your Aunt Zhou. Every day you eat the tofu that she makes, and you still don't know her last name is Zhou. Oh, Bai Luo Yin suddenly changed his tone. Every day you eat her food for breakfast, and now you want it for dinner too. Why don't you just marry her? Then we could save money on breakfast too. What nonsense. Bai Hanqi hit Bai Luo Yin's head with his chopsticks. She still has a husband. It's been so many years, yet he hasn't come home even once. Whether he's here or not, what's the difference? He does big business overseas. They can't be working together in that small breakfast stall, right? Bai Luo Yin laughed. He does big business, but he still lets his wife work this hard. Okay. Bai Hanqi gave Bai Luo Yin a meaningful glance. Your grandmother is coming. Quick, eat your food. Today, Bai Luo Yin's grandmother wore a blue gown, and the collar was hollow. When Bai Luo Yin glanced at her collar, he suddenly remembered something, and he laughed out loud. When grandmother Bai saw Bai Luo Yin laughing, she narrowed her eyes. Oh, today my big turtle is really happy. Bai Hanqi pointed with his chopsticks and said, Mom, he is your grandson. Grandson, not a turtle. All right, my bastard. Bai Luo Yin was speechless. At his side, grandfather Bai laughed until he choked on his own food. Bai Luo Yin quickly took some tissue to clean up the mess in front of his grandfather, and also helped him put on a bib before starting to eat again. They were eating happily when suddenly Bai Hanqi's phone rang. After answering the call, Bai Hanqi handed the phone to Bai Luo Yin. Someone is looking for you. It's a girl. Bai Luo Yin took the phone, puzzled, and left the kitchen. He had no idea who would call him on his father's phone. As Bai Luo Yin went outside the house, Grandma Bai stretched her neck, taking a stealthy peek at Bai Luo Yin. Girlfriend? She quietly asked Bai Hanqi. What girlfriend? How old is he to have a girlfriend now? Bai Hanqi put a piece of fish onto Grandma Bai's plate. Eat this. Well, before I die, I have to see my grandson get married. Bai Hanqi casually replied. You're still alive for the time being anyway. Why did you say something like that? Grandmother Bai hit the back of Bai Hanqi's hand. Bai Hanqi just laughed. Hello. Bai Luo Yin could hear the sound of heavy sobbing from the other side of the line. He didn't even need to ask, because he already knew who it was. He had a hunch that he should hang up immediately. Do not hang up. The other person seemed to read Bai Luo Yin's mind. She stopped crying and started to speak in a firm tone. If you hang up, I will come back to find you. I'm not joking. Bai Luo Yin calmed down a little and asked softly, What's the matter? Why do you never read the emails I've sent to you? I've sent you messages, yet you never replied to me. I'm here overseas by myself. I don't know anyone else. This is the time when you are supposed to accompany me. How can you be so heartless to me? How do you know that I never read your messages? I know, I just know it. She started to cry again. Bai Luo Yin gripped the phone. Then you should have known that I'm a very decisive person. Breaking up means breaking up. The other person went silent for a moment before speaking. Read the emails I've sent to you. Read every single one. If you don't do it, then I will call your father's phone every day until he gets tired. No. Sure Hui. Bai Luo Yin was angry. Why did I never realize that you're this unreasonable? You forced me to become like this. Bai Luo Yin wanted to say something, but she had already hung up the phone. Son, bring that bottle of beer inside. Bai Luo Yin placed the phone inside his pocket and carried 2 bottles of beer into the house. His mood was gloomy. The taste of the food that had been so delicious earlier now turned unappetizing. In order to prevent his grandparents from noticing, Bai Luo Yin forced himself to eat. Before he slept, Bai Luo Yin turned on his computer and opened his mailbox. When he saw that he had 28 unread messages, he simply moved his mouse and scrolled over his inbox. In order to simplify this matter and calm himself down, Bai Luo Yin opened the last email. I knew you'd ignore the other emails and read this one. So in order to prevent you from being lazy, I've decided to write the content of the message in the sixth mail. Bai Luo Yin opened the sixth mail. I'm hurt. You actually only opened the last mail. But what I wanted to say isn't actually here. If you want, you can open the 10th mail. Bai Luo Yin patiently opened the 10th mail, but the content was similar to the previous one, the purpose of which was to make Bai Luo Yin open the mail before this mail. It went on, until he only had 2 unread mails left. Bai Luo Yin had gone through so many emails, yet he hadn't seen anything important. He wasn't in the mood to play games anymore, so he immediately opened one of the 2 mails left. Oh, no more patience? I wanted you to open the other mail, but you opened this one instead. There is nothing here. Bai Luo Yin then opened the last mail. If you've read all those mails I've sent you, this means you actually don't care about me, right? Is it really over between us? The sadness and irritation in his heart disappeared at that moment. Instead, he felt helpless and empty. Bai Luo Yin looked inside his deepest heart and let his mind dwell on their social differences. The growing pressure slowly ate at his mind like a plague. Sure, Hui was the daughter of a politician. She bought expensive dresses and ate meals that cost enough money to feed his family for 2 months. He used to disregard things like that, until Jiang Yuan reappeared in his life, thoroughly exposing his father's poor living conditions. Bai Luo Yin loved his father so much. Although Bai Han Qi was sometimes silly and unreliable, Bai Luo Yin never despised him, and he never allowed other people to despise his father. However, he absolutely didn't want to become a second Bai Han Qi. One day he would stand up there, looking down on everyone else. Those people who regarded them as little ants, he would draw out their bones, expose their rotten flesh to the world, and let them receive the cruelest baptism. Chapter 20. Early in the morning, before Gu Hai entered the classroom, a rather constipated and angry-looking male student was standing at the doorway, eyeing him up and down with contempt. When Gu Hai walked by him, that student roughly yanked him by the arm. I want to ask you something. Gu Hai immediately shot him a glance, only to meet with a rather expressionless face. What? Let's go over there and talk. No one else can hear this. Trying to keep his temper in check, Gu Hai took a few steps after him. I wanted to ask you. The student's hot breath hit Gu Hai's ear as he whispered, were you a veteran who's been discharged from military service? Did you deliberately alter your identity card and come to our school to gain experience? Ah! A loud and thunderous roar rang throughout the corridor for the longest time. When Gu Hai entered the classroom, he felt as if he had won the lottery. Today, Bai Luo Yin was not late to class. He was sitting rather comfortably in his seat in front of him, his hands beneath his books while his eyes traveled around the room. What's up? Did you get a ride here today? Gu Hai happily sat down in his own seat. I woke up at 3 in the morning. The nerves on Gu Hai's head abruptly jumped, but he didn't take Bai Luo Yin's words seriously. Then what time did you sleep? Gu Hai asked, curious. 10 to 3. Oh, you stayed up the whole night. Bai Luo Yin's body collapsed. Both his arms drooped, and half his face plastered on the desk. His eyes were fixed on a nail hanging loosely on the wall, as if his spirit had been stolen. Although Gu Hai looked as though he was putting his things away, he was actually observing Bai Luo Yin from the corner of his eyes the entire time. The lines underneath his eyes were dark and bloodshot, truly revealing that he really had not slept the previous night. Bai Luo Yin leaned further on the table, sleep coming to him quickly. He adjusted his position and fell asleep. Krrk. A creaking sound suddenly woke Bai Luo Yin. The table from behind hit his back hard, making him inhale a mouthful of cool air. I'm just picking my stuff up, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai threw his ruler away, picked it up, then moved his table back. Bai Luo Yin's back was throbbing, but he endured it. He knew Gu Hai did it on purpose, but Bai Luo Yin didn't want to fuss over it. Bai Luo Yin's head barely hit the desk before he fell quickly asleep. Hey Xiao Bai. Gu Hai pulled at Bai Luo Yin's hair, his action actually tossing Bai Luo Yin's head around. Say, you didn't sleep at all last night because you were having lots of fun, right? Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai and said in a very low voice, let me tell you, I am not in a good mood today. You'd better not provoke me. Gu Hai didn't seem to understand. Not in a good mood? Having too much fun that you became sad. Bai Luo Yin gnashed his teeth, grabbed Gu Hai's collar, and glared at him angrily. You don't understand human speech, do you? Gu Hai's hands were swinging back and forth. Then he smirked evilly. I really don't understand. After this self-study period has ended, we will start with the third chapter. Everyone should read the new chapter in advance. Everyone became quiet. The beautiful face of the teacher woke the sleeping students. Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai refused to budge even an inch. Bai Luo Yin loosened his grip on Gu Hai's collar, turned his back stiffly to lean on the table, and continued to sleep. 5 minutes ago, Bai Luo Yin couldn't sleep peacefully, worried that Gu Hai would continue to prank him. Afterward, the sounds died down, so he released his worries and continued to sleep. Just as he entered his dream, he felt a pair of hands touching his back and starting to pull at his uniform. TSK, there are so many holes in your uniform, yet you're still wearing it? Even if you don't want to throw it away, you should patch it. Did you use up all the thread to sew my shirt? Bai Luo Yin shifted his head a little bit. Extreme irritation began to show as Gu Hai managed to wake him once again. Can you just shut your mouth? Gu Hai expressed his feelings. My bad. You can continue sleeping. I swear I won't bother you anymore. Bai Luo Yin moved his desk and chair forward a little bit, making sure that Gu Hai's hand couldn't touch him. Then, he leaned on the table, this time sleeping while keeping his guard up. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Bai Luo Yin inwardly counted the time. Meanwhile, his energy gradually shifted from tense to relaxed, and the sensitivity of his limbs and ears also began to decline slowly. Suddenly, a hand crawled onto Bai Luo Yin's back. Damn it! Bai Luo Yin stood up and started to curse. Fuck you. Are you sick? A person stood next to him. Bai Luo Yin glared at the person and froze suddenly. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes and hands were fixed on Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. The noise died down, and the whole class immediately stared at the person who had been sleeping in class, who upon being woken by the teacher, had actually cursed at her. I am terribly sorry, I thought. Bai Luo Yin didn't need to glance at Gu Hai to know how smug his face was. Luo Xiaoyu's face turned dark at last. Come out with me right now. Outside, Bai Luo Yin quickly explained himself to Luo Xiaoyu. Miss, I was not cursing at you, but at Gu Hai. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly became red. There is no need for you to make up excuses. Not long ago, Gu Hai wanted to switch his seat, saying that because you two have a good relationship, he switched to sit near you. Bai Luo Yin admitted defeat. That's fine. You can consider that I cursed you just now. How do you want to punish me? Unexpectedly, this sentence that came out of Bai Luo Yin's mouth actually made her cry. One thing Bai Luo Yin couldn't bear to see was a woman's tears. Moreover, since last night until this moment, he had been faced with 2 women crying in front of him consecutively. Suddenly, a thick haze layered his heart once more. He searched his pockets for a handkerchief, but unfortunately, he had forgotten to bring one. Miss, I was wrong. Please don't cry anymore. People said that a bad-tempered person usually had strong character as well. Then why is she crying suddenly like this? Don't tell me she's also heartbroken? Enough. You can go back to the classroom. I'll stay here and cry for a while. Miss, go inside, Luo Xiaoyu shouted with a hoarse voice. A line of tears rolled down from her eyes, which made her look very pitiful. Especially when a guy sees her, it would tear at his conscience. Bai Luo Yin couldn't bear to imagine it. If Shi Hui were standing and crying like this in front of him, his heart would melt, and he would agree to get back with her immediately. Returning to the classroom, Bai Luo Yin couldn't escape Gu Hai's devious eyes. That kind of unreadable stare was profound and resolute, while concealing a kind of crafty plan similar to Gu Toxin. Bai Luo Yin had just sat down when a voice from behind him spoke up. Didn't I tell you that I wouldn't bother you anymore? Yet you still curse at other people. Look at what you've done. Aren't you stupid? Bai Luo Yin was unresponsive, putting away his books neatly. I didn't ask for your opinion. Gu Hai kicked his chair, and Bai Luo Yin's body fell forward, but he quickly recovered. Bai Luo Yin knew that this kind of person was similar to a dog. If you don't pay attention to him, then he won't pay attention to you. If you feed him food, he will follow you all day long. If you provoke him, he will bite you at the first chance. There is only one way to deal with this kind of person, which is to stay as far away from him as possible. Let's exchange places. Yu Qi turned his head to Bai Luo Yin. What for? Don't ask, Just help me. Yuqi nodded his head, grabbed his books, and exchanged his seat with Bai Luo Yin, also not forgetting to grab several rolls of toilet paper. Bai Luo Yin sat in Yuqi's seat. He wanted to put his books into the drawer, but then he saw a bunch of used tissues filling it. He wanted to throw them at Yuqi, but remembered that the table behind was his. Finally, he left them in Yuqi's drawer. Bai Luo Yin felt very comfortable since no one was disturbing him. Yuqi was very talkative, but it was not a big deal. Bai Luo Yin heard Yuqi's mumbling from behind, and not long after that, he went to sleep. Suddenly, a thud could be heard. The old wound on Bai Luo Yin's back had not healed yet, but another shove knocked him from behind again. Damn it, what is it this time? Bai Luo Yin turned his head and saw that Yuqi was grinning nervously. Don't blame me. The person behind kicked me and forced me in your direction. Bai Luo Yin was unable to think calmly, as he was aware of Gu Hai's capabilities. Bai Luo Yin knew that if he moved to the first seat, Gu Hai would push the whole row to the teacher's table. Now, Bai Luo Yin needed to find a way to deal with Gu Hai. He couldn't rely on his own strength alone, otherwise he would lose. Bai Luo Yin temporarily cast aside his depression and started to use all of his brain cells to think of a way to deal with this kind of stubborn and cunning foe. The fourth period was self-study. Gu Hai got bored and asked Yuqi to give him some toilet paper. Give me one roll of toilet paper. I have none left. Yuqi's indifferent look swept over 6 tables, his gaze freezing half the classroom. One piece isn't enough? You want one whole roll? Finally, he gave Gu Hai his beloved roll of toilet paper miserably. Gu Hai tore the packaging of the toilet paper apart. His hands intentionally trembled, sending the roll spinning between his hands, flinging the roll of tissue around, before it finally fell down at Bai Luo Yin's desk. Oops, my bad. I used too much strength. Gu Hai stepped quickly to Bai Luo Yin's table and took back the toilet roll, but he threw it from the left and took it back from the right, doing it repeatedly to trap Bai Luo Yin and Yuqi inside. Hey, what's happening? Gu Hai pretended not to know what was going on, still holding the roll of tissue while walking back and forth, creating more winding loops. Yuqi realized something strange, then hastily shouted, "Don't circle us. You will trap us inside." Bai Luo Yin pushed Yuqi's hand down. Let him do it. Gu Hai stopped when there were no more tissues left. He wrote something down on a piece of paper and gave it to the girl beside him. Pass this over to the boy sitting on the northernmost desk of the 5th row. Quick, tear this off. Why aren't you moving? Yuqi was starting to move and tear the tissue. Bai Luo Yin only skimmed the message and stopped Yuqi immediately. Don't tear it, and definitely don't touch it. Shortly after that, Bai Luo Yin took out a bunch of used toilet paper from Yuqi's drawer, placed them on the bridge of tissue that Gu Hai had created. They rolled at a rapid speed. Yuqi still didn't understand what was happening as the desk behind him became an ocean of used toilet paper. At that instant, Gu Hai knew that something was wrong. He wanted to prevent the message from reaching the last guy sitting in the 5th row, but unfortunately, the guy had already opened the message and finished reading it. Not long after that, he reached out his hands to switch on the electric fan. A gust of whirlwind blew the entire bunch of Yuqi's used toilet paper all over Gu Hai's head and body. Chapter 21. After school, Bai Luo Yin was walking down the road with an extremely complicated mood. On one hand, he was wondering how to make sure Hui completely give up on him, in a good way. On the other hand, he wanted to sincerely convince Gu Hai to stop bothering him. Weighing his options, he decided that Gu Hai was his priority. Sure, Hui's matter was destined to be a prolonged war, and he had to resolve that annoying fly first, the one who bothered him so much. By getting rid of the fly, he would be able to handle his heart's problem. The weather was suffocating and made people breathless. It was supposed to be the beginning of autumn, yet his body still felt sticky. He only walked a few steps, and he would be sweating. When will the rain fall? Bai Luo Yin walked on the streets, looking around at the stores and the plants and flowers on the roadside. Suddenly, he was captivated by 2 words that made him stop. Lubricant oil. After the first bell of the afternoon class, Gu Hai suddenly found a black spot on his arm. He ran his fingers over his desk and saw that 2 of his fingers had dark stains. How could there be black powder on his desk without any reason? This must be Bai Luo Yin's doing. So childish. Gu Hai groaned as he wiped his desk clean and raised his hand to ask the teacher for permission to go out. The teacher allowed it, so he got up and went outside. The wind outside was strong and caused the door to slide easily. Bai Luo Yin smirked when he heard the door close. Gu Hai washed his hands and went back to the classroom. He found that the door was locked, and he couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. He gently knocked on the door, and one student stood up to help him. Nevertheless, no matter how hard they twisted the doorknob, it wouldn't budge. Gu Hai went to the front door and tried to open it, but to no avail. Then Gu Hai thought about the black powder on his desk, and he suddenly understood what had happened. All of this must be Bai Luo Yin's dirty trick. His real aim wasn't to make his arm dirty, but to lock him outside. So, you think if you lock all the doors, I won't be able to get in? Gu Hai walked out of the school building, stood on the ground, and looked up. The windows of class 27 were wide open. It was only 3 floors up, and for Gu Hai this was a piece of cake. He looked around. No one was nearby. Gu Hai placed his foot on the window frame, grabbed the water pipe next to the window with his hand, and climbed quickly. His movements were vigorous. Each step was light, stable, and fast. In less than half a minute, Gu Hai was already on the 3rd floor. He peeked through a window into the class. Seeing that the teacher was writing on the board, he took the opportunity to quickly move his hand from the water pipe to the windowsill. Why is this part so slippery? Bai Luo Yin heard a loud sound outside. He knew Gu Hai had fallen. His heart felt as if he had swallowed hundreds of peppermint candies. He felt refreshed and satisfied. It had been so long since he had this much fun, and it was as if he was lying on a prairie and strolling along the beach. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knock on the door suddenly disturbed Bai Luo Yin's thoughts. Didn't he just fall down? Then how could he get here this quickly? Director Zhang from the security department angrily knocked on the door. He shouted, "Didn't someone call to tell me that a teacher had fainted? And why won't this door open? Open up." The teacher was shocked. He hurriedly put his book down and rushed to open the door, but he found that it couldn't be opened. "Sir, the back door is also locked." Director Zhang stared at a sticker on the doorknob. It read, "Bai Luo Yin's patent." "Let me do it." Bai Luo Yin approached the door and secretly pulled out the rubber band from inside the lock. Soon, the door opened, and Bai Luo Yin saw Director Zhang's angry face. "Are you Bai Luo Yin?" Bai Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Come to my office." His loud voice jolted some students who had just woken up from their sleep. "To put it nicely, you are vandalizing. To put it strictly, this shows you have serious issues with your way of thinking and your morals. Why did you make that prank call? And do you think you can do whatever you want to the door locks? You've grown up. How can you do such a childish thing like this?" Bai Luo Yin's ears were buzzing. His head was a mess, but he knew clearly who had called Director Zhang. Now he could only curse that guy and wish his leg would break or something. "You have to pay for damaging public property. Bring 100 yuan by tomorrow." "Why do I have to pay? Those 2 locks aren't even badly damaged. I can fix them right away." "You tampered with them, so you have to pay. It's the rule. Our family is poor. I can't afford it. You can't pay, but you can tamper with the locks. And you're still joking about the patent. Okay, you don't want to pay? Give me your parents' phone number. I'll get it from them. It's better to get it from me rather than from him." "Enough. Give me the number." Bai Luo Yin then gave him a series of numbers. The call went through, and Bai Hanqi's simple and honest voice came through from the other side. "Who is this?" "I'm the director of the security department at Bai Luo Yin's school. He broke 2 door locks in his classroom. I asked him to pay the fine, but he said his family is poor. I just want to hear, just how poor is your family? You can damage property, yet you cannot pay the fine. The lock in our house has been broken for almost 5 years, and we haven't even replaced it. However, in those 5 years, not a single thief has broken in. So tell me, how poor is our family?" Director Zhang breathed heavily. He was shocked. Bai Luo Yin almost laughed out loud. As expected, an old ginger is the spiciest. Chapter 22. It finally rained on one melancholic day. It soon turned into a heavy downpour. Standing on the 1st floor of the school building while looking out at the rain, Bai Luo Yin's heart was nevertheless happy. After craving this for so long, finally they could save several hundred yuan on water expenses. Most students who lived in the school dorms immediately opened their umbrellas and returned to their rooms. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 or so students were mostly picked up by their parents. Bai Luo Yin looked at the wall clock, seemingly in a battle with himself. He figured it would still be raining even when the sky had turned dark, so he might as well start walking home. Gu Hai was getting ready to leave the school building when he caught sight of his own chauffeur standing outside, waiting for him. It is raining heavily today. It's better if you do not take a taxi on your own. A slight pleading look could be seen in the chauffeur's eyes. Nevertheless, Gu Hai could tell that he was obviously forced to act this way, as it was completely different from the pleading gaze of a parent. There was no sign of concern in his eyes, merely the anxiety of knowing the consequences of failure. Nevertheless, he entered the car. Xiao Hai, the general said that today is the mistress's birthday. He invited you to come home and have a family reunion dinner. Gu Hai's head rested on the car cushion. My mother does not celebrate her birthdays anymore, only the anniversary of her death. Send me back to my place. Xiao Hai, I said, send me back to my. Gu Hai noticed someone outside, stopped his speech abruptly, then extended his hand and gestured to the chauffeur. Drive slower. Outside, in the middle of the heavy rain, Bai Luo Yin walked barefoot on the road, his body drenched from head to toe. His clothes stuck to his body, forming the outline of his tall and well-balanced stature. His pace was steady, and there wasn't a trace of rush or discomfort in his walk throughout this rainstorm. Soaked to the bone, he crossed the street wearing that torn uniform, exposing bits and pieces of his weak-colored skin. The car slowly followed Bai Luo Yin. There was no sign that he was aware of being trailed. His hand kept wiping the raindrops from his face. From Gu Hai's angle, he could see that Bai Luo Yin's lips had turned somewhat pale. Gone was his vigorous and lively manner from earlier that day. Come to think about it, what good could one sleepless night, combined with joking around with him for the whole day, bring? Xiao Hai, are we still following him? Just keep on following him. Why don't you just call him and tell him to get into the car? Gu Hai shot an icy glare at the driver, and he immediately shut his mouth. The rain continued until Bai Luo Yin reached home. From afar, Bai Hanqi could be seen standing in the rain while helping Aunt Zhou tidy up the tables and chairs. The elevation of this place was low. It was perfectly fine when it wasn't raining, but when it rained, the whole breakfast stall would flood. Thus, no one else set up a stall here except for Aunt Zhou. She had specifically sought out this quiet and tranquil spot. Bai Luo Yin quickened his pace to help Bai Hanqi pull the plastic cover together. Bai Hanqi shouted, "Just go inside. I can do it myself. Stop talking nonsense. Do it quickly." Gu Hai's family car followed him silently, stopping at the entrance of an alley. He sat inside the car, observing Bai Luo Yin's bustling silhouette in the middle of the rain, watching the father and son quarreling endlessly about who should carry the heaviest item as both grabbed it at the same time. That sight filled his heart with a faint warmth. Perhaps this is how life should be, small yet meaningful, instead of using a meal to merely bribe people to come back home. Take me home. The driver sighed, but nevertheless drove the car and turned around. Bai Hanqi handed 20 yuan to Bai Luo Yin. Tomorrow, buy some breakfast on the street. With this heavy rain outside, the breakfast stall probably won't open. Bai Luo Yin wiped his damp hair while handing the money back to Bai Hanqi. It's fine. I can hold my hunger for a while. Just take it. Bai Hanqi urged even more. Our family is not so poor that we can't even eat breakfast. Then why don't you give me more? With this 20 yuan, I can't even eat my fill at Aunt Zhou's place. Bai Hanqi whacked Bai Luo Yin's head. You little. After chatting and laughing, Bai Hanqi tossed 50 yuan to Bai Luo Yin. The next morning, Bai Luo Yin woke up, tidied his things, and went to school right away. He didn't bring the money. It wasn't that he didn't want to take it, but he had genuinely forgotten. Only when he arrived at Aunt Zhou's stall did he remember it was closed today. However, Bai Luo Yin hated to turn back. So, with a hungry stomach, he continued walking to school. Bai Luo Yin finally arrived at the classroom. Placing his school bag down, he saw a big bag filled with breakfast on top of his desk. So much food. Who put this here? This isn't to tempt me on purpose, right? This is for you. Bai Luo Yin stared at Yuqi's seat. He was still sleeping, but Bai Luo Yin guessed that he was the sender. Besides him, no one knew that he could eat this much. Every kind of food was inside the bag. There was the Western-style pastry he disliked, bread, sandwiches, custard tarts, and the like. There was also the food he liked, sesame seed cakes with sausages, steamed stuffed buns, griddle cakes, and porridge with 8 toppings. Well, I'm going to help myself then. Chapter 23. Bai Luo Yin ate all the foods that he liked and left the foods that he didn't like. then immediately placed them on top of Yuchi's desk. I left some for you to eat. Yuchi had just woken up, still in a daze, when he saw a bunch of breakfast. He immediately grinned. How do you know that I haven't had breakfast yet? Bai Luo Yin's heart was touched. Yuchi had bought so many breakfasts for him, even though he himself hadn't eaten anything yet. Yuchi sat up, looked at the food inside the bag, turned his head around, and smiled. Are you repaying me for that day when I treated you? When Bai Luo Yin heard that, he thought that something was wrong. It looked like Yuchi was not the one who bought those foods for him. Don't eat it yet, Bai Luo Yin said, holding Yuchi's hand. Yuchi frowned. Do you regret giving it to me? Wasn't it you who bought this breakfast for me? These words didn't provoke Yuchi, but they provoked the guy behind him instead. He had thought Bai Luo Yin ate so delightfully because he had accepted his good intentions, but it turned out he ate so much without knowing who gave it to him. When he felt someone patting his shoulder, Bai Luo Yin turned his head around. If you don't want to eat them, just throw them away. Don't make a gift out of something that was provided by someone else. Bai Luo Yin's expression turned cold. So you're the one who bought these things? Gu Hai didn't say anything, but his expression answered Bai Luo Yin's question. Bai Luo Yin was annoyed. Why didn't you say it earlier? If I had known it was you who bought these, I'd rather starve to death than eat them. But you ate it already. Bai Luo Yin wanted to spit them out. Who told you to put this here? Gu Hai became angry. I bought those things for you, and you are still bad-mouthing me. Gu Hai, have I ever done something like this before? When my girlfriend wanted to eat a pancake, I didn't even bother to queue up at the pancake stall to buy it for her. If you regret it, then just pay me. Those foods cost 32 yuan in total. Well, I won't count the foods you didn't eat, so just give me 30 yuan. That's enough. Bai Luo Yin clenched his teeth. His mouth was still unwilling to give in. Does your family sell breakfast for a living? No more business, so now you've come up with these kinds of dirty tricks. Yes, we do sell breakfast, and we specialize in tricking fools like you. You bastard. Bai Luo Yin turned around and saw Yuchi opening his breakfast. His heart was pissed off, and he vented his anger toward Yuchi. Have I allowed you to eat? Yuchi's handsome face was puzzled. This food I'm eating, isn't it payback from you? Bai Luo Yin stood up and smacked Yuchi. After the break, the students split into small groups and headed toward the lab. Yuchi walked beside Bai Luo Yin. He couldn't help but tease him. Actually, Gu Hai is really good to you. Bai Luo Yin was thinking about Shi Hui's matter. When he heard what Yuchi said, he quickly turned his head. He's good to me? Bai Luo Yin couldn't wait to rip Yuchi's mouth. Why do you talk nonsense like that? Which part of him do you see that makes you think he's good to me? Yuchi tidied his collar, taking his sweet time to answer. Just look at the breakfast he bought this morning. How much effort he took to buy it all. Those cakes and breads. He could have easily bought them in one trip. But look at the buns, hamburgers, pancakes, egg tarts. Didn't he queue at different stalls one by one? Bai Luo Yin's expression softened a bit, but his tone was neither hot nor cold. Maybe he bought them all at one stall. Have you ever seen a stall that sells that many kinds of breakfast? You're satisfied with them anyway. If I had to queue to buy so many things, I wouldn't have the patience to do it. Bai Luo Yin remembered today's breakfast, then suddenly felt hot. I'm just wondering, why are you always making things difficult for Gu Hai? I'm making things difficult for him. Bai Luo Yin felt wronged. It's him who always thinks that I'm an eyesore. He's always searching for my flaws. If someone could make him ignore me, I would bow down to that person 3 times. Yuchi looked at Bai Luo Yin with amusement. For what? I think Gu Hai quite likes you anyway. Every time I turn my head around, I always catch him staring at you. I'm really confused. I mean, he's a guy, but how can he stare at you all day and night? Why do you think he does that? Must be thinking about how to prank me. But all I can see in his eyes is admiration for you. Bai Luo Yin, why are you heading that way? Hearing a familiar voice, Bai Luo Yin's face beamed with delight. He went to Yang Meng's side and grabbed his shoulder. Our next class is an experiment class, so we're heading to the lab. Oh, Yang Meng smiled and looked at Yuchi. Who is this? My classmate who sits in front of me, Yuchi. Bai Luo Yin introduced them. Yang Meng nodded. Continue. Continue what? Go on. It hasn't finished yet, right? Bai Luo Yin patted Yang Meng's head. What else do you want me to say? Yang Meng was surprised. You still haven't told me his name. Bai Luo Yin was speechless for a while. He really deserved to be called his childhood friend. Meanwhile, Yuchi looked frustrated. My name is Yuqi. Yang Ming awkwardly laughed. Why do you have such a weird name? Yuqi put on a cold expression. I don't like hearing what you just said. If you don't like it, then go change your name. They had a few casual conversations on the way to the lab. Then Yuqi asked Bai Luo Yin, that guy just now, what was his name again? Yang Ming. What the? My name is still more reasonable than his. Bai Luo Yin gave a meaningful smile. When the two of you are standing together, it looks really good. There's sulfuric acid inside the lab. Be careful, or I might throw it at you. During English class, Bai Luo Yin always felt uneasy. One moment his back felt really hot, as if something was burning him. The next moment he felt really cold, as if someone had stuffed ice cubes inside his uniform. I think Gu Hai quite likes you. Every time I turn my head around, I always catch him staring at you. Just now he was feeling hot, but now it seemed like somebody sent chills down his spine. Bai Luo Yin slowly turned his head around. Damn, it was exactly like what Yuqi said. Why are you looking at me? Your head turns around like a steering wheel. If I didn't watch it and it fell into a ditch, what would I do? The class atmosphere is really depressing. I think everyone is sleepy. Let's do this. Who sings the best in this class? I'll ask him to sing an English song to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone agreed. Now, who wants to sing? Everyone went silent. The English teacher smiled helplessly. Or does anyone want to recommend someone? After a long silence, a voice was heard from the back of the class. Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin could have strangled Gu Hai to death right then. Who is called Bai Luo Yin? I just heard someone recommend you. Bai Luo Yin stood up, then used his leg to push his chair back until it hit Gu Hai's chest hard. Since he was already standing, now he had to sing. He chose his favorite song and sang it softly. The song was very short, but it stunned Gu Hai. This English song was the one his mother often sang when he was a child. Back then, she would do a waltz while singing it. Her one-person waltz was so beautiful, like a lonely, pretty swan. Even though those memories were from years ago, whenever Gu Hai heard this song, he could still remember them clearly. The whole class applauded Bai Luo Yin, waking Gu Hai from his thoughts. His classmate beside him said, Bai Luo Yin, you're really talented. How can God give all those talents to one person? If you could just give one to me, that would be nice. Bai Luo Yin hadn't even digested the praise when a cold voice came from behind him. I thought you could only use that mouth to eat. Days passed, and every student in the class could tell that Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin were enemies. If Bai Luo Yin said east, then Gu Hai would say west. When Bai Luo Yin did something, Gu Hai would definitely undo it. Even the nerds in the class asked Bai Luo Yin, why is Gu Hai always against you? He is sick. Other than regarding Gu Hai as a crazy guy, Bai Luo Yin couldn't find any other reason. He couldn't imagine why a psychologically normal person would always want to pick a fight with him. He really wanted to ask Gu Hai, what did I actually do to provoke you? Why are you normal to others, but when it comes to me, you... However, every time before he could speak his mind, Gu Hai had already started his attacks. In order not to lose, Bai Luo Yin could only counterattack. As time passed, his plans to end any argument swiftly were completely destroyed. Chapter 24. Son, this girl is calling you again. At that moment, Bai Luo Yin had just eaten a few mouthfuls of rice. But after he heard those words, he no longer had any appetite. Dad, just hang up immediately. Just as Bai Han Chi was about to turn it off, Bai Luo Yin suddenly snatched the phone away from his hand. Forget it, just give it to me. After many months, autumn had finally arrived, and with it came the strong wind. The wind was blowing fiercely in the yard. Bai Luo Yin stood under the tree, feeling his own body temperature drop. For quite some time now, every night after he went home, Bai Luo Yin would be on long video calls with Heroine. It was very tiring for him. It really felt like he had been lowering his defenses. He didn't want it to be this way. So last night, he deliberately didn't call Heroine. As a result, Heroine called him today. Do you think I'm a bother? Let's not contact each other anymore in the future. No, you absolutely can't do this. If you do this to me, I will bother your father instead every day. Just do what you want to do. Bai Luo Yin hung up the phone, removed the SIM card, and went back inside the house. Finished with your call already? Yes. Bai Luo Yin nodded. Bai Han Chi asked him out of curiosity. Who was that? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't know her. By the way, how much credit do you have left in your SIM card? Bai Han Chi thought about it. Less than 20 yuan. Then just get a new one. Bai Luo Yin's hands were quick, and he snapped the SIM card in two. Bai Hanqi tried to stop him, but it was already too late. He just stared at the broken card he had been using for several years. He felt bad. There are so many contact numbers inside that card. Now everything is gone. Bai Luo Yin patted Bai Hanqi's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry. Your phone is at home all day, yet there isn't even a single phone call coming in. It's useless to keep those numbers. Might as well delete them all. Bai Hanqi sighed and glanced at Bai Luo Yin's mouth. How's that sore in your mouth? Feeling any better? It's better now. Bai Luo Yin walked toward his room. Probably applying some more ointment will do. Where did you put it? It's inside the second drawer in the room, the one with a yellow tube. Before, Bai Hanqi used to help apply the ointment on Bai Luo Yin's mouth with a cotton bud. Now, Bai Luo Yin wanted to do it himself. He searched the drawer and finally saw it. Mying long hemorrhoid ointment. This can't be it, he thought. Bai Luo Yin searched again, yet he couldn't find it. He rummaged through the first and third drawers as well, until his hands were dirted with dust. Dad, where did you put it? Bai Luo Yin shouted. Bai Hanqi was trying to put the SIM card back together, but found it was a futile attempt. In the end, he gave up and put it away. Isn't it inside the second drawer? I searched it already. It's not there. Bai Hanqi walked over to Bai Luo Yin, picked up the yellow ointment. Isn't it this one? Mying long hemorrhoid ointment. Bai Luo Yin's face darkened. This is near my mouth, and you used hemorrhoid ointment on it. What's wrong? Bai Hanqi smiled widely. The last time your grandma got beriberi, I used this to cure it too. Beriberi and inflammation, are they the same? Is there any difference? That 502 glue can be used on plastic and can be used on shoes too, right? Just don't mind what kind of ointment it is. The most important thing is your sore is healing, right? You see, isn't it getting better? Bai Hanqi said while reaching for Bai Luo Yin's mouth. Bai Luo Yin irritably pushed Bai Hanqi away, went into his room, and shut the door. Bai Hanqi knocked while shouting. It's not that I don't want to spend any money, but this ointment really works. This is a multi-purpose medicine. If you don't believe me, then just ask the doctor. He would definitely say that this medicine can cure everything. There was no movement or sound from the other side. Bai Hanqi knocked repeatedly. Son, you've used this cream for quite a while already. Just apply it for a few more days, and it will be fine. Bai Luo Yin had difficulty sleeping that night. The following morning was another gloomy start. Bai Luo Yin's daily life had become a routine. He struggled with Gu Hai during the day, and at night, he had to keep himself busy with Heroine. Bai Luo Yin was mentally exhausted. That day was one disaster after another. When he woke up, his nose was stuffed. He sat up and looked around. He found that his blanket was on the floor. Getting a cold was inevitable. Bai Luo Yin wore an extra layer of clothing. On his way to school, he stopped by a small clinic. The doctor examined him and prescribed him a pack of Bai Jiahe cold medicine. When he arrived at school, Bai Luo Yin didn't look at the medicine. He just took out one pill and swallowed it. Later, he discovered he had taken the black pill. Bai Luo Yin suddenly remembered the reminder. Take the white pill during the day, and you won't be sleepy. Take the black pill at night, and you will sleep soundly. Chapter 25. From morning class until noon break, not once had Bai Luo Yin's head parted from his resting arms. This was not the first time. His silent, innocent act was somehow perceived as an invitation for another one of Gu Hai's ludicrous antics. For a restless person like Gu Hai, sitting idly alone in a well-behaved manner at the back of the classroom was simply unbearable. As such, he gladly accepted Bai Luo Yin's kind invitation and passed his idle time experimenting with various methods of waking him up. Despite his relentless efforts, none of his actions seemed to come to fruition. He even went as far as to give Bai Luo Yin's chair a hard strike, causing everyone to stare at him due to the sudden noise. Bai Luo Yin, however, lay as motionless as ever. The third period was Luo Xiaoyu's class, and she particularly enjoyed calling on Bai Luo Yin to answer her questions. This lesson was no exception. Bai Luo Yin, as her crisp and clear voice chimed through the air, the whole class naturally averted their eyes from elsewhere and gazed at him with interest. Bai Luo Yin, his left cheek squished red from sleep, stood up and fluently provided the correct answer. Bai Luo Yin had been giving answers in such a manner since forever. Hence, everybody was already, more or less, used to it. But Gu Hai was different. He remained skeptical and determined to find out the very truth about Bai Luo Yin. Since the day they first met, Gu Hai had always doubted whether Bai Luo Yin really slept. How can a person sleep and learn at the same time? Despite many students saying that it was one of Bai Luo Yin's innate talents, such a simple explanation was just impossible for him to believe. He thought, Bai Luo Yin definitely isn't sleeping. To prove his suspicion, after third period ended, he went to the school infirmary and bought 2 sleeping pills. Back in class, he crushed the pills thoroughly, reducing them to powder, and mischievously slipped it into Bai Luo Yin's water bottle. Bai Luo Yin was still dazed when afternoon class started. Cold medicines are well known for their strong sedative properties. Take them in the wrong order, and you could easily sleep the whole day. Feeling his lips mildly parched, he picked up his water bottle and swallowed a few mouthfuls. This is weird, he thought. There was a strange tint of bitterness in the water today. The more he drank, the thirstier he became. Bai Luo Yin drank until the large bottle was completely empty. With not a single drop of water left, he went out to fetch some more. He refilled his bottle with hot water and placed it at the corner of his desk to let it cool. After Bai Luo Yin settled down, drowsiness rapidly swept in. This time, he slept like a log. For the first 2 classes, neither teacher called on Bai Luo Yin. Consequently, there was no way for Gu Hai's speculation to be verified. The third and fourth periods were self-study, which were calm and quiet, a perfect setup for sleeping. Bai Luo Yin lay dormant and never budged the whole time, not even when one of his books fell to the floor. Afterward, the class representative began collecting the homework. When he arrived at Bai Luo Yin's desk, he called out softly, "Bai Luo Yin, your math homework." There was no response. The class representative was worried, so he patted Bai Luo Yin's head and called again. "Hey, wake up. You have to give me your homework." Yu Qi also turned around, trying to trick him. "The teacher is coming." Bai Luo Yin continued to sleep lifelessly. This time, the other classmates began to worry as well. Bai Luo Yin had always remained perceptive during his naps. Whenever someone called him, or if there were matters he had to attend, he would immediately rise without fail. What's wrong with him today? Curious, Yu Qi lifted Bai Luo Yin's head. His expression suddenly changed. Hey, why is his face so pale? Having heard that exclamation, Gu Hai, whose mind had drifted elsewhere, quickly came back to its senses. He's not allergic to the sleeping pills, is he? With that thought, he rushed to Bai Luo Yin's side and hurriedly moved the chair. He wrapped his arm around Bai Luo Yin and shook his shoulder while using his free hand to pat the colorless face. Gu Hai nervously called his name. Bai Luo Yin? Bai Luo Yin. No response. Yu Qi became really anxious. He's passed out. Quick, we have to get him to the infirmary. While speaking, he lifted Bai Luo Yin onto his back and tried to carry him. In spite of his good intentions, Yu Qi was not able to stand up. As a result, both of them tumbled to the floor. Gu Hai, who was watching from the side, couldn't stand the sight any longer, and so he pushed Yu Qi out of the way. Back off. I'll carry him. Without much effort, he single-handedly lifted Bai Luo Yin onto his back and waited a bit for their bodies to properly balance. Once he was ready, he quickly rushed downstairs. Yu Qi followed behind. Say, how are you able to carry him as if carrying a bird? Yu Qi was already short of breath. Even though he wasn't carrying any extra burden, he still couldn't keep up with Gu Hai's speed. Bai Luo Yin may not have been heavy, but he surely wasn't so light. Nonetheless, for Gu Hai, who had always exercised with additional weight, it was nothing. In less than a minute, both of them arrived at the school infirmary. Gu Hai laid Bai Luo Yin's prone body on the bed. The school doctor was a relatively young woman. When she saw 2 handsome guys carrying another sick and admittedly good-looking one, she felt her blood rush. Hey, Gu Hai, what brings you here again? Earlier when he was here to get the sleeping pills, she had asked him all sorts of questions. It had been a nuisance dealing with this type of person, Gu Hai thought. Eventually, he was able to leave, believing he would never have to come back. Who would have thought he would come running so soon? Do you know her? Yu Qi asked. Gu Hai didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on Bai Luo Yin. When the school doctor looked at Yu Qi, her face suddenly brightened. You? Are you Yu Qi? Yu Qi nodded half-heartedly. So you're the school idol. Your looks certainly live up to what they say. I didn't expect to really guess. Let me tell you, the last 2 girls who came for a checkup were talking about you nonstop. Listening to her chatter, Yuqi became quite nervous once his gaze swept toward Gu Hai, noting the changes in his expression. Hurry up and look at him. Yuqi, panicking, discarded his cold persona and urged the school doctor. The patient is over there. You'd better go and examine him. When the school doctor walked up to Bai Luo Yin, her eyes lit up yet again. Isn't this Bai Luo Yin? A cold and heavy voice pierced through her ear. If you speak nonsense one more time, I'll have the school infirmary closed by tomorrow, so you can go back to your poverty-stricken life. Chapter 26. He took 2 tablets of sleeping pills. Gu Hai gazed at Yuqi, whose expression suddenly changed. I saw a medicine strip on his desk, but I didn't really pay attention to what kind of medicine it was. When he came to school this morning, he had a cold, so I assumed it was just medication for a common cold. The school doctor listened in silent concentration, her eyes focused on Yuqi's face. How about you bring that medicine strip over here? I'll take a look at it. When Yuqi exited the room as he had been requested, Gu Hai walked closer to the sickbed and carefully sat down at the edge of the bed, silently watching Bai Luo Yin's sleeping form. He had never seen Bai Luo Yin with such a gentle expression before. All the lines on his face were completely smoothed out. Even if Gu Hai were to verbally abuse him right now, it probably wouldn't disturb his peaceful state. Don't worry, he's fine. His vitals don't indicate any internal problems. I suspect that when he took the 2 types of medicine at the same time, it caused a mild sedative reaction. He will be okay by the time he wakes up. Just remember not to take such a large dose of sleeping pills next time. 1 tablet is enough. Gu Hai had been silent the entire time, his face solemn. A few minutes later, Yuqi came back inside the room with the medicine strip and handed it over to the school nurse. See? It looks exactly like medication used for the common cold. The school doctor nodded, walked over to touch Bai Luo Yin's forehead, and softly declared, "Looks like he needs an 4 drip. He is a bit feverish, which combined with the drug overdose resulted in fatigue and acute sleepiness." Once she was done checking on Bai Luo Yin, the doctor went to another room and left the boys alone. Yuqi then walked over to Bai Luo Yin and announced to Gu Hai, "I will take care of him. You can go back. 1 person is enough." "You go back," Gu Hai said. Those 3 words were spoken in a light tone, but the unyielding force of each syllable would make anyone surrender under its heavy pressure. Once he had made his point clear, Gu Hai turned his attention back to Bai Luo Yin and covered his body with the blanket the school doctor had provided. As Yuqi observed Gu Hai's behavior, he found himself feeling confused. From an outsider's perspective, Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin were completely different, as incompatible as fire and ice. Yet Yuqi could clearly see that Gu Hai really liked Bai Luo Yin. Gu Hai wouldn't normally take the initiative to greet anybody, yet he didn't seem to mind going out of his way to tease Bai Luo Yin every time the opportunity presented itself. He would typically be indifferent toward other people, but he always expressed noteworthy enthusiasm when it came to Bai Luo Yin. Gu Hai always seemed to think of various ways to torment Bai Luo Yin, yet the moment something bad happened to him, Gu Hai was the one who worried the most. Other people probably wouldn't be able to guess what was truly going on, and Bai Luo Yin wouldn't be able to understand either, but Yuqi could piece it all together. This was just like a boy experiencing love for the first time. When facing the girl he likes, he never knows how to convey his feelings. So he never tires of teasing that girl, pulling her pigtails, stealing her textbooks, and bullying her until both of her eyes are red from crying. Although Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai are both guys, their relationship had not reached that level yet. Nevertheless, the purpose was all the same, to attract the other person's attention. As far as Yuqi could see, Bai Luo Yin appeared to be the only one that Gu Hai wished to interact with in the entire school. The rule of male friendship is that only when one male considers the other to be more powerful, resulting in admiration, will he take the initiative to mess around with that person. That's why Yuqi had always thought that Gu Hai admired Bai Luo Yin. Truthfully, Gu Hai wasn't the only one who admired Bai Luo Yin. Yuqi did too. The thing about Bai Luo Yin was that he had a unique kind of charm, the kind of appeal that would only intensify with age. He was just like a brilliant night-blooming cereus, the silent flower that seldom blooms. But even so, a man would inevitably appear and willingly wait patiently for 3,000 years, simply for the sake of watching the flower bloom. "I'll prescribe you some medication then." The doctor's short statement interrupted Yuqi's reverie. "Prescribe what medicine?" The doctor smiled with sincerity as she spoke. You've come all the way here, and it shouldn't be for nothing. There are a lot of supplements for brain nourishment right here in my office, and I thought you could take some of them with you back home. Studying in high school is very tiring, and you need to supply your brain with nutrition on a daily basis. Yuchi glanced at the doctor and scoffed. Drink it yourself then. Guhai kept staring at Bai Luo Yin for a long time as he lay prone on the mattress. The longer he stared, the more he felt that Bai Luo Yin resembled someone. Even though the appearance of that person was somewhat blurred in his mind, the sight of Bai Luo Yin's nose and mouth gave Guhai a sense of déjà vu. Ahem, cough, cough. Bai Luo Yin's sudden cough immediately disrupted Guhai's deep thoughts. I'm thirsty. A few moments ago, Bai Luo Yin had a dream in which he became Kwa Fu, who tirelessly ran after the sun. Quick, chase it. The more he chased it, the thirstier he became. He hadn't passed the Yellow River yet, but the thirst had already managed to wake him from his slumber. A sweet and refreshing liquid suddenly flowed into his mouth, which fully hydrated Bai Luo Yin's parched lips and tongue. His hand instinctively stretched out to grab the glass, but instead of the glass surface, he touched another person's hand. He could easily tell that it was a man's hand, considering how strong the hand felt under his fingertips with its well-defined joints. Bai Luo Yin tried to take the glass from that person's hand, but only managed to grab at the edges of the glass instead. Guhai brushed away Bai Luo Yin's wandering hands and gently placed the glass against his lips once more, carefully tipping it so that the water would continue to flow into Bai Luo Yin's mouth. Once Bai Luo Yin felt that he had drunk enough, he pushed Guhai's hand away. Dad, I'm not thirsty anymore. Guhai's stiff expression, which had lingered on his face the entire afternoon, finally eased up into an amused smile. Why are you being so polite? Hearing those words, Bai Luo Yin sensed that something was off and began to open his eyes little by little. To his dismay, the first thing to appear in his line of vision was Guhai's face. The sight of him made Bai Luo Yin's eyes darken and become ice cold. Why are you here? He grumbled. Don't tell me you don't recognize your own father? Bai Luo Yin clenched his hand into a fist and reached out to punch Guhai, but Guhai forced his hand down against the mattress. Stop moving around. There's a needle stuck in your hand. Bai Luo Yin glanced down and noticed, as Guhai had said, the needle in his hand, and then the 4 bag hanging above his head. What happened? Guhai thoroughly explained the series of events that had led up to this moment, from beginning to end. When he described what had happened, he didn't leave out any of the details, and unsurprisingly, he didn't seem remorseful at all. He acted as if giving Bai Luo Yin sleeping pills was a pursuit of truth, a process of exploring a great mystery. In that process, Bai Luo Yin was depicted as the difficult one who had screwed up at the critical moment. Bai Luo Yin really wanted the nurse to prescribe him 2 pounds of heart relief pills after listening to the entire story. Just tell me, what have I done to provoke you, and I'll apologize for it. By that point, Bai Luo Yin was truly sick and tired of it all. Guhai could afford to pay for his own squandering, but Bai Luo Yin couldn't. If Guhai ruined his own uniform, he could easily replace it with a new one the very next day, but Bai Luo Yin only owned 1 set of uniform. Guhai could get injured and spend the night at the hospital, but the price of 1 4 drip cost 10 days' worth of Bai Luo Yin's allowance. At last, Guhai managed to figure out Bai Luo Yin's train of thought and began to speak. I can afford to pay for all of your expenses, but I won't stop teasing you. Bai Luo Yin banged his head against the pillow in frustration and glared at Guhai, unable to restrain his anger. Are you fucking sick? Guhai laughed coolly. Yes, I am. If you're sick, then go take your medicine. You are my medicine. Bai Luo Yin looked at Guhai coldly. What do you mean? If you want me to recover, then you'll have to endure the suffering. Chapter 27. The first monthly exam results had been distributed to all of the students. Guhai reviewed his scores and saw that they were much higher than his expectations. His face brightened. He felt quite proud that he had done so well despite the fact that he hardly studied. What is your score? Guhai really wanted to know how Bai Luo Yin scored on his exams, a boy who slept through all of his classes. Are you talking about the total score? Guhai nodded. I got 521. How about you? I haven't added it up yet. Give it to me. I'll add it up for you. Without waiting for his consent, Guhai snatched all of Bai Luo Yin's exam papers. He intended to use the scores to taunt Bai Luo Yin. After all, except for his advantage in sports, Gu Hai couldn't beat Bai Luo Yin in any other subject. Math, 150. Gu Hai was extremely surprised. He glanced at the name on the exam to ensure that it really was Bai Luo Yin's, which it was. Furthermore, it was a perfect score. Although the average score for math was relatively high in their class, seeing another student's perfect score made him feel quite embarrassed. Chinese literature, 126. Gu Hai was once again dumbfounded. He looked at his own score, which was 96 points, a difference of 30 points. Gu Hai browsed through the rest of Bai Luo Yin's exam results and discovered that his composition score was only 15 points from the perfect score in that subject. This isn't fair. Gu Hai tried to stay calm. Even if you were to swap your composition with my handwriting, it certainly isn't worth 40 points. Bai Luo Yin did not want to acknowledge this kind of person. Comprehensive Science 237, English 131. Total score is 694. With these scores, Bai Luo Yin could certainly take the college entrance exam at Beijing University and come out as the top scorer. How is this possible? Gu Hai couldn't believe it. Bai Luo Yin is always sleeping in class, and yet he can do this well on his exams? Where's the justice? Did you cheat? The person in front of me is Yu Qi, and the person behind me is you. Who could I possibly cheat from? Yu Qi's total score was around 400 points, which was much lower than Gu Hai's. A female student beside them noticed Gu Hai's disbelief and couldn't resist adding a few words. Bai Luo Yin's rank is the highest in this class. He is always ranked as one of the top 5 in this school. Gu Hai finally understood the reason why Luo Xiaoyu was so passive toward Bai Luo Yin. It was because the students around him had always praised him as a particularly intelligent student. Originally, Gu Hai had mistakenly assumed this person was apathetic and absent-minded, someone who was always sleeping and not paying attention. After quarreling for half a day, a calculating mind actually existed inside this person's brain. No matter how frustrating it was, in the end, Gu Hai was always the one who had to yield. You are too terrible. Gu Hai smacked Bai Luo Yin on the neck. I'm terrible, Bai Luo Yin thought to himself. If it were up to heaven's justice, the person behind him would have been chopped to death. How am I terrible? You've destroyed my ability to gain knowledge. Bai Luo Yin sneered and fought back ruthlessly. You've also destroyed my ability to tolerate foolish people. Gu Hai had yet to respond when a thunderous sound suddenly diverted everyone's attention toward the door. A stranger used his foot to kick the back door, causing paper to scatter everywhere. The expression on this person's face was one of viciousness. His body language implied an aura akin to a character in Street Fighter. Bai Luo Yin, you fucking bastard. The unexpected vulgarity caused the rowdy class to fall silent in an instant. Bai Luo Yin coldly shifted his gaze, and his eyes landed on the face that he abhorred the most. This person was called Wu Fang. Since the beginning of high school, he and Bai Luo Yin had not gotten along. The reason was very simple. The girl Wu Fang had tried to pursue was secretly in love with Bai Luo Yin. Furthermore, his family was well off. He had a chauffeur, was the son of a wealthy and influential government official, and was respected by the school officials. That was why he couldn't bear the thought of losing to a poor person like Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin, I'll tell you this. You'd better be good to me, or else I'll expose your shameful past. And suppose if I really do expose it, let's see if you still have the guts to attend this school. Don't think that just because you've got good grades, you can do whatever you like. Although you have the highest rank in the whole school, the day you piss me off will be the day you get out of here. Bai Luo Yin stood up and headed toward Wu Fang, his words icy sharp yet calm. What kind of shameful past do I have? Why don't you say it out loud? I'll listen to you. Wu Fang laughed flippantly and presumptuously. You really want me to say it? I'm afraid that when I'm finished, you will be crying, kneeling on the ground and begging me to spare you. A brief yet chilly voice sounded out. If you have the guts, then say it. Fine. Remember that you are the one who allowed me to speak. Everyone listen up. I'll only say this once. Your classmate, Bai Luo Yin, is a motherless bastard whose mother gave birth to him, but abandoned him. Do you all realize what his mother is? If I say it, you will be very shocked. Wait a minute. It's not called that anymore. The term has changed. Now it's referred to as the young woman who has taken a wrong step in life. Hurrah! The class was filled with boos and hisses. Some expressed their shock, while others showed their disgust. Most of them didn't believe that Bai Luo Yin had that kind of mother. They all thought that Wu Fang was envious, so he intentionally fabricated that story to humiliate Bai Luo Yin. From the beginning to the end, Bai Luo Yin didn't utter a single word. His expression was blank. Only the blood vessels of his upper arms stood out, pulsating continuously. Look at Bai Luo Yin. You can see that he really is his mother's illegitimate child. A motherless person will have the same alarmed look as he has now. Bai Luo Yin walked up to Wu Fang and lifted his arms, ready to strike. At that same moment, Bai Luo Yin's face was suddenly sprayed with a gush of blood. Wu Fang had yet to understand what just happened. Bai Luo Yin was also astonished. Gu Hai raised his fist a second time and punched Wu Fang again. One side of Wu Fang's face became deformed immediately. A huge spurt of blood flowed down from his nostrils to the gap between his teeth, with Wu Fang crying out, "Ow, ow," repeatedly. "Fuck you. You dare to punch me." Wu Fang pounced at Gu Hai, but Gu Hai used his foot to kick Wu Fang's kneecap ruthlessly. A loud sound of cracked bones could be heard, causing extreme terror. Wu Fang gave a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Then, Gu Hai grabbed his uniform collar and dragged him from the classroom's back entrance to the front door. Bang! Everyone in the corridors could hear the sound of a slap. At first, there were people running toward them, trying to stop the fight. However, after witnessing the scene on the ground, everyone became frightened and turned a blind eye. Wu Fang's entire face was battered. He was repeatedly beaten by Gu Hai until his face resembled a pile of tattered cotton. His chin was crooked and Gu Hai's fists connected with his mouth, causing 4 of Wu Fang's teeth to fall out. Wu Fang could hardly breathe as he tried to spit them out. "Apologize." Gu Hai pointed at Bai Luo Yin. Wu Fang wept. "Damn it. Why should I apologize to him? You hit me one more time, and tomorrow I will put you behind bars. If you don't believe me, just try it." Wu Fang's words made sense. If Gu Hai was an ordinary high school student with an ordinary background, beating up the son of a government official would inevitably put him behind bars. Gu Hai's fists were covered with blood. He placed his left hand on Wu Fang's head while his right hand repeatedly punched Wu Fang. A sound of shattering could be heard. Half of Wu Fang's face had collapsed inward. A few girls who passed by were so scared that they immediately shrieked. This also frightened the teachers who happened to pass by as well. Rather than stopping the scene straight away, they hastily called security to intervene instead. "Apologize." Wu Fang's tears flooded from his eyes. He was groaning in pain while crying, as if he was quickly approaching death. One male student from the class who had watched the scene carefully couldn't stand by and do nothing any longer. He walked to Gu Hai's side and warned him with good intentions. "Gu Hai, stop beating him. You will get into trouble." Gu Hai didn't listen and continued to kick Wu Fang's thigh. "Apologize." Wu Fang's body recoiled in pain, twitching on the ground like a small shrimp. Bai Luo Yin quietly stood at the corner. He was so shocked that he became speechless. He could not understand why Gu Hai would go to such extremes to defend his honor. Yu Qi pushed Bai Luo Yin and said, "You have to persuade him to stop. If this continues, someone may be killed." Bai Luo Yin walked toward Gu Hai, but before he could say anything, Gu Hai lifted up 3 fingers. "I'm going to count to 3. If you still refuse to apologize, I will throw you out the window. If you don't believe me, just try it." 1, 2. Wu Fang suddenly held tightly onto Gu Hai's leg. His face was so badly mangled that people wouldn't be able to recognize him. I'm sorry." As soon as Wu Fang opened his mouth, a huge flow of blood spurted out. When the bystanders saw this, they became so scared that they took a step back. Gu Hai abruptly manhandled Wu Fang, forcing him to kneel on the ground, and pushed his head down in front of Bai Luo Yin's feet. "Say that you are his grandson, and that you are a bastard." Wu Fang paused. Bai Luo Yin realized that this was not a good turn of events. He had wanted to intervene and stop Gu Hai from going overboard, but unfortunately, he was one step too late. Gu Hai landed a punch, and Wu Fang's gums swelled up. "Enough!" Bai Luo Yin yanked Gu Hai firmly. "Hurry up and take him to the hospital." "Stand up!" Gu Hai roared at Bai Luo Yin. Since the time Bai Luo Yin met Gu Hai, he had never seen Gu Hai acting like this. There weren't enough words to describe how cruel and terrifying he was now. "Apologize." Gu Hai's furious voice echoed throughout the whole corridor. Even the sunlight outside didn't dare to shine on this particular dark and ice-cold corner. Wu Fang's face was still plastered to Bai Luo Yin's feet. "I am your grandson. I am a bastard." Gu Hai tossed Wu Fang away and stood up. The entire front of his uniform was stained with blood. Bai Luo Yin stood silently between the two boys, his heart hollow. The ambulance siren wailed. The crowd of students watching the scene dispersed as their knees weakened. Nearly everyone went back to their classrooms. The medical personnel hastily ran toward the classroom door. On the verge of shock, they supported and lifted Wu Fang up onto the stretcher. 10 minutes later, everything returned to its normal, peaceful state. The blood outside had been thoroughly cleaned up by the janitors, who scrubbed the stains carefully. Nevertheless, the metallic smell of blood still seeped through the windows and drifted into the classroom, causing everyone's heart to shudder. "Gu Hai, come out for a moment." Bai Luo Yin turned his head to look at Gu Hai for a long period of time. His seat was already empty. Many students were now deliberating whether or not Gu Hai could possibly return to school after this incident. Chapter 28. After 2 classes had passed, there was still no sign of Gu Hai, and no one had heard anything about his whereabouts. During break time, everyone was talking about Gu Hai's fate. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Yin just lay slumped on his desk, his eyes wide open. When it was time to go home, Bai Luo Yin immediately gathered his school bag and walked out from the back door. He went straight to the security department office. Bai Luo Yin had already thought of what to do should the worst-case scenario happen. If something bad were to happen to Gu Hai, he would swallow his pride and seek help from Jiang Yuan. Although he wasn't fond of the guy, this time Gu Hai had taken the fall because of him. If Gu Hai hadn't attacked the person on Bai Luo Yin's behalf, he would have been the one being interrogated right now. Bai Luo Yin was deep in thought as he headed down the stairs. The scene of Gu Hai giving Wu Fang that beating replayed in his head over and over again. Still lost in his thoughts, he didn't even notice that there was a person standing in front of him. "Why did you come here?" Bai Luo Yin stopped for a moment and saw Gu Hai standing at the bottom of the stairs. Neither of them moved. They looked at each other across a distance of about 1 meter. This was the first time Bai Luo Yin looked at Gu Hai in a different light. "Are you going back to collect your things?" Bai Luo Yin asked. Gu Hai climbed 2 steps, looking relaxed. "How did you know so much about me? Are you still able to come back?" "Come back for what?" Bai Luo Yin's expression changed. He grabbed Gu Hai's arm, his face anxious. "This is all my fault. I will find someone to get you out of this mess." Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Then suddenly he laughed. "What are you talking about? I'm going home to eat, sleep, and tomorrow I'll still come back. Which mess are you going to get me out of?" Bai Luo Yin's thoughts had been racing, but after hearing Gu Hai's words, his nervousness and anxiety suddenly vanished. "How come nothing's happened to you?" Gu Hai chuckled. "Why? Do you want something to happen to me?" Bai Luo Yin didn't say a word. Gu Hai patted his shoulder. "I'm going, okay? I just came back here to pick up my things." "Wait." Gu Hai felt Bai Luo Yin clutching his arm tightly. "What's wrong? You still don't believe me? If I said it's okay, then it really is okay. It's not like that." Bai Luo Yin took off Gu Hai's bloodstained uniform, then took off his own uniform and handed it to Gu Hai. "Just wear this back." After he finished speaking, Bai Luo Yin left. Gu Hai wore the uniform that was riddled with holes. He stood still on the stairs for a long time. Despite Bai Luo Yin's face eternally bearing a scowl, his uniform smelled very good. Bai Luo Yin walked home shirtless. The wind was blowing strongly that evening, and it was quite cold, so much so that he couldn't help but rub his hands over his arms. After passing 1 block, an auntie who was sweeping the streets saw Bai Luo Yin freezing. She was familiar with all the students that passed to and from school. Something tugged at her heart, and she offered, "You can wear one of my coats and just return it later." "I'm fine, auntie. I can just run and I won't feel cold anymore." "Oh, okay. Just be careful of the cars on the street." Passing through an intersection, Bai Luo Yin should have turned west, but his feet took him to the north sidewalk instead. It was rush hour, and people were getting off work. It was a sea of people everywhere. Bai Luo Yin was in the middle of the bustling crowd when suddenly he felt his surroundings grow cold and lonely. Your classmate Bai Luo Yin is a bastard. His mother gave birth to him, but did not raise him. Although Wu Fang had already been taught a harsh lesson by Gu Hai, Bai Luo Yin would still remember those words forever. Gu Hai went home by taxi. He stopped at a traffic light, and caught sight of Bai Luo Yin's figure from behind. Actually, his back was easily recognizable, especially because Bai Luo Yin wasn't wearing a uniform. He had that handsome figure and steady stride. He really stood out even in the middle of a huge crowd. "Mister, could you please stop the car just around that corner?" "Okay." Gu Hai got out of the taxi and walked behind Bai Luo Yin. He wanted to know what Bai Luo Yin was up to this late instead of going home. They passed by a lot of streets, and the sky was already getting dark when Bai Luo Yin stopped in front of a food stall. "Boss, give me 5 draft beers, 20 pork skewers, 5 beef tendons, 5 chicken gristles, 3 fish skewers." Bai Luo Yin listed all the foods he wanted, then found himself a place to sit. Soon, the beer came to his table, and Bai Luo Yin immediately took a bottle and drank in big gulps. Then he slowly began cracking open the peanuts. "You ordered so much food for yourself. Can you finish it all?" Hearing that familiar voice, Bai Luo Yin looked up and saw Gu Hai standing in front of him. His calm expression remained the same. Although Bai Luo Yin still had his doubts when Gu Hai said he hadn't received any punishment, he saw no signs of worry on Gu Hai's face. "Boss, bring another set of bowl and chopsticks," Bai Luo Yin shouted. Gu Hai smiled happily. "My slave days are finally over." Bai Luo Yin took 2 gulps of beer, his tone lacking its usual sting and indifference. "If you want something cheaper, then go somewhere else." Gu Hai just kept silent, picked up a pork skewer, and took a bite. It actually tasted pretty good. Before, he always thought food from roadside stalls was very dirty. But now that he was sitting here, looking at the lively and messy scenery around him, it unexpectedly made him feel really hungry. Chapter 29. Don't drink too much. It's bad for your stomach. Gu Hai grabbed the glass from Bai Luo Yin's hand, but Bai Luo Yin snatched it back and drank it down. After he finished, he hiccuped and continued eating the meat skewer in his other hand. Gu Hai suddenly took the skewer that Bai Luo Yin was eating and stuffed it into his own mouth. Bai Luo Yin's face fell. "There is a lot of food here. Why on earth would you snatch mine?" "Because it makes me happy." Hearing those words, Bai Luo Yin's face darkened before he turned and shouted toward the stall. "Boss, give me one more beer." Gu Hai was stunned for a moment before he stopped Bai Luo Yin and shouted to the owner. "It's enough, boss. No need to bring it here. If you want to cause trouble for me, just get lost." In the end, Gu Hai couldn't restrain Bai Luo Yin as he ate and drank to his heart's content. When Bai Luo Yin started to speak more and more, Gu Hai knew he had too much. "Actually, my mother is not like that. Although she never took care of me from when I was small until now, she never did those kinds of things. She simply looked down on my father, that's all. She's just being realistic and wants to live in luxury." "I believe you." Gu Hai could not help but smile. "Luckily, you can still see your mother. My mother is already gone." Bai Luo Yin looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. All this time, he had thought that Gu Hai's life was picture-perfect to the point that it bored him, which made him nitpick other people. "I know what you're thinking." Gu Hai lit a cigarette and looked at Bai Luo Yin with a faint smile. "Besides you, have you ever seen me tease anyone else?" Bai Luo Yin reached out, and Gu Hai passed him a cigarette. The smoke lingered before their eyes as the surrounding people vanished in the smoky haze. "You have known about my family situation all along?" Bai Luo Yin asked. Gu Hai nodded. "I knew a little bit. So the reason why you nitpicked and provoked me afterward was all just to console your own heart." Gu Hai stubbed out his cigarette, drank 1 gulp of beer, and held back his laughter. "This isn't called searching for your faults. This is called caring. I'm using a special kind of way to care for you. Don't use my tolerance to feed your shamelessness." After Bai Luo Yin said those words, he laughed, and so did Gu Hai. As they laughed together, the hatred between them gradually vanished. Gu Hai continued grilling the pork skewers, and Bai Luo Yin continued to drink. As he watched Gu Hai busying himself in front of the hot grill, Bai Luo Yin suddenly felt that this man had become quite approachable. Maybe it was because of their shared tragedy that triggered the sympathy in Bai Luo Yin's heart. Perhaps it was Gu Hai's sense of justice that moved Bai Luo Yin, or maybe it was merely the effect of the alcohol. Bai Luo Yin suddenly wanted to pour his entire heart out to this person. "I have a lot of friends. They are always together when they're happy, but when they have difficulties, they just keep their problems to themselves." Gu Hai thought about his own friends, and an amused smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. A common problem among men. It can't be helped. Bai Luo Yin drank some more. I used to have a girlfriend. She's very pretty and her family is really rich, but we broke up. I have been sleeping a lot in class lately because this matter has been bothering me. This night, Bai Luo Yin talked about many things, and Gu Hai simply sat silently beside him and listened earnestly. Bai Luo Yin spoke of his pain and his difficulties without any reservation, including how his family situation had brought obstacles to his relationship, the unrealistic nature of this long-distance relationship with Heroine, as well as his worries about his future, the conflicts with his mother, and not to mention the painful hatred he had against the gap caused by social classes. When Bai Luo Yin stopped talking, Gu Hai felt a barrier rise up again between them, back in its place where Bai Luo Yin had raised it first. They had been getting a little bit closer earlier, but this barrier separated them once more. Bai Luo Yin was completely drunk as he stood up to go take a leak. Gu Hai barely managed to drag him to an empty space and told him to do it there. Bai Luo Yin reached to pull the zipper down, only there was none on this pair. Instead, he had to pull them down to take a leak. When he saw Bai Luo Yin was about to release, Gu Hai's expression changed, and he quickly stopped him. Don't pee yet. Pull down your trousers first, then you can do it. I took them off already. Bai Luo Yin threw his hands up to show his palms, his face red with a silly smile. Gu Hai released a snort of amusement. What did you take off? Isn't it still on your body? Bai Luo Yin looked down. As expected, the trousers were still clinging to his waist. Take them off for what? I can just pee right away. It saves the trouble. Who are you saving the trouble for? Gu Hai darted in front of Bai Luo Yin and used one hand to pull down his trousers, while his other hand held Bai Luo Yin's hand and then helped him to hold his member. Hold this. Now pee. Bai Luo Yin listened to Gu Hai obediently and started to pee. Gu Hai took advantage of the moonlight and stole a glance at Bai Luo Yin's member. Every man has one common problem. When they see another man exposing his manhood, they always make size comparisons between their own and the others. After Bai Luo Yin finished, he looked at Gu Hai. Aren't you going to pee? Not now. Bai Luo Yin pointed at Gu Hai's trousers. Then, take your trousers off too. Let's compare who's bigger. Gu Hai let out a wide smile while pulling up Bai Luo Yin's trousers. Next time. As Bai Luo Yin walked around tipsily, he would bump into something every 2 steps. Gu Hai couldn't stand it anymore, so he crouched down to carry Bai Luo Yin on his back. Bai Luo Yin's arms rested across Gu Hai's shoulder, and his hot breath fanned over Gu Hai's neck. Gu Hai could feel his own neck burning hot every time he adjusted him, and Bai Luo Yin would nestle his cheek close to his skin. Are you sleepy? Gu Hai asked. Bai Luo Yin replied in a daze. Gu Hai's tone had never been this gentle. Go to sleep for a while, and you'll be home soon. Who is going to sleep? Who is going to sleep? Bai Luo Yin suddenly raised his voice and punched Gu Hai's left cheek. Do you want to cut my jacket with a pair of scissors again? That punch made half of Gu Hai's face ache with pain. The patience he had for Bai Luo Yin alone was unfathomable compared to how he treated other people. Even he himself did not understand why he could not get angry when faced with this stupid guy. You jerk! Bai Luo Yin shouted toward the dark and empty street. If you say things like that again, believe it or not, I will throw you in a ditch. Bai Luo Yin didn't say a word as his breath spread over Gu Hai's ear, steady once he fell asleep. Perhaps all the talking that he had done had finally unburdened his chest. As Gu Hai continued to carry Bai Luo Yin, he felt that the wind that night wasn't really cold. A trail of hot liquid traveled down Gu Hai's neck, rolled down to his chest, and embedded itself inside his heart, awakening the emotions that he had suppressed for the longest time. Uncle. Once Han Chi saw Bai Luo Yin, his anxiousness finally dispersed as he hurriedly pulled Bai Luo Yin down from Gu Hai's back. He continuously muttered to himself. Finally found him. I wasn't brave enough to talk about this with his grandmother. Quick, get inside the house. I won't be coming inside. Gu Hai replied as he took off the jacket he was wearing and gave it to Han Chi. This is Bai Luo Yin's jacket. It's pretty cold nowadays. Please give him more clothes to wear from now on. Han Chi looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Thank you so much for your help today. It's nothing. His mind wasn't at ease today, so he drank a little alcohol, but he should be okay by tomorrow morning. Han Chi nodded, and as he watched Gu Hai's retreating back, he could not help but sigh. What kind of family is capable of raising a child as good as him? Chapter 30. When Gu Hai arrived home, it was already past 10 in the evening. The lights in his house were on, and he didn't know who had opened the door. Gu Hai went inside and saw an unexpected figure sitting on the couch. Gu Weiting's face was frozen, his entire body giving off a formidable aura full of anger. His eyes followed Gu Hai's movements quietly, and he pursed his lips firmly, as if waiting for Gu Hai to speak first. Gu Hai didn't even spare a look at Gu Weiting. He calmly put down his school bag, took off his shoes, then walked into his bedroom to change his clothes, only to discover that his wardrobe was already empty. Where are my clothes? Gu Weiting's heart suddenly sank. He hadn't seen Gu Hai for almost a month. If not for the phone call from the school principal today, he would still be in the army camp right now. He came here not only in anger, but with yearning as well. He took care of all the problems that Gu Hai had made, and he only wanted to hear one word from Gu Hai's mouth. Dad. Yet the first words that Gu Hai said to him were asking about his own things. Gu Hai didn't receive any answer. His eyes shifted away from Gu Weiting's face, and soon he saw a suitcase on the floor. Gu Weiting didn't beat around the bush. I packed your things already. Come home with me right now. I will not say anything about your fight this afternoon. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take care of your school transfer procedures. Go back to your old school. Jiang Yuan will bring her son too. Both of you will study at the same school, so you have to try to accept him as your brother. Gu Hai slowly turned his head and gazed at the night sky outside his window. Don't ever expect that I will go back with you. Not a chance. After he said that, Gu Hai wanted to drag his suitcase back to his own room. But Gu Weiting's foot halted him, and he couldn't be stirred at all. You have to go back today. Even if you don't wanna, you still have to go back. This is an order. Gu Hai looked at his father fiercely. You are not my commander. You have no right to order me. Even if you want to kill me right now, I still won't live together with that family. Brother? What fucking brother? I will only say this today. Wherever that family stays, don't ever expect me to step into that place. Gu Weiting abruptly stood up, strangled Gu Hai's neck, and easily dragged him to the window. Gu Hai's room was on the 8th floor. Although Gu Weiting merely used a little bit of force, Gu Hai would definitely fall down. Fine, you prefer to be dead rather than go home, right? Today I'll kill you. Don't you dare shout if you have the guts. I will act as if I don't have a son like you. Gu Hai clenched his jaw, his body completely straight, and his dark eyes fused together with the night sky outside. Both refused to budge. Gu Weiting exerted more force with his hand, and Gu Hai's body leaned out even more easily. Gu Weiting saw that Gu Hai didn't struggle at all, and suddenly withdrew the strength from his hand, then pulled Gu Hai back inside. After all of this, Gu Hai didn't even feel anything. Instead, it was Gu Weiting who was sweating all over. Are you satisfied now? Gu Hai looked at Gu Weiting. Please go back. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. I still have school tomorrow. If I didn't provide you with everything, you think you'd be able to live this well? That you could easily rent a house of more than 100 square meters like this? I'll tell you this. I will cut off all of your allowances right now. In less than a month, you'll be begging for me to take you back. Now that you've achieved your purpose, why are you still wasting your time coming here? You can cut off my allowance immediately. Do it right now. Just go back and wait and see. Just watch whether or not I'll go back and beg you. You think I wouldn't dare to do it? I've never thought that way. You've never had something you wouldn't dare to do. Gu Weiting clenched his fists and frowned, giving off a ruthless and tyrannical aura. When he was still young and faced with this kind of unfilial son, he would have shot and killed him already. But now that he's old, had lost a wife, and is over 40 years old, he had just started to understand the meaning of a family. However, that family has already fallen apart. I don't have a son like you. After he said that, Gu Weiting left with a somber face. Gu Hai sat on the couch, dumbfounded for a while. Then he breathed softly. He realized that he wasn't feeling that uncomfortable. Whenever he had a big fight with Gu Weiting in the past, on the outside Gu Hai would still seem happy, but that fight would still stick in his mind for a long time. But this time, on the outside he seemed happy, and on the inside, he still felt happy. Gu Hai's heart eventually swelled with a faint sense of joy. No allowance. So that means, in the future, he is also a poor person? Then with this, he would be able to break down the barrier between him and Bai Luo Yin. Was there anything else that could make him happier than this? Gu Hai looked as if he was possessed. He packed all his things inside his room. Then he phoned his landlord that late night, immediately telling him that he was going to move out from this place. He intended to rent a single-story house nearby Luo Yin's house. The more rundown, the better. He also decided to sell all the valuable things he had, especially his limited edition mobile phone. He wanted to swap it for a second-hand, old phone. Also, the branded shoes on his feet he had to replace with the knockoff ones sold on the street stalls. He even removed his branded watch from his wrist. If it really came down to it, he could just use a ballpoint pen to draw one on. Chapter 31. It is currently 6 in the morning in Beijing. The next morning, Gu Hai was awakened by the sound of a weather announcement from his newly purchased old-school cell phone. He would normally get up at 5 o'clock every morning, but last night, he had tossed and turned the entire time in bed and did not get a good night's sleep. He was out looking for a rental at the night market until midnight. When he had finally found a place to stay, the sound of crickets kept him awake. It was close to dawn when he finally succumbed to sleep. However, Gu Hai was filled with excitement and delight today. He jumped out of his crooked wooden single bed, put on his 30-yuan sneakers, and washed himself for a bit before he went out riding his second-hand bike. He felt very refreshed and happy as he rode away. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Yin's state of mind was the complete opposite. This particular morning, he woke up with a splitting headache and an upset stomach. His memories of the previous night were blurry. He could not remember how he managed to get home. He only remembered that he was out eating barbecue. He also remembered that he bumped into Gu Hai and they chatted for a while. However, he could not recall what happened during the rest of the night. Bai Luo Yin glanced at the clock. It was already past 6 in the morning. He knew that he would definitely be late to school again. After eating a bowl of bean curd at Aunt Zoe's breakfast stall, Bai Luo Yin's upset stomach finally settled as he got his appetite back. And while he was paying, he asked Aunt Zoe, "Auntie, do you know how to wash bloodstains off of clothes?" Bai Luo Yin had assumed that any woman would know how to do this. Just soak it in cold water for a while and rub it a few times with sulfur soap. If you really can't wash it off, then give it to me and I will wash it for you. There's no need for that. I can wash it myself. Bai Luo Yin paid for his meal, and instead of heading off to school, he went home. He took out Gu Hai's uniform and soaked it in a basin of cold water. Then he continued on his way to school. He hadn't walked far yet when he ran into Gu Hai, who was riding a bicycle. Gu Hai's bicycle did not have any bells, but the frame creaked loudly as he rode it. The noise was quite noticeable. The brake was also defective, but fortunately Gu Hai was able to use his long legs to bring his bike to a smooth stop right in front of Bai Luo Yin. "Come on, your bro will take you to school." Bai Luo Yin simply ignored Gu Hai and continued to walk ahead. "Your bike is really lousy. If I ride with you, it will definitely collapse. You're walking, but you can still look down on someone who's riding a bike." Although Gu Hai was riding a bicycle, he matched his speed to Bai Luo Yin's walking pace. There they were, two people traveling on the same path, one walking, the other riding a bicycle. Even if one of them was annoyingly noisy and fooling around, the other still felt obligated to start a conversation. Nevertheless, Bai Luo Yin kept his silence for some time. Unconsciously, however, he glanced at Gu Hai and realized that Gu Hai had been staring at him the entire time. How can you ride a bike looking sideways instead of looking straight ahead? Bai Luo Yin warned him. Gu Hai smiled. "The front view is not as beautiful as my side view." Bai Luo Yin pretended not to hear him. "So, your family also lives around here?" "That's right," Gu Hai said as if it were the plain truth. "I've always lived in this area." "Then why haven't I ever met you before? This is the first time I've been late to school. I'm sure that normally, you're not even awake yet when I'm already riding. I know everyone in this neighborhood. What's your father's name?" Gu Hai deliberately changed the subject. "Why don't you ask me why I'm late today?" Bai Luo Yin's mind was like a clear mirror. He knew the answer perfectly well, yet he still feigned ignorance. "How would I know? You drank too much last night. I carried you on my back all the way to your front door. You held on to me so tight, not wanting to let me go at all. You didn't even want to go inside your house when we'd arrived. Can you be even more thick-skinned than this?" Bai Luo Yin gave Gu Hai a look of disgust. "Even if I were to hug someone, I wouldn't hug you. You can say that now. But who was the one crying and whining last night, spilling all of his past, sentimental secrets? I was innocently eating the meat skewers when you suddenly threw yourself at me, calling out 'Huier, huier.' It gave me goosebumps. Bai Luo Yin had a faint recollection of the words he had said to Gu Hai last night. But now that he thought about it again, he felt strange and uneasy. Those secrets were buried in the deepest corner of his heart. So why did he carelessly blurt them out to such an untrustworthy person? Last night, a drunken guy wanted to pee, but he had yet to pull his pants down. He was lucky that I was there to pull them down in time, or else his crotch would still be wet this morning. Bai Luo Yin started to curse inwardly as Gu Hai continued on with his ramblings. I told him I didn't need to pee, but this guy insisted that I take off my pants to compare whose thing is bigger. Bai Luo Yin, tell me, don't you think that guy was really shameless? On the surface, Gu Hai was definitely mocking Bai Luo Yin. At the same time, however, Bai Luo Yin's charming and innocent expressions while drunk were stuck in his mind. And the more he thought about it, the more amused he felt. Pretty soon, he burst out laughing. Gu Hai's laughter annoyed Bai Luo Yin so much that he rushed toward him. Gu Hai noticed and tried to accelerate. Unfortunately for Gu Hai, his bike was old and defective. Before Gu Hai could gain any speed, Bai Luo Yin had already managed to grab onto the back seat. Gu Hai felt the increased weight as Bai Luo Yin jumped onto the back of his bicycle. Just now, when I asked you nicely to get on the bike, you refused. So I have to insult you first to make you listen before you'll get on, huh? You dare to hit me sneakily? Gu Hai turned his head around and saw that Bai Luo Yin's back was facing him. Hey, why are you facing backwards? I'm not in the mood to look at you. Gu Hai pedaled steadily down the road. The bicycle seat was narrow and could barely fit two people sitting back to back. Still, they sat in an awkward posture and passed by street after street. This was the first time Bai Luo Yin could enjoy the scenery along his way to school. In the past, he was always in a hurry, so he never got the chance to appreciate the crisp morning air. Hey, so you carried me back home last night. Gu Hai smiled faintly. So you finally remembered? I'm just guessing. I've carried you home twice already. When will you carry me home, too? Don't you have legs? You have legs too, so why do I have to carry you? You're the one who carried me. So why are you asking me? Gu Hai glanced down for a moment. With his hands on the handlebars, he made a sudden U-turn and ran over some rocks as he slowed down. As a result, the bicycle jolted so hard it felt like it would fall apart. One could only imagine how it felt for Bai Luo Yin, who was sitting on the back seat. Bai Luo Yin avoided falling off the bicycle by holding firmly onto the rear frame. At first, he had thought the pavement was just naturally uneven, but he soon realized that the bumps were only getting worse. It turned out Gu Hai was purposely riding on the uneven road instead of the smoother one right beside it. There was obviously a better path, yet this person refused to use it. Do you even know how to ride a bike properly? This is the highest level of cycling. I'm working out in the front, while you're getting a special massage treatment in the back. It's a natural way to improve your health. Bai Luo Yin jabbed Gu Hai with his elbow, right at Gu Hai's waist. It tingled. It was almost like Bai Luo Yin had uncovered a pressure point. Gu Hai took a deep breath. His waist burned hot at the spot where he was jabbed. As he continued to ponder this strange feeling, he concluded that, in a way, it actually felt kind of good. Today's weather felt truly, unusually bright. Chapter 32. The water in the basin where he had soaked Gu Hai's uniform shirt before leaving for school had already turned yellow by the time he got back in the afternoon. He picked up the shirt and gave it a closer look, noticing that a large yellowish blemish stubbornly remained in the middle. It's not going to be easy removing that stain, he thought. Bai Luo Yin rarely did the laundry. Most of the time, it was his father who handled it. Only once in a while, when Bai Hanqi wasn't at home, would Bai Luo Yin wash some of his clothes and perhaps throw in a few pieces of his grandparents'. But it was still very likely that he couldn't get them clean enough. To remove the stubborn residue, Bai Luo Yin fetched a small, short wooden stool, sat down, and began to wash. Considering that his height was over 180 centimeters, the stool was simply a bit too small, which made it strenuous to have his legs stretched properly. Nevertheless, he anticipated that the task would only take a while longer, and so decided to bear with the uncomfortable posture. In the end, Bai Luo Yin guessed wrong. Eliminating the stubborn stain was not a matter that could be settled in a short amount of time. Regardless of the detergent he used, whether it was the powdered detergent or Antzo's sulfur soap, the stain merely faded a little and could not be completely removed. Bai Luo Yin was already tired even though he had just started washing for a short while. This kind of exhaustion is completely different from the weariness felt from exercising. Hard physical exercise may leave the body aching and worn out, but the mental state remains calm and relaxed. This boring and tedious task, however, wears down everything. Not only does it drain the body, but it also saps the mind with restlessness. As young and determined as Bai Luo Yin was, he was on the brink of throwing the uniform away. To tell the truth, there was a brief moment he actually considered replacing the uniform with a new one. Nonetheless, having to spend 40 yuan quickly steered him away from that idea. Lao Bai, Lao Bai. Aunt Zou's kind and gentle voice drifted into his ears. Bai Luo Yin stood up and used his arm to wipe away the glistening sweat pooling on his forehead as he turned and smiled in Aunt Zou's direction. Auntie, you're here. Yes, I am. Aunt Zou was wearing a large apron. Her long hair was bundled, forming a loose knot at the back of her head, and on her smooth, childlike rounded face rested a warm smile. I just made a whole lot of dumplings a while ago, so I thought I'd bring some over to you. The stuffing is minced pork with star anise seasoning. Bai Luo Yin wiped his hands with a piece of cloth that was hanging on the clothesline. He couldn't help but offer praise as he appreciatively took the plate from her hand. Smells so good. Nah, don't be ridiculous. Aunt Zou said with a humorous tone. You're already used to your father's cooking. Of course, anyone else's food would seem delicious. Bai Hanqi had just come out of the kitchen. When he saw both Aunt Zou and the plate in Bai Luo Yin's hand, his face immediately flushed red. Strenuously suppressing his awkwardly overjoyed yet embarrassed expression, he forced a wooden smile and addressed her in an unnaturally courteous manner. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of inviting you over for dinner with us. And here you are, so kind as to bring this delightful dish over to us as well. Bai Luo Yin slanted his eyes at Bai Hanqi. He wouldn't give him any chance to save face. Dad, don't tell me you're going to serve Aunt Zou that hideous dish of yours. Why not? The stir-fried eggplants that I made for you last time, wasn't it good? Some incidents were better off unspoken. Once Bai Hanqi mentioned the eggplant tragedy, Bai Luo Yin nearly exploded. It goes without saying that Bai Luo Yin really loved eating eggplant. The stir-fried eggplant dish that grandmother Bai made was especially delicious. That day, Bai Hanqi insisted on helping by cutting the eggplants himself. Sadly, after that, he forgot to soak the sliced vegetable in salt water. As a result, when the eggplants were fried, all of them turned black and resembled pickles when arranged on a dish. Yet this was only the tip of the iceberg. What really blew Bai Luo Yin over the edge was when he ate the dish and discovered that not only had Bai Hanqi doubled the amount of salt, but he had also mistakenly added dark soy sauce. After Bai Luo Yin finished the dreadful eggplants, he couldn't utter a single word. Aunt Zou caught a glimpse of the clothes inside the washtub. Since Bai Hanqi had been in the kitchen until a while ago, out of curiosity, she asked, "Who's washing the clothes?" "Oh, it's me," Bai Luo Yin replied simply. Aunt Zou became slightly concerned. "How can your dad let you do these laborious tasks?" "Why not?" Bai Luo Yin laughed heartily. Without further ado, Aunt Zou walked toward the washtub, sat down, and started scrubbing the clothes with her hands. "Your job is to study. This kind of thing is our job." At first, Bai Luo Yin was flustered and wanted to stop her. But as he approached, seeing her wash with such determination and might, he suddenly lost the courage to extend his hand and put her to a halt. For some reason, Aunt Zou, a typical day-to-day housewife who by no means was any stronger than him, seemed to exude this strong, willful power whenever she took action. In the blink of an eye, the once recognizable stain gradually faded with each heavy stroke she applied and eventually disappeared. To his astonishment, her handiwork was as if divine light itself had shone and exorcised evil from a once barren piece of land. There's bound to be an expert and an amateur in every field. Aunt Zou drained the dirty water and poured fresh water into the washtub. After soaking and rinsing the uniform a few more times, the previously tragic scene was now laundered into a pleasant sight. Although not comparable to an entirely new uniform, at least the horrendous bloodstains were nowhere to be seen anymore. Looking at the white uniform hanging on the clothes rack, Bai Luo Yin's heart unknowingly brightened. The next morning, Gu Hai rode his bike and strolled around Bai Luo Yin's neighborhood. It wasn't until quite a while later that Bai Luo Yin's silhouette appeared amidst the morning sun rays. The corners of Gu Hai's mouth revealed a beautiful smile as he lifted his tall and slender legs and thrust the wheels forward, leaving dewdrops behind. Bai Luo Yin was walking at his usual pace when a bicycle suddenly brushed against his body. The bicycle itself was rather swift. Moreover, combined with the rider's solid build, the draft it created was strong enough to make Bai Luo Yin lose his footing, his body leaning slightly forward. Without a second thought, he had already deduced who the stupid perpetrator behind this was. Just as the bicycle was about to pass, Gu Hai suddenly leaned to the side and planted his foot on the ground. With a sharp pull at the grip and a slam on the brakes, the wheels immediately stopped, leaving the rest of the bike to shift and draw a beautiful arc on the ground. Gu Hai smiled at Bai Luo Yin as he leisurely turned his head toward the mark of his antic. From Bai Luo Yin's point of view, it was more or less a young devil's grin, mischievously honest and annoyingly playful at the same time. Perhaps it was the early rays of sunrise that helped paint a dash of tenderness on Gu Hai's stern, masculine frame. However, Bai Luo Yin was incapable of admiring Gu Hai. He nonchalantly walked away and threw out a few icy words. "You can still drift with that lousy second-hand bike." Gu Hai was half walking and half riding the bike, following Bai Luo Yin from behind. "How do you know it's a second-hand one? A bike gets stolen every day in this area. If yours were new, it would have gone missing by now. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gu Hai's expression showed a genuine setback. "If I had known earlier that bikes are easily stolen here, I wouldn't have spent so much money on it. Didn't you say that you've always lived here? How can you not be aware of this problem?" Of course, Gu Hai mentally choked hearing that sentence. "Anzo, please give us 2 bowls of bean curd, 5 sausage-stuffed sesame seed cakes, and 2 deep-fried sugar pancakes." Gu Hai also called out toward Anzo. "Give me the same as him." Bai Luo Yin jolted and glared at Gu Hai with a surprised look. Gu Hai asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Actually, Bai Luo Yin had intended to tell him that the order he placed earlier already included portions for both of them. But since Gu Hai had already shouted out his order, Bai Luo Yin became reluctant and later decided to drop the topic altogether. The 2 boys sat in front of the table piled high with breakfast. Honestly speaking, Bai Luo Yin had no difficulty finishing all the food alone. At most, he would just eat less during lunchtime. However, he was more worried about the possibility of Gu Hai wasting food. After all, Aunt Zo does serve generously in her line of business. Furthermore, all her dishes are authentically and traditionally prepared. Precisely because of this, Bai Luo Yin absolutely loathed customers who left leftovers when eating here. Gu Hai took a bite of the deep-fried sugar pancake. The outer crust was crunchy crisp, while the inner dough was chewy soft. It tasted twice as delicious when it completely melted inside his mouth. It's been a long time since I've last had such authentic, traditional sweet, deep-fried pancakes. Originally, Gu Hai had intended to say that he was around 5 or 6 years old when he first tried traditional pancakes. The words were on the verge of his tongue, but he then quickly realized that this first meal at Aunt Zo's might just turn out to be his last if his secrets were to be exposed. As such, he thought it better to guard his mouth and decided to swallow the words halfway. "Where do you usually go for breakfast?" Bai Luo Yin asked casually. "Usually? I don't really have a specific place. It's more like randomly buying stuff along the way and making do with it." Bai Luo Yin didn't probe any further and focused more on finishing his own meal. He had a peculiar habit of eating sesame seed cakes. He always separated the stuffing from the bread. He would finish the sausages first, and then the remaining bread later, always in this orderly manner. As such, a stack of 5 thick sesame seed cakes slowly amassed as he nibbled away the sausages. Gu Hai noticed this and assumed that Bai Luo Yin didn't like to eat the bread, so he removed all the ham sausages from his own sesame seed cakes and placed them on Bai Luo Yin's plate. Then he took Bai Luo Yin's pile of sesame seed cakes for himself and put them on his own plate. Bai Luo Yin was slightly baffled. He raised his head and shot a curious glance at Gu Hai, who appeared to be gobbling up all the bland sesame seed cakes without the faintest sign of reluctance. Gu Hai paused when he felt the pair of eyes staring at him. "Does watching me eat fill you up? I can't exactly say whether I'm full or not, but I certainly don't feel like eating anymore." Despite his sharp, stingy replies, Bai Luo Yin's impression of Gu Hai had somewhat changed. Initially, he had felt that Gu Hai was more of a distasteful jerk, a plague-like existence, the last person he'd want to be around. Later on, he forgave him and found him tolerable to a certain degree. As of now, he felt that it was passable, if not agreeable, to have Gu Hai around. He even felt slight tinges of good impression and fondness toward Gu Hai. For a person like Bai Luo Yin, who judged and condemned people for life based on first impressions, such a development toward anybody was unheard of. Gu Hai's improvement was exceptional. All right, I've finished eating. Let's go. The sight of empty plates and bowls dispelled Bai Luo Yin's worries. This was the first time he had encountered a well-matched rival at eating. As expected, his good physique isn't only from physical training, but from eating properly as well, he thought. Gu Hai grabbed the bike and rode to school with Bai Luo Yin. Yu Chi had spotted Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin coming to class together twice already. He was extremely puzzled, given the fact that the two of them had never been on good terms. He couldn't resist asking, "Why are you coming to school together with him?" "I ran into him by coincidence." Yu Chi still wanted to ask further, but Bai Luo Yin had already turned around and diverted his attention elsewhere. He tossed a bundle of cloth at Gu Hai. Quick with his hands, Gu Hai caught it right away and shook it a few times to undo the folding. He was rendered speechless as he gazed at the uniform. It wasn't until a while later that he finally asked Bai Luo Yin, "Whose uniform is this?" "You even need to ask me whose uniform it is? You think I'd give you mine?" "This is mine," Gu Hai exclaimed. Gu Hai had already forgotten about this matter. Before he transferred to this school, Fang Fei had already prepared an unlimited supply of school uniforms for him. Accordingly, he couldn't care less when that blood-stained uniform went missing. He had even thought that Bai Luo Yin had already thrown it away. "This is the uniform you wore in the fight the other day," Bai Luo Yin pointed out as he conveniently laid his head on the desk, preparing for his afternoon nap. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was completely exhilarated. He couldn't stay calm as he kept poking Bai Luo Yin with his large, pincer-like hands, asking him over and over again, "Were you the one who washed this uniform?" "Nope. Come on. Stop lying," Gu Hai said with a canny smile on his face. "You dared to let your family see this uniform? You know the answer, so why are you still asking?" Bai Luo Yin replied indifferently. Afterward, Gu Hai continued to wear that smiling face for who knows how long. The expression in his eyes was just like a pair of hooks, stuck on Bai Luo Yin as they kept skimming up and down his entire body. "Bai Luo Yin wash my clothes?" Gu Hai felt awfully satisfied and happy imagining that particular scene. A smart, handsome young man washing my clothes with his very own hands. And yet, he probably wasn't getting anywhere near the cleanliness he wanted. He must have been annoyed and thought, "Why should I wash his clothes? I might as well throw them away." Then, his conscience would pester him endlessly until the thought left him completely. His eyebrows would knit like a knot and would only loosen once the shirt was properly cleaned. He had no idea that the smell of soap could actually be this intoxicating. Chapter 33. After Gu Hai returned home, he folded his uniform, then placed it inside his closet. His old mobile phone suddenly rang, producing a deafening ringtone because it was so loud. "Da Hai." When Gu Hai heard it, he knew right away it was Li Shuo, who always had nothing to do. "Da Hai, what have you been busy with these days? Why haven't you contacted this brother of yours?" Li Shuo's words caused Gu Hai's body to tense for a few seconds. Indeed, he hadn't gotten in touch with his buddies for quite a while. Since he changed his phone and sold his computer, he couldn't even connect to the internet. Because he had no internet connection, and his phone was a piece of junk too, Gu Hai couldn't be bothered to contact anyone. "I'm not really busy with anything. Just going to class, then sleeping. It's pretty boring." When Li Shuo heard that, he was very happy. "Then let's go out on Saturday. We'll call Huzi too. He bought a new car and wanted to show it off to you. Are you coming to our place, or do you want us to pick you up?" Gu Hai's eyes suddenly revealed a deeply cautious look. "I'll come to your place. From now on, if there's nothing important, don't come looking for me. If it's something really urgent, then give me a call first. Only come after I say it's okay. What shameful thing have you done this time? Why are you so afraid that we would see?" Gu Hai just casually brushed it off. "It's nothing. Just remember my words, and that's enough. See you on Saturday." After he finished speaking, Gu Hai hurriedly hung up the call. Not long after that, his phone rang again. "Gu Hai." A loud voice from the other side of the phone jolted Gu Hai. During these past few days, why haven't you called me first? Gu Hai took a deep breath. What had he done wrong lately? Why was everyone talking to him as if they were demanding payment from him, like he was indebted to them? Haven't we talked on the phone every day? Jean Lulu's voice came through his old mobile phone, extremely rough. Yes, we talked on the phone every day, but it's always me who calls you first. You never take the initiative to call me. You weren't like this before. You were always the one who called me first. Are you cheating on me? Who would I be cheating with? Gu Hai replied angrily. Can you not be paranoid all day long? You weren't this narrow-minded before. If I were really cheating on you, I wouldn't answer your call. Jean Lulu was sobbing. Then, why didn't you call me first? Truthfully speaking, calling someone costs money, while receiving a call is free. Gu Hai used to not care about these things before. Even if he fell asleep in the middle of a phone call, the phone would stay connected until dawn. But now he couldn't do that anymore. He only wanted to receive calls. If he took the initiative to call someone first, he felt like he would be losing out. Moreover, if he used this phone for too long, it would heat up and he'd worry that it would suddenly die. So he simply didn't call her. I've been busy these past few days because I'm moving to a new place, so I couldn't contact you. Jean Lulu breathed slowly and said in a tactful tone. Where did you move to? Gu Hai lifted his head to look up at the ceiling, whose paint had peeled off. He went silent for a long time before saying, I moved to an apartment not far from school. Even if I told you the address, you wouldn't remember it. Tell me. If you tell me, I will definitely remember it. I'll come to your place when the holidays come. Gu Hai's expression changed. Nevertheless, his manner of speaking remained steady and firm. Don't come here. You're a girl, and if you come all this way, I'll be really worried. Jean Lulu sighed heavily. But I want to see your current living situation. Since you started school up until now, I've never been to your place at all. I don't even know how you're doing. I'm doing very well. As long as you're doing well, then I'm fine too. Jean Lulu went silent for quite a while. Her tone suddenly became somewhat dreary. Gu Hai, you've changed. How have I changed? You've never said anything sweet like what you just said before. Do you really have a new girlfriend? Gu Hai immediately hung up the call. If he didn't hear it, then it wouldn't bother his heart. He didn't understand why he had suddenly lost all the patience he once had toward the girl he'd always thought of as perfect. After a while, the phone rang again. The sound was still as ear-piercing as before. The walls here were very thin, and there were other people living beside him. Gu Hai was afraid he would bother everyone else, so he just turned his phone off. When Gu Hai was lying on his bed, his heart felt a little tight. He suddenly remembered one thing. With Jean Lulu's temper, if the two of them were in a cold war, then the one who'd lose their patience first would be her. And what did that mean? It meant that she would come all the way here to find him, and then she would expose his real identity as well as his family status. This can't be happening. Gu Hai climbed out of bed again, took a couple of big strides toward the table, and picked up his phone. Right after he turned on the phone, it rang again. Gu Hai hastily picked up the call. However, since the phone's response time was too slow and Gu Hai's action was too fast, just as he was about to answer, the phone crashed immediately. Chapter 34. After quite a while, when Gu Hai reckoned that Jean Lulu had calmed down, he turned on his phone again. It did not ring immediately this time. There were no incoming calls even when Gu Hai had waited for some time. So, he reluctantly called her back. Hello. Heavy nasal sounds reached Gu Hai's ears, and right at that moment, his heart trembled. Jean Lulu was a really tough girl who rarely cried. As long as Gu Hai could remember, Jean Lulu had never shed a tear, not even once. Okay, don't cry anymore. Jean Lulu sobbed hastily, unable to finish her sentences. I know I shouldn't be imagining things, but you've changed so much. Before, although we studied at different schools, I always felt like you were beside me. But now I feel that you're really far away from me. Gu Hai went silent for a bit. It's not that far. Just half an hour's journey by high-speed train. Jean Lulu's tears turned into laughter. Why did you hang up on my call earlier? I didn't hang up. The signal was bad. Gu Hai suddenly realized he could tell lies so easily now. Jean Lulu only hummed twice. These past 2 days, I've had a migraine and it hurts so bad. I can't bear the pain. Gu Hai looked at the time. 5 minutes had passed. This is because you're always staring at the computer and you play too much with your phone. You also put your phone right on your ear to answer calls. Just imagine the radiation. Listen, Go to sleep early, okay? When you wake up tomorrow, you should be fine. Jean Lu took a deep breath. Can you come see me this Saturday? I already have an appointment with Li Shuo and Hu Zi on Saturday. How about Sunday? I don't have anything on Sunday. You've always thought they're more important than me. This isn't about who's more important. I made a promise to someone else already. I have to do what I said I would do. Jean Lu went quiet for a long time, then faintly replied. I have my classmate's birthday party on Sunday, so I don't have any spare time that day. Just come over next week then, or I'll be too tired. When she hung up, Guhai could still hear her disappointed sigh. The lights were already off. Guhai suddenly remembered 2 years ago around this time, when Jean Lu had led a group of girls to break the glass at the school director's home. Then she went back to school and openly challenged the school principal. She had been wild and straightforward at that time. She was so clear about what she loved and hated that she paid no attention to anything else. Although she was just one skinny little girl, she was extremely fierce. He still remembered Jean Lu's hearty smile as she sat on the table. At that time, Guhai had thought she was captivating. Guhai had been fascinated by Jean Lu from that moment on. Perhaps you should not touch the thing you love. If you do not touch it, it will remain the same. No matter how much you look at it, you will still think it is beautiful. However, if you put it in front of you, touch it and grow familiar with it, its original beauty will gradually erode. Guhai thought for a long time, still holding onto his phone. Then he finally decided to send a message. I'll tell Li Shuo and Hu Zi that I won't go with them on Saturday. I'll come see you instead. Guhai put down his phone and his heart finally felt more at ease. The next morning, Guhai was riding his bike to school with Bai Luo Yin sitting on the back seat. This time, Bai Luo Yin had changed his position. Before, he always sat with his back facing Guhai's back. But on that day, he faced forward, both hands resting on Guhai's shoulders. This way, he could see the road ahead and prevent Guhai from going over that bumpy road again. However, the wind was a bit strong that day. Furthermore, the winds in Beijing never travel alone. If they don't come with sand, then they come with dust. As Bai Luo Yin sat so tall while they rode down the road, he wondered how much sand he had inhaled with each deep breath. Why aren't you sitting? I can block the wind for you. Bai Luo Yin simply held on to Guhai's shoulder firmly without speaking a word. He even managed to sneak a ruthless pinch on Guhai's shoulder. Guhai instantly knew what Bai Luo Yin was thinking. He immediately assured him, I won't go over the bumpy road, so don't worry. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do you want to hang out together? Bai Luo Yin suddenly spoke up. What? Because of the strong wind and the honks from the surrounding motor vehicles, Guhai couldn't make out what Bai Luo Yin was saying. Bai Luo Yin lowered his head slightly, placing his mouth as close to Guhai's ear as he could. Let's go fishing together on Saturday. Guhai's hands were shaking. He only stared at the road ahead, as if he was in the middle of making a difficult decision. I'm busy. I can't go. Bai Luo Yin's gaze dimmed. Then forget it. Those 3 words were not even spoken loudly, but Guhai could hear them clearly. Okay, I'll find you on Saturday. Bai Luo Yin bowed his head slightly, just enough to see the tip of Guhai's nose. Didn't you just say you can't go? Guhai lifted his eyelids slightly, just in time to see Bai Luo Yin's firm and determined chin. The wind was gusting hard just now. You heard it wrong. Chapter 35. Early in the morning, the weather was a little cloudy. As Guhai rode his bike, he felt his arms were really cold. When he arrived in front of Bai Luo Yin's doorstep, Bai Luo Yin was already standing there with his things well prepared, waiting for him. This was the first time Guhai saw Bai Luo Yin in casual clothes. In the past, Bai Luo Yin always wore his uniform, and it was always the summer uniform, at that. Some students were already wearing sweaters, yet Bai Luo Yin still wore his vest. So his classmates thought that Bai Luo Yin ran really hot. Today was a rare chance for Guhai to see Bai Luo Yin wearing long sleeves, so Guhai was ready to tease him. So you can actually tell hot from cold. You're human like the rest of us after all. Bai Luo Yin gave a pointed, wry smile. He picked up the fishing rod beside him and, without any warning, smacked Guhai's leg hard with it. Guhai felt as if a surge of flames had lit up his lower leg. He breathed raggedly as he endured the pain. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Yin had already dragged Guhai's bike into his courtyard, as they planned to walk to the fishing spot. Along the way, Guhai deliberately walked at a slower pace. He looked at Bai Luo Yin from behind for a long time. He had often seen other people on the street wearing the same kind of clothes as Bai Luo Yin. When they wore them, it was utterly ordinary. But when Bai Luo Yin wore them, he looked incredibly stylish. Bai Luo Yin's face was young, but in those clothes, he gave off a hint of special masculinity. Your outfit is pretty good. Where did you buy it? It's my dad's. No wonder the longer he looked at Bai Luo Yin, the more mature he seemed. You still wear your dad's clothes? Bai Luo Yin replied nonchalantly. We father and son always wear the same clothes. I don't like shopping. Whatever clothes my father buys, I'll wear. Gu Hai laughed. Don't tell me you and your father only have one long-sleeved shirt between you. And while you're wearing it right now, your father has to go to work bare-chested. Bai Luo Yin turned to face Gu Hai and put on a deliberately upbeat expression. You look down on us too much. So, suppose our family of four only had one piece of cotton-padded clothing, and if one person wore it outside, the remaining three could only bury themselves in a pit to stay warm. So, do you also have a fat grandma and a skinny grandma? That short sentence finally earned Bai Luo Yin's knowing smile. So you've actually heard the stories of Gui de Gang. The two of them chatted as they walked along the street. Gu Hai realized that Bai Luo Yin was a very sharp talker, and he spoke in a way that could easily trap people's words. If he wasn't careful, he'd be caught by Bai Luo Yin's logic. To converse with Bai Luo Yin, you had to use your brain the entire time. His words were usually very short and casual, but after pondering them for a while, they'd proved to make a lot of sense. We're here. Bai Luo Yin sat down on a patch of grassland. He neatly unraveled his fishing lines. He opened a can, took the bait out, and stuck it on the hook. Then he searched for a spot that was fairly even and peaceful, cast the line, and settled in. Gu Hai walked over to Bai Luo Yin. This was a wild fishing spot. It was not too big, but the water quality here was pretty good. No one fed the fish in this lake, so there weren't many big ones. Almost every fish was only about 10 centimeters long. They had little meat, but it was really chewy. After we're done fishing, do we have to pay by weight? Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai. Do you think this is a fishing park? There isn't a single person within 3 miles of here. Who are you going to pay? Gu Hai pinched Bai Luo Yin's cheek. Pretending to be angry, he said, Can you give me a better attitude when you talk to me? Every time before you open your mouth, you give me a sour face. Bai Luo Yin shifted, then slowly turned his aching face toward Gu Hai. I'll tell you this. What I hate most is when other people pinch my face. Gu Hai pinched Bai Luo Yin's cheek again. Bai Luo Yin was annoyed. He scolded Gu Hai right to his face. Are you a pervert? Gu Hai tore his shirt buttons open, exposing his six-pack. He proudly raised the corner of his left lip and said, Do I look like one? Bai Luo Yin gave him a scornful look. Besides showing off your muscles, what else can you do? Pinch your cheeks. 5 minutes later, Bai Luo Yin moved to a spot about 10 meters away from Gu Hai. Then he sat quietly, focusing on his float. His surroundings had become a lot more calm and peaceful, and Bai Luo Yin's condition gradually recovered as his eyes grew more focused. Suddenly, his float twitched a little. Da Hai is where I belong. The sea breeze blows, the sea waves surge. Gu Hai's old phone suddenly rang, startling the surrounding grass so much it swayed. Bai Luo Yin's grip loosened for a moment, and when he pulled up his float, he found he'd caught nothing. Hello? Is this Li Shua? Oh, I forgot to call you. I can't go. Lulu is sick, so I need to see her. What? Lulu is together with you guys? Bai Luo Yin held his temper and waited patiently until Gu Hai finished his phone call, then cast his line again. Da Hai is where I belong. The sea breeze blows, the sea waves surge. Hello? Huzi? Aren't you together with Li Shua? Together? If you're together, then why did you call me again? Are you trying to annoy me on purpose? I'll tell you right now, I'm really busy. The float in front of Bai Luo Yin didn't even stir a tiny bit. Chapter 36. When Gu Hai finally put down his phone, Bai Luo Yin had already disappeared from his sight. He stood up to search around the area, and after a short moment, he noticed a silhouette from across the river. Gu Hai immediately shouted in the direction of the person that the silhouette belonged to. Why did you go that far? Bai Luo Yin pretended not to hear him. I turned off my phone already, Gu Hai explained. Bai Luo Yin was too lazy to even look at Gu Hai. Tell me, is it interesting to fish by yourself? Bai Luo Yin simply kept his gaze fixed on his own float without uttering a single word. Suddenly, The float moved, and Bai Luo Yin rapidly reeled in the line. From the hook at the end hung a carp around 10 centimeters long. There was a bucket beside Bai Luo Yin, which he tossed the fish into, and then he cast his float back into the water. During the half hour when Gu Hai hadn't disturbed him, Bai Luo Yin had managed to catch 4 or 5 fish. In the beginning, he had kept a composed expression, but then, he finally smiled a little. He glanced to his side where Gu Hai was sitting and noticed that there was only water inside his bucket. Not even a tiny little shrimp could be seen within it. There was no response from Gu Hai when he looked at him either. After Gu Hai set his fishing rod on the ground, he slowly made his way toward Bai Luo Yin, who was completely focused on his float. The float bobbed up and down a few times, and he came to the conclusion that a big fish must have swallowed the bait. Gu Hai had already reached Bai Luo Yin's side, but Bai Luo Yin clearly didn't notice him. Glancing down into Bai Luo Yin's bucket, observing all the fish tumbling around inside, he reached out toward Bai Luo Yin, who was still engrossed in staring at the float. However, Bai Luo Yin suddenly raised his fishing rod fiercely and reeled in the line. There was a really big fish at the end of the line, and it appeared to weigh 3 or 4 pounds. Upon seeing the size of the fish, Gu Hai smacked Bai Luo Yin's shoulder in a friendly fashion. "You're really skilled. You've caught a lot of fish." Gu Hai's sudden movement jolted Bai Luo Yin, who was intensely focused, making him shudder a little. Because of that, his fishing rod abruptly clattered onto the grass. Anxiously picking up the rod, Bai Luo Yin noticed that the fish along with the bait were no longer there. One could clearly imagine the expression taking over Bai Luo Yin's face. "I'm not fishing anymore." Bai Luo Yin collected his fishing rod, grabbed the bucket, and stood up with the intention of leaving. Just as he was about to step forward, Gu Hai blocked his path. "Have I annoyed you? I just don't want to fish anymore. It's boring." Pushing Gu Hai out of his way with one arm, Bai Luo Yin managed to take 2 steps. But before he could go any further, he heard the sound of splashing water behind him. Bai Luo Yin's mind stilled, a somewhat confused expression plastered across his features. "I didn't use too much strength, right? How did he even fall into the river?" Gu Hai certainly wasn't an expert at fishing, but he was capable of catching fish with his bare hands. Ever since he was 10 years old, he had been participating in the Army's field survival training. Since then, he had learned how to catch fish without any equipment. As long as he could see the fish, no matter its size, it wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Sharply fixing his gaze on the fish swimming around his legs, he quietly waited for a while before moving to another spot, then continued to wait patiently once more. Gu Hai fumbled around in such a way that he quickly reached the middle of the river, where the water level was just below his neck. "Come up here," Bai Luo Yin shouted. "Don't be ridiculous. The water is really cold." Spotting his target, Gu Hai used both hands to quickly grab a firm hold around the fish. As he did, he felt a surge of ice-cold slipperiness along his fingers that spread throughout his entire body. "I finally caught you," he thought proudly. Swimming forward, Gu Hai reached shallower water and extended his hands to show Bai Luo Yin the fish he had caught. "Is it this one?" In that moment, Bai Luo Yin realized that Gu Hai had gone into the river just to catch the fish he had lost earlier. "Yes, it's this one." Bai Luo Yin smiled without even trying to hide it as he looked at the fish in Gu Hai's hands. The autumn sun was shining upon Bai Luo Yin's face, illuminating his charming features. He looked genuinely pleased and carefree. Gu Hai could only look at him in silent admiration. In that fleeting moment, his heart suddenly lost its balance and skipped a beat. The smile on Bai Luo Yin's lips vanished in no time. Are you having leg cramps?" Gu Hai realized his legs were still deep in the water. Once back on shore, both of them carried the buckets filled with fish while walking home side by side. When Gu Hai saw that Bai Luo Yin was in high spirits, he couldn't help but poke at his forehead. "You were in such a bad mood just because of one fish. If I hadn't caught that fish for you, you probably wouldn't have even looked at me the next time we met." Uttering those words with a wide smile painted across his lips, half serious and half joking, Gu Hai himself didn't understand why he had gone into the water without a second thought. Just like the previous night, when he had been lying in bed thinking about it over and over, he still couldn't comprehend why he had agreed to go fishing with Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin replied with a smile. "It wasn't like that. Since we came here to fish, I thought we should do it wholeheartedly. What's the point if you're always on the phone? Stepping up to defend himself, Gu Hai retorted. Didn't I turn off my phone after that? Bai Luo Yin didn't answer, and his facial expression didn't give any of his emotions away. Gu Hai wanted to show his sincerity, so he reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and waved it in front of Bai Luo Yin. See? Isn't it turned off already? As Gu Hai waved the phone in front of his face, Bai Luo Yin saw countless water droplets dripping from it, and soon enough, so did Gu Hai. Then he remembered. He had completely forgotten to take his phone out of his pocket before going into the river. Chapter 37. You've caught so many fish, yet you're not going to let me eat dinner at your place tonight. Gu Hai asked directly, without caring that he hadn't been invited. Thinking about Grandma Bai's peculiar speech habits, Bai Luo Yin immediately rejected the idea. Just wait until the fish is fully cooked, and I'll bring them over to your house. You can just wait there. Gu Hai then remembered about the men and women, both old and young tenants, who resided at his place, and his heart anxiously quivered. There was no way that would work. That place wasn't even a proper home. It would be a miracle if his secret wasn't exposed should Bai Luo Yin really go there. What's wrong with me eating at your place? Gu Hai furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure. Honestly, you should be the one taking the initiative to invite me to dinner. I'm not the one who should be reminding you. Why do you lack such common sense? You're right. I don't have common sense. Grabbing the bucket from Gu Hai's hand, Bai Luo Yin stubbornly retorted. If you want to eat, just wait quietly at your home. But if you don't want to eat, then forget it. The moment Gu Hai heard the word home, his whole body shivered. By the time the two boys arrived at Bai Luo Yin's house, Bai Hanqi had already come back from work. He was moving back and forth between two new trees planted in front of the door. Once he noticed that Gu Hai and his son had returned, he was visibly overflowing with happiness. Uncle, Gu Hai called out in a heartfelt manner. Upon hearing Gu Hai's greeting, a bright smile spread across Bai Hanqi's face, and he replied joyfully. Reaching toward Gu Hai's broad shoulder, he was about to offer a few kind words, but then his expression abruptly changed. Why are your clothes so wet? Hurry inside and change into dry ones. Standing between Gu Hai and Bai Hanqi with a cold expression clouding his features, Bai Luo Yin frigidly inquired. Dad, do we really have spare dry clothes at home for him to wear? What do you mean? I just bought 2 sets of clothes recently. Give one of them to him first. While standing and silently listening to his father explain the situation, Bai Luo Yin furrowed his eyebrows in frustration. Why couldn't he have bought new clothes earlier? Why did he have to buy them so suddenly? Not only that, but Bai Luo Yin really didn't want Gu Hai coming inside his house. Uncle, can I take a bath too? My body is covered in mud. If I don't, I'll dirty the new clothes. Enough! Bai Luo Yin yelled and stared at him viciously. His eyes were squinting while his lips were drawn in tight lines, visibly irritated. Regardless of what his son said, Bai Hanqi actually looked very happy with the suggestion. Of course you can. Do you know how to turn on the water? If you can't, just ask Luo Yin to shower together with you. That's a really good idea. A smile spread widely across Gu Hai's lips, and the sight of it nearly made Bai Luo Yin's chin drop to the ground. What's a good idea, huh? Bai Luo Yin yelled sharply. Our house doesn't even have a decent bathroom. The shower is in the open air and the shower head gets clogged all the time. How can he take a bath here? Of course I can. Gu Hai looked perfectly obliging. Your family bathroom is still covered with a plastic sheet, while the one at my place is completely open air. I showered using tap water all summer, and there wasn't even any hot water. Bai Hanqi laughed. We have hot water in our home. You may use as much as you'd like. Both of you, really. Enough. Bai Luo Yin thought bitterly, secretly gritting his teeth. Having had enough of their ridiculousness, he grabbed his things and went inside the house with a grim expression. Back when no one visited his house, he never thought it was particularly messy. But now that Gu Hai was there, he began cleaning up his room. He was in the middle of tidying everything when he suddenly heard Gu Hai shouting. Bai Luo Yin, how do I get the hot water to work? Bai Luo Yin stubbornly pretended not to hear him and continued cleaning. After a while, Bai Hanqi angrily entered Bai Luo Yin's room and complained. Just go there and help him. Why don't you have any manners? With a heavy sigh, Bai Luo Yin walked straight to the bathroom and tore open the plastic curtain. Gu Hai had already stripped completely naked. His impressively athletic figure was in full display before Bai Luo Yin's eyes. and the sight made him want to kick his firm backside. You said you couldn't get the water to work, so why did you take off your clothes so quickly? Gu Hai ignored the question and reached toward Bai Luo Yin's collar, gently unbuttoning the top 3 buttons of his shirt. Let's shower together. Your trousers are also covered with mud. Don't you feel uncomfortable? All thanks to you. Firmly grabbing onto Gu Hai's slippery shoulder, Bai Luo Yin suddenly drove his knee into Gu Hai's lower abdomen and roared at him. Just shower by yourself. An amused smile spread across Gu Hai's lips instead. Bai Luo Yin, you're way too perverted. Bai Luo Yin was just about to leave and return to his room, but when he heard Gu Hai's provocative words, he hastily turned to face him again with an ice-cold stare. When Gu Hai saw his movement, he subconsciously covered his private parts with both hands. Your reaction is quite fast, Bai Luo Yin said with a straight face. Replying with a smile, Gu Hai then earnestly asked him, your bathroom is only covered with a single plastic sheet. Aren't you afraid that someone will see you if they come over here? Usually, no one comes to our house, and especially not women. So no one would pay attention to you even if you walked out into the yard completely naked. Is Lao Bai at home? Aunt Zoe's soft voice suddenly sounded from outside the bathroom. Bai Luo Yin went silent. Fuck. Gu Hai's body stiffened in panic. Didn't you say nobody would come? Are you kidding me? Laughing out loud at Gu Hai's sudden discomfort, Bai Luo Yin warned him with a smug grin. You'd better behave yourself. If you get on my nerves, I'll grab a lighter and burn holes in this plastic sheet. Not paying any attention to the sounds coming from within the bathroom, Aunt Zoe focused on the bucket full of fish, which had instantly caught her eye. You bought fish today? I went fishing. Bai Luo Yin quickly exited the bathroom and smiled as he walked toward her. Auntie, I'll give you 2 fish if you help us cook the rest. Please. I'm afraid my father will spoil the dish if he gets his hands on them. Aunt Zoe laughed boldly. Look at this kid. You really can talk, huh? Then I'll take these home and return with the dish once it's done. Hurriedly stepping out from the house when he heard his son's words, Bai Hanqi quickly stopped Aunt Zoe from leaving just yet. Don't mind him. That's not right. Just take 2 fish for yourself, and I'll cook the rest. Wordlessly smiling, Aunt Zoe simply grabbed the bucket and calmly passed Bai Hanqi as she headed out of the yard. Bai Luo Yin looked at his father and desperately wanted him to do something. He grabbed his arm and said in a serious tone, Later, Gu Hai is going to say he wants to eat dinner here. Can you just tell him the food in our house is awful? No matter what, you can't let him stay. This kid, how can you be like this? Bai Hanqi frowned. Those fish were caught by both of you. Why can't you just let him eat some of them with us? It's not that I'm not allowing him to eat. I'm just saying I want to bring the fish over to his place instead. Bai Luo Yin absent-mindedly gazed toward the house and thought about his old grandparents. I just can't let him laugh at our family. Suddenly understanding his son's reasons for rejecting Gu Hai, Bai Hanqi nodded and said, Don't worry. I definitely won't let him stay. After Gu Hai had finished showering, Bai Luo Yin quickly undressed and went inside the bathroom. As Gu Hai walked out, dressed in clean clothes, he noticed the blooming flowers in the flower bed. Uncle, who planted these flowers? He asked curiously. Oh, my son planted those. Beautiful, right? They really are beautiful. Is it okay if I pluck one? Go ahead. Pluck as many as you'd like. Bai Luo Yin nearly tore the plastic sheet off the bathroom when he overheard their conversation. He was brimming with fury. It had taken him more than 6 months to make those flowers bloom in the first place. Uncle, may I stay and eat dinner at your house tonight? While still in the shower, Bai Luo Yin noticed it had gone silent outside, so he turned off the water to eavesdrop. His hair was wet and full of foam as he stood completely still, pricking up his ears to hear what was being said. Of course, Bai Hanqi laughed joyfully. Even if you'd wanted to leave, I wouldn't have let you. Just eat dinner here, and then you can go back home. Hara. Chapter 38. Before starting to eat, Bai Hanqi had been continuously staring at Bai Luo Yin's face. He felt extreme regret in his heart as he noticed his son's sullen expression and furrowed brows. Pray tell, why did I agree right away? Why couldn't I say the offending words to reject Gu Hai? What's done was done. Just because of a moment of happiness, Bai Hanqi had enraged his precious son. How about this? I'll tell your grandpa and grandma to eat at home. Then the 3 of us will go out and eat. Bai Luo Yin's expression became even uglier as he fretted. Dad, How can I let my own grandpa and grandma eat by themselves? Can grandpa even properly remove the bones from the fish on his own? Even if I wanted to drive someone away, I couldn't drive my own family away. Just let Gu Hai bring his own bowls and chopsticks to eat in the courtyard. Who asked him to insist on staying here? He is our guest. How could you be like this? Instead of answering, Bai Luo Yin turned around to grab a bowl. He didn't pay any more attention to Bai Han Chi after that. Bai Han Chi sighed heavily, then headed toward Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai's room. Entering the room, he let both elders know about a guest coming to eat dinner with them. He especially cautioned Grandma Bai not to talk, while telling Grandpa Bai to eat more slowly and carefully to avoid choking. Their family of 4, plus Gu Hai himself, made 5 people altogether. All of them were tightly crammed around a small square table. That night, the dishes on the table were especially abundant. Besides the steamed fish cooked by Aunt Zhou, Bai Han Chi himself had also prepared 2 more dishes. Although his cooking didn't particularly look delicious, the smell was actually not that bad. Even so, despite the appetizing dishes, this was their family's most silent meal. Originally, Grandma Bai really loved to talk, but because her son had forbidden her from speaking, she didn't dare utter even one word. Unable to speak, her small eyes could only squint while looking here and there with a face full of caution. However, looking at her cheerful expression, it was clear that she was truly fond of this particular friend of her grandson. She wasn't allowed to talk, but at the very least, she could serve him more food. So Grandma Bai casually took some vegetables and placed them into Gu Hai's bowl. She then grinned at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Gu Hai also liked Grandma Bai. His own grandmother had passed away when he was merely 6 years old. The only impression he could remember about her was the way she would comb her hair until it was shiny. Gu Hai supposed that even if his grandmother were still alive, she wouldn't be as kind and affectionate as Grandma Bai. So, in order to show respect, Gu Hai also took a piece of fish and gave it to Grandma Bai. "Grandma, please eat. I can get the food myself." Grandma Bai nodded her head steadily. She wanted to express her gratitude, but since she couldn't speak, she could only voice, "Oh," twice, woefully. Gu Hai's expression shifted. After a moment's thought, he decided to ask the person beside him. Taking advantage of a gap in Bai Han Chi and Grandma Bai's conversation, he spoke to Bai Luo Yin in a low voice. "Is your grandma mute?" Terribly exasperated by Gu Hai's rude inquiry, Bai Luo Yin was on the verge of dumping all the food in his bowl on top of Gu Hai's head. "Your grandmother's the one who's mute. My grandmother passed away long ago." Bai Luo Yin was in the middle of picking the bones from a piece of fish in his bowl when he noticed Grandpa Bai looking at him enviously. He couldn't help but ignore Gu Hai for a moment, pick the fish clean, then give it to Grandpa Bai. Actually, Grandpa Bai could pick his own fish. However, he always did it poorly, and most likely, he would end up choking after eating it. Grandpa Bai's tongue was not nimble, and he needed great effort to swallow his food. If he choked, he would surely cough out everything in his mouth. Worried he might make the guest uncomfortable, Grandpa Bai ate very carefully. When Gu Hai saw that Bai Luo Yin himself wasn't eating much and kept serving his grandparents, his heart was somewhat moved. He took a piece of fish, placed it in his own bowl, and removed the bones just as Bai Luo Yin had done for his grandfather. Then he put the fish into Bai Luo Yin's bowl. This was the first time Gu Hai had ever done this kind of thing. He once said to others, "If there's a woman who can make him voluntarily pick the bones from a fish, then that woman is definitely the best candidate to be his wife." However, it was a pity that the first time he did this was for a guy. Bai Luo Yin had just finished placing the fish into his grandpa's bowl when he realized there was an additional piece of fish in his own bowl. Gu Hai didn't say a word, yet Bai Luo Yin immediately knew who had given it to him. Throughout the entire meal until then, Bai Luo Yin had been feeling discomfort and uneasiness in his heart. Only after Gu Hai's considerate gesture did his mood finally improve a little. Gu Hai occasionally stole curious glances at Bai Luo Yin. After Bai Luo Yin had eaten 2 spoonfuls, he knitted his eyebrows and turned toward Gu Hai. "There are still a lot of bones in this fish. You didn't get them all. For fuck's sake." Gu Hai cursed inwardly. "You live in a poor peasant's household, yet you still want the life of a rich young master. Just what did I, Gu Hai, owe you in my previous life? How did I end up with such an ungrateful person like you? Whenever I do something strenuous, why does it always turn out to be worthless in your eyes?" Bai Luo Yin couldn't help but feel happy and amused. Of course he knew what Gu Hai was thinking. The quiet dinner quickly came to an end. Everything was peaceful. That is, until Grandpa Bai coughed. The color of Bai Han Chi's face swiftly changed. He reached to put his hand on Grandpa Bai's back to support him. However, it was already too late. Once Grandpa Bai coughed, he would definitely choke. He coughed out the rice and the fish, scattering food all around his bowl. Everything delicious on the table was completely ruined. Bai Han Chi's expression was tense. He wore a concerned yet scolding look. Didn't I tell you to eat slowly? Now Gu Hai understood the reason why Bai Luo Yin had so adamantly tried to stop him from eating in their house. Before this incident, Bai Luo Yin had been constantly ridden with anxiety. But now that it had happened, his mood suddenly became placid and calm instead. He stood up calmly, grabbed some tissues, and slowly wiped the remnants of food from around Grandpa Bai's mouth. During this time, he didn't spare a single glance at Gu Hai. He didn't want to see the kind of strange look strangers gave his own relatives. Although Gu Hai had already finished eating, Bai Luo Yin still couldn't bring himself to explain it to him. Bai Luo Yin proceeded to wipe Grandpa Bai's collar and front robe until they were clean. Just as he was about to get a new bowl of rice, he saw a hand extending toward them. Let your grandpa drink a sip of water first. Gu Hai held a glass of water in his hand. Bai Luo Yin didn't say anything. He simply took the glass and handed it to Grandpa Bai. After that, Gu Hai began chatting with Bai Han Chi and the two grandparents on his own accord. As Grandma Bai listened to their conversation, she felt so happy that both her cheeks flushed with excitement. She became more and more elated as she watched them talking. She really wanted to say something. She felt awfully restricted, to the point where she couldn't even say one good word. Your grandson is amazing. No one in our class is brave enough to provoke him. Gu Hai looked as if he were playing with a child as he gave Grandma Bai a thumbs up. Grandma Bai's eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Gu Hai with astonishment. Even you cannot rule over him. When Grandma Bai finally realized she had just spoken, she was immediately flustered. Both her hands covered her own mouth, and she didn't dare look Bai Han Chi in the eye. Contrary to expectation, Gu Hai was actually amused by Grandma Bai's adorable reaction. Yes, I cannot rule over him. Chapter 39. Son, walk your classmate out. At his father's request, Bai Luo Yin promptly walked Gu Hai to the front door. Once they reached outside the gates, Gu Hai pushed his bike forward and bid farewell to Bai Luo Yin. It's okay, you can go back inside. Bai Luo Yin didn't budge. How far is your place from here? Hearing that, Gu Hai's chest immediately tightened. Why? Do you still want to come back with me and hang out at my house? No, I just want to walk you home. Normally, those particular words would have warmed Gu Hai's heart, but this was not one of those times. I'm a man, so why do you need to walk me home? Quick, go back inside. It's cold out here. I'm riding a bike, so it will take less than 10 minutes for me to get home. Ignoring him, Bai Luo Yin continued walking ahead of Gu Hai out of the house. And under the streetlights, he waved his hand toward Gu Hai, beckoning him to follow. Let's go. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai actually followed. They walked down the spacious street, watching as the weeping willows on each side swayed like little curtains. The trees were shedding, causing countless delicate leaves to fall in a disorderly manner. Inadvertently, autumn had arrived in Beijing, bringing a pleasant coolness to the air. After surviving an extremely hot summer, people naturally longed for a cool and refreshing respite. The autumn wind was quiet and gentle, unlike the spring wind that always sent chills through the whole body. How was the food tonight? It was very rare to hear the soft and gentle side of Bai Luo Yin's voice. Perhaps the peaceful night had affected him, or perhaps he felt guilty deep inside his heart. After all, it was Gu Hai's first meal at his home, and yet it had been such an unpleasant experience. It was very delicious. In the quiet night, Gu Hai's deep voice held so much sincerity that it was difficult to doubt him. My grandfather and grandmother were like that too, when they were still alive. My grandfather was even worse than yours. Basically, he would eat and vomit, then afterward, he would eat again. He was paralyzed and incontinent in bed for a very long time. I'm already used to all of that. While Gu Hai talked, he was also silently repenting. In truth, his grandfather had been a hero who looked after his family. Before Gu Hai was born, his grandfather had carried out a dangerous mission and sacrificed his life bravely and gloriously. It was only due to his grandfather's death that his family and all others of his father's generation could obtain special political privileges. Otherwise, Gu Hai's father would not hold his current position today. Bai Luo Yin laughed without a word. Noting this, Gu Hai tilted his head to the side to glance at Bai Luo Yin. Not long after, he turned his gaze away. He didn't know what Bai Luo Yin was thinking. The boy beside him was gazing at the road ahead. The quiet Bai Luo Yin was very enchanting in his eyes. It didn't help that each time he glanced at him, he was left with an indescribable feeling. The light from the street lamps struck half of Bai Luo Yin's face, playing out the contrast of light and shadow almost too beautifully. Gu Hai absent-mindedly stared at Bai Luo Yin for a long time. Soon, he felt as if there was a flutter in his heart, spreading comfortably through his entire body. He was captivated. It had nothing to do with gender, because Bai Luo Yin was simply too striking. He was so captivating that Gu Hai forgot their differences and the lack of understanding between them. Why do you use an artistic style to write your name? That single sentence interrupted Gu Hai's thoughts. Oh, my girlfriend found someone to design it for me and forced me to learn it. Then it became a habit to write like that. So even if I wanted to change it, I wouldn't be able to. Bai Luo Yin said lightly. That's a bad habit to get into. Gu Hai respectfully gave a standard military salute. Teacher Bai's lesson is noted. As soon as I get home, I will heed your advice. Between laughing and talking, they were already halfway to Gu Hai's home. Gu Hai realized that he couldn't possibly let his living arrangements be revealed to Bai Luo Yin. His only choice was to make a detour as far from his actual house as possible. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Hearing Bai Luo Yin's gasp, Gu Hai turned his head and saw there was a large dog by his side. It had snow-white fur, a strong physique, and a mild temper. Bai Luo Yin crouched down and stroked the dog all over its body. It was clear he was very fond of it, his face glowing with excitement. This Samoyed is really beautiful. Before he could finish, the owner returned. Bai Luo Yin stood up as the man and his dog left. He kept staring after them wistfully long after they were gone. Do you like dogs? Gu Hai asked. Bai Luo Yin laughed. I can get along with dogs very well. Even the fiercest dog will warm up to me when they see me. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He felt more uneasy the more he listened to Bai Luo Yin talk. Why did it seem like the words Bai Luo Yin was using were actually referring to him? If you really like it, your bro can buy one for you. Hearing that, Bai Luo Yin casually retorted. You're pretty poor. Can you even afford it? Gu Hai fumed inwardly. Forget a Samoyed. Even if it were a Tibetan Mastiff, I could buy it for you. This kind of life was actually very annoying. Isn't your home nearby? Why haven't we reached your place even after walking for so long? Bai Luo Yin asked, his suspicion growing. Gu Hai patted Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. It's taking longer to get to my place because I'm walking and pushing the bike. If I were riding it instead, I'd be home in no time. You should just go back. Bai Luo Yin happily walked away. Only after he was certain that Bai Luo Yin had already left did Gu Hai start riding his bike. Bai Luo Yin walked to an obscure spot, turned around, and took a peek at Gu Hai to see what he was up to. He saw that Gu Hai had turned around and backtracked through the same road they had just traveled. As expected, for the sake of investigating, Bai Luo Yin followed quietly behind him. Actually, when Bai Luo Yin had said he wanted to walk Gu Hai home, it was just a cover. His real purpose was to find out exactly where Gu Hai's house was, and why he was always so secretive whenever Bai Luo Yin mentioned it. But after half an hour, they still hadn't reached his place, so Bai Luo Yin simply let Gu Hai go, then used the tracking method. Gu Hai rode his bike, but he sensed something was off. Even though the footsteps behind him were soft, he was aware that something was not right. He didn't even need to look back. Just by listening to the sound of the footsteps, he could determine the height, weight, and general appearance of the person. It was likely that Bai Luo Yin had followed him here. This guy is too sneaky. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. His cycling motion remained relaxed, and his rhythm stayed steady. There was no hint of tension or hesitation in his movements. Soon, Gu Hai arrived in front of a random house. The single-story houses were all identical, each with a small courtyard. Gu Hai was in a difficult position. He couldn't just go back to the actual rented house he had passed. Bai Luo Yin would definitely find out that his house was rented, and all those things he had said before would crumble into lies. In order to preserve what little space he occupied in Bai Luo Yin's heart, he decided to take a risk. The people living beside him were an old married couple who lived alone. He reckoned they must be fast asleep by this time. So Gu Hai decided to slip into their house first to avoid trouble. Then, he could climb the wall to reach the house next door, his actual house. Let's do this. Gu Hai swiftly pried the lock open and calmly pushed his bike inside. Once he shut the door, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The distance was far, and Gu Hai did not know whether Bai Luo Yin had already gone back home. Nevertheless, he had no intention of going out. The wall was not tall, so he immediately heaved his bike over to the yard beside him and then neatly jumped over. He had finally escaped disaster. On Sunday morning, Gu Hai pushed his bike outside. However, before the front wheel could barely pass the doorway, his back wheel abruptly spun back 2 full rotations. What happened? Gu Hai was shocked to see Bai Luo Yin standing upright in front of his neighbor's house, clearly waiting for him to come out. What should I do? Do I need to climb the wall to get out again? Gu Hai climbed the wall to peek into the courtyard beside him. The old man was in the yard, watering his garden. How could he get past him? Sweat beaded on Gu Hai's forehead. In the end, he came up with a strange solution. He threw his bicycle into the next yard. Bang! It produced a loud crash. The old man who was watering his garden was startled. He turned his head to see a young man standing on his wall, a bicycle lying below him. Grandpa, my bicycle fell into your yard. Can I come and pick it up? How did your bike fall down here? Were you riding on the walls? Gu Hai didn't care much, since that guy was still standing outside. He had to act like a madman. Well, I'm going to pick it up, and I'll just toss it back over the wall. The grandfather walked unsteadily, his face twisting into an anxious expression. Why are you throwing it back over there? You can just walk out through my front door. Gu Hai looked at the old man with eyes full of admiration mixed with mutual understanding. Then, Gu Hai nonchalantly pushed his bike and walked out from the front door. The grandfather stood behind Gu Hai, deeply worried. What a good-looking lad. It's a pity he's a fool. Zhou Sihu glanced at his watch. 10 minutes until school started. Li Shua sat beside him, absorbed in his laptop. Zhou Sihu wasn't quite awake yet. He had been yawning nonstop. His good weekend had been ruined. He'd had to put up with Jean Lu, couldn't contact Gu Hai, and Jean Lu just kept tormenting both of them. It wasn't until late into the night that they finally managed to escort the young lady back to Tianjin. They had both slept at the hotel for a while before waking up to get ready for school. Li Shua heard the guy beside him yawning. He glanced at Zhou Sihu and couldn't help but ask, "Can you drive? If not, just switch with me. We're almost there." "What's the point of switching now?" Li Shua snickered. Then his eyes suddenly fixed on the side road beside them. "Wait, slow down a little." Zhou Sihu ignored him. "If we go any slower, we'll be late." "It's not that." Li Shua continued to stretch his neck out the window, staring behind them until his eyeballs nearly popped out. "Why do I feel like the guy riding that bike behind us looks like Dahai?" Zhou Sihu also glanced back through the rearview mirror. "You're right. He really does look like him." Li Shua blinked. "I think it actually is him." "What are you saying?" Zhou Sihu increased his speed and said with an aloof expression, "Just look at that sorry appearance. Can that really be Dahai? Besides, Dahai has several cars of his own. Why would he be riding a bicycle? Use your own brain for once. Could Dahai really look that pathetic?" Li Shua thought about it and realized it made sense. He couldn't help but sigh. Just where has Dahai disappeared to? Chapter 40. During the morning break between classes, Dan Xiaoxian swung her hips and approached Gu Hai's table. "Can you explain these questions to me?" When Bai Luo Yin heard that, he immediately stood up and offered his seat to Dan Xiaoxian. Gu Hai glanced at Bai Luo Yin unenthusiastically, his piercing gaze filled with a dense cluster of small, yet deadly thorns. Dan Xiaoxian held an exam paper and looked at Gu Hai with her flirtatious eyes while pouting slightly, giving an impression similar to a spoiled child. The most startling thing was that she wore a skimpy cheongsam underneath her school uniform. And on top of that, she deliberately leaned forward, making it so that her white and supple breasts were completely in Gu Hai's line of sight. "I can't solve this problem," Dan Xiaoxian said. Bai Luo Yin leaned against the desk and watched the two people in front of him with an air of amusement. Gu Hai patiently explained the problem to Dan Xiaoxian. "Do you understand now?" Dan Xiaoxian's mouth turned upwards. "You spoke too fast. I still don't understand." As she said that, she cupped both of her cheeks with her hands, causing the cleavage between her squeezed bosoms to become even more prominent. Behind them, two boys were intentionally handing out exercise books, when in reality, the owners of said books were actually sitting a few rows in front. Please explain it to me one more time. Dan Xiaoxian tugged at Gu Hai's arm back and forth, causing his hand to accidentally brush against her chest. After that, she smiled coyly, pretending to straighten her uniform. In fact, during the short moment when she was straightening her clothes, her neckline was opened so wide that it would certainly draw anyone's attention. This time, Gu Hai explained it very seriously. However, Dan Xiaoxian not only said she still didn't understand, but she also used the excuse that she couldn't see the diagram clearly to drag Bai Luo Yin's chair directly next to Gu Hai's seat. With that, she sat down in that chair and successfully squeezed herself in front of the small desk. Explain it again. Dan Xiaoxian's foot lightly touched Gu Hai's leg. Gu Hai smirked lightly. All right, I'll explain it one more time. He wanted to know, just what was this schoolgirl trying to do? First, draw an auxiliary line connecting these 2 points. After that, Dan Xiaoxian narrowed her eyes slightly and observed the tiny stubble along Gu Hai's jawline carefully, not to mention those enticing lips. She kept looking at him until her eyes eventually couldn't help but shift to his strong arms and down to his slender, straight legs. Gu Hai felt someone pulling at his hand before it came into contact with a soft area. Lowering his head, Gu Hai felt his blood surge. This girl had taken Gu Hai's hand and placed it between her legs before closing them. Gu Hai tried to withdraw his hand, but then he heard Dan Xiaoxian's low moan. Although he had studied in a private school for many years, he had actually never met such a bold and unrestrained schoolgirl before. Yu Qi merely stood next to Bai Luo Yin with an astonished expression. That woman is way too forward. Bai Luo Yin laughed while nodding his head. I've always been in the same class with her. Oh, Yu Qi smiled, yet it wasn't really a smile. Then you're a really lucky one. Bai Luo Yin only smiled without saying anything. After Dan Xiaoxian walked away, Bai Luo Yin returned to his own seat and looked at Gu Hai. How was it? Seeing Bai Luo Yin's mocking expression, Gu Hai couldn't refrain from letting out an indifferent grunt. Do you think she can actually do something to me? Hearing Gu Hai's words, Bai Luo Yin gave a snort of contempt. Gu Hai immediately grabbed Bai Luo Yin's hand and placed it on top of his own crotch, forcefully pushing it down while his face showed an unbridled, evil smile. How is it? I'm not deceiving you, right? It's soft. His last 2 words were powerful and resonating. What's there to brag about? If you can, then get hard for me right now. Gu Hai quickly brought his mouth close to Bai Luo Yin's ear, creating a warmth that seeped in. If you move just a bit, then I will instantly become hard. Bai Luo Yin's hand was still pressing down on Gu Hai's piece of flesh. After hearing those words, he suddenly lashed out. You really have no fucking sense of shame. Gu Hai smiled until the corners of his lips twitched. May I ask if Gu Hai is in this class? When that familiar voice invaded his ears, Gu Hai's smile froze. Gu Hai, there's someone looking for you outside. Gu Hai turned his head around. Jean Lulu appeared from the back in trance, her expression bordering on madness and insanity. Chapter 41. Why did you come here? You're asking me why I came? It's been 2 whole days, and I still haven't been able to reach you on your phone. Since I couldn't get in contact with you, I actually thought you'd been kidnapped. Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? My phone fell into the river, and I didn't have extra money to buy a new one, so there was no way for me to get in touch with you. As Gu Hai patiently explained, Jean Lulu's flabbergasted gaze swept over his entire body. Looking at the tacky color of his long-sleeved t-shirt and the 30 yuan athletic shoes he was wearing, she couldn't remain calm. How could your father do this to you? Even if he kicked you out, he didn't have to make you this miserable, MMPH. Before Jean Lulu could continue, Gu Hai covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her to a relatively quiet corner. Don't talk so loudly. My classmates can hear you. Jean Lulu gave him a confused look. If it weren't for the fact that she had imprinted Gu Hai's face firmly in her heart, she would have never believed that the person standing before her now was actually her boyfriend. Wasn't Gu Hai fearless? Even if the Emperor of Heaven himself gave him directions, he would still dare to pave his own way. So why did he now lack the courage to even talk outside his own classroom door? How has your father made you suffer to the point that you've become like this? For someone like Jean Lulu, It was hard to conceal her emotions as she persistently tugged at Gu Hai's clothes. She truly could not bear to see him dressed in those shabby things. Stop pulling. They're going to rip if you keep doing that. Hearing that, Jean Lulu pulled at his clothes even more aggressively. She wanted to rip that intolerably vulgar t-shirt from Gu Hai's body and have him wear his stylish clothes from before. Gu Hai grabbed Jean Lulu's hands and looked around to make sure no one was nearby before he spoke to her in a low voice. Stop messing around. Go take a stroll around the school first. Then after classes are dismissed at noon, I'll take you back home. I'm not going. Jean Lulu was insistent. I took 3 days off. Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. 3 days? What kind of idea was that? You took 3 days off, but I didn't. Don't tell me you're going to wander around here by yourself for 3 days? Gu Hai's eyes were filled with coldness. Jean Lulu felt like she no longer knew him. You actually care about asking for leave? You're not going to skip your classes? Didn't you skip plenty of classes in the past? So why aren't you going to now? I didn't sleep all night just to rush over here and find you. Yet that's not enough for you to skip even one class. I said, stop messing around. I don't have time to entertain you right now. Jean Lulu remained surprisingly calm. I knew it. You found a new girlfriend here, haven't you? The temperature in Gu Hai's face dropped instantly. If you're going to talk like that, then just get lost and go back where you came from. Without replying, Jean Lulu stared angrily in the direction of classroom 27, not too far in the distance. Then she silently slipped past Gu Hai and ran as fast as she could toward the back door of the classroom. Even if I have to leave, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Gu Hai quickly grabbed her arm and yanked her back a step. His grip was so tight that her face turned purple and contorted. But this girl had the backbone not to let a single tear well up in her eyes. If you don't want to break up, then stand here obediently and listen to what I have to say. When all was said and done, Jean Lulu was not as stubborn as Gu Hai. When it came to weighing their emotional stakes, she had always been the more vulnerable one. If you think I'm not giving you enough of my time, I can apply for a leave of absence from the teacher right now and spend the next 3 days with just you. But the most important thing is, it's really not suitable for us to be seen together in this kind of place. I can take you back later, and you can torment me however you want there. But here, you can't. Why? Jean Lulu asked, staring at Gu Hai. Does there have to be an answer for everything? I want you to be honest with me. I, Jean Lulu, am not that cheap. If you really have a girlfriend here, I'll leave without you even having to tell me. Gu Hai was tired of explaining. Then just leave. Throughout the entire class period, Gu Hai's annoyed expression did not clear up. There was no movement outside the classroom, and Gu Hai didn't know whether Jean Lulu had actually left. But he knew for sure that she would not give up so easily. In the past, they had fought many times over similar things, and it was always Jean Lulu who compromised first every single time. Gu Hai didn't need to worry about losing the relationship. He only needed to think about how he would survive the next 2 days. When the bell finally rang, Dan Xiaoxian swung her hips over, appearing before Gu Hai's anxious eyes once again. Bai Luo Yin stood up from his desk and walked out with Yu Qi trailing behind him. What did the teacher cover in this lesson? I didn't understand a single thing. Dan Xiaoxian cupped her chin with her hands and batted her lashes at Gu Hai a few times to entice him. Gu Hai was already irritated enough with just one girl, but then another one came. Whatever patience he had left to deal with either of them was nearly exhausted by now. I didn't understand any of it either. Dan Xiaoxian pulled at Gu Hai's arm that was resting on his textbook and slowly parted his fingers. Her voice was sweet, yet unbearably flirtatious. I can read your palm. It's really accurate. Gu Hai pulled his hand back and left. His grim and rigid back simply disappeared from the doorway. Chapter 42. When Gu Hai came out of the toilet, he saw Bai Luo Yin smoking in the corridor. Yu Qi said something that made the two of them look at each other and burst out laughing. The sight was quite something to see. Gu Hai's expression grew darker. Seeing Gu Hai standing not far off, Yu Qi waved at him in a rather dashing manner. Was that person just now your little brother? Your little brother. Gu Hai's face darkened. Even if he had fought with Jean Lulu earlier, he couldn't stand hearing anyone talk about his girlfriend like that. Yu Qi tossed a cigarette over to Gu Hai. Then who was it? Gu Hai replied coldly. My girlfriend. Hearing that word, Bai Luo Yin's wandering gaze finally settled on Gu Hai. Ah! A loud shriek shattered the calm in that corner. The whole corridor suddenly seethed with excitement. It looks like someone is fighting. Yu Chi popped his head out of the corner for a look. Bai Luo Yin said faintly, "How come that loud voice just now sounded like Dan Xiaoxian?" Just as his voice faded, the sound of a girl shouting and another crying rang out again. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he suddenly strode forward. But before he even reached the classroom door, the scene before his eyes forced him to stop in his tracks. Jin Lulu had Dan Xiaoxian by the hair, dragging her toward the window while slapping her face repeatedly. The whole corridor was filled with Dan Xiaoxian's pained cries. Jin Lulu still hadn't vented enough. She kicked Dan Xiaoxian's stomach twice. Dan Xiaoxian fell to the floor and cried even harder, clutching her stomach, but then Jin Lulu stepped on her. "Fuck you. You bitch." Yu Chi and Bai Luo Yin also hastily rushed out of that corner. With just one glance, Yu Chi recognized Jin Lulu and elbowed Bai Luo Yin. "Say, how can Gu Hai be attracted to her?" Expressionless, Bai Luo Yin glanced over at Jin Lulu indifferently. "You're asking me? How would I know? Don't you and Gu Hai stick together all day long? He never told you anything about his girlfriend." Bai Luo Yin only responded to Yu Chi's first question. "Since when do I stick together with him?" "You're always with him." Yu Chi was extremely angry, to the point that even his perpetually cool appearance shattered. "The two of you were archenemies before, but now you're always together. Come on, everyone in the entire class is bewildered." Bai Luo Yin didn't say a word. He simply turned around and walked into the classroom. Yu Chi muttered behind him, "If you're together, then you're together. It's not like you're dating. Why are you being so sensitive?" Gu Hai brought the nearly hysterical Jin Lulu to the sports field. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Although the corner of Jin Lulu's mouth was bleeding from where Dan Xiaoxian's nails had scratched her, she still flashed a broken smile in response to Gu Hai's interrogation. "I just wanted her to know what happens when she tries to touch my boyfriend." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and stared at her with a cold, sharp gaze. "I'm warning you for the last time. Don't make groundless accusations against me. If you don't have a new girlfriend, then why haven't you contacted me?" Jin Lulu's voice was somewhat hoarse. "If you don't have a new girlfriend, then why are you avoiding me and refusing to let me show up at your classroom door? Do you think I'm going to embarrass you? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? I really hate neurotic girls." Jin Lulu snorted loudly. "Since you've already started hating me, then I'll make you hate me even more. You hate it when I show up at your classroom door, right? Fine. Then I'll come here every week until you leave." A plume of pitch-black clouds hovered over Gu Hai's head. "Why are you always so insistent on staying here? What's so good about this place?" "There's nothing good here. But you are here." Jin Lulu's devoted gaze finally struck Gu Hai's nerves sharply. He went silent for a long time before reaching out to wipe the bloodstains from her mouth. "I'll take you to the infirmary to get some medicine." "I'm not going." Jin Lulu pulled Gu Hai back, her eyes reddening slightly. "Actually, what I want is really simple. I just want to see what kind of life you're living here." "Is that so wrong?" "I'd like to ask, if you like someone, wouldn't you care about how they're living? I just want to be a part of your life. That's what being a couple is about." "What are we? I don't even know where you live." Gu Hai looked at Jin Lulu for a moment before he said, "I promise I'll let you stay here for a few days." Jin Lulu's expression immediately glowed with youthful energy. "But I have one condition." This time, Jin Lulu revealed a very understanding look. "Tell me. Do not mention anything about my family in front of my classmates or anything about how I used to live. From now on, you have to treat me like I'm a poor man. I'm poor. You have to remember those two words. No matter what you say or what you do, you cannot separate me from those words. And it's best if you don't flaunt your wealth in front of my classmates. Keep a low profile." "Poor?" Jin Lulu was puzzled. "How poor?" "As poor as you can imagine." Jin Lulu was shocked for a while, but then she nodded. After all, Gu Hai's special status had never been known to anyone. Even in his previous school, the details of his family's situation had always been kept quiet. As Gu Hai's girlfriend, she had enough experience to keep her boyfriend out of trouble. Chapter 43. After school ended, Bai Luo Yin was packing up his school bag when someone pulled his shoulders back until his body leaned backwards. He asked, "What's up? Let's eat lunch together." "My girlfriend's treat." Bai Luo Yin paused. "Why are you dragging me along when she came to see you? I'm not going to be a third wheel. We're like an old married couple." What refined feelings could we possibly have left? If I say go, then just go. Why are you wasting time? Without any explanation, Gu Hai stood up and simply dragged Bai Luo Yin out with him. Jin Lulu was already standing outside when she saw Bai Luo Yin come out. She smiled brightly. I've already found a good restaurant. We can go there by taxi. The three went to a restaurant that specialized in dishes dealing mainly with bone, and the signature dish was lamb spine hot pot. Jin Lulu was really fond of eating lamb. She could eat every single part of it. For a refined girl like herself, she was extremely infatuated with the taste and smell of mutton. Just the aroma alone would get her saliva working. Sitting here is okay. Jin Lulu took the menu, then ordered all kinds of dishes. The lamb spine hot pot was very delicious, but it was quite hard to bite into. When Bai Luo Yin noticed that the people around him ate with poor table manners, he could not help but smile. He truly admired Jin Lulu, since most girls would be afraid to eat lamb spine hot pot with their boyfriend. The three were talking and laughing when a lamb spine hot pot arrived at their table. Jin Lulu rubbed her hands before her chopsticks moved continuously in her bowl. Her focused appearance was akin to that of a child, entirely different from the person who had fought at their school. Gu Hai's chopsticks were moving around inside the pot when he suddenly found a lamb's tail. Everyone who had eaten lamb spine hot pot definitely knew that lamb's tail meat was the most delicious part. Jin Lulu blinked excitedly. Gu Hai took out the lamb's tail from the pot and then put it into Bai Luo Yin's bowl. Try this. It tastes pretty good. That kind of action felt like it had happened many times before, as though it had become a habit. Gu Hai had somehow forgotten about the person next to him, whose favorite food was lamb's tail, and casually gave it away to someone else. All girls are sensitive, even if they might not outwardly show it. You're so biased. Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin lifted their heads. I love to eat lamb's tail too, Jin Lulu said while pointing at Bai Luo Yin's bowl. Well, isn't that easy to deal with? Gu Hai called the waiter. Give us one more pot of lamb's tail. If you only want to order the lamb's tail, you have to pay extra since it's a premium item. Jin Lulu waved her hand toward the waiter, then looked at Gu Hai. I don't want another pot of lamb's tail. I only want to eat the one you just took out. What she actually meant was, I only want to eat the lamb's tail that you just gave to Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin laughed as he suddenly remembered Shi Hui. It was as if all the girls in the world were like that. Here for you. I haven't bitten it yet. Bai Luo Yin gave it to Jin Lulu. Jin Lulu winked at Gu Hai as if signaling him. One could perfectly imagine her smug expression. When he saw that the most delicious part was in Jin Lulu's bowl, Gu Hai suddenly felt awfully upset. But the particular reason why he was so upset was unclear to him. After that, he gave a lot of food to Bai Luo Yin, but no matter how much food he gave him, he still felt that Bai Luo Yin had been wronged and that he did not eat well enough. That kind of feeling kept bothering him until the bottom of the pot could be seen. Are you full already? Gu Hai asked. Bai Luo Yin was almost full to bursting. He secretly wondered why Gu Hai was acting so crazy today, constantly placing food into his bowl, and he kept asking whether he was full, as if afraid that others didn't know how big Bai Luo Yin's appetite was. Why are you so talkative? Bai Luo Yin wiped his mouth. Gu Hai went silent for a while. Then he shifted his attention to Jin Lulu. Are you full? Jin Lulu snorted. So you still care about me, huh? Bai Luo Yin suddenly inserted a joke. There's no need for you to be jealous of the relationship between us guys. Hearing that, Jin Lulu laughed out loud immediately. In fact, she was not really angry. She understood Gu Hai's temper. They had been together for 3 years already, and whenever she was with him and his friends, Gu Hai would always put his buddies before her. It was just that he showed it off too much this time. Hey, I want to ask you something. Although Jin Lulu was talking to Bai Luo Yin, her gaze was fixed on Gu Hai. Before Jin Lulu could ask her question, Bai Luo Yin had already opened his mouth to answer. He doesn't have a girlfriend at school. You don't have to worry. Jin Lulu was surprised, her eyes widening. How did you know what I wanted to ask? Gu Hai, who was beside them, replied. He also had a girlfriend before. Weirdly enough, Jin Lulu unexpectedly heard a hint of jealousy in Gu Hai's sentence. After they exited the restaurant, Jin Lulu quietly warned Bai Luo Yin. Help me look after him a bit. I'll give you my phone number, so if something happens, just give me a call. Bai Luo Yin merely smiled without a word. Gu Hai pushed his bike and glanced at Bai Luo Yin. Are you going or not? Bai Luo Yin walked straight past Gu Hai and said a few words to him. Did you come here without your brain today? Fortunately, when Gu Hai had signaled Bai Luo Yin with his eyes a moment ago, Jean Lulu was in the middle of bending down to fix her trousers. When she lifted her head again, she smiled brightly at Gu Hai. Let's go. Gu Hai stepped on his pedals, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Luo Yin, who was gradually getting further away from them. Jean Lulu sat excitedly on the back seat of the bike. Even though she didn't have much room to sit, that refreshing feeling caused all of her bad mood to disappear as she placed her hands on Gu Hai's waist. Her face was glowing with excitement. Every girl has a romantic dream, and that dream often starts with riding a bicycle. Countless luxurious cars could never compare to the beautiful scenery and broad back. That was truly the feeling of youthfulness, spreading along the narrow and winding road with a sweet scent that belonged only to him, blooming quietly, impossible to shake off for a long, long time. The speed of the bike was very slow, but they were gradually getting closer to the figure in front of them. Bai Luo Yin was walking on the road with his shoulders as broad as before, a straight back and strong, vigorous strides. But in Gu Hai's eyes, he felt that Bai Luo Yin was kind of lonely. When Gu Hai rode up to Bai Luo Yin's side, Jean Lulu coughed deliberately. That made Bai Luo Yin turn his head to look at them and smile at Jean Lulu. During that brief moment when they brushed past each other, Gu Hai suddenly accelerated his speed. With one hand hugging Gu Hai's waist, Jean Lulu spread out her other hand to feel the wind as she shouted loudly. This is my first time riding a bike. It feels really great. How pitiful. The two words Gu Hai said suddenly puzzled Jean Lulu. Who's pitiful? Gu Hai faintly replied. Don't you think Bai Luo Yin is really pitiful? He's pitiful? Jean Lulu was even more confused. Why is he pitiful? You are riding a bike, and he is walking. Don't you think he's really pitiful? Jean Lulu felt that Gu Hai's words were unreasonable. He's a man. What's so pitiful about walking a few steps? Gu Hai didn't say anything else. Jean Lulu pinched Gu Hai's waist. Why have I never known before that you could care so much about someone? Gu Hai lowered his tone. How many times have I warned you already? Do not pinch my waist. Jean Lulu rolled her eyes toward the sky, feeling extremely angry. She flexed her fingers, wanting to hug Gu Hai again, but she didn't dare. She knew Gu Hai's temper. He lacked patience and tolerance above all. If she wanted to stay with him for a long time, the most important thing was for her to be obedient and sensible. Chapter 45. The clinic door was roughly pushed open from the outside. Bai Luo Yin's footsteps paused for a moment. He swept his gaze around and soon found Gu Hai near the window on the eastern side. At that moment, just so happening, Gu Hai was also looking straight at the door, his line of sight coinciding with Bai Luo Yin's. The two boys stared at each other for quite a while. Under the watchful eyes of a room full of people, Bai Luo Yin slowly strolled to Gu Hai's bedside. With both hands stuffed in his trousers pockets, he asked, laced with apprehension, "What happened?" Gu Hai put on a face as if he had been wrongfully condemned. "I've been waiting for a long time." Bai Luo Yin sat down on the chair next to the bed as his eyes swept all across Gu Hai's body. "Didn't you go back with your girlfriend? How come you're lying in a hospital?" Gu Hai breathed out a sigh. "Don't even mention it. On the way back, we ran into a bunch of hooligans. They targeted Lulu and started making trouble for us." Bai Luo Yin was secretly startled at first, but then he loosened his taut expression. "You didn't beat them to death, right?" "How could I? They were the ones that nearly beat me to death. Your bro is all skin and bones now. It's hard to fend off a bunch of raging hooligans. Just look at my current state. That's the result." Bai Luo Yin gave Gu Hai a look. "You rarely tell the truth. You didn't even ask me how my injury is." "Okay, how's your injury? Is it serious?" Gu Hai suddenly lifted his quilt, startling Bai Luo Yin into thinking he was about to see a bloody and mangled wound. But it turned out that Gu Hai only wanted to use his good leg to kick Bai Luo Yin's stomach playfully. "I'm faking it." Gu Hai laughed sinisterly. "If I didn't say it was serious, would you have rushed over here anxiously like this?" As Gu Hai was laughing proudly, Bai Luo Yin's fist had already struck Gu Hai's mouth heavily. This violent action caused Gu Hai's head to be thrown to the side due to the momentum. All the patients in the room flinched back in alarm, terrified by the view of Bai Luo Yin mutilating a patient. But, Gu Hai nonchalantly lifted his hand to wipe the blood trickling down the corner of his mouth, a smile still present on his face. I'm going back home to sleep. Don't go. Gu Hai called out to stop Bai Luo Yin. I want to ask you a question. Bai Luo Yin stood still and faced Gu Hai. That cold and detached glance was his way of signaling Gu Hai to hurry up with it. Where did you go last Saturday? Suddenly hearing that strange question, Bai Luo Yin was stunned for a moment. Truth to be told, he didn't want to tell Gu Hai. He was afraid that if he told him, he would once again be asked an endless array of questions. I want to see my mother. Bai Luo Yin's reply made Gu Hai let out a sigh of relief. At first, he thought that Bai Luo Yin had went to see his previous girlfriend. He had been sitting alone in the hospital bed imagining a couple reconciling and then passionately embracing. I'm going. Don't go. Gu Hai called out. Do you have any money? Help me buy a box of cigarettes. Hearing that unexpected request, Bai Luo Yin couldn't help but laugh. He then walked toward the door. Meanwhile, the nurse just happened to come in to change Gu Hai's medication. She saw a trail of blood on the corner of his mouth, and her face immediately registered shock. She hastily walked over to his bed and used a cotton swab to wipe the blood off. Gu Hai continued to stare outside until Bai Luo Yin's figure was gone. Only then did he face upward to look at the ceiling. Suddenly feeling a burst of pain from his mouth, Gu Hai took a deep breath. Then he couldn't refrain from laughing. The nurse's actions promptly caused Gu Hai to cry out in pain. Can you be gentle? The nurse replied gloomily and angrily. You have the guts to be hit just now, but you don't have the guts to endure this small pain? Who said I don't have the guts? The nurse snorted as she heavily pressed the cotton swab once again. The door opened once more. The person that Gu Hai had been waiting for this whole time had come back. Holding a small box of medicine, Bai Luo Yin shook it at Gu Hai. There's no place outside that sells cigarettes. I bought this instead, a special ointment for external injury. In a moment, you can apply it on the wound yourself. Gu Hai didn't answer back. His expression appeared to be frozen. Only his eyes moved, attentively following Bai Luo Yin's every movement. All the bitter feelings that had accumulated throughout the entire day were swept away at this moment. After Bai Luo Yin left, Gu Hai held the small box of medicine tightly in his hand. During his late years of junior high, his relationship with Gu Wei-ting had reached a critical breaking point. From the moment he could understand the world, Gu Wei-ting was like a high and lofty emperor in his eyes. The armed forces vehicle that very few people could ride was just a broken bus in Gu Hai's eyes, not something he would even recognize as impressive. As long as he could remember, he had never lowered his head to anyone or suffered any grievances. It wasn't until now that Gu Hai had finally experienced what it felt like to be low-spirited and poor. Since money had never been a problem, everything revolved around him. But now, being poor was actually quite good too. All interactions with people were no longer complicated. Now he finally had a true friend who would treat him genuinely even if he didn't have a penny to his name. It wasn't until now that Gu Hai experienced what it was like to be cared for by someone else. It felt really good. The sun was close to setting. The door was pushed open from the outside once again. Gu Hai thought that Bai Luo Yin had come back again, but when he lifted his head it unexpectedly was Gu Wei-ting. Gu Wei-ting was still wearing his military uniform, making it obvious that he had arrived in a hurry. His eyes were complicated and profoundly deep. The two deep wrinkles at the corner of his eyes carried thick remorse and paternal love. Only his lips quivered, everything else hung motionless. Gu Hai's expression immediately darkened. I'm fine. You can go. After Gu Hai had spoken, he turned his body away, facing his back toward Gu Wei-ting. An unspeakable bitter and astringent feeling suddenly welled up inside Gu Wei-ting's mouth. He had received the news from Fang Fei. He had thought that Gu Hai would drag a few good fighters whenever there was a fight. But what Fang Fei told him was that Gu Hai had been beaten up by a group of local hooligans all by himself, without anyone else to back him up. This gave Gu Wei-ting's heart an incomparable amount of pain. He had used extreme measurements to discipline Gu Hai. However, he had forgotten the fact that Gu Hai was still just a child by himself. When Gu Wei-ting left, Gu Hai saw a card lying on the pillows beside him. As Gu Hai held the card, all kinds of feelings welled up inside his chest. He pushed back the urge to tear it apart, and he knew what the older man meant by giving him this card. He wanted him to go home. Even though this card was here within his reach, he couldn't use it just yet. 3 in the morning. Gu Hai had just returned a few hours earlier, but at that moment, he was running wildly on the streets. He had sweat all over his entire body. His thick hair fluttered and was curving with the strong wind along the way. His lungs were expanding fully to accommodate for the powerful and fast pace of his run. Bai Luo Yin had thought Gu Hai was going to stop riding his bike temporarily, but instead he chose to run. Breathing in the early morning fresh air, his mood abruptly became brighter. Are you crazy? Why are you running? I'm exercising my body. When Gu Hai looked at Bai Luo Yin again, his expression was filled with perseverance and brightness. The clothes that he was wearing were still the same as before. At dawn, the two silhouettes started to run together. The direction that they were heading towards was facing the rising morning sun. It only takes 40 minutes to run. Why is it that when you walk, it takes over an hour? How is that the same? I'm not walking, I stroll slowly. In an instant, Gu Hai's imposing manner immediately crumbled when Bai Luo Yin purposely caused him to stumble and nearly fall on his face. Then, Bai Luo Yin's cold voice traveled over. Did I tell you to run? I want you to crawl. Chapter 45. 3 stressful days had finally passed. Early in the morning, when the sky was still dark, Gu Hai was already awake. First, he went to the park not far from his home to exercise for half an hour. When he guessed that just enough time had passed, he rode his bike straight to Bai Luo Yin's house. For the last 2 days, Bai Luo Yin had gotten used to walking to school, so he set out a bit earlier. When Gu Hai was on his way to Bai Luo Yin's house, he had already arrived at Aunt Zou's breakfast stall. Why didn't you wait for me? Bai Luo Yin lifted his head and saw a faint trace of joy pass through Gu Hai's face. How was I supposed to know you'd come here to eat? Gu Hai took the bean curd that Aunt Zou brought to him, stirred it gently with his spoon, and replied, Don't I always eat here, every day? But you didn't come for the last 2 days, right? There was a hint of amusement behind Gu Hai's smile. Why? Did you miss me? Bai Luo Yin replied with a cold voice. Why would I miss you? Did your girlfriend go back already? Gu Hai nodded, looking extremely relieved. She's finally gone. Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai, his tone neither cold nor hot. You can't be like that. She asked me to keep an eye on you. Now, look at how shameless you're being. I'm afraid I can't do this. Did you take her words seriously? Gu Hai casually placed the ham sausages from his sesame seed cakes into Bai Luo Yin's bowl. We've been together for 3 years, but she's always been so paranoid. Honestly, I've never gotten physical with any other girls. Bai Luo Yin couldn't help but speak the truth. With her looks, no wonder she'd feel insecure. I'm going to hit you, believe it or not, Gu Hai said as he laughed. Bai Luo Yin lamented. Dan Xiaoxian took a beating for nothing. I have no interest in her. She's the one who came and stuck herself to me. You're not the least bit tempted? A pretty girl like her, isn't she better than that tigress of yours? Bai Luo Yin teased Gu Hai on purpose. Gu Hai didn't get angry, not even a bit. It seemed like he had gotten used to hearing these kinds of things. I don't like girls like her. I like the fierce and straightforward type. With a girl like Dan Xiaoxian, just standing next to her makes me tired already. Gu Hai glanced at Bai Luo Yin. What kind of girl do you like? The opposite of yours. I like the flirty type. Gu Hai firmly grabbed Bai Luo Yin's nape. Then why is it that whenever Dan Xiaoxian came near me, you always ran away? Bai Luo Yin joked faintly, yet there were thorns in his words. Her. I've had enough. Candied fruit skewers. The familiar shout surged into Gu Hai's ears. His heart brightened. He really hadn't expected that there were still street vendors who shouted like this these days. It seemed like a very long time since he last ate candied fruit skewers. He used to live in a quiet and eerie neighborhood before. Forget street vendors, even snack bars were rare. He would occasionally come across a candied fruit skewer shop on the road, but he had no desire to go inside. Uncle, please give me one. Do you want the hawthorn kind or the yam kind? The hawthorn. The bright red hawthorn berries were coated with sparkling, crystal clear malt sugar and wrapped with a layer of rice paper. It was held in a quivering hand. Gu Hai handed it over to Bai Luo Yin. Eat this. Bai Luo Yin was puzzled. Why did you only buy one? Aren't you going to eat? I'm riding. I can't eat it. Bai Luo Yin sat on the back seat, then took a crisp bite. It's very sweet. Gu Hai up front pretended he didn't hear that. Bai Luo Yin took another bite, intentionally teasing Gu Hai. Don't you want to try? Gu Hai clenched his teeth tightly. His patience was nearly spent. After a while, Bai Luo Yin didn't speak at all. His mouth was full of the candied fruit skewer, and it sounded really crispy and delicious. Gu Hai was counting in his head. 1, 2, 3. Soon it would all be gone. If he kept holding back like this, he wouldn't get even a single bite. Gu Hai was riding on a straight road. Just as he was about to take a chance and turn his head around, he felt someone pat his shoulder. He barely tilted his head to the side, and the half-eaten skewer of glistening hawthorn fruit was placed into his mouth. He had finally succeeded. After that one bite, it was really sweet. Gu Hai felt as if his entire heart was soaked inside a jar of honey. How can the candied fruit that Xiao Bai gave me be this sweet? Give me another one. Bai Luo Yin guarded his food. It's gone. Give me a bite. It's gone. During break time, Yu Qi turned his body around and looked at Bai Luo Yin. Let's go downstairs and buy some things. Bai Luo Yin nodded, and both of them stood up from their desks. Gu Hai coldly tossed a sentence from the back. You even need someone to go with you just to buy something? Can't you get your things alone? Yu Qi really wanted to give Gu Hai a couple of kicks. It had happened a few times now. He would simply want to do something with Bai Luo Yin, and then Gu Hai would certainly fire off some sarcastic words at him. And as for saying he was impatient with him, he was definitely the one at a disadvantage. Just look at the muscles on Gu Hai's arm. Those alone could shatter your teeth to pieces and force you to swallow them. Fine. I'll just pretend I didn't hear him. Yu Qi adopted a shameless attitude, then pulled Bai Luo Yin to head outside. Gu Hai suddenly stood up and maneuvered himself between the two guys. Like a leopard, he draped his arm over Bai Luo Yin's nape, then smiled faintly at him. Just ignore him. Come downstairs with me and play some ball. Why can't you go by yourself? Yu Qi was annoyed. Gu Hai's cold and sharp gaze fell on him. Can you play a ball game with only one person? Yu Qi ignored him and simply said to Bai Luo Yin. Anyway, you already said yes just now. After Yu Qi finished speaking, he reached out to pull Bai Luo Yin over. However, he had barely extended his arm when vice-like hands clamped down on him. Yu Qi began to grind his teeth but didn't utter a word. His face was almost purple. He had no choice but to seek help from Bai Luo Yin. Quick! If you don't help me soon, my arm will break. Bai Luo Yin grabbed Gu Hai and Yu Qi's arms, separated them, and coldly replied. You two go by yourselves then. Go wherever you want. After the third class, Yu Qi turned around while holding his exam paper. I didn't understand this question. Can you explain it to me? Bai Luo Yin had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes, then looked at the question on the exam paper and replied. First, calculate all the given conditions. Then you'll understand how to solve it. Yu Qi took a tissue to blow his nose and replied to Bai Luo Yin while doing so. I calculated it already, but I still can't do it. Gu Hai fixed his gaze on Yu Qi's eyes, and deep within them, the challenge was unmistakable. Bai Luo Yin hastily answered Yu Qi's question and asked again. Do you understand? Yu Qi shook his head. Bai Luo Yin explained it thoroughly once more, then asked. Do you understand? Yu Qi still shook his head. Gu Hai sneered inwardly. Putting on an act just like Dan Xiaoxian? Fine. I'll give you the same fate as her. You still don't understand? Bai Luo Yin asked one more time. Yu Qi still shook his head. Gu Hai's voice drifted in faintly from the back. Come here. I'll explain it to you. Yu Qi immediately withdrew his paper. I suddenly understand. You don't understand. Gu Hai stressed each word. Yu Qi turned his body around. He felt a chilly wind pass down his back. After 5 seconds, he felt as if a hurricane had blown right over him. Yu Qi tilted his head and saw a pair of eyes resembling a bottomless black hole. I'm going to explain this to you so you'll understand it completely and make sure that the next time you see this question, you won't make any mistakes again. Gu Hai's voice was very light, just like a blade, streaking across Yu Qi's sensitive and fragile heart. One constrained shriek was drowned out by the classroom's noise and chatter. It had been getting colder these past few days. When he rode his bike, the wind felt particularly biting, and Gu Hai could only hunch his neck. He had left his thick clothes at his home. When he moved out, he forgot to bring any. Now he was too embarrassed to go back and get them. Gu Hai was thinking of buying a few pieces. Hey, where can you buy the cheapest clothes in Beijing? Gu Hai turned his head and asked Bai Luo Yin. At the zoo. Gu Hai nodded. Then come with me tomorrow to buy a couple of thick clothes. Okay. Without realizing it, Gu Hai had noticed that Bai Luo Yin rarely refused him now. Do you know how to bargain? Teach me. You don't need to learn. Once you're there, you'll naturally know how to do it. The next morning, Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai were on the subway. On a Saturday, it wasn't supposed to be crowded, but they happened to end up on the same carriage as a tour group. A huge crowd was packed inside the two carriages, and it was utterly overcrowded. Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin stood in the corner. When Gu Hai noticed a group of people starting to squeeze toward them, he hastily used both hands to brace himself against the wall inside the carriage, creating a bigger space for Bai Luo Yin and letting him stand a bit more comfortably. Bai Luo Yin pulled at Gu Hai's collar. Come and stand a little closer to me. Gu Hai didn't move. There was a girl beside them who kept her eyes fixed on Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai, her gaze refusing to shift. Gu Hai noticed and asked with an icy tone, "What are you looking at?" The girl quickly turned her head away. Bai Luo Yin turned Gu Hai's head back toward him. He didn't know whether to get angry or laugh. Tell me, what do you think she was looking at? Gu Hai still hadn't caught on. If you kissed me right now, then everyone in this carriage would definitely stare at both of us. How much is this shirt? I'm not selling this for less than 39 yuan. Bai Luo Yin immediately retorted. I'm here to buy in bulk. Can you sell it for 15 yuan? Gu Hai honestly felt that Bai Luo Yin was ruthless. In his eyes, a 15 yuan shirt wasn't clothing, but a rag instead. Even if you're buying in bulk, I can't sell it for 15 yuan. Then forget it. Bai Luo Yin turned around to leave, but the shop owner suddenly got up and stopped him. Young man, do you really want it? If you really want it, we can discuss it further. I don't want to discuss. It's 15 yuan. Okay. Just come over here and pick them out. Young man, you're too good at bargaining. In the end, the two carried a large bag of clothes, but spent less than 200 yuan in total. Gu Hai felt it was very worth it. They arrived at one stall. Gu Hai took a fancy to a particular cotton-padded coat. How much is this? Gu Hai asked. The aunt inside the stall lifted her eyes to look at Gu Hai. I won't sell it for less than 200 yuan. I'm here to buy in bulk. Can you sell it for 15 yuan? The aunt put down the knitting in her hand. She wore a mocking expression as she looked at Gu Hai. Buying in bulk. Even if you came here to rob me, I'm not selling it to you. 15 yuan, are you kidding me? Gu Hai said decisively. 15 yuan. If not, then I'm really going. After he finished, he pulled Bai Luo Yin and pretended to leave. You'd better hurry up and leave. From behind them, the aunt added one more sentence. Are you so poor that it's driven you crazy? 15 yuan. Do you think the insides of these coats are stuffed with grass? Chapter 46. Beautiful trees lined both roadsides of the neat rows of European-style villas. Each circular, arc-shaped small window was patterned with plaster stone, giving off an elegant and noble feeling. Sitting in the car, his gaze was directed out the window. His eyes were quiet and peaceful, but there was a faint trace of solemnity and dignity on his face. Commander, you've arrived. Two young men dressed in military uniform opened the car doors for him. They focused their attention on escorting Gu Wei-ting down from his car. Then two security guards in front opened the villa's door and respectfully escorted Gu Wei-ting inside. You've come back. Zhang Yuan warmly pulled Gu Wei-ting inside. She unbuttoned Gu Wei-ting's shirt while smiling. The food will be done in a while. I thought you wouldn't be coming home. I'll reheat the dishes. Gu Wei-ting's rigid and stern face finally eased up a bit. After he changed his clothes, Gu Wei-ting went to the bathroom to wash his hands. But suddenly he saw Gu Hai's toothbrush cup sitting quietly on the rack. The water was already running, yet Gu Wei-ting was completely oblivious. During dinner, Zhang Yuan asked carefully, Xiao Hai still doesn't want to come back. Gu Wei-ting's face fell. There's no need to think about him. This kid is not disciplined enough. If I didn't let him experience hardship, he would never know how lucky he is to be in his own home. Zhang Yuan sighed. There was a hint of anxiety on her gentle and lovely cheek. But to make him suffer like this is unacceptable. He's only 17 years old. This is the most important time of his entire life. If he really tastes hardship, and if it leaves a scar on his heart because he actually experienced it, won't he hate you for a lifetime? A big guy like him is not that fragile. Bearing hardship is for his experience and training, just like when I was young. Was there illegal cooking oil when you were young? Zhang Yuan interrupted Gu Wei-ting's speech. Was there melamine in the powdered milk you drank when you were young? When you were sick, would the doctor give you toxic capsules? The present time is different from back then. If you drive him away, it won't give him training and experience. It will make him suffer instead. It will cause him to become socially vulnerable. Gu Weiting never expected that a housewife like Jiang Yuan would be able to say such sharp words. For a moment, he couldn't find any words to refute her, so he merely ate in silence. Jiang Yuan used her chopsticks to stir her rice. She cast a glance at Gu Weiting and incisively asked, "Otherwise, let me talk to him. You don't need to find him. He won't put on a smiling face for you. I'll go and try. You see, he's gone because I'm here. Basically, he doesn't want to see me at all. If I can make him think rationally, if I can change his impression of me, won't this solve the problem between the two of you? Don't worry about it." Gu Weiting gave some vegetables to Jiang Yuan. "You have to worry about your own son. He has lived a tough life. Think of a way for him to come here as early as possible. It is more important. If he doesn't want to live here, then I can arrange a separate house for him. Our house in Guamao Chao is vacant, right? If it's really impossible for him to live here, then just let him move there." "That won't work." Jiang Yuan put down her chopsticks. "That house was arranged for Xiao Hai. If you let Luo Yin live there, won't Xiao Hai want to kill you?" Gu Weiting's face darkened. Look at his attitude. He doesn't even want to come back. Why would I still give a house to him? I'll go and talk to Xiao Hai. Persuade him to come back. Jiang Yuan tugged at Gu Weiting's arm, her face showing a pleading expression. Gu Weiting paused and then nodded. "Then what about Luo Yin?" When Jiang Yuan heard Bai Luo Yin's name, she began to frown worriedly. "I have absolutely no idea what to do with that kid. He doesn't even want to see me." "Then let's do this. I'll go and see him." "Huh?" Jiang Yuan was surprised. Gu Weiting put down his chopsticks. "I'll go and talk to him. This kid is extremely stubborn. Don't be too hard on him." Jiang Yuan was worried that her son would suffer. "Don't worry." Gu Weiting placed his hand on top of Jiang Yuan's hand and comforted her. "I know my limits." Chapter 47. The class was still going over the exam papers. The chemistry teacher wore a serious look and swept a cold glance across the class. "Are there any questions you can't do?" The first question. The class cried out sporadically in a lifeless manner. The chemistry teacher raised her eyebrows, her face ferocious, while her voice sounded ready to blast through solid rock. "You still can't solve the first question? Huh? Who can't solve it? Raise your hand." "Let me see." No one dared raise their hand. The chemistry teacher let out a heavy breath. "All right, we'll skip that one. Are there any other questions you can't do?" The fourth question. "You also can't solve the fourth question?" The snarl was just the same. "How many times have I explained it? And still some of you can't solve this question? Those of you who still don't understand, find an empty space after class and smoke a few mouthfuls. Next time, you'll be able to solve it." No one uttered a single sound. "Are there any more questions you can't do?" A weak, feeble voice rang out. "The 10th question." "The 10th question?" The chemistry teacher placed both hands on her waist and glared at the 50 to 60 students with an expression of utter exasperation, as if she were bitterly disappointed that they couldn't lift themselves up. "Isn't the solution to this problem obvious?" "Huh. Option A is approaching 1. Clearly wrong. Option B is approaching 1. How could it be? Now look at D. Only a fool would choose that. Therefore, you should choose C. Does this question really still need explaining?" "Are there any more questions you can't do?" The students in the class yelled in unison. "There aren't any more. We can do all of them." The chemistry teacher abruptly smacked the table, her roar like a tsunami sweeping over every student's ears. "There are no questions you can't do? If every one of you can do everything, then why are we still having this class? If every one of you can do everything, then why did no one get full marks?" A squeaking noise was heard as the classroom's front door was pushed open. "Teacher Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you for a moment. I'm looking for a student." When Luo Xiao Yu's melodious and bright voice rang out, it immediately swept a kind of warm spring breeze through the dead classroom. Everyone eagerly looked at her, hoping that she was looking for them. The chemistry teacher grunted calmly, as if disgusted that someone had interrupted her class. "Bai Luo Yin, come out for a moment." After Bai Luo Yin went out, Luo Xiao Yu led him out of the school building. Bai Luo Yin didn't ask who had requested to see him, and Luo Xiao Yu didn't tell him either. Nevertheless, from Luo Xiao Yu's stern expression, it was clear that the person looking for him this time was certainly no ordinary person. Bai Luo Yin had already guessed the general idea in his mind. A military car was quietly parked beneath the shade of a tree. Bai Luo Yin walked over impassively. "Please, come in." A person opened the door for Bai Luo Yin, his manner respectful and submissive. Bai Luo Yin, without any hint of nervousness, got directly into the car, allowing the two officers to bring him to a tea house. Gu Weiting wore a neat military uniform and sat in a private room, waiting for Bai Luo Yin. Reporting to the senior officer, "He has been brought here safely. You may leave." The smell of tea wafted faintly throughout the room. Bai Luo Yin silently watched Gu Weiting. No change of feeling could be read in his eyes. "Come and sit, son." It was rare for Gu Weiting's manner of speaking to be this gentle and soft. Bai Luo Yin sat down confidently in front of Gu Weiting, still keeping his mouth shut. Gu Weiting casually scrutinized Bai Luo Yin. For once, he was quite amazed. Generally speaking, a 16 or 17-year-old child would have been struck with terror upon seeing a person like him. However, Bai Luo Yin showed not the slightest amount of fear. His clothing was plain and simple, yet there was no trace of submissiveness in his posture. A flash of resilience shone in his eyes. Gu Weiting couldn't help but appreciate and admire him. If you were to ask Bai Luo Yin what his first impression of Gu Weiting was, there was only one thought. Why was it that the longer he looked at this old man, the more familiar he seemed? "You have probably guessed why I am here looking for you. I am your mother's current husband and your stepfather as well. Previously, your mother tried to find you. She asked you to move in and live together with us. However, you refused. I predicted it would come to this. Therefore, the reason I sought you out today is not to interfere with your present life, but simply to act as an elder and give you some suggestions about your life and education." Bai Luo Yin didn't sense any hint of suggestion at all. Every word was an undisguised order. The way Gu Weiting feigned gentleness and kindness was, in Bai Luo Yin's eyes, a completely condescending attitude. "Thank you." Two brief words. Gu Weiting didn't take any offense that Bai Luo Yin was cold and indifferent toward him. He simply continued to impart the principles that everyone acknowledged. A young man ought to have a share of stubbornness and the spirit not to admit defeat. On that point, you and my son are very similar. To tell you the truth, you are both about the same age, and he is also stubborn and rarely takes my words seriously. However, when it comes to major issues concerning his own gains and losses, he is able to judge calmly. We are all men. It's impossible to live solely for the love between a man and a woman. Even if it's for your father's sake, you shouldn't restrict yourself in this kind of environment. While you may consider this devotion and responsibility toward your dearest people, it is actually a form of self-abandonment in disguise. Bai Luo Yin slowly lifted the teacup and drank a mouthful. From its rich fragrance, it was high-quality tea indeed. "I believe I can give you a better living environment. This is our obligation. You may refuse to live together with us, but you should not refuse a good opportunity. If you are a clever person, you should not regard your mother as an enemy. You ought to claim everything she owes you. She is trying as much as possible to make up for her shortcomings these past few years. This is not a form of charity or pity. This is your right. If you do not value it, then it indicates that you are not mature enough. It cannot prove your integrity. I think you have misunderstood." "Oh." Gu Weiting's eyes revealed his disbelief. "What have I misunderstood? I have never felt that I had to demand anything from Jiang Yuan, as I have never considered her my mother at all." Gu Weiting was speechless. Bai Luo Yin stood up and gestured politely toward Gu Weiting. "If there is nothing left to discuss, I will return to class. Only you yourself know whether or not you consider her your mother." Gu Weiting's voice drifted faintly from behind Bai Luo Yin. His tone was not heavy, yet each word was sharp and piercing. "Should you succeed one day, the one who reaps the benefit is definitely not me or your mother. You must think this over carefully. Thank you very much." Bai Luo Yin smiled evenly. "I believe I am a talented person. Even without taking any shortcuts, I can still succeed." Chapter 48. The afternoon break was the paradise of wrestlers. They were called wrestlers because a group of men who loved to wrestle would gather in the corridor for 15 minutes during the afternoon break. You fight me, I fight you, you fight him. On and on until the last person standing was granted the title of Wrestling King. Then the leading juniors of that floor would head to another floor to provoke the others. Finally, the person who had beaten all opponents across the entire school grounds would be bestowed the title God of Wrestling. It was both a childish and a hearty game. Before Gu Hai arrived, there were numerous wrestling kings on the third floor. After Gu Hai arrived, not one of those wrestling kings dared to stick their heads out. The few who still came to challenge him were surely the impulsive and inexperienced types. They obviously knew they wouldn't be able to beat him, yet they still wanted to try. It seemed like if they could manage to exchange a few blows with Gu Hai, it might raise their own level by one. The people seeking Gu Hai out to challenge him were plentiful today. Most likely the aches from the previous fights had gotten somewhat better. Originally, Gu Hai was irritated. He hadn't seen any sign of Bai Luo Yin for the past 2 classes. What was he supposed to do? Besides venting his anger on these underlings, was there any other decent distraction he could find? All right. Amid a round of loud cheering, countless pieces of cannon fodder appeared at Gu Hai's feet. The last 2 challengers moved forward at the same time. Gu Hai made one big move, swinging his arms and knocking down a 1.8-meter tall jock with yet another beautiful shoulder throw. The guy lying on the ground cried out in pain. The whole group was playing excitedly when an unknown person shouted out, "Bai Luo Yin is back. Let him fight Gu Hai." That single sentence immediately roused rowdy jeering from the crowd, the uproar reverberating through the entire corridor. Before Gu Hai's arrival, Bai Luo Yin was also not an easy opponent. Even though he was not the strongest, he was highly skilled and agile, making it difficult for his opponent to gain the upper hand. In the split second that Gu Hai spotted Bai Luo Yin, his mood rose and fell several times. At first, he felt relaxed and a hint of happiness seeped through his heart, yet upon seeing his expression, Gu Hai's heart suddenly tightened once more. He hadn't realized the influence Bai Luo Yin held over his own emotions was this great. It was as if he had lost control of his own feelings as they naturally followed Bai Luo Yin's moods. "Come on, let's go one round." Bai Luo Yin took the initiative to declare war. Gu Hai sensed that Bai Luo Yin was not himself. Something was very out of the ordinary. While he was still mulling over this, Bai Luo Yin had already lifted his leg. Fortunately, Gu Hai's footwork was quick and steady enough. If Bai Luo Yin's sudden kick had landed on an average person, they would surely already be on the ground. Only after this near miss did Gu Hai face the person in front of him squarely. He is not in a good mood. He is impatient to vent his anger. Fine then, I will go along with him. For several seconds, both sides refused to budge. Bai Luo Yin took the initiative to attack once more. He liked to search for flaws in other people's defense. But Gu Hai's weaknesses were difficult to find, and he was hard to strike as well. The crucial point lay in his arms and legs. They were simply too powerful. Even if Bai Luo Yin managed to spot an opening, it would be very hard to topple him. It was just like a 500-kilogram boulder. Though you may be highly skilled, you still won't be able to move it. Gu Hai saw an opportunity. During Bai Luo Yin's repeated assaults, as his arms exerted strength and his steps shifted constantly, Gu Hai suddenly dodged behind him and used his arms to embrace Bai Luo Yin's waist in an attempt to disrupt his center of gravity. However, Bai Luo Yin saw through this particular trick. He swiftly used his elbow to jab at Gu Hai's back with all his strength. This was actually Gu Hai's weakest spot. When Bai Luo Yin shoved him, Gu Hai was pushed back a few steps. This guy is too sneaky. He can find my weak spot in such a short time. One side of Gu Hai's waist was still limp and numb when Bai Luo Yin pounced on him a second time, his momentum even more violent. Gu Hai sensed that something had definitely provoked Bai Luo Yin, or else he wouldn't be putting up such a deadly stance. Gu Hai didn't dare to be too rough with Bai Luo Yin, afraid that he might actually hurt him during the fight, and when that time came, Bai Luo Yin would surely be the one to get the worst of it. He had to end this as soon as possible. However, the reality was much harder than Gu Hai had imagined. He had truly underestimated Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin didn't let up his assault. Every move was absolutely ruthless. Every attack was aimed precisely at Gu Hai's weak spots. If Bai Luo Yin's position were occupied by anyone else, Gu Hai would have already punched them all the way to the south wall. Bai Luo Yin noted that Gu Hai was an experienced fighter, completely on a different level compared to the other students here. Every one of his movements was planned and calculated. He had definitely undergone special training. It was not that he could counter every technique in the world. He had no choice but to go all out. It didn't matter whether it was Gu Hai or himself who tumbled down. As long as he could throw a few punches, it would cheer his heart up a little. Gu Hai observed that Bai Luo Yin now had the posture of a roaring mountain and a surging sea, while the expression in his eyes clearly screamed, "I want to beat you to death." The corner of his lips kept smiling, yet it was a grim smile. Deep within his eyes was a yearning for freedom from a hopeless situation. Beads of sweat dripped from Bai Luo Yin's forehead, giving him a wild and unruly look. Gu Hai remained steady throughout, showing a firm and unwavering charm. The two energetic and vigorous young men wrestled against each other, secretly measuring their own strength against their opponents, as well as recognizing each other's worth. Gu Hai was reluctant to knock Bai Luo Yin down, yet he was also unwilling to let himself lose. Bai Luo Yin could see a kind of consolation deep inside Gu Hai's eyes, and to his surprise, his mood began to heal slowly. When he spotted an opening, Bai Luo Yin attacked. Gu Hai continuously retreated, his center of gravity thoroughly pushed back, in a way giving Bai Luo Yin a false impression. Bai Luo Yin rapidly launched a barrage of attacks. Then Gu Hai noticed the gap between his legs and abruptly extended his own leg to trip Bai Luo Yin. This was a suicidal move, because Gu Hai's center of gravity was very low. When Bai Luo Yin stumbled, Gu Hai also fell backward at the same time, landing just in time to become Bai Luo Yin's soft cushion. Bai Luo Yin realized that Gu Hai had let him win. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Everyone began heading to their own classes, running while turning their heads and applauding at the same time. During the brief moment they lay there after falling, Gu Hai's hand happened to land on Bai Luo Yin's backside. When everyone had left, suddenly his hand began to move indecently. Instead of removing it, he intentionally squeezed a few times. It's quite firm. Gu Hai gazed with amusement at the charming face just inches from his own. Bai Luo Yin used 2 fingers to poke at Gu Hai's waist, an evil smirk on his face. He knew Gu Hai was injured there. Gu Hai immediately tensed his waist. He didn't understand why. When other people touched this spot, it hurt excruciatingly, yet when Bai Luo Yin touched it, he only felt a tingling sensation. This tingling sensation ran through his entire body, to the point that when Gu Hai squinted his eyes at Bai Luo Yin, he suddenly found that smile utterly captivating. "Are you still not getting up? Class is starting." Bai Luo Yin stood up from Gu Hai's body and nudged him with his foot. Gu Hai furrowed his brows into a knot, pretending to be in tremendous pain. "I can't get up. I hit the back of my head." Bai Luo Yin speculated darkly to himself. "Since when does hitting the back of your head prevent you from standing up? Acting shameless on purpose, aren't you?" Though he had this thought, he looked at the person lying on the ice-cold ground and, against his better judgment, truly felt a little sorry for Gu Hai. He extended his hand to grasp Gu Hai's. Gu Hai was already on his feet before Bai Luo Yin could even exert any force. After getting up, Gu Hai was still unwilling to let go of his hand. Instead, he kept guiding their clasped hands across his shoulders. "Dust the dirt off me. I can't reach it. Hey, don't take advantage of someone when they're being nice." Bai Luo Yin exerted considerable effort, insisting on pulling his hand free. Gu Hai felt wronged, then shamelessly rubbed against him. "Clearly, I acted as your cushion on the ground. Don't you feel even a little guilty?" "Yeah, I deserve it, right? I deserve to take the fall." When Bai Luo Yin caught sight of Gu Hai's expression, he really wanted to give him a couple of kicks. But he didn't understand why his hands and feet were so hard to control today. "Quick, get inside." Bai Luo Yin pushed Gu Hai forward with one hand, casually brushing the dirt off him a few times. At that very moment, if someone were to pour a bucket of water into the center of Gu Hai's heart, it would surely bloom into a bouquet of flowers. Chapter 49. Gu Hai brought Bai Luo Yin back to his home, while Bai Hanqi was chatting with other people at the entrance of an alley. When he saw Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin had come back, he immediately picked up his folding stool, a wrinkle forming at the corner of his eyes from his smile. "Da Hai, just eat dinner here. Don't go." Bai Luo Yin glanced at Bai Hanqi, clearly trying to drop him a hint. "Why would you ask him to eat here? He's not someone who understands common courtesy. If you ask him to eat here, then he will definitely eat here." "That's great. Uncle is so kind as to let me eat here. It would be impolite of me to leave." Sure enough, that's exactly how it turned out. Bai Luo Yin furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Bai Hanqi with eyes full of hostility. "Today, Aunt Zo is cooking for us. We won't treat him shabbily. No need to let Aunt Zo cook today. It's your turn. Bai Hanshi just stood there stunned for a long moment. Is he praising me or cursing me? When Gu Hai entered the kitchen, Aunt Zo was in the middle of making the noodle dough. A thick rolling pin rolled back and forth over the dough's surface. After the dough was folded evenly into several layers, thump, 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 with quick and precise chopping, the dough was sliced cleanly, each noodle the same thickness and length. You could barely tell the noodles were handmade, because they looked just like they'd come from a machine. Aunt Zo, your knife skills are really amazing. How long have you been practicing? Aunt Zo smiled gently. Does this even need practice? If you've been cooking for more than 20 years, anyone could do this. Do you need my help? No need. Just go to your room and do your homework. I'll be done soon. Gu Hai noticed 2 cucumbers on the chopping board. He took a bite and found them really crisp. He couldn't help but offer a few words of praise. And so, where did you buy these cucumbers? The taste is really great. These are cucumbers we grew at home. Later, when you go back, you can pick a whole bag, take them home, and give them to your parents. Our cucumbers aren't sprayed with pesticide. You can eat them without worry. Okay, when I go back, I'll stop by your place to pick some. Between talking and laughing, Aunt Zo had already sliced the cucumbers nicely. They were cut perfectly straight, arranged on the plate like tiny door curtains. Besides that, there was fried diced meat in soy sauce, the scent of the sauce rich and savory, the diced meat fresh and tender. On the other side, there were vegetables too, soybeans, Chinese tuna, radishes. Altogether, they made a captivating sight. Just looking at it was enough to make anyone hungry. Auntie, would you like me to taste it for you first? Are you done or not? Gu Hai hadn't even stretched his chopsticks toward the noodles, yet when he heard an angry rebuke from the doorway. Get outside and work. You dare to eat without doing anything. When Aunt Zo saw Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai's silhouettes from behind, she couldn't help but wonder. These 2 boys, why are they so achingly sweet and dear? During dinner, Gu Hai drank a bottle of beer, then ate while chatting happily with Grandma Bai. This time Grandma Bai had found a best friend. Even after dinner had finished, she still didn't want to let Gu Hai go. She pointed toward the yard and said to Gu Hai cheerfully, "This piece of land is filled with the crops that Comrade Lu Shaoqi guided us to plant." Gu Hai. Bai Luo Yin gently took Grandma Bai's hand and coaxed her kindly. "Grandma, you should wash your feet. Come on, let's go back to the room." Taking advantage of the moment when Bai Luo Yin went out to fetch a cloth to wipe his grandmother's feet, Gu Hai grabbed him. "I know what your grandmother means. She doesn't want me to go back." Bai Luo Yin patted Gu Hai's shoulder firmly. "You think too much." After strolling 2 laps around the yard, Gu Hai went to the doorway of Grandma Bai's room and quietly watched the dim light inside. Who knew how long that light bulb had been used? Its brightness was even less than a phone screen. However, as Gu Hai looked at the light bulb and then at the people beneath it, he suddenly felt his heart filled to the brim with warmth. This was home. Nighttime at home shouldn't be as bright as daytime. It should be dim and quiet, where the silhouettes of your dearest people stretch and shrink continuously on the wall. Grandpa Bai had drunk a glass of white liquor and fallen asleep long ago. His snores drifted faintly into Gu Hai's ears. Grandma Bai was still mumbling endlessly, sitting in front of her grandson, who was patiently wiping her feet. Sometimes, Gu Hai felt that Bai Luo Yin was really cold. But there were times when he felt that Bai Luo Yin was especially full of warmth. He could be warm or cold toward people, and the line was so clear. When he was being cold, you'd think he was completely incompatible with the sunlight above your head. Yet when he was being warm, even just once in a while, no matter how much snow had accumulated inside your heart, it would melt in an instant. This kind of person held your heart at all times. When you stepped forward, he'd retreat, and when you stepped back, he'd turn his head and expect you to follow. It made you lose your mind. Even though he was the same gender as you, and you were only friends, when he wasn't there, your life simply felt incomplete. Except for Heroine, Gu Hai couldn't think of any other word to describe Bai Luo Yin. When Bai Luo Yin came out from his grandmother's room, the surroundings had already quieted down. He only heard dogs barking occasionally. He didn't know when Aunt Zo had gone back. The courtyard was neatly kept. Inside the bathroom built with plastic sheeting was the tired figure of Bai Hanshi, who was in the middle of washing clothes. Bai Luo Yin went back to his own room. He didn't know who had turned on the lights in his room. The moment he stepped inside, He was struck speechless. Gu Hai had already taken off his shoes, lying on his bed, resting his head on his pillow, covered with his quilt. And he didn't look the least bit awkward about it. "You'd better get out now?" Bai Luo Yin kicked Gu Hai. Gu Hai's voice sounded like he was mumbling, but when he opened one eye, it shined brightly. "I'm drunk." Bai Luo Yin's face darkened. "Cut the nonsense. You only drank one bottle. Who are you trying to fool? Get up now." "Can't get up." "Don't be an idiot." Bai Luo Yin leaned over to pull Gu Hai up, but Gu Hai forcefully yanked him onto the bed. The bed frame gave a creaking sound. Gu Hai wrapped both arms around Bai Luo Yin's shoulders, both his legs desperately pressing Bai Luo Yin down. Gu Hai's eyes were like those of an intoxicated snake, wriggling and crawling over Bai Luo Yin's body, the two entangled together. Gu Hai was reluctant to let Bai Luo Yin go, making the other boy shiver and unable to escape easily. Bai Luo Yin's body went somewhat rigid. Gu Hai caught hold of Bai Luo Yin's hesitant gaze, gripped his shoulder firmly, and brought his teeth together. "I might be really drunk." Chapter 50. Tonight was a full moon. The lamps had already been turned off, yet everything inside the room was still clear. Two people were squeezed together in the bed. Gu Hai was sleeping near the window. When he inclined his head, he could directly see the moon hanging from the treetops. "The moon festival is only 2 days away," Bai Luo Yin reminisced. Gu Hai cast a glance toward Bai Luo Yin. His face was half bright and half dark, the moonlight softening the curves of his features. On normal days, his eyes were always cold and sharp. At this moment, they had finally rested, and the speed of his blinking had slowed. He often fixed his eyes on one corner, watching quietly. "Why did the homeroom teacher look for you today? How does your family celebrate the moon festival?" The two questions, asked at the same time, caused the room's atmosphere to become slightly awkward. Gu Hai waited for Bai Luo Yin's reply while plotting an answer in his mind. He realized that it was quite difficult to hide the truth of his background like this. There could be no phrase more fitting for his current predicament than "tell one lie, and you'll tell countless more to cover the first." He feared he wouldn't be able to stop the day when Bai Luo Yin caught a clue about this matter, and when that moment came, the aftermath would definitely be far more serious. Moreover, it was impossible for him to hide in this place for his entire life. Even if he didn't go back to find Gu Wei-ting, Gu Wei-ting would do everything possible to get him back. If he didn't resist, his identity would be exposed right away. If he fought back, it would become the talk of the town and his identity would be completely revealed. Therefore, no matter which path he walked, they were all dead ends. He had to win Bai Luo Yin's trust as soon as possible, build an indestructible and revolutionary friendship with him, and after that, he would slowly reveal the truth. "Our family never celebrated the moon festival. The most we ever did was buy 1 kilogram of moon cake." Bai Luo Yin peeked at Gu Hai from the corner of his eye. He noticed a special kind of aura from him. It was not the kind of aura that could be given off by someone from a poor and ordinary family. Gu Hai shifted to one side and propped his hand behind his head, looking at Bai Luo Yin with interest. "How about your family?" Bai Luo Yin smiled faintly. "We eat mooncakes, of course." Gu Hai caught sight of Bai Luo Yin's smile and guessed that he definitely liked eating mooncakes. "What kind of mooncake do you like?" "The kind stuffed with egg yolk and lotus seed paste." "Why do you like that kind of filling?" Gu Hai expressed his confusion. "It's not sweet and also not salty. I get bored eating those." Bai Luo Yin turned his gaze toward Gu Hai. "So, what kind of mooncake do you like? Tell me." "The kind stuffed with ribbon fish." "Your family actually buys ribbon fish stuffed mooncakes?" Bai Luo Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why don't you just say you'd even eat the kind stuffed with lamb's tail?" "The lamb's tail kind smells too rank." Bai Luo Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The moonlight illuminated his smile, intoxicating the heart of a certain someone. "Bai Luo Yin." Bai Luo Yin turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had his back to the moon, the contours of his eyes reflecting the increasingly dark and deep background. "Actually, I'm not like this." Bai Luo Yin replied neutrally. "Then, what kind of person are you?" "I'm a very honest and serious person. However, that was before I met you." Gu Hai forgot to add those words. "Gu Hai, from now on, there's no need to say this kind of thing anymore. Even if you told me you were a woman, I'd probably believe you." After taking a few deep breaths, Gu Hai finally digested those words. He saw that Bai Luo Yin had already turned his back. He thought to himself, I won't let him go to sleep so easily. Besides, he still hasn't answered the most important question. Actually, why did the teacher look for you today? Bai Luo Yin slightly turned his body around. Did you stay here today just to ask me about this? It's not like that. I'm just afraid that if you keep those feelings bottled up inside, it'll hurt you. An inexplicable feeling rose from Bai Luo Yin's heart. For a moment, he was suspicious of Gu Hai's intentions toward him. When you have a conflict with him, he gives you a very hard time, as if he's accumulated hatred for you over several lifetimes. Yet when he's kind to you, he's unreasonably kind, as if he was indebted to you in a previous life. Regarding the matter today, Bai Luo Yin thought he had concealed his feelings very well, so well that others couldn't detect them. Bai Hanqi didn't suspect either. Yet Gu Hai could see right through him. There were times when Bai Luo Yin felt that Gu Hai resembled an insane person. But when facing this insane person, it was inevitable that there would be a kind of indescribable trust. If that in wine, truth night was counted as a coincidence, then his impulse to pour out his heart right now couldn't deceive anyone anymore. Regardless of his previous doubts, they were currently unimportant. He only needed a close and understanding friend. I told you my mom remarried, right? Gu Hai nodded his head. Yeah, you mentioned it before. Today, that man came to find me. He invited me to move in and live with them. Did you agree? Bai Luo Yin asked a rhetorical question. Do you really think I'd agree? You really deserve to be called my bro. Gu Hai secretly expressed his approval. Both of them had the same kind of bitter experience. They ought to share a common hatred for the enemy. The thing that irked me the most was his manner when he talked to me. He compared me to his son, boasted about his son excessively, and then used that to contrast how short-sighted my thinking was. Do you know? I loathe that kind of person the most. Talking so pretentiously, as if everyone in this world is inferior to him and must listen to his orders. Fuck. Gu Hai pulled his bedsheet down. These words truly struck the center of his heart. I'm also annoyed by that type of person. You don't need to pay him any mind. Bai Luo Yin's voice was dry. I just can't accept the way he speaks. If you really can't accept it, then just curse him. Curse his son to get hit by a car and become a cripple tomorrow. Then a loud crashing sound could be heard. Something had fallen from the wall and plunged directly onto Gu Hai's foot. Ouch, hey, what's going on? Bai Luo Yin hastily turned on the lamp. The old wall clock that had been hanging on the wall for more than 30 years had fallen down for no reason today. It fell suddenly and hit Gu Hai's left foot directly, without any mercy. If it weren't for Gu Hai's healthy body, this 15-kilogram clock would have truly crippled his foot. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. Did you do it on purpose? Why did it fall the moment I came here to sleep? Bai Luo Yin laughed until he couldn't keep his mouth closed. What general? What stepfather? Throw the entire damn country behind your head. Nothing could beat Gu Hai's bad luck today. Really though, this old clock had been hanging for more than 30 years. Why did it hit him, of all people? Chapter 51. The next few days were a blessing in disguise for Gu Hai. The old clock that struck his leg didn't only leave a heavy bruise, it also wounded his kneecap. He couldn't bend his knee, so he couldn't even walk properly. To alleviate his suffering, on behalf of his whole family, Bai Luo Yin was forced to wait on Gu Hai. He had to pedal the bike for him to and from school, take him to eat breakfast, and support him whenever they walked anywhere. The only thing missing was Bai Luo Yin helping Gu Hai hold his thing when he went to the bathroom. After Gu Hai's leg was hurt, he became even more shameless. Every night, he would eat dinner for free at Bai Luo Yin's house. After he finished eating, he would shamelessly hang around until the sky grew dark, and then, with the excuse that he was unable to move freely, he would stay overnight there. His manner was no different from blackmailing the Bai family. Moreover, Bai Luo Yin discovered one of Gu Hai's bad habits. He really loves to hug people. Every night when they were sleeping and Bai Luo Yin was in a daze, he would always feel an arm reaching toward him, wrapping around his entire body. Because the bed was narrow and there wasn't much space to move, Bai Luo Yin didn't take it to heart. However, even when they were riding the bike together, Gu Hai would still indulge this bad habit. He would start hugging Bai Luo Yin with his arms for no reason at all. Bai Luo Yin was truly irritated by this. I mean, you're a grown man, so why are you going around hugging other people? So today, before he got on the bike, Bai Luo Yin emphasized one sentence in particular. I'm telling you, don't hug me. Gu Hai met Bai Luo Yin's gaze with a look full of meaning. Why won't you let me hug you? Why do you even need to ask that? Bai Luo Yin found that Gu Hai always made other people lose their patience and burn with anger. 9 out of 10 words that came out of his mouth made no sense at all. In the end, Bai Luo Yin only replied with 2 words. It's disgusting. In the past, if Gu Hai saw 2 guys hugging each other, he would feel uncomfortable and annoyed too. But everything has an exception, and Bai Luo Yin was that exception. It wasn't Bai Luo Yin's waist that Gu Hai was infatuated with, but rather the silent endurance, the awkwardness, and his reluctance to talk about it. The first half of the journey was quite peaceful. After turning the corner, Gu Hai extended his hand once again. Only this time, he didn't hug Bai Luo Yin. Instead, he placed his hands inside Bai Luo Yin's jacket. His hand came directly into contact with Bai Luo Yin's smooth back. The hair on Bai Luo Yin's head and body suddenly stood on end. It was as if his seat had an electric switch beneath it. What are you doing? Finally, Bai Luo Yin snarled angrily at Gu Hai. Gu Hai used his palm to rub Bai Luo Yin's back, followed by the back of his hands. Bit by bit, he rubbed slowly, as if he intentionally wanted to wear down Bai Luo Yin's resolve. I'm just borrowing your body heat to warm my hands a little. Bai Luo Yin's face filled with anger. Your hands are even warmer than my body. Who are you warming? I'll put up with you for a few more days. Just wait until your leg has completely recovered, and then you'll see how I get my revenge, you bastard. Gu Hai, there's someone looking for you outside. Gu Hai turned his head to give a quick look at Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin immediately waved his hand. I'm not going to help you. Whoever wants to help you can help you. Gu Hai hopped on one foot toward the door. Once he was out of Bai Luo Yin's sight, he immediately walked normally. It could even be said that the soles of his feet were as swift as the wind. He walked boldly and freely. When he saw who it was, he counted himself lucky that Bai Luo Yin hadn't come with him. Bodyguard Sun spotted Gu Hai, and his heart instantly eased. He smiled and walked toward Gu Hai, patting him on the shoulder as he teased him. Young master, I've finally found you. Gu Hai's face immediately fell. What are you doing here? Something came up, so I needed to find you. Let's talk in the car. A deep annoyance was visible between Gu Hai's brows. If you have something to say it right here. I've got no time to go with you. Bodyguard Sun stood submissively in front of Gu Hai. The thing is, the one who wants to talk to you isn't me. The veins on Gu Hai's forehead bulged. Then you can just go back. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned back. The commander said that if I couldn't bring you, I'm not allowed to go back. Gu Hai's steps stopped instantly. The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of the heroic military vehicle. Furthermore, Bodyguard Sun was speaking in a bureaucratic tone and with the stern expression of a soldier. When Gu Hai directed his gaze upstairs, the window on the 3rd floor was open. If Bai Luo Yin came out from the classroom, he would be able to see him in this corner. Let's go. Gu Hai entered the car with a blank expression. Chapter 52. What do you want to drink? Zhang Yuan looked toward Gu Hai with a smile. Gu Hai smugly gestured with his chin toward the waiter, signaling that she could just drop it. I don't want anything. If you have something to say, just say it. It's like this. I've discussed it with your dad already. If you want me to go back, then you don't need to say it. Gu Hai interrupted Zhang Yuan's words. His attitude was unyielding. I can't live together with the two of you. It's not like that. Zhang Yuan forced a smile. You've misunderstood. We never even thought of forcing you to live together with us. Our idea is this. You can go back to your old home, and then your dad and I will move out. That way you don't have to wander around on your own. Living outside is fine, but it won't be as good as your own home, right? Your mother lived in that house for so many years too. I believe you definitely have a deep attachment to it. When I go back, or how I go back, does any of that have anything to do with you? Zhang Yuan simply looked at Gu Hai quietly for a long time. I've realized you're very similar to my son. And then, she suddenly laughed so heartily, it drew glances from the people around them. Both of you really know how to leave others speechless. Huh? Gu Hai's face was expressionless. He simply glared coldly at Zhang Yuan until she withdrew her laugh and began to realize her joke hadn't landed. The thing Gu Hai hated most was when Gu Wei-ting or Zhang Yuan brought up another family member in front of him, forcibly hammering home the fact that his own family had been broken for a long time now. Don't misunderstand. I find that when I look at you, I don't know what to say. My relationship with my son is exactly the same. No matter what I say, he always has that hostile attitude. It seems I lack interaction with people of your generation. I'll learn. I'll try to understand. Are you done yet? Jiang Yuan's words were cut off again. Gu Hai stood up. If you're done, then I'm leaving. No, please wait. Jiang Yuan stood up. Even if you don't think of me as your mother, I already treat you as my son. I hope you can come home soon. If you think I'm an eyesore to you, I can move out temporarily. I'll wait until you finish your college entrance exams, until you've started your own new life, and then I'll move back. You're ridiculous. Gu Hai turned his head. If you're really sincere about this, then why did you have to marry my dad? Jiang Yuan was speechless. Gu Hai sneered, then walked out with long strides. It was 8 o'clock at night when Gu Hai arrived in Tianjin. He had barely stepped out from the South Station entrance when he was suddenly embraced tightly. Jean Lulu wrapped her arms around Gu Hai's sides, a hint of complaint in her voice. You finally realized you should come see me? Gu Hai handed an exquisite box of moon cakes to Jean Lulu. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's celebrate it together. When Jean Lulu heard those words, only heaven knew how deeply touched she was. For Gu Hai to say something like this, it proved she had already become his most important person. Oh right, I bought some new clothes for you. You can change into them later tonight. Look at what you're wearing right now. Jean Lulu spoke while pulling a loose thread from Gu Hai's collar. Rare as it was, this time Gu Hai didn't refuse Jean Lulu. Perhaps it was because they were 100 kilometers away, and he didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. When Gu Hai changed into the international brand name clothes, his tall and slender frame drew a great deal of attention. Walking on the streets, he would always attract pairs of eyes following him with interest, making Jean Lulu purse her lips from time to time. We already talked about this. When you go back to Beijing, you can wear those rag-like clothes. Only when you come to see me will you wear these. Gu Hai sighed heavily. After going back to Beijing, even if you forced me to wear them, I wouldn't. Jean Lulu walked while staring at Gu Hai unceasingly, until Gu Hai's eyes met hers. What are you looking at? Jean Lulu pressed her lips together in a smile. I noticed you've changed back already. Gu Hai's solemn eyes shot a glance at Jean Lulu. What do you mean, changed back? The last time I came to your place and stayed with you for 3 days, I felt like you were possessed. You would smile at me from time to time. You would even say pleasant things to me on occasion. You never did anything like that before. But this time when you've come here, you seem like you're back to normal. Not so gentle anymore. You don't talk much either. It's as if you're indifferent to everything. So you're saying I wasn't good to you before? No. On the contrary, I really like you like this. It gives me a greater sense of security. Gu Hai suddenly stopped walking. He turned his head toward Jean Lulu and asked her, inexplicably, do you think I'm a decent and serious person? A snort could be heard. Jean Lulu laughed. What nonsense. Of course you are. Otherwise, why would I be with you? Chapter 53. The Ferris wheel rose gradually to its peak as the beautiful night view of Tianjin became visible to their eyes. Inside the couple's cabin, there were only Gu Hai and Jean Lulu. Jean Lulu linked her arm with Gu Hai's while pointing at the night sky to the east. Look, the full moon tonight is so round. But for Gu Hai, the full moon would never be round anymore. In his heart, there would always be a gap. Every year when the family reunion festival arrived, it was the most difficult time for him. Originally, he had wanted to have dinner at Bai Luo Yin's place, but Jiang Yuan's appearance yesterday made him abandon the idea. He found that whenever he was in a bad mood, the person he least wanted to see was Bai Luo Yin. Maybe it was because he had been a little too carried away by happiness these days. He couldn't imagine himself visiting Bai Luo Yin's place with a sullen face. Forget it. Just get through these 2 days. It was past 11 at night. The pedestrians scattered along the streets were mostly couples. It was very hard to wait for the holiday to arrive, and it would be very tiring. Jean Lulu pulled Gu Hai from store to store, tirelessly asking the shop assistants about prices, holding up 2 different things to compare. Occasionally she would ask for Gu Hai's opinion, and Gu Hai would always say that everything was good. There's a lingerie shop up ahead. Come with me to look. Gu Hai held his cigarette at the corner of his mouth. When he heard Jean Lulu, he took a deep drag, then exhaled the smoke in front of her face. Do you even need to wear lingerie? It's all flat. Jean Lulu relentlessly pounded Gu Hai's chest a few times in anger. You're too awful. Gu Hai simply laughed without a word. Jin Lu saw Gu Hai's face through the veil of smoke, hovering somewhere between real and unreal, and suddenly she was crazy about him. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her heart felt sweet yet sour. She was moved beyond words, because this person belonged to her alone. Jin Lu went inside by herself, while Gu Hai stood on the roadside smoking. Next to the lingerie shop, there was a dessert store. At this time, business was very brisk. Every customer that came out from the store carried an elegant box of mooncakes. All kinds of mooncakes with different fillings were displayed inside the window showcase. Sweet bean paste, jujube paste, sausages, fruits, and also lotus seed paste with egg yolk. Gu Hai put out his cigarette. He gazed quietly at the mooncakes in the window showcase as their numbers slowly dwindled. After turning off the lights before bed, Bai Hanqi went into Bai Luo Yin's room. Why didn't Hai come over today? Bai Luo Yin pulled up his blanket and gave an indifferent expression. How should I know? It's good he didn't come. When he's here I can't sleep well. Bai Hanqi sat on the bed while staring at Bai Luo Yin. You didn't ask him? I saw you came back with his bike. Did something happen to him? He's already an adult. What bad thing could possibly happen to him? I'm telling you, this kid Hai is not bad. Don't pick on him too much. He's truly happy eating here, staying here. He sincerely wants to be brothers with you. Don't drive him away all the time. When did I drive him away? Bai Luo Yin twisted his eyebrows, giving an impatient look. He just left without saying anything. I even waited for him in the classroom for a long time, but I didn't see him at all. I was kind enough to bring back his school bag and his bike, and it's still my fault. Bai Hanqi looked anxiously at his precious son, his tone immediately shifting from lecturing to coaxing. Okay. What I said was wrong. Hurry up and sleep. It's rare to have a holiday. No need to get up early tomorrow. Bai Hanqi turned off the lights for Bai Luo Yin, then gently closed the door. Bai Luo Yin's surroundings grew dim. There was a large spot where the moonlight shone, but Bai Luo Yin's mood was dark. He was agitated for no reason. There was none of the excitement and anticipation before a holiday in his heart. He was completely confused. His brain was like a tangled rope, extending down to his throat, stifling and crushing his entire chest. That entire night, Bai Luo Yin couldn't sleep well. There was no one beside him. Although it wasn't any more spacious than before, he still had to restrict his movement when he turned. Occasionally, he would stretch his arms out, but immediately pull them back. By the time he realized no one was beside him, it was nearly daybreak. Early in the morning, Anso came over carrying a food basket. Today, we're going to have a wonderful dinner. Where is Hai? Hurry and call him over. Didn't he always want to help me? I can really use his help this time. Bai Luo Yin came out with disheveled hair and a dirty face, drowsily replying to her. He's not here. After he said that, he walked toward the faucet with his toothbrush and mug. It was already autumn. The water had turned very cold. When he rinsed his mouth, the water froze his teeth until they ached. Anso was thinking aloud. Say, why hasn't that kid come over lately? I bought so many dishes. Last time he told me his favorite food was diced chicken and soybean sauce. I especially slaughtered a chicken for him to eat. Gu Hai had a long dream that night. First, he dreamed about his mother. She was knitting a sweater for him beside a lotus pond. She was almost finished with the sweater when it suddenly fell into the pond. Gu Hai jumped into the water, hoping he could get it out, only to find his legs stuck in the mud. It was cold. So cold. Gu Hai couldn't climb out, and he couldn't shout for help. Then, Bai Luo Yin appeared out of nowhere. He kept shouting toward Gu Hai. Grab my hand, slowly, until Gu Hai finally drifted ashore. When he woke up, Jin Lu was on the phone. Gu Hai found that his hand and Jin Lu's hand were intertwined. Dad, I won't go back today. I have something to do. Yes, I really have something to do. During the Mid-Autumn Festival last year, weren't you on a business trip too? You're allowed to go on business trips, but I'm not allowed to wander around. How can? I'm not running around like crazy. By the time Jin Lu hung up the phone, Gu Hai had already gotten out of bed. You're awake. Jin Lu smiled at Gu Hai. My dad wanted me to go back just now. I didn't agree. Just go back. I'll go see my aunt. No. Jin Lu immediately stood up and complained. We agreed we'd celebrate this festival together today, and you still want to run off. I'll tell you this. No one is separating us today. I just want to be with you. The two of them went for lunch, and then they went to watch a movie. When the movie ended, Gu Hai said he needed to go to the restroom. After waiting for 10 minutes, Gu Hai still hadn't come out. Jean Lu grew anxious. She almost went inside the restroom to find him. Then her phone rang. It was from an unknown number. Lulu, just catch a taxi and go home. I'm going back to Beijing. You tricked me. Jean Lu yelled inside the empty theater. You are not human. I need to go back and see my mother. I don't want her to be alone. Jean Lu held out for a few seconds, before her hands dropped limply. Bai Luo Yin placed a rolled piece of pork into his grandmother's bowl. Grandma, have one more. Grandma Bai took a small bite, her few remaining teeth chewing carefully. The sauce dripped from the gap between her teeth to the outside of her mouth. Bai Luo Yin picked up a handkerchief and wiped his grandmother's mouth. MMPH, MBLRGGRM, huh? Grandma Bai said a lot of words, but Bai Luo Yin couldn't understand any of it. Mom, you have to swallow your food first, then speak. You couldn't speak clearly to begin with. Bai Hanqi complained. Grandma Bai glared at Bai Hanqi. She quickly chewed everything in her mouth, swallowed, then urgently looked at Bai Luo Yin. What about Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang. Bai Luo Yin paused. Grandma, our family hasn't raised sheep for so many years now. No. Grandma Bai's clumsy lips made her words even more jumbled. Just, water. Big water. Bai Hanqi picked up a glass of water and handed it to Grandma Bai. Mom, do you want a drink? Grandma Bai shook her head, so anxious that the corners of her eyes creased. What was his name? Gu. He. Bai Luo Yin understood. Grandma, do you mean Gu Hai? Yeah. Grandma Bai couldn't help but nod. Bai Luo Yin poked his chopsticks into his bowl and snorted inwardly. He just freeloads here, right? He only didn't come for one day, right? Why is everyone so concerned about him? Past 8 in the evening, the moon was perfectly round. Bai Luo Yin carried a box of moon cakes and knocked on the door of the house next door, where an old married couple lived. An old man came out, puffing hard, to open the door. When he saw Bai Luo Yin, he immediately smiled. Granduncle, I came to bring you some moon cakes. The grandpa was so happy he didn't know how to express himself. Irene Z is really so thoughtful. You still remember to visit your granduncle. Quick, come inside and sit for a while. It's already this late. I'm not going inside. I still have to return my friend's bike. What bike? Return this bike. Did you forget? Last time, my classmate came out of your house with this bike. The old man stared hard at the bike for quite a moment. Then he suddenly remembered. He pointed at the bike and said loudly, Is it that full? Bai Luo Yin was momentarily shocked. He didn't even know whether it was said in a joking way or a detesting one. Yes, it's definitely that fool. Chapter 54. At 11 o'clock at night, after Bai Hanqi had finished his shower, with a towel hanging on his shoulder and water still dripping, he went into Bai Luo Yin's room. When you go to sleep, don't forget to lock the courtyard door. Bai Luo Yin nodded, his eyes fixed on his computer screen. Bai Hanqi went to his room. Suddenly, Bai Luo Yin slammed his hand on the keyboard and glared at the screen in anger. Dead again. What's going on today? Every time I play, I either die or the game lags. I'm not playing anymore. He stood up, kicked his stool away, and went out. The moon was so beautiful, so round and bright, but when Bai Luo Yin glanced at it, he felt like spitting on it. Fuck, who told you to be so round tonight? The door was still wide open. Bai Luo Yin picked up the rusty lock. It felt so cold it froze his hand as he held it. The door was barely shut when suddenly a strong force pushed it open again. Don't lock the door. Suddenly, a face appeared at his door, making Bai Luo Yin freeze in place. Gu Hai appeared out of nowhere, his face worn and weary from travel. The moment he saw Bai Luo Yin, he pulled him into a tight embrace without saying a word. Bai Luo Yin smelled the exhaustion on Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's heart was beating fast and hard, and it made Bai Luo Yin's own heartbeat unsteady too. When Gu Hai hugged Bai Luo Yin, he felt his heart was finally whole again. After visiting his mother's grave, Gu Hai's mood had been so dark he had almost jumped into the city moat. He had run all the way to Bai Luo Yin's house, afraid Bai Luo Yin had already locked the door, afraid he wouldn't get to see him. At this moment, only this place, only this person, could make him feel like he wasn't alone. After a long silence, Bai Luo Yin muttered, I thought you died out there. Gu Hai let out a long sigh of relief. Hearing you mock me, it actually feels really good. Bai Luo Yin suppressed the old grudges stirring in his heart. How could he forgive Gu Hai so easily? Seeing Gu Hai holding him so tightly made it hard to push him away, so he mercilessly punched Gu Hai's weak spot on his waist, sending him stumbling back a meter. Fuck off. You've had your fun out there, and now you want to disturb other people's sleep. Gu Hai couldn't catch his breath from the pain. When he saw Bai Luo Yin was about to close the door again, he wedged himself between the door and the frame, staring at Bai Luo Yin with his dark eyes. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'm staying here. You're staying here? Bai Luo Yin snorted coldly. If you pay, I might consider letting you sleep in the pigsty. Gu Hai laughed. Using a little strength, he finally squeezed inside. He stroked the back of Bai Luo Yin's head and said in a coaxing tone, Enough, enough. Don't be angry anymore. It's my fault, okay? I shouldn't have left without saying a word and made you worry about me. It's already this late, and you're still awake, waiting for me. Bai Luo Yin threw Gu Hai's hand off, pulling a couple strands of his own hair with it. Don't be disgusting. Who the fuck said I was waiting for you? Then why wasn't the door locked? The past 2 days I stayed here, you had it locked by 9. Bai Luo Yin's anger finally erupted, and he even lifted his leg to kick. Gu Hai didn't care. He marched forward and pulled Bai Luo Yin into a tight embrace, their bodies fitting together perfectly, not even a sliver of space between them. Yinzi, don't be angry anymore, all right? I just got back from my mother's grave. My heart's a mess. Can't you give in to me just this once? At last, Bai Luo Yin's stiff body gradually relaxed and warmed under Gu Hai's soft, deep voice. After they went inside, Gu Hai placed a box on the table. I bought you a mooncake. Although Bai Luo Yin had let Gu Hai inside, his icy expression hadn't changed. Just eat it yourself. Gu Hai opened the box and said to Bai Luo Yin in a coaxing tone, I specially ordered it for you. You really don't want to try? I don't care who you got it for. I said I don't want. When Bai Luo Yin turned his head, a huge mooncake suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was as big as a whole pizza. 4 large words were carved on top. Egg yolk lotus paste. The mooncake was so full and round, rich and plump, the color captivating, a faint sweet fragrance drifting from the box. I went through quite a few shops, and only this one took my request. Don't underestimate this mooncake. It was incredibly difficult to make. Even just with 4 egg yolks, the mold is hard to find. The tricky part is the yolk filling isn't easy to hold together. One wrong move, and it falls apart. I can guarantee this mooncake has at least 12 egg yolks inside. I promise just 1 slice will fill you up. Gu Hai spoke with radiant delight, and when Bai Luo Yin heard it, his heart quivered slightly. Are you an idiot? Wouldn't a few small ones have been enough? Why did you have to buy the giant one? It's not the same. Gu Hai looked at Bai Luo Yin with a faint smile. Our appetites are big, and I wanted to share one with you. This is the perfect size for us. Bai Luo Yin gave a scoffing look, his eyes sharp as forks, glaring fiercely at Gu Hai. Fortunately, Gu Hai knew Bai Luo Yin well enough. He didn't wait for Bai Luo Yin to open his mouth, and simply pushed a slice between his lips. Bai Luo Yin hesitated, but then opened his mouth. He took a bite. It was soft and spongy, all the delicate, complex flavors hitting his tongue. The taste was exactly like his feelings over the past 2 days. Chapter 55. Below the cramped single bed lay 2 identical shoes. Gu Hai was lying on his side. He saw Bai Luo Yin lying on his stomach, his arms and legs stretched out comfortably, his shirt folded up, exposing his broad back. As the moonlight shone onto him, Bai Luo Yin's bare skin looked just like the bean curd Aunt Zoe made, so soft and delicate. Gu Hai couldn't help but reach out to touch it. It was smooth and firm. Bai Luo Yin turned his head. His eyes were half closed, half open. His expression was indifferent. Gu Hai breathed, his hand stretching out unconsciously. Bai Luo Yin seemed to realize what he was about to do and suddenly grabbed Gu Hai's hand. Do you know why I scolded you today? All right. The judgment has finally begun. Gu Hai knew Bai Luo Yin wouldn't let this go so easily. Because I didn't tell you where I went these past 2 days? Bai Luo Yin opened his eyes fully. They were like dark flowers blooming silently at night. It's because when you were feeling down, you didn't choose to come to me. It was a simple sentence. Yet when Gu Hai heard it, his heart was overcome with an overwhelming feeling. He hadn't expected that Bai Luo Yin would quietly care about him, just the same as his own feelings for Bai Luo Yin. Perhaps it was merely an emotion showing in the eyes, yet he could already see into the most hidden corner of the other person's heart. Perhaps it was only a smile, yet it could influence his mood for the entire day. This kind of understanding was almost innate. It had nothing to do with how long they had known each other. From the very beginning, it had already ignited like a flame. After calming his heart with great difficulty, Gu Hai said, "I was afraid it would affect your mood. That is exactly why I scolded you today." Bai Luo Yin furrowed his brows, his hand lightly striking the bed sheet. "You don't see me as your friend at all. Let's just be strangers then." Seeing Bai Luo Yin's aggrieved and indignant expression, both of Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He realized that when Bai Luo Yin showed his true feelings, everything he did was always lively and fascinating. "You're overthinking it. I don't see you as a stranger." "Then what is this?" Gu Hai really wanted to say, "How could I willingly burden you with my troubles?" But those words were far too contentious. How could he say them aloud? He was afraid that if he said them for real, that old clock would fall and hit him again. "Don't ask anymore. From now on, if I have something to do, I'll definitely tell you everything." Okay. In spite of everything, Bai Luo Yin was not the kind of person who held grudges. When he heard Gu Hai and didn't say a word, it meant he had agreed. Both of them stayed silent for a long time. Suddenly, Gu Hai felt he could just be honest with Bai Luo Yin about his family background. Before, he hadn't dared to say it because he couldn't clearly see what Bai Luo Yin's feelings toward him were. But after Bai Luo Yin spoke those words today, it truly touched him. So he took the initiative to confess. "Actually, there's something I've been hiding from you." Bai Luo Yin snickered. "Do you want to say that you're actually not from this neighborhood, and that the place you're living in now is actually rented?" Gu Hai was dumbfounded, his upper body going rigid. "How did you know?" "The old couple who lives next to your rented place. One is my granduncle, and one is my grandaunt." "Gu Hai, do you also want to tell me that your family is actually very rich?" When he heard these words, Gu Hai felt a cold sweat sliding from his back to his nape. He was truly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that after disappearing for 2 days, suddenly everything about him had been exposed. Even though he had carefully planned everything for so long, Bai Luo Yin was still able to see through him. What now? Would tonight be the last night he could stay with Bai Luo Yin? Starting tomorrow, would Bai Luo Yin treat him like a stranger? "Don't you want to ask how I know?" Gu Hai's heart was bitter, his tone somewhat strange. "How do you know? When school had just started, I saw your driver picking you up at the school gate every day." "Gu Hai, besides that, when you first moved to the seat behind me, I saw you wearing a Breguet limited edition watch on your wrist." Gu Hai suddenly dropped his head onto the pillow, his heart racing. "If you knew since back then, you should have said something. I sold my phone, my laptop, my wristwatch at rock-bottom prices. Now who's going to compensate me for those losses? I endured all those hard days, and now who's going to make it up to me? So all this time, you were just watching me act? If I hadn't confessed today, would you have kept treating me like a fool?" Gu Hai stared sharply at Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin only gazed at the dew outside, but he was clearly laughing in secret. "You want to laugh? Fine, I'll let you laugh." Gu Hai pounced on Bai Luo Yin fiercely like a tiger. They tossed from one side to the other without pausing, until both were finally out of breath. But Gu Hai still wouldn't get off Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin laughed until his ears were red, but his attitude remained unyielding. "You still dare to treat me harshly? Tell me, who tricked who first?" "Fine, I admit it's my fault. I deliberately hid the truth from you before, but you also made a mistake. You covered up a criminal, and that is absolutely intolerable. How about this? I won't argue with you anymore, but promise me you won't drift away from me because of this, and I'll call it even." Bai Luo Yin didn't say a word. A little uncertainty crept into Gu Hai's heart. He nudged Bai Luo Yin's leg. "You're not really angry, are you? Am I the kind of person who gets angry easily?" Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai. "Why are you treating me like some girl? Those things I said when I was drunk, those were meant for their family only. I don't hate rich people. There are BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes all over the streets. Am I supposed to smash every single one?" Gu Hai pinched Bai Luo Yin's face hard. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Bai Luo Yin kicked Gu Hai to free himself. "You never gave me the chance." It felt so good to no longer carry that burden in his heart. He didn't have to live in secret anymore. The more Gu Hai thought about it, the more excited he became. He turned to Bai Luo Yin to chat, eager to share his joy. But he discovered that Bai Luo Yin's eyes were already closed, his lashes fluttering as his eyeballs moved irregularly beneath the lids. It looked like Bai Luo Yin was about to drift into a dream, and he was still lying on his stomach. Gu Hai patted Bai Luo Yin's back lightly and whispered softly, Yinzi, don't fall asleep yet. Turn over first, then sleep. The way you're lying will constrict your heart. Bai Luo Yin was almost fully asleep. Hearing Gu Hai's words, he thought, of course I'm going to do what's comfortable for me. Gu Hai couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out to grab Bai Luo Yin's shoulder and turn him over. But in less than 2 seconds, Bai Luo Yin had turned back again. He really liked sleeping on his stomach. Gu Hai turned him over again, but Bai Luo Yin would just turn back. The two of them flipped back and forth like a pancake for a full 10 minutes. Finally, Gu Hai grew impatient. How can this kid be so stubborn? Fine, if the gentle way won't work, I'll do it the hard way. And so he gave Bai Luo Yin's backside a firm smack. Just how strong was Gu Hai's palm? What ordinary person could endure that? Bai Luo Yin groaned and suddenly opened his eyes. His glare was like a fierce tiger leaping out, ready to claw at Gu Hai's face. Gu Hai immediately realized he had used too much force. He hastily rubbed those 2 round mounds very cautiously, coaxing him. Okay, I won't hit you anymore. Go to sleep. Bai Luo Yin's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, and he fell asleep not long after. In the middle of the night, Gu Hai woke up freezing. He glanced at the person beside him, sleeping so soundly. All the blankets were piled up on top of Bai Luo Yin's body, just like a half-a-meter-tall snail shell. This had happened several times before. Gu Hai had discovered that Bai Luo Yin was usually listless and didn't talk much, but when it came to stealing blankets, he was exceptionally skilled. And honestly, even if he really was cold, both his legs would be sticking out while the blanket sat on his back in a giant ball. Covered or not, it made no difference. So why did he have to snatch everything? Just like the nights before, Gu Hai spread the blanket out, covered Bai Luo Yin properly, and then pulled some over for himself. Then Gu Hai noticed that Bai Luo Yin was sleeping on his stomach again. Gu Hai wondered, has he always slept like this, ever since he was small? Did no one ever take care of him? Sleeping on his stomach all night, every night, yet still growing up this big? It's truly a medical miracle. But then he thought about it again. Bai Luo Yin had once said that since his parents divorced, he had always lived with his father. How could that man have possibly taken proper care of a child? Gu Hai had slept with his mother for 3 or 4 years. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Yin had definitely slept alone from the time he was very young. Otherwise, how could he toss around on the bed like this? Thinking this over, Gu Hai realized he didn't need to forcefully turn Bai Luo Yin over anymore. He simply stretched out his arm and held him. Tonight, Bai Luo Yin slept very soundly. When Gu Hai pulled him into an embrace, he gave no response at all. The heat of his deep, heavy breath fanned across Gu Hai's face. Gu Hai looked at the face within his reach. The more he looked, the better it became. The more he gazed, the fonder he felt. Unconsciously, he stroked Bai Luo Yin's cheek with his finger. Then he caught himself. What am I doing, touching a man's body like this in the middle of the night? Isn't my fondness for him a little beyond normal? Gu Hai realized that every time he was with Bai Luo Yin, his heart never functioned properly. It was like there were 2 operating programs running inside him. One program was for when he was with other people, and when he was with Bai Luo Yin, it would automatically switch to the other. How it switched was a mystery, even to himself. Early in the morning, Bai Luo Yin woke up feeling comfortable, only to find he was sleeping in Gu Hai's arms. Damn it! He hugged me again. Bai Luo Yin raised his hand to throw a punch, but it froze in midair. This guy was sleeping so peacefully, so fascinatingly calm and sound. The only thing missing was tucking him into a cradle. Anyone who saw this handsome, strong, and masculine man sleeping so innocently and naively surely wouldn't have the heart to hit him. Bai Luo Yin stared blankly at him for a while. Suddenly, a strange thought popped into his mind. When this guy is asleep, he's really quite captivating. If only he could stay like this forever, never waking up. The little devil inside Gu Hai's heart jumped out and screamed, Hey. If I never wake up, that means I'm dead. Chapter 56. Class 27 was in the middle of an exciting basketball game. The male students of the class were divided into 2 teams, each led by Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai. Neither side was willing to give way to the other. They played vigorously. When the ball was passed to Gu Hai, he would take it and fake a move, then shift the ball behind his back in a disguised dribble. He was quick to drive toward the inner line, and his confident, beautiful shot earned a round of applause. When Bai Luo Yin received the ball, he pushed one step forward while keeping his waist level with the ball. He threaded his way past two defenders. Gu Hai was less than half a meter away from him, already in a defensive stance. Bai Luo Yin glanced at him, assessing his defensive skills. Gu Hai suddenly smiled at Bai Luo Yin, then leaned forward, his speed extremely fast. Bai Luo Yin tossed the ball into the air, spun his body around Gu Hai's side, then leaped high to catch the ball in front of his head. Gu Hai retreated, rapidly reaching for the ball, but Bai Luo Yin had already passed it to another teammate. That student aimed and shot, but the ball bounced twice off the rim. Then, Gu Hai swiftly jumped and snatched the rebound. He carried the ball and turned, easily breaking through two defenders, dribbling until he was finally face to face with Bai Luo Yin. Gu Hai used his right and left hands to dribble the ball alternately, darting and dodging. Bai Luo Yin closed in step by step, refusing to yield. As the two of them struggled for control of the ball, their bodies continuously brushed and collided against each other. Bai Luo Yin searched for an opening, yet there were absolutely no flaws in Gu Hai's offense. The longer they clashed, the more thrilled they looked, and occasionally the surrounding crowd would applaud. All of a sudden, Bai Luo Yin smiled. This kind of happiness seemed to say it had been a long time since he had encountered such a worthy and evenly matched opponent. His smile was exceptionally bright. The sunlight above lingered on his face, sketching the contours of a dazzling and touching youthful visage. At that particular moment, Gu Hai's tightly stretched string finally snapped, and his grip loosened. Bai Luo Yin seized the opportunity to snatch the ball and lightly sunk a beautiful three-pointer, drawing a burst of cheers from the crowd. Gu Hai gave Bai Luo Yin a strange look, one concealing a rather vicious suggestion. "You're really something, huh? So far as to use that trick to bewitch me." The corner of Bai Luo Yin's mouth curled up into a conceited curve. "Who told you to daydream? Serves you right." Yu Chi sat in the resting area, eating snacks while watching the two teams compete. He was surrounded by a group of pretty girls. One was rubbing his back, another was pouring water for him. Nevertheless, his heart was still unhappy. These two can even exchange flirting glances while playing basketball. Both of you are really shameless. Stop kneading. Yu Chi spoke to the girl beside him in a bad mood. It's my turn to get on the court. And so, a third heavyweight handsome guy appeared on the basketball court. After Yu Chi entered the court, he played vigorously all the way. It didn't matter if his moves broke the rules. The only thing that mattered was being handsome. Just the turn of his body could make several pretty girls go crazy, their screams constant. Apparently, a basketball game had transformed into a famous singer's concert. Yu Chi seized an opening and passed the ball to Gu Hai. Gu Hai caught the ball and quickly launched his offensive move toward the inner lane. Just as he was about to shoot, Yu Chi charged over and, without a word, stole the ball and ran. Gu Hai was stupefied. He had never even thought to guard Yu Chi in the first place, since Yu Chi was the one who had passed him the ball. They were on the same team. So why would Yu Chi pass the ball, only to steal it back moments later? While Gu Hai was still trying to make sense of it, Yu Chi passed the ball to Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin thought Yu Chi had intentionally fooled Gu Hai just now, so he shot him a pleased and cooperative look. However, at the same spot, Yu Chi roughly snatched the ball from Bai Luo Yin's hands again, passed it to another player, and then stole it right back from that player. Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai exchanged a look and immediately understood. This guy had come solely to stir up trouble. Don't hit me. Hitting people is a foul. Even while crying out in pain, Yu Chi still didn't forget to toss his hair messily. Has anyone ever played basketball the way you do? Go, go, go. Don't cause any more trouble. Go back where you came from and just act cute over there. After Yu Chi left, the basketball game continued. Time was running out, but the score difference still hadn't widened. Both teams began gathering up their remaining energy, intent on beating the opposing team before the period ended. On Gu Hai's team, there was a player nicknamed Fei Zizi. He was heavy-set and had a violent style of play. He liked to roar when playing basketball and often charged and collided into others without even realizing it. Gu Hai was afraid he might injure Bai Luo Yin, so he had specifically instructed that guy to guard the second key player on Bai Luo Yin's team. But once this fellow got too excited and saw that the opposing team might win, he'd stomp his foot until a crater formed in the ground if he could. Seeing that there were only 10 minutes left, Bai Luo Yin sank 2 more three-pointers, widening the score gap. Fei Zhi was already losing patience. He no longer cared who he was supposed to be guarding. His huge body kept closely tracking Bai Luo Yin's movements. At this point, his sole aim was to stop Bai Luo Yin from getting the ball, as his three-pointers were simply too accurate. This was exactly why so many people wanted to join Bai Luo Yin's team. Everyone relied on his three-pointers. Chapter 57. Bai Luo Yin received the ball again. He was also standing outside the three-point line. Fei Zhi couldn't stay calm anymore. If this three-pointer succeeded again, it would be very hard for their team to catch up. Therefore, without any delay, this guy charged forward and crazily tried to snatch the ball from Bai Luo Yin's hand. Bai Luo Yin's skills were extremely nimble, whereas Fei Zhi's body was heavy. Trying to endure Bai Luo Yin's many feints and tricks, he quickly became dizzy and confused. Bai Luo Yin passed the ball to his teammate first, then dodged Fei Zhi on the left and caught the ball his teammate tossed back to him. Fei Zhi went mad. He turned toward Bai Luo Yin and shoved him with his shoulder. Bai Luo Yin had barely jumped up, so his center of gravity was unsteady. When Fei Zhi bumped against him like that, his entire body collided with the pole below the basketball hoop. When Gu Hai realized the dangerous turn of events, he wanted to shout and stop Fei Zhi. However, it was too late. He took several large strides, intending to catch Bai Luo Yin, but they were too far apart. When Gu Hai reached him, Bai Luo Yin had already tumbled down at the base of the portable basketball hoop. Gu Hai's face suddenly changed color. Everyone could see it clearly. When he went to support Bai Luo Yin, his hands were trembling all over. Bai Luo Yin's fall was not to be taken lightly. Half of his face had turned purple, a trail of red blood flowed from his nose, and his lips were also split. "Fuck you. How dare you push him?" Gu Hai grabbed Fei Zhi's collar firmly with one hand. His whole face abruptly turned dark, his eyes looking as if they wanted to swallow him whole. No one was brave enough to move and pull Gu Hai away. Gu Hai kicked the soft muscle of Fei Zhi's legs, making him scream in tremendous pain. Then Gu Hai just kept kicking him relentlessly. Gu Hai punched him twice, intent on beating this 100-kilogram fatso to the ground. Despite his struggles, Gu Hai kept kicking his body ruthlessly, each kick swift as the wind, until Fei Zhi finally couldn't utter a single word. Yu Qi took out a towel to wipe Bai Luo Yin's face, while carefully helping dust the dirt from his clothes. After Gu Hai had finished venting his rage, he approached Bai Luo Yin and pushed Yu Qi aside. Gu Hai spoke to Bai Luo Yin with a gentle voice. "Let me look at it. Does it hurt badly?" "It's nothing." Bai Luo Yin knitted his eyebrows. Gu Hai took Bai Luo Yin's hand away from his face and looked at him carefully. He couldn't conceal the deep anguish and regret in his eyes. "How can you call this nothing? Will your family call this nothing?" Gu Hai was both angry and troubled as he supported Bai Luo Yin off the court, muttering curses along the way. "That pole is rock hard. I should have dragged that stupid bastard over and bashed him against the pole a few times. Let him taste his own medicine. Fuck." Yu Qi helped them by bringing their bags. As he walked behind them, a complicated expression could be seen on his face. "Hey, I'm talking to you, the one with the very stupid name." Yu Qi was in a daze when he felt someone pat his shoulder. He turned around and was met with a delicate and pretty face. "What are you doing here?" Yu Qi asked. Yang Ming was all smiles. "Our next period is PE class. Your class is already over, right? Why haven't I seen Bai Luo Yin? Don't you see him right up front?" Yang Ming laughed awkwardly. "I forgot to wear my glasses." "Then how can you even see me?" Yang Ming snorted. "With that stinky, cocky appearance of yours, who wouldn't see you? And by the way, my desk mate has taken an interest in you. She's always talking about you in front of me all day long. You Qi this, you Qi that. Hearing it makes me want to puke." With one hand, Yu Qi pulled Yang Ming's small frame into his arms, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "You want to try me?" "No, no, no." Yang Ming recoiled, provoking him. "I can't play. You have skills, so just play with Bai Luo Yin." Yu Qi raised his chin, signaling Yang Ming to look at Bai Luo Yin. He can't play anymore. Yang Ming's complexion changed. What happened? Why don't you go see for yourself? Yang Ming jogged a few paces and stopped in front of Bai Luo Yin, staring at him for a long time. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Only when Bai Luo Yin raised his head did Yang Ming clench his teeth and bite back a cry of surprise, his expression like that of someone mauled by a wolf. Holy shit, Yinzi. How did you get yourself beaten up so badly? It had been a long time since Bai Luo Yin last saw Yang Ming, and now that he had the chance, Yang Ming was looking at him with a worried face. Bai Luo Yin's heart suddenly felt especially warm. Extending an arm, he easily pulled Yang Ming into a hug. Moreover, Yang Ming looked so delicate and pretty that from afar it looked like he was embracing a small girl. Bai Luo Yin habitually pinched Yang Ming's tender cheeks, while Yang Ming used his elbow to poke Bai Luo Yin in the stomach. They acted just like they did when they were children, very intimate and affectionate. Chapter 58. Right? You haven't told me yet. Why is your face like that? Bai Luo Yin curled his lips reluctantly. I ran into the pole below the basketball hoop. Yang Ming was worried, but he was also amused. What the? When you're playing basketball, just play. Why do you have to run into the pole? After he said that, he reached out to touch the corner of Bai Luo Yin's mouth, then gritted his own teeth at the sight of the flowing blood. It was as if he was the one in pain. A big guy in my class bumped into me. I didn't stand firmly. How many kilos is he? Over 100 kilos. Yang Ming became annoyed. That team's captain is not in his right mind. He let a guy who's over 100 kilos play? Isn't it obvious he just wanted to injure other people? Fuck. You should ask him to pay your medical bills. After Yang Ming finished speaking, the entire world went silent. He felt as if the willow branches beside him had grown a thin layer of ice. He glanced at the man who hadn't said a word since the beginning. His face looked like it had been painted with black oil. Yuchi wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. The corner of his mouth only twitched slightly. Yang Ming looked at Gu Hai, who was also looking at him. He couldn't help but shiver. Why does this guy look like he's been possessed by the king of hell? Yinzi, who's the guy beside you? Yang Ming whispered. Bai Luo Yin replied with just one word. Captain. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He tried to greet Gu Hai naturally. I'm sorry. Please don't take what I just said seriously. Gu Hai slightly restrained his expression. His swift and fierce eyes swept over Yang Ming, his smile concealing a murderous intent. I'm Gu Hai. Nice to meet you, pretty girl. Yang Ming got angry. Look here properly. I'm a boy. Gu Hai smiled apologetically. Really? I couldn't tell at all. Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai. What's wrong with your eyes? Gu Hai simply replied with one sentence. Even if my eyesight is bad, I can still see people. Unlike someone who fell once and then went blind. Bai Luo Yin's face immediately fell, his tone turning rather harsh. Gu Hai, enough. Didn't Yang Ming already apologize? Why are you being so mean to him? He wasn't even playing basketball with us. How was he supposed to know you're the captain? There was a scale in Gu Hai's heart. On one side, it felt as if someone had stomped down hard, tilting the other side up. And on that other side sat an old jar filled with sour vinegar. Crash. Everything spilled out without exception, soaking Gu Hai's heart in acrid bitterness. Just now, when he was mocking me, you didn't say a word. Now that I'm just joking with him, look at you getting all serious. Fine. You only see me as an eyesore, right? I won't waste my time with you anymore. Gu Hai snatched up Bai Luo Yin's clothes, suddenly threw them onto his body, and turned around without saying a word. No. Why is that guy so bad-tempered? Yang Ming wore a confused expression. Bai Luo Yin was composed. He didn't say anything. Yang Ming asked Bai Luo Yin again. Is it okay? It's okay. Just ignore him. Bai Luo Yin rested for almost half the class period before he came back. The left side of his face was completely swollen, especially near the cheekbone, where there was a large bruise. Gu Hai took a quick glance at Bai Luo Yin and immediately regretted it. Just moments ago, he had been lecturing himself. This person isn't worth caring about. He always does whatever he wants and won't let anyone else meddle in his business. Nevertheless, when he saw Bai Luo Yin's condition, Gu Hai's heart changed right away. Why are you angry with him? Who would be in a good mood after getting knocked around and hurt like that? Can't you just let it go this time? Look at him right now. You haven't even said a few words to comfort him, and you're still pulling a long face? Aren't you being completely heartless? While Gu Hai was still at a loss, Bai Luo Yin pulled a wallet out of his drawer and threw it onto Gu Hai's desk. "It's yours." 2 words. Stiff and cold. Gu Hai understood immediately. Bai Luo Yin was still angry. "Are you still angry?" The temperature in Gu Hai's heart dropped again. "Why are you angry?" "Because of that one sentence I said to your best friend? Just now. I was ready to forgive you first, yet you're still being harsh and unreasonable with me? Fine. If that's how it is, then don't say a single word to me. Let's see who's tougher." Even after Bai Luo Yin threw the wallet to Gu Hai, his mood didn't improve. On the contrary, he was very agitated. He didn't even listen to the teacher's words, but he was extremely sensitive to the sounds behind him. When Gu Hai coughed, or his desk moved even a little, Bai Luo Yin's nerves would tense up immediately. It took quite a while before he could calm down. In order to get through these 2 classes quickly, Bai Luo Yin decided to sleep. However, just as he was about to lean on the desk, he suddenly took a sharp breath. The desk was too hard. Bai Luo Yin had forgotten his left cheek was injured. When he carelessly placed his face on the desk, it hurt so much his insides felt like they were being tied into knots. He adjusted his position in a hurry, but as a result, his wrist bone jabbed directly into the right corner of his mouth. It hurt just to breathe, but he persisted. His eyebrows didn't even wrinkle. He simply forced himself to endure it. As expected, every single movement Bai Luo Yin made was within Gu Hai's sight. Every time Bai Luo Yin moved, his heart felt like it would stop at any moment. But then, this person is really strong. The last time his father pressed him against the window, he didn't even submit. Why does this small thing matter so much? If Bai Luo Yin can endure the pain of lying on the desk, then why can't he bear such a trivial thing as sitting in the back? Chapter 59. After school ended, Bai Luo Yin walked out of the classroom immediately. He didn't wait for Gu Hai as he usually did, acting as if Gu Hai wasn't even there. He descended the stairs calmly and neatly, never once looking back. Gu Hai rode his bike, trailing slowly behind him. When the aunt who swept the street saw Bai Luo Yin, she stopped sweeping and smiled at him. "I remember these past few days you've always been riding a bike to school. Why are you walking today?" Bai Luo Yin forced a smile. "The bike broke. So now's my chance to get some exercise." This lady not only had a good memory, she had sharp eyes as well. Bai Luo Yin had barely finished speaking when she pointed behind him and said, "That's broken? Isn't that young man riding it just fine?" Bai Luo Yin didn't turn his head. His injured left cheek grew increasingly stiff. "You're mistaken. It's not that bike. It can't be." She laughed heartily. "Even if the bike is different, the young man is always the same, no? I'm absolutely sure. I always see him taking you to school every day." Only then did Bai Luo Yin finally glance at Gu Hai. Gu Hai deliberately avoided Bai Luo Yin's eyes, putting on a defiant attitude. "Oh my, what happened to your face?" When Bai Luo Yin turned his head, the aunt happened to see the bruises on his left cheek. She then noticed there were bruises all over his face. "It's nothing, Auntie. You're busy, so I'll be going now." After they had walked halfway home, Gu Hai noticed something was wrong with Bai Luo Yin's left leg. The faster he walked, the more obvious it became. Especially when he was in a hurry to cross the road, in the middle of the crowd, he would limp heavily. Gu Hai did his best to restrain himself from helping Bai Luo Yin, but he finally snapped. He pedaled quickly, soon arriving in front of Bai Luo Yin. He stopped abruptly and immediately threw his bike aside on the roadside. "What are you doing?" Bai Luo Yin furrowed his brows. Gu Hai crouched down and, without any explanation, rolled up Bai Luo Yin's left trouser leg. A huge reddish-purple bruise, with clotted blood, lay exposed beneath his delicate skin. Gu Hai stood up, picked up his bike, and ordered in a deep voice, "Get on." Bai Luo Yin acted like he hadn't heard, coldly walking past Gu Hai. Gu Hai grabbed Bai Luo Yin and pulled him back. Because he used too much force, Bai Luo Yin nearly fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Bai Luo Yin was furious. "I'm telling you to get on." Gu Hai shouted at him. For a few seconds, neither would budge. No one spoke. Bai Luo Yin's expression shifted, and in the end, he finally got on the bike. They remained silent all the way until they reached the house. Bai Luo Yin went inside immediately. Gu Hai turned around, about to leave. Ever since Bai Luo Yin had climbed off the bike, he had believed Gu Hai would follow him into the house, even if it was against his will. Who would have thought Gu Hai would actually leave just like that? "Dad, I'm home." When Bai Hanqi saw Bai Luo Yin, he was stunned for a moment. The bowl in his hand nearly shattered to pieces. "Son, what happened to your face?" Bai Luo Yin replied lightly that it was nothing, then calmly went into his room. Bai Hanqi followed right behind. After inquiring about exactly what had happened in full detail, Bai Hanqi finally let it go. When he remembered he was still stewing vegetables in the pot, he flustered and hurried out of Bai Luo Yin's room. Bai Luo Yin was alone in his room, but his heart was bitter. Had Gu Hai finally gone crazy? Hadn't they talked things through already? Why was he so bad-tempered? Fine then, if you don't want to come in, just do whatever you want. In any case, he has plenty of money. He won't starve to death. "Inzi, come here and eat." Bai Hanqi yelled from outside. Bai Luo Yin yelled back, "I'm not hungry. Just eat by yourself." Bai Hanqi went into Bai Luo Yin's room again. "Why aren't you hungry? What about Dahai? Didn't he come back with you?" "He's dead. Dead." Bai Hanqi's expression changed. "Why is he dead?" "Enough, Dad. Just forget about him. Just eat." Bai Luo Yin pushed Bai Hanqi out. Bai Luo Yin turned on his computer. He hadn't been playing long when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside. "Uncle, what's for dinner today? Why didn't you wait for me?" Bai Hanqi replied honestly. "Irene Z said you were dead." "Gu Hai." Bai Luo Yin walked out with heavy steps, sparks practically flying from the soles of his feet. "Who told you to come inside? Didn't you say you wanted nothing to do with me?" Gu Hai had recovered his crafty, wicked smile. "But I never said I wanted nothing to do with you. That's just your imagination. I came hurrying over to see my uncle and my grandma." "Right, Grandma?" "Yes, yes." Grandma, Bai could no longer tell which one was her grandson. Bai Luo Yin turned around to go back to his room. At the corner of his torn lips, there was a faint but obvious smile he couldn't quite hide. Gu Hai followed him inside. Without any ceremony, he tossed a bag full of medicine onto Bai Luo Yin's bed. Only then did Bai Luo Yin realize where Gu Hai had gone. "I already got medicine from the clinic. Why did you buy more?" "The medicine you got from the clinic was bought by someone else. This is the medicine I bought for you. How could it possibly be the same?" While he spoke, he swiftly grabbed every single medicine from Bai Luo Yin's school bag and threw it into the trash bin, including all the Band-Aids. Chapter 60. After dinner, Gu Hai took the initiative to make a suggestion. "Let's take a bath together. I can help you scrub down. Since you've got wounds, it's best to avoid getting them wet." Bai Luo Yin flatly refused. "Did I get hit that hard? It won't stop me from taking a bath. Your leg is injured too, isn't it?" Gu Hai's cunning gaze fixed heavily on Bai Luo Yin's knee, hoping for a satisfactory answer. "It's just a little swollen. How can that even count as a wound?" Bai Luo Yin didn't care at all. He grabbed his clothes and walked straight past the shower curtain. "What's wrong with two men bathing together? Why are you so shy? I just don't want to see you." Those harsh, stubborn words didn't faze Gu Hai in the slightest. On the contrary, they drew a faint smile across his face. Bai Luo Yin was in the middle of showering when he saw the plastic curtain being pulled aside, revealing Gu Hai's wicked yet charming face. "I'm worried about you. Everything all right in there?" Bai Luo Yin immediately hurled a soap dish at him, shouting angrily. "Everything's fine." Gu Hai let the shower curtain fall back into place and walked away with a grin, as if he'd just won a point. He mused to himself, "Why are you so thin-skinned? The last time you were drunk, you practically challenged me to compare sizes." Clearly, though this person keeps himself tightly restrained and never lets it show on the surface, deep down he's far more flirtatious than anyone else. Bai Luo Yin hurried through the rest of his bath, then got dressed, feeling vaguely unsettled. He had often gone to public baths and showered shoulder to shoulder with crowds of men without any awkwardness. So why, when it came to Gu Hai, did it suddenly feel so different? Gu Hai had Bai Luo Yin take off his trousers, then held the antiseptic in one hand to clean the wound. When Bai Luo Yin saw the white cotton bud and the clear liquid, his body trembled slightly. As a child, whenever he got hurt, Bai Hanqi would treat him with alcohol, and the cleaning process always hurt worse than the injury itself. "No need to clean it. Just put the medicine on. Hold still." Gu Hai grabbed Bai Luo Yin's shaking leg and tried his best to soothe him. "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Bai Luo Yin had barely relaxed when he felt an intense, searing pain, cutting right down to the bone. The pain made him groan out loud. "Fuck, didn't you say it wouldn't hurt?" Gu Hai grinned wickedly. "And you actually believed me?" Bai Luo Yin gritted his teeth. Gu Hai felt thoroughly pleased. Who told you to be angry with me today? If I don't let you suffer for a little while, I won't feel settled, since we're not even. Once the medicine was applied, Bai Luo Yin didn't say a single word. After applying the medicine, Gu Hai glanced at Bai Luo Yin's expression and couldn't resist asking. Still hurt? Bai Luo Yin shook his head. Then Gu Hai deliberately applied the rest of the medicine slowly, before opening his mouth again. So who was that sissy-looking boy this afternoon? Hearing those words, Bai Luo Yin exploded. Can't you say something nicer for once? He grew up looking like that. Why blame me? Bai Luo Yin fixed Gu Hai with a dark glare and replied in a foul mood. He's my childhood friend. He's lived in this neighborhood forever. He's a good guy. What's his name? Yang Meng. Yang Meng? Right. He's actually pretty adorable. Bai Luo Yin smacked Gu Hai fiercely on the head. Are you done yet? After saying that, Bai Luo Yin gave Gu Hai a firm kick, then threw his blanket over himself and turned away. After the lights were turned off, Gu Hai began using his unrivaled abilities to harass Bai Luo Yin. Over the past several days, he had always taken advantage of Bai Luo Yin while he was sleeping, groping here, pinching there. Now, lying face to face with Bai Luo Yin, he couldn't help but sneakily slip his hand inside Bai Luo Yin's pajamas. So damn smooth. Gu Hai brimmed with self-satisfaction. Bai Luo Yin used all his strength to push Gu Hai back by the chest, furrowing his brows. Are you insane? It's the middle of the night, and instead of sleeping, you're touching my body. Gu Hai shifted his head closer, nestling it against Bai Luo Yin's shoulder with a completely shameless look. I just want to touch you. When Gu Hai touched him, Bai Luo Yin felt goosebumps spread all over his body. He swatted at Gu Hai, thoroughly confused. You have a girlfriend, and you're not touching her. So why are you touching me? Touching her isn't as satisfying as touching you. Gu Hai whispered softly into Bai Luo Yin's ear. Bai Luo Yin glared at him. What did you just say? Seeing that look on Bai Luo Yin's face, Gu Hai took a deep breath and bit his lip. She's not here. How can I touch her? My heart's all restless, and you're the only one beside me. Bai Luo Yin yanked Gu Hai's hand out from under his clothes and turned his body to face him. Isn't it more enjoyable to touch yourself? Gu Hai's words only grew more shameless. I want you to get excited too. Then the two of us could fool around together. That would be way more fun. Who said I'd join you? Bai Luo Yin was so furious his chest heaved up and down. He could only stare at Gu Hai, remaining on high alert, afraid that Gu Hai's wicked hand might slip in again at any moment. Looking at Bai Luo Yin's swollen face, Gu Hai caught a hint of shyness in the way Bai Luo Yin was staring at him, and suddenly he realized that this Bai Luo Yin was unbelievably adorable. The more he thought about teasing him, the more he noticed those unyielding lips and that stubborn gaze. His expression when teased was one of quiet endurance, yet there was a trace of enjoyment in it too. Chapter 61. Gu Hai said, Hey, I've been staying at your place for more than 10 days, but why haven't I seen you jerk off at all? Bai Luo Yin turned his body to the side, unwilling to respond. Even if I really do it, I won't let you see it. Gu Hai pressed his chest against Bai Luo Yin's back, and with his infinitely enchanting voice, he said, When did you do it? I've been with you 24 hours a day, every day, yet I've never seen you do anything. Bai Luo Yin used his elbow to hit Gu Hai's waist. Do you still have the energy to talk about this in the middle of the night? Gu Hai's waist went numb, making him speak glibly. Aren't you supposed to talk about this kind of stuff at night? Bai Luo Yin closed his eyes, intending to ignore the late-night lecherous man beside him. Gu Hai stretched his hand out towards Bai Luo Yin again, going straight for the waistband of his trousers. At first, he pretended to pinch the muscle in Bai Luo Yin's lower abdomen. When Bai Luo Yin didn't pay any attention, he took a chance and slid his hand inside. As he waited for Bai Luo Yin to yank his hand out, his hand accidentally brushed the tips of Bai Luo Yin's pubic hair. Bai Luo Yin's eyes burned like fire. Suddenly, he pounced on top of Gu Hai's body and fiercely attacked his weak spot. If you keep disturbing me, I'll kick you out. Gu Hai smiled until his chin almost fell off. We're both men. What's wrong with touching each other a little? Haven't you heard? If another guy helps you jerk off, it improves your sexual performance. Bullshit. Why have I never heard about this before? Besides, even without your help, my performance is already first class. Oh, Gu Hai looked astonished. Hearing you talk like that, it sounds like you've got plenty of experience. So, have you already fired your cannon with your girlfriend? Does it have anything to do with you? Gu Hai didn't know if he was just curious or feeling anxious. He kept asking Bai Luo Yin nonstop. Tell me the truth. You're still a virgin, right? Bai Luo Yin replied indifferently. Ask yourself first. I'm whatever you are. Gu Hai had a plan in his mind. Then let's exchange stories. Tell me about your first time with your Huier, and I'll share my first time with Lu Lu. I don't want to hear about your first time, Bai Luo Yin said. Gu Hai was surprised. Why? It's such an exciting story and you don't want to hear it. What's so exciting about it? Bai Luo Yin said coldly. Isn't it just two guys jerking off together? Gu Hai hit Bai Luo Yin. Who are you calling a guy? The spot Gu Hai hit was exactly the bruise on Bai Luo Yin's forehead, making him suck in a sharp breath. Gu Hai immediately became nervous. He hurriedly examined Bai Luo Yin's bruise and carefully blew on it. Does it hurt? Bai Luo Yin pushed Gu Hai's hand away, tucked the quilt up to his neck, and simply said, Go to sleep. No. Gu Hai pressed his entire body down on top of Bai Luo Yin. You have to tell me. Why do I have to talk about it? Bai Luo Yin became impatient. To satisfy my curiosity. I'm really interested in your performance in bed. Aren't you just poking at my wounds? I already broke up with her. Gu Hai didn't know why, but seeing Bai Luo Yin hide his past so much and still care about that girl Hui, he suddenly felt really unhappy. If you don't want to talk about it, it proves you're not good at it. I, as a representative of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, look down on you. It's not that Bai Luo Yin didn't want to talk about it. It was simply that he had nothing to say. He and Hui only had one sexual encounter, just that one night before she went abroad. Bai Luo Yin had previously believed that he owned this girl, so he'd had her call him husband all day long. Even after she went abroad, she still labeled herself as Bai Luo Yin's girlfriend. So when this girl stripped naked and lay before him, he had no escape. He figured that if they ever broke up, leaving her virginity intact would be the best gift. Therefore, for many nights after Hui went abroad, Bai Luo Yin still dreamed about that final step he hadn't managed to complete that night. Gu Hai said, If you want, you can just tell me about your first time. Bai Luo Yin honestly couldn't imagine how a man like Gu Hai, as vigorous and energetic as a tiger, could be handled by little Jean Lu Lu. How could she possibly endure him? My first time? Huh. It was mind-blowing. Gu Hai began to talk nonsense. Bai Luo Yin started to become interested. Tell me, how mind-blowing was it? Gu Hai talked about it dramatically. When two guys talk about this kind of thing, they get excited, don't they? In less than 10 sentences, both little Hai Z and little Yin Z below were energetically aroused, and even through the thin cloth separating them, they kept extending without stopping. Gu Hai poked Bai Luo Yin a few times. Have you ever let someone else jerk you off? It feels exceptionally good. Bai Luo Yin suppressed a smile. I like to do it myself. What's wrong with two guys masturbating together? Besides, your little Yin Z down there has been calling out for me for a while now. Fuck off. Bai Luo Yin got out of bed, put on a coat, and walked out. Gu Hai intentionally joked from behind. Your bathroom's out in the open air. Do you really want to let your little Yin Z freeze? I'm worried about you. Chapter 62. After eating breakfast, the two men stared at each other, deciding whose turn it was to pay for today's meal. It's on me. Bai Luo Yin dug into his trousers pocket. I definitely put some money in yesterday. How come it's not here? If you don't want to pay, then just say so, Gu Hai replied sarcastically, then got up and went to pay. Actually, it was Gu Hai who had secretly taken the money out of Bai Luo Yin's pocket the night before. Anso was frying deep-fried breadsticks. Seeing Gu Hai heading for the money box to pay, she hastily held him back. Io, you two don't need to pay. Aunt, you don't need to be so polite with us. The two were just about to get up and leave when suddenly a law enforcement car pulled up to the curb. 4 or 5 men got out, all carrying weapons, their faces menacing, heading straight for the breakfast stall. Don't go yet. Bai Luo Yin grabbed Gu Hai's bike. After the 5 officers arrived, without a word, they smashed the stove, the kneading board, and the big pot with the ladle. The few customers still eating breakfast saw what was happening, packed their things, and hurried away. It happened almost in a flash. No one had time to react, but the ground was already a complete mess. An officer with a crew cut and slanted eyebrows, taking on a bandit-like attitude, saw the deep fryer still standing upright. Without caring if anyone was in the way, he ferociously kicked the deep fryer, sending the boiling oil spilling directly toward Aunt Zoe. "Auntie!" Bai Luo Yin shouted, suddenly rushing over to grab the deep fryer's handle, but Gu Hai held him back. He saw the scalding oil splash onto Aunt Zoe's leg. Aunt Zoe's eyes flew open, the corner of her mouth twitching. Her body collapsed to the ground as she wailed, clutching her leg tightly. "What do you guys want?" Bai Luo Yin yelled. The short-haired officer answered disdainfully, "What do we want? This is called law enforcement. If you want to enforce the law, then do it. Why do you need to fucking break everything here?" Bai Luo Yin's face darkened. The assisting officer then showed a ruthless, violent face and pointed his finger at the youngster. "You're asking why we broke your things?" The short-haired officer stomped on the ground, shattering the thermos flask beside him. "I'm not breaking things. It's this stinky woman who won't move." Aunt Zoe was still sitting on the ground, crying heavily. Bai Luo Yin's hand trembled uncontrollably, his fierce gaze fixed on every inch of the officer's body. He took a big step forward, ready to rush out, but Gu Hai pulled him back again. Bai Luo Yin's eyes reddened as he glared at Gu Hai. "Let me go." Gu Hai was exceptionally calm. He grasped Bai Luo Yin's hand firmly and said, each word deliberate, "You go support Aunt Zoe first. Believe me, you only need to remember their faces clearly." Aunt Zoe cried hoarsely, her right foot convulsing in pain. There were many noisy bystanders, but none dared step forward to help. The officers kept destroying things. The old-fashioned tables were snapped to pieces, the chairs' legs and seats severed, and even the money from the cash box scattered on the ground. In her fear and panic, Aunt Zoe hurriedly collected the coins, but she left the larger bills, and the officers took them. After so much torment, several months of hard-earned money were all taken away. These things might have had little value, but a small business like this couldn't earn much money to begin with. And Aunt Zoe was an honest person. Forget about saving money. Even buying the necessities would cost her entire fortune. Aunt Zoe stared at the tattered mess on the ground and the empty cash box, the piercing pain in her leg unrelenting. The only thing left were her tears, flowing silently. Gu Hai carried Aunt Zoe on his back. Bai Luo Yin went home to tell Bai Han Chi, who intended to take her to the hospital immediately. "You guys go to school. I can handle this alone," Bai Han Chi urged Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai. "No problem. No need to worry. Quick, just go. Don't waste your study time." "Dad, I want to go too." Bai Luo Yin's eyes showed deep worry. "Listen to me." Bai Han Chi's face was dead serious. Aunt Zoe, pale-faced and hoarse, persuaded Bai Luo Yin, "Auntie is okay now. You should hurry and go to school." Bai Luo Yin still hadn't moved, staring as Bai Han Chi rode off on his electric tricycle, carrying the pallid, grief-stricken Aunt Zoe away. After staying silent for a long time, Bai Luo Yin suddenly landed a hard punch on Gu Hai's stomach. "I can't tolerate this kind of injustice." Gu Hai stood firm, his waist not bending at all. Seeing Gu Hai endure the pain without grumbling or resentment, staring at him with a face full of compassion, Bai Luo Yin's heart slowly began to calm. The residual anger in his eyes dimmed gradually. When Gu Hai saw Bai Luo Yin's expression, a heartache he'd never felt before invaded him. He'd rather be kicked by Bai Luo Yin, rather be abused by his insults. He really didn't want to see Bai Luo Yin like this. "I know you have a strong sense of justice, but you need to use a different strategy to deal with different people." Bai Luo Yin clenched his fist and said, "I just can't tolerate this kind of injustice." Okay, Gu Hai spoke softly. "You still remember their faces, right? Relax, they won't get away." Bai Luo Yin snorted coldly. It's clear they were just bullying people. The stall was there, near the alley entrance. Whose eyes could it have possibly offended? Usually, there's no sign of the officers, yet today they wreaked havoc without any warning. Gu Hai put his arm around Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, coaxing him as he patted his back. "Don't lower yourself to their level." Bai Luo Yin pushed Gu Hai away, a subtle change in his eyes. "I know who did this. Don't find her." Gu Hai held Bai Luo Yin's hand tightly. "Listen to me, don't find her." Chapter 63. At 10 p.m. sharp, Gu Hai invited the director of the City Urban Administrative and Law Enforcement Bureau to drink tea. The director asked, "Is Commander Gu healthy lately?" Gu Hai answered with a blank face. "Very good, how about you?" The director said, "Me? I'm pretty good too." Gu Hai said, I can see that you're not only physically healthy, but your psychological condition is also very good. The bureau director laughed awkwardly. Psychological condition? Ah, regarding that matter, there's been a lot of trouble recently, so? Guhai interrupted the director. If your psychological condition is not good, then how are you able to dispatch a troop of remarkable law enforcers? The bureau director's complexion changed, his smile showing some awkwardness. Young Master Gu, if you have something to say, please say it directly. If we've done something wrong, please don't hesitate to point it out. Guhai slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the director, saying nothing. When the director received Guhai's icy and sharp gaze, he felt rather nervous, his heart pounding like a drum. What had he done to provoke this man? Guhai said, My aunt's breakfast stall was destroyed by your law enforcement officers. My aunt is still in the hospital right now. Please explain this to me. The director's face turned pale in a split second, his speech faltering. That bunch of scoundrels. Who dared to destroy your aunt's stall? Young Master Gu, please don't be angry. I will find the captain later to discuss this problem. I'll drag those troublemaking brats out one by one to apologize to your aunt. Guhai said, So if she's not my aunt, she deserves the wreckage. The director's palms started to sweat. What? No matter whose stall they wrecked, it's still wrong. I've educated them time and again to supervise and influence compassionately, to win people by virtue, to try our best to persuade, yet they didn't listen. Guhai looked at the director with a cold expression. How about this? You bring me to the law enforcement office right now. The bureau director glanced at his watch, his face filled with discomfort. Right now? They've already gone home by now. Even if you go there, you won't meet anyone. Guhai smiled faintly. They went home already? Law enforcement officers still have specific working hours. The director forced a smile. Of course, law enforcement officer is also a profession. They also need to follow established rules and schedules, right? Then what time do they start working in the morning? They start at 9 a.m. But they smashed my aunt's stall at 6 a.m. The bureau director couldn't say anything, his throat frozen. Guhai continued. All of them came simultaneously. You see, is this the way they enforce the law? The director had just ended his formal talk with Guhai, then he immediately turned his head toward four men and scolded them angrily, every unpleasant word and curse spoken out. Guhai indifferently swept a glance at these men and said only 4 words. One person is missing. The director's cold sweat flowed down. The last remaining person was the most ferocious officer with the crew cut, the director's blood-related nephew. The director said, Do you perhaps remember incorrectly? Only these 4 men were on duty. Upon hearing these words, the 4 officers secretly gritted their teeth. Guhai asked, If I manage to uncover one more person and let him bear all the blame, will you allow it? The director's mouth opened, then closed repeatedly. In the end, with a long and deep sigh, he walked outside to make a phone call. After a while, that aggressive and arrogant officer with the crew cut was also summoned. Once he saw Guhai, he became dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that a person with such a background would actually go to that place and have breakfast. That morning, sheer hostility had still been pouring out of these men. Now they were completely listless, continuously gazing at the director, hoping he could protect them. Guhai took out a cigarette and held it to his lips. The director immediately bowed to light it. Once they saw the director's behavior, the short-haired officer knew he had gotten into huge trouble. The director said, How about this? I will penalize them. This money can be used to cover your aunt's medical fees and to rebuild the stall. Is that okay? Guhai flicked his cigarette several times. Don't trouble yourself like that. Since my aunt set up a stall that falls within your scope of supervision, to prevent trouble in the near future, I've decided to find a proper shop for her to run her business. The director's face changed, and he forced himself to agree. Yes. There is still a good shop. Thinking about it, finding a shop will give you a lot of trouble, right? How about this? I will find one for you. No need. I'm interested in one particular shop. Guhai stubbed out his cigarette and smiled carefreely. That shop on the corner of Xi and Jieko is not bad. Can you discuss with the people there to move my aunt's stall there? The director's face finally turned truly ugly. Guhai had obviously come prepared. That shop was managed by his brother-in-law, and because of its prime location, they had earned a fortune over the past few years. If the shop were truly given to someone else, wouldn't it be like tearing out his own flesh? But if he didn't hand it over, what else could he do? Was this a man he could afford to offend? The director said, "All right, I will settle this matter as soon as possible." Gu Hai stood up and walked to the door, but then suddenly stopped again. The men were just about to heave a sigh of relief, but seeing Gu Hai walk back, their faces went taut once again. Gu Hai measured the 5 officers with his eyes. "I think the 5 of you are not wrong. Destroying a stall early in the morning at 6 a.m., very hard-working indeed." These 5 men looked at each other. They were nearly 30 years old already, yet they couldn't say anything as they were intimidated by this 17-year-old young lad. Gu Hai continued, "How about this? I will give you a part-time job. Before long, my aunt's shop will start operating. Since it sells breakfast and it won't disturb your working hours, you guys should come to work as temporary waiters. I see that your hands and feet are really agile. How can such a good job opportunity be given to other people?" The 5 men's faces turned purple. Gu Hai's tone dropped. "So, you're not willing?" One short man among them spoke first. "It's not like that. We are willing to do volunteer work without wages." Gu Hai put on a fake smile. "I'm terribly sorry for troubling you." The director interrupted from the side. "There's no need to feel like that. Let them help. If the manpower is not enough, I'll help you find more. You must bring my nephew with you. He was a waiter in the past. He's very experienced." The short-haired officer glanced at the director with a bitter face. "Uncle." The director gave him a fierce look, as if to say, "You got into a huge disaster, and you still have the nerve to call me uncle? Hurry up and take this opportunity to atone for yourself." As Gu Hai walked swiftly toward the door, he was distracted by the sudden bark of a dog. Gu Hai turned his head toward the director. "Hey, this Tibetan Mastiff isn't bad. Did you raise this one?" The director's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Yes, someone gave it to me." "Good. Let me take it home for a few days." The director agonized. "You mustn't trifle with this one. This dog is too ferocious. What would you do if, by any chance, you were bitten by it?" "No problem. There is a dog expert in our house. The dog will not be ill-treated." Gu Hai smiled, pointing to a man beside him. "Mister, sorry to inconvenience you. Please take this dog to my home." The director grabbed Gu Hai's arm, but before he could say anything, Gu Hai had already patted him on the shoulder. "Thanks." The director was struck with tearless grief. His precious dog, his conscience, all tossed away over a single breakfast stall. Chapter 64. After 2 days, the bureau director personally went to the hospital to visit Aunt Zoe. The director said, "Madam, I've come to see you. I'm terribly sorry regarding the matter 2 days ago. I've already scolded those people thoroughly and given them a penalty. Please show mercy and forgive us." Aunt Zoe blinked in confusion. A small stall being wrecked was a common thing, yet she had never seen a bureau director apologize personally like this. The director continued, "Madam, there is 50,000 yuan in here. The money for the medical fees is also inside. By all means, please accept this." Aunt Zoe's thought. This. She wanted to say, the hospital bills and the medicines altogether won't even amount to 50,000 yuan. Gu Hai immediately took the brown paper bag and put it beside Aunt Zoe's pillow. "Of course we will accept it. You should take this. You don't have to be all polite with them." The director bowed unctuously. Yes. I'm terribly sorry about your stall. We've already prepared a new place for you near Xianjieko. Every room is newly renovated. The name board was already installed as well. It's called Aunt Zoe's Snacks. Please confirm the date of your discharge from the hospital, and when that day comes, we will immediately pick a date for the grand opening of your restaurant." Aunt Zoe felt like she was dreaming. Her burnt leg, was it really worth that much? Bai Han Shi asked from the side. "But later, once we own the store, won't we have to pay for the tax and security fees too?" The director replied, "You don't have to worry about it. We've already arranged everything." Aunt Zoe's expression became even more incredulous. She looked at Bai Han Shi, then shifted her gaze toward Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai, who were standing beside him. She felt uneasy and uncomfortable from this neatly arranged series of fortunate events. Aunt Zoe said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to manage it well." The director responded, "Don't worry. Someone will be helping you manage the shop for the first 2 months. If there's something you don't understand, feel free to ask her. As for the waiters," the bureau director took a quick glance at Gu Hai. "For the time being, we have prepared 5 people. Once the business gets better, we'll find more." Aunt Zoe said, It's enough. Aunt Zo was so excited she didn't know what to say anymore. She clenched and unclenched her hands repeatedly under the blanket. Before, when she managed that little stall all by herself, it was extremely busy. It was hard and tiring, and her son had to go to school. The whole family relied on her alone, and she really couldn't afford to hire other people. She had wished for superhuman strength. After finishing her exhausting work each day, she couldn't even straighten her waist. The bureau director and Gu Hai exchanged a few words of greetings. Then he left with heavy steps. After the bureau director left, Aunt Zo was unable to hold herself back. She directly opened the paper bag, and after a quick glimpse, she was deeply shocked. It's real money. There's not even a single blank paper. Bai Luo Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aunt Zo, didn't he say there's 50,000 yuan inside? Aunt Zo sighed, full of emotion. Actually, I couldn't believe it at first. This 50,000 yuan, didn't it come too easy? Even if I worked for a whole year, I wouldn't be able to make this much. Say, I got a bit of really good luck this time. Could it be that I'm going to meet a huge disaster after this? Gu Hai, standing at the side, was happy. Auntie, you deserve this. After all, they are part of law enforcement, and they accidentally injured someone. It's good enough we didn't investigate their criminal responsibility. It's really appropriate for you to take this money. There's no need to be modest with them. Aunt Zo's tears fell immediately. Just yesterday she had endured such a horrendous torment. The stall smashed, unable to afford a doctor, her son needing to go to school, her anxious mind feeling like it would explode. She never expected everything would be resolved today. So this was a blessing in disguise. She was so happy she didn't know how to express her feelings. After they went back home, the two sat on the roof, quietly listening to the sound of a dog barking in the yard. The fallen leaves of late autumn had already covered the ground. Wherever the eyes went, there were only the melancholic thoughts of autumn, quiet and calm, graceful and subdued, and a faint sorrow. Bai Luo Yin spoke, somewhat awkwardly. About Aunt Zo's accident, thank you. Gu Hai hit Bai Luo Yin's forehead lightly. Are you stupid? She is also my aunt. Bai Luo Yin went silent for quite a while, then asked, why aren't you going back to your own home? Gu Hai said, I fought with my dad. I don't want to go back. Then you can just continue to live here. Gu Hai was surprised inside. He looked into Bai Luo Yin's eyes and saw deep affection and emotion there. Bai Luo Yin continued, although our home is a little shabby, everyone treats you genuinely and sincerely. Ever since you came here, my father cooks more carefully than before. I can see he's very fond of you, and my grandma likes you even more. How about you? Gu Hai suddenly blurted out. Bai Luo Yin was dumbfounded. Gu Hai observed Bai Luo Yin's expression carefully. He realized he had accidentally asked that question, and as a result, he became so nervous because he really wanted to know the answer. Yet, the way his heart pounded right now, why was it more intense than a love confession? Bai Luo Yin replied with another question. What do you think? Gu Hai embraced Bai Luo Yin with one arm, shamelessly pressing his face against Bai Luo Yin's, beard stubble against beard stubble. A surge of youthful turmoil slowly spread out from their innermost beings. I think you really cherish me. Bai Luo Yin couldn't help but smile. When Gu Hai noticed the corners of Bai Luo Yin's lips twitching, he felt truly satisfied. His warm cheeks canceled out the chilly autumn wind. Gu Hai wore only a thin shirt, yet his body and his heart burned hot. A strange feeling mysteriously flowed out from the bottom of his heart, overflowing like spring grasses breaking through the ground, branches sprouting tenderly. There was a little nervous throbbing, a little restlessness. It itched and tickled, but it felt so comfortable it softened his bones, so comfortable he forgot that time was still flowing. Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin turned his head toward Gu Hai. The distance between them was less than an inch, the tips of their noses almost touching. Say, why do I like you so much? No one knew what happened to the Tibetan Mastiff in the yard, as it suddenly barked loudly several times, drowning out Gu Hai's nonsensical talk. Bai Luo Yin asked loudly, what did you just say? Never mind. Gu Hai turned his head in another direction, pretending to look at the eaves of the neighboring house. Bai Luo Yin didn't ask anymore. Gu Hai's thought, I fucking like you. I like you so much that I can't stand it anymore. Chapter 65. Inside the private room of a high-class nightclub in Samleton, Gu Hai brought Bai Luo Yin to see his buddies, whom he hadn't seen for so many days. Gu Hai said, this is my new friend from school. His name is Bai Luo Yin. Zhou Sihu laughed happily while patting Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. Bro, you're so handsome. Gu Hai pointed at Li Shuo. His name is Li Shuo. Li Shuo raised his glass and gave Bai Luo Yin a toast. Zhou Sihu said, My name is Zhou Sihu. Bai Luo Yin smiled at him. The four young people sat together chatting joyously. All of them were youngsters of similar age. Even if they came from different family backgrounds, their hobbies and preferences were pretty much the same. They talked about their chaotic school life, then their favorite car brands. After the automotive talk finished, they started talking about girls, and after that, they simply had a mutual and tacit understanding about those kinds of vulgar matters. Li Shuo reached over to Bai Luo Yin's shoulder and asked, Dahai really didn't get it on with another girl at your school? Bai Luo Yin told the truth. Nope. Zhou Sihu gave a sincere and trusting look. What did I tell you? Dahai's unwavering loyalty to Jin Lu is really second to none. It's simply formidable. At first, Li Shuo believed that the reason Gu Hai hadn't shown his face much lately was because of a new girlfriend. So when he heard Bai Luo Yin's statement, it meant Gu Hai was still committed to his long-distance relationship. Li Shuo genuinely admired Gu Hai for that. Other people would have changed girlfriends 7 or 8 times by now, but he was still together with such a fierce woman. Zhou Sihu nudged Bai Luo Yin. Hey, do you know Jin Lu? Bai Luo Yin nodded. Yes, I met her once. I'm telling you, the way Dahai acts around Jin Lu is truly flawless. You haven't seen them together. If you saw them, you'd definitely think it wasn't Dahai. Bai Luo Yin's thought. Indeed, I feel that it isn't like Gu Hai, but I don't think the way he treats Jin Lu is really that special. Zhou Sihu's mouth kept babbling nonstop, just like a machine gun. He poured out everything on his mind, really wanting to tell Bai Luo Yin everything about Gu Hai that annoyed him. Let me tell you, don't look at his usual cold expression. Once he sees Jin Lu, the laugh lines on his face won't disappear for 3 days. Every time we talked, it was always about Jin Lu, and we would listen until our ears were about to go deaf. Usually, if we want to ask him for something, we have to find Jin Lu first. Once Jin Lu opens her mouth, there's nothing Dahai won't do. Zhou Sihu talked about many things repetitively. Bai Luo Yin only replied with one sentence. Isn't Gu Hai just like that? Zhou Sihu had yet to react when Gu Hai came over. He put his hand on Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, a hint of slyness in his smile. What are you guys talking about? Bai Luo Yin drank a mouthful of beer and answered indifferently. We're not talking about anything. Gu Hai handed a glass full of wine to Bai Luo Yin's hand. Try this. How does it taste? Bai Luo Yin sucked a mouthful through the straw and furrowed his eyebrows lightly. After he swallowed, he felt a slightly smoky taste. It chokes me a bit when I drink it. Gu Hai moved the glass to his side. Without changing the straw, he directly drank from the very same straw Bai Luo Yin had just used. He even looked very pleased with himself as he drank, as if the taste of the wine had become completely different. I think the taste is pretty good. Li Shuo was stunned. He nudged Zhou Sihu. Didn't Dahai never drink from something someone else has drunk from before? Zhou Sihu forced a smile and said, You knew it too, meeting Dahai this time. Look how hard his life is right now. Most likely his living conditions forced him to do so. The exciting music outside stimulated the young people's sensitive eardrums. The 4 men went out from the private room and sat at the bar, enjoying the lively atmosphere. The men and women on the dance floor swayed their bodies around crazily. Under the flickering lights were one lonesome face after another. Li Shuo poked Bai Luo Yin and asked, Do you have a girlfriend? Yes, but we broke up. Li Shuo laughed. That girl across from you has been staring at you for quite a long time. Bai Luo Yin didn't even lift his head. He asked Li Shuo a rather personal question. Gu Hai, did he often jerk off with you guys in the past? This question rendered Li Shuo speechless for quite a long time. Wait a moment. Li Shuo passed in front of Bai Luo Yin and leaned toward Gu Hai. He stroked Gu Hai's inner thigh ambiguously. As a result, Gu Hai's face darkened immediately. Get lost. Li Shuo went back, his eyes signaling to Bai Luo Yin. Do you think it's possible? When Bai Luo Yin saw Gu Hai's reaction, he already knew the answer. Li Shuo continued. Dahai hates it the most when other people touch him. If what you just said had really happened, what you'd be looking at right now would be both of our corpses. Chapter 66. Before sleeping, Bai Luo Yin intentionally used a blanket to wrap his whole body tightly, just like a cocoon. Both sides of the quilt were pinned down by his body, leaving no loopholes. Just as Bai Luo Yin had expected, Gu Hai extended his legs and began to explore the blanket covering Bai Luo Yin's body, searching for any gap to insert his leg. However, it was a pity that Bai Luo Yin had wrapped himself very tightly, rendering Gu Hai's hard effort futile. Gu Hai said, "How can you sleep so uncomfortably like this? Come, let brother help you loosen it up a bit." He shamelessly moved closer to Bai Luo Yin. "Leave me alone." Gu Hai's feet were still searching for gaps in Bai Luo Yin's blanket without giving up. Bai Luo Yin became annoyed. Both of Gu Hai's feet were just like worms, wriggling on top of his blanket without stopping, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes light, sometimes heavy. It made him terribly upset. "What do you want? If you're not going to sleep, just scram." Gu Hai's pupils flashed with unrestrained mischief. "I think your blanket is not warm enough." "Whether my blanket is warm or not, does it have anything to do with you? I can warm you up." Gu Hai spoke while throwing himself on top of Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin took a deep breath, angry and annoyed. "Why are you doing this every single night? Are you nuts? Can't you sleep properly, even just for one night? I'm really tired today. Tomorrow is the weekend, you." Gu Hai bit Bai Luo Yin's sensual chin. "You." Both of Bai Luo Yin's hands grabbed Gu Hai's hair. Gu Hai didn't care about his image at all. He took that chance to lift Bai Luo Yin's quilt, stretched his hands out, and suddenly pulled Bai Luo Yin into his embrace. He felt satisfied once Bai Luo Yin was in his arms, his drool practically flowing onto the floor. "Yin zi." He dragged the last syllable out long. Bai Luo Yin was completely at the end of his rope when dealing with Gu Hai. How could there be someone so shameless? If you got truly aggravated and used your whole strength to resist him, he didn't give a damn. And what's more, his teasing only got worse. If he just continued to endure in silence like this, when would it ever end? Did this kind of person have any self-awareness at all? Gu Hai's hands went inside Bai Luo Yin's pajama trousers, slowly exploring. This time, Bai Luo Yin replied harshly, "Do you think what you're doing is normal?" Gu Hai temporarily pulled his hand back, giving a wholeheartedly loyal and sincere expression. "What's strange about this? This is my bad habit. I like to get close to the friends that I like. You saw Li Shua today, right? Usually we stick together, and every time I touch him, he's totally fine with it. So why is it so hard when it comes to you?" Bai Luo Yin felt so ashamed by Gu Hai's shameless boasting. "Have you had enough? Li Shua told me today that he absolutely never did that kind of thing with you before." Gu Hai was startled for a moment, but he remained as stubborn as ever. He was just too embarrassed to admit it. "He's just like me, we're both thin-skinned." Bai Luo Yin cupped one fist in his other hand, giving Gu Hai a gesture of admiration and respect, then kicked him out of his blanket. Gu Hai didn't immediately try to worm his way back in. He stared at the ceiling instead, pondering deeply. "Say, why did you suddenly ask Li Shua that kind of thing?" Bai Luo Yin didn't speak. Gu Hai made his own speculation. "Are you saying that you really want to try it with me, but you were worried, so you went to Li Shua to seek peace of mind?" Bai Luo Yin raised his eyebrows. "Say, why is Alang barking so loudly today? It's not like usual. I'll go out and check on him." Gu Hai's silence. "Alang, Alang." Bai Luo Yin called gently. Alang's barks grew louder, which really frightened people. Bai Luo Yin turned on a flashlight to check on him, and found that Alang's paw was stuck between the iron pillars of the cage. Bai Luo Yin carefully pulled it out, then stroked Alang's head. Soon the dog stopped barking and lay at the cage entrance, groaning. Bai Luo Yin spotted a blood stain on Alang's mouth. Most likely, when he couldn't get his paw free from between the iron pillars, he had used his mouth to bite at them. Bai Luo Yin felt sorry for Alang, so he placed a kiss on the dog's mouth. Gu Hai stood in the bleak autumn wind, in tears. They had gotten along for so many days, and he was still not as good as a dog. After Bai Luo Yin went back to his room, Gu Hai was sitting on the bed, drawing deep breaths. "It seems like the corner of my mouth has become swollen. It really hurts." Bai Luo Yin snapped his fingers. "Wait here, I have an ointment in my house." Gu Hai intentionally hinted at Bai Luo Yin. "Do you still need to use ointment?" "Of course, you need to use ointment." Bai Luo Yin sincerely held the ointment tube and personally applied a little cream onto a cotton swab. Then he applied it to Gu Hai's mouth, his movements very careful. Gu Hai's thought. Although he didn't get a kiss, Bai Luo Yin still took care of him like this. It made his heart feel somewhat excited. Obviously, He could have just handed the cotton swab over and let me do it myself, yet he still insists on doing it himself. He really cherishes me that much, huh? Gu Hai said. What ointment is this? The effects can be felt right away. Hemorrhoid cream, Bai Luo Yin answered calmly. Gu Hai's thought. What? Bai Luo Yin restrained Gu Hai's trembling shoulders and comforted him patiently. It's okay, this ointment can be applied anywhere. The last time my mouth was swollen, I applied this too, and it worked very well. Gu Hai asked, what if there's nothing wrong with me? Are there any side effects? Bai Luo Yin's hand paused. Side effects? Maybe 1 or 2 hemorrhoids will appear. Gu Hai's face seemed to fuse together with the pitch-black night sky. Except for his bared white teeth, he couldn't be seen. Chapter 67. The first time Bai Luo Yin came to Gu Hai's rented room, he discovered that Gu Hai's room was very neat, at least much tidier than his own bedroom. Bai Luo Yin picked up an old cell phone on the windowsill. Why is your broken cell phone still here? Gu Hai was tidying things up and replied without thinking. Forgot to throw it away. Bai Luo Yin walked outside the boarding house. He went to his granduncle's house to grab a screwdriver and tweezers, then sat on a stone seat and got busy. In less than half an hour, he had disassembled the phone, fixed it, wiped the screen, and returned to the rented room to hand it over to Gu Hai. Try it. Gu Hai had his doubts, but he took the cell phone and tested it. It turned on normally. The text messages worked fine. The phone calls had a slight noise, but it didn't affect normal function. Gu Hai's eyes showed astonishment. Awesome. It was completely broken and you still managed to repair it. It's not a big deal. These old devices are generally very durable. Gu Hai noticed Bai Lin's skill with these kinds of things, and once again, his adoration for him grew somewhat stronger. Bai Luo Yin pointed at the junk on the writing desk. Do we need to pack all these things? Gu Hai straightened his waist and glanced at him. It's up to you. Just take whatever you consider useful. Bai Luo Yin gathered the functional items and loaded them into a bag. While he was packing, he saw some sheets of paper stuck together on top of the writing desk. If he hadn't seen them, he wouldn't have gotten angry. But now that he had, he wished he could peel Gu Hai alive. On top of the stack were his essays. Every single sheet had been taken by Gu Hai. This guy was way too awful. Once Gu Hai noticed Bai Luo Yin's expression, without a trace of shame, he even took out more sheets of paper from the drawer, showing them off in front of Bai Luo Yin's face. Look, is my handwriting similar to yours? Bai Luo Yin glared at Gu Hai angrily. Why don't you tell me about your handwriting practice? Huh? Just because of these essays, the Chinese literature teacher ignores me now. Then you can just ignore her too. The one I should be ignoring is you. Bai Luo Yin gnashed his teeth. Gu Hai's sharp gaze swept toward Bai Luo Yin's face. You dare to ignore me? Just try. Bai Luo Yin didn't show any weakness. He fearlessly stared Gu Hai down face to face. After 5 seconds, Gu Hai whipped his face away. This one, look at my handwriting. Has it actually improved? In fact, even without asking, Gu Hai wanted to say that his handwriting had improved compared to when school started. But after seeing Gu Hai's urgent need for his approval, Bai Luo Yin suddenly didn't want to say anything at all. Gu Hai's thought, why won't he say anything? Is it good or bad? If you dare say it's not good, I'll kick your ass. Bai Luo Yin shot Gu Hai an arrogant and delicate glance and replied faintly, not bad. That simple not bad pleased Gu Hai to the utmost. Bai Luo Yin's one compliment truly meant so much to him. Gu Hai felt like he had just downed 10 bottles of Red Bull. His entire body, from head to toe, brimmed with energy, as if he could lift the whole house and run 2 laps around the yard. Bai Luo Yin was amused by Gu Hai's smug look. The moment Bai Luo Yin smiled, Gu Hai's eyes went straight. Jean Lulu stood at the door, her face cold. That harmonious and joyful scene she had just witnessed made her realize something. In all 3 years of being with Gu Hai, she had never seen that kind of look in his eyes. Before, Gu Hai's buddies always said he only showed a second facial expression when he was with Jean Lulu. Now, Jean Lulu had discovered Gu Hai had a third expression, one she had never seen before. It was very charming, yet it hurt her deeply. All girls are sensitive. Forget about brothers. If her boyfriend doted on a dog, she couldn't even bear to watch. Bai Luo Yin saw Jean Lulu first, then poked Gu Hai, hinting for him to look at the door. Gu Hai was somewhat surprised. Why are you here? Jean Lulu found that Gu Hai's third expression had only lasted a fleeting moment. When he turned his gaze to her, the familiar look returned. Jean Lulu said. You're asking why I'm here? Today is the weekend. Gu Hai looked as if he couldn't muster a response. He felt like every week passed so fast. In the blink of an eye, the weekend had arrived again. Before, weekdays had been extremely hard to bear, but now he didn't even check the date anymore. Every day felt identical to him. I'm moving right now, and I didn't have a cell phone, so I couldn't get in touch with you. Jean Lulu dangled the cell phone she had picked up from the writing desk. What is this? Isn't that cell phone been broken for a long time? Gu Hai had barely finished speaking when the phone suddenly rang. Jean Lulu pressed the phone with a cold face, and both phones connected. Bang! Jean Lulu suddenly hurled the phone to the ground. The intact phone split into pieces, shattered bits of the screen scattering everywhere. Gu Hai's face shifted, from shock, to anger, to losing control, all in a split second. He strode toward Jean Lulu, grabbed her shoulder, pressed her into the corner of the room, and questioned her fiercely. Who gave you permission to break it? Jean Lulu held back her tears, but her tone showed absolutely no hint of backing down. How many phones have we broken during our fights? And now, just because of that lousy phone, you turn hostile on me. Gu Hai's eyes reddened from rage. Let alone himself. Inzi just repaired this phone. Who the fuck gave you permission to throw it? I gave myself permission. So what if he's the one who repaired it? Jean Lulu suddenly stomped on the phone's casing on the ground several times, the sound of shattering cruelly grating against Gu Hai's eardrums. I threw it already. I trampled it already. Just kill me if you can. Chapter 68. In the middle of the dangerous clash, a hand stretched out and grasped Gu Hai's arm, whose nerves were pulsating madly. Bai Luo Yin's voice was extremely flat. Stop it. It's just a cell phone, right? It didn't take much strength to block Gu Hai's hand, but being confronted in this kind of slow-moving situation, Gu Hai's cruel and fierce thoughts slowly calmed down. His hand, clasping Jean Lulu's shoulder, gradually relaxed. Jean Lulu screamed and pushed Gu Hai away. Gu Hai, you're not human. She kicked the door open and charged out of the compound house. Gu Hai stood still, not stirring at all. Bai Luo Yin abruptly hit his shoulder. You idiot, you still aren't chasing after her. Gu Hai's reddened eyes fixed upon Bai Luo Yin. Why do I have to chase after her? No matter what, she's still a girl who came all the way from far away to find you. No matter what, you've been together with her for 3 years. No matter what, you've slept with her. Gu Hai kept silent. Bai Luo Yin grabbed Gu Hai's collar and yelled, Damn it! Are you a man or not? Gu Hai caught Bai Luo Yin's hand. His voice was peaceful and calm, yet it concealed a turbulent surge of feeling. Inzi, you know, right? At this moment, I'm only willing to listen to your words. Do you really want me to go? During this brief moment, Bai Luo Yin's heart suddenly lost its balance, as if a mechanical consciousness had completely taken control of his lips. Yes, you absolutely have to go. When a girl's emotions go out of control, it can easily lead to something bad. Gu Hai turned and walked out the door. Bai Luo Yin's tall, straight stature went numb in an instant. He bent down and tidied up the mess on the floor. When Gu Hai walked out, Jean Lulu had already run into another alley. After Gu Hai caught a glimpse of her shadow, he immediately broke into a long stride to chase her. Not even a moment passed before he had caught up. He saw her crouch down at the base of a tree and start to bawl. This was the first time Gu Hai had ever seen Jean Lulu behave like this. He didn't understand. Was the rift between them because of Jean Lulu, or was it because of himself? He had experienced the period of falling passionately in love, the phase of giving each other the cold shoulder, and the quarreling period. These patterns kept alternating, but no matter which phase they were in, he had never felt there was something wrong with the relationship itself. Right now, Gu Hai suddenly felt rather tired and weary. He didn't know if he was already tired of this relationship or tired of the things he did for Jean Lulu. Only when Jean Lulu saw Gu Hai did the sounds of her weeping stop. Even though she was the one at a disadvantage in this relationship, she was unwilling to let Gu Hai see her moment of weakness. Not even once. Jean Lulu said, Gu Hai, this is the first time you've chased after me when we fought. Gu Hai quietly watched Jean Lulu's reddened, tearful eyes. Behind her lean, stubborn face was actually a fragile lip. To his own surprise, his heart actually felt a pang of anguish. Just as Zhou Si who had said before, she was his cherished girlfriend of 3 years. 3 years was not a short time. Any 3-year relationship could create genuine affection. Gu Hai said, "Next time, don't do this again." Jean Lulu suddenly hugged Gu Hai tightly, sobbing loudly. She had thought they were already over. She always had this feeling after every fight. That's why she was constantly in a state of anxiety. Although she felt she had lost face, she faced him humbly to reconcile. When Gu Hai took the initiative, it showed his softer side, and Jean Lulu felt truly grateful, as if she had received the greatest grace. She wouldn't hold a grudge about their relationship problems anymore. She also realized she had gone overboard just now. The two of them stood beneath the hanging tree roots for a very long time, talking about their past, reminiscing about their memories together, the thing they always did after every quarrel, before making up. Jean Lulu wiped her tears and pulled Gu Hai's hand. "I won't annoy you. I'll never annoy you again. Let's go, I'll help you move." When they returned to the compound house, the landlord told them that Bai Luo Yin had already carried his things away in advance. Gu Hai stared at the empty room and the clean floor, his heart churning. He didn't know how many trips Bai Luo Yin had made back and forth to move his things, how long he had busied himself with this. Only at that moment did Jean Lulu remember to ask, "Where are you actually moving to?" "In Zi's house. I've been staying at his place these days." Jean Lulu's complexion turned somewhat sour, but since they had just reconciled, she didn't press him about it any further. While they were eating, Jean Lulu talked endlessly about her life at school, about the bitchy girl she put in her place, about an insect that appeared in the canteen, about how she bargained a discount from a food vendor, about the bizarre old-fashioned clothes her teacher wore the entire day, about their horribly unsightly custom-made batch of uniforms. Gu Hai stayed silent the entire time, until a plate of smoked duck head was served. Then he smiled and spoke up. "In Zi really loves to eat this." He had completely ruined Jean Lulu's extremely good mood. "Gu Hai, let me ask you something." Gu Hai lifted his eyes and replied lightly. "What? Don't you think the way you treat Bai Luo Yin is a little bit too good?" Gu Hai's face darkened. "What's your point in asking that kind of question?" Jean Lulu fumed with anger. She grabbed a piece of duck head and slammed it onto her plate. Gu Hai felt somewhat strange while eating. He put his chopsticks down and spoke to Jean Lulu. "What kind of man doesn't have a brother he's extremely close with? Why do you always have to make things difficult for him? Let me tell you, you really don't understand Yin-Zi. If you could understand him, you'd definitely be very fond of him. Don't look at his poor family conditions. He's really full of talent, and his taste is also quite unique. Even though he doesn't like to smile, deep inside his bones, he's actually a passionate person. Sometimes he wants to care for you, but he's too embarrassed to show it. So he does it secretly. Even if you see through his cover, he'll still oppose you. He has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. His manner of speech doesn't spare anyone, but his heart is actually very kind. I've been eating and living for free at their house for such a long time, and he always pretends to drive me off. But when I really leave and don't come back for half a day, he definitely feels uneasy and restless. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. He's also exceptionally intelligent. He likes to tinker with all kinds of things. Once, he modified the door in our class so it couldn't be opened from the outside, but could be opened from the inside. And that cell phone just now, it actually fell into a river, but he could still repair it. Actually, Gu Hai had only meant to say a few words to ease Jean Lulu's worries. Who would have expected that once he opened his mouth, he couldn't restrain himself? Once Jean Lulu heard all this, she became even more jealous and furious. This was the first time Gu Hai had ever spoken so many words in front of her, and all to praise another person, no less. Wasn't he just adding fuel to her ire? Gu Hai was completely oblivious. He believed that if he spoke delightfully and with interest, others would also become interested. Jean Lulu restrained her wrath with great difficulty, chewing the noodles in her mouth fiercely. The feeling of her superiority being stripped away by another person was extremely unpleasant. So what if it was a man? The very fact that it was a man made Jean Lulu feel she shouldn't be feeling this way. Gu Hai, are you unable to tell who is more important? After the meal, a lot of the constrained feelings Gu Hai had been carrying were finally relieved. When they settled the bill, while the cashier was counting the change, Gu Hai still managed to turn around and say to Jean Lulu, "Today, Yin-Zi praised me. He said my handwriting has improved." Jean Lulu nearly grabbed the fortune tree on the reception desk and thrashed it to the floor. The cashier said, "Okay, everything's settled. Take care." For the entire afternoon, Gu Hai accompanied Jean Lulu on a shopping spree through all kinds of high-class places. Before sleeping that night, Gu Hai felt his heart was empty. When he shut his eyes, the only thing running through his mind was Bai Luo Yin's face. He felt that the air he inhaled wasn't incense, but rather a drug, slowly infiltrating his innermost being. His train of thought started to become muddled again, his whole mind a mess. During the day, his mind had been clear, as the bustling downtown streets concealed his emotions. But now, his true feelings surfaced once more. A romantic movie was playing on the high-definition TV. Jean Lulu watched while muttering to herself, "Is this girl too stupid, or what? That guy's an idiot too. Why don't you just speak up? He's really a spineless coward. I'm not watching anymore. Let's sleep." After that, she hugged Gu Hai and squeezed herself under the blanket. The curtain of darkness fell gradually. Gu Hai slept with his head still in a daze. Gu Hai's dream. "Da Hai, I've made a newly developed slingshot. Let's shoot a bird together." Bai Luo Yin wiped his runny nose. Gu Hai was dumbfounded. In front of his eyes was a white, plump child with big, sparkling eyes and a small mouth opening and closing. He looked very familiar. "Who are you?" "I mean Z." Gu Hai was horrified. "Why have you shrunk into a little midget?" "Who are you calling a midget?" Bai Luo Yin placed his hands on his small waist. "Look at yourself. You're not even taller than me." Gu Hai looked down and saw his corduroy trousers and his small cotton-padded shoes, sized less than 30. He stretched out his hands. His plump arms looked like pieces of lotus root. "What's going on?" Bai Luo Yin laughed, his cheeks flushed. "We've known each other since we were little." "Known each other since we were little?" Gu Hai pulled Bai Luo Yin's hand. Bai Luo Yin spoke with excitement. "That's right. We're childhood friends." "Childhood friends? That's great." Gu Hai squeezed Bai Luo Yin's cheeks. "So we've known each other since we were small. We've been together for so many years. This is truly exciting. Starting now, I can always play with Bai Luo Yin until we grow up." Gu Hai was grinning as he held Bai Luo Yin tightly. Bai Luo Yin placed a kiss on Gu Hai's cheek, then Gu Hai kissed him back. Then Bai Luo Yin kissed Gu Hai again, on the lips this time, and Gu Hai returned the kiss. While they were kissing, Gu Hai suddenly woke up. Inside the luxurious hotel room, the warm lamp still emitted its faint light. Gu Hai sensed that his lips were a little moist. He touched them with his hand, and his heart shuddered. Gu Hai's thought, "Inzi, did you kick the blanket to the floor again?" Chapter 69. Early morning, when Jean Lulu woke up, she found the person beside her was already gone. She got up, climbed out of bed, and searched for Gu Hai in every room. She finally found him on the balcony. Who knows how long he'd been standing there alone, smoking. Jean Lulu yawned lazily, then walked over and hugged Gu Hai's waist from behind. "Why did you wake up so early?" Gu Hai hummed lightly, then extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Jean Lulu saw the ashtray full of cigarette butts, just like chunks of snapped white chalk. It was a mess, perfectly mirroring Gu Hai's mood. "You didn't sleep well last night?" "I slept really well." Gu Hai took Jean Lulu's hands off his waist and turned around. The skin around his eyes was gray and pallid. "Pack up your things. I'll send you home." Jean Lulu's gaze was hard as iron, fixed on Gu Hai for quite a while. Then she opened her mouth and asked, "Why are you so impatient to send me away?" Gu Hai didn't say anything. He just went back inside the house and put on a coat. Jean Lulu said, "Let's eat together. Call Bai Luo Yin too. I broke the phone in front of him yesterday. I definitely left a bad impression. So let's eat together. I want to improve his impression of me." Gu Hai remained silent. Jean Lulu simply took that to mean he had tacitly agreed. When the two of them arrived at Bai Luo Yin's house, Bai Luo Yin had just woken up. He was squatting in the courtyard, brushing his teeth and washing his face. When Jean Lulu saw the place, she couldn't help but sigh. "Don't tell me. You're going to move here?" Gu Hai completely ignored Jean Lulu's words. His eyes were constantly fixed on Bai Luo Yin. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Jean Lulu put on a conflicted expression. In this kind of cold weather, he's still using cold water to wash his face? They won't make you use cold water to wash your face too, right? Gu Hai didn't say a word. He went straight into the courtyard, Jean Lulu following behind. When Alang saw a stranger, he suddenly barked very loudly from his cage, scaring Jean Lulu so much she immediately grabbed Gu Hai's arm. "Damn, a house like this and they're still able to raise a Tibetan Mastiff?" When Bai Luo Yin heard Alang's barks, He lifted his head and saw Jean Lulu holding Gu Hai's arm, entering the house. Jean Lulu called out, "Let's eat lunch together." "Okay." Bai Luo Yin answered quickly. "I'll go inside and change my clothes." Soon after Bai Luo Yin entered the house, Gu Hai went inside too, leaving Jean Lulu to stroll around the yard alone. "Hey, wait." Bai Luo Yin was about to put on his clothes when he heard Gu Hai's voice and stopped. "What's wrong?" Gu Hai walked up until he was right in front of Bai Luo Yin. He held Bai Luo Yin's face with both hands and furrowed his eyebrows. "Why is there a small pimple on your forehead?" Bai Luo Yin hadn't noticed it. "Maybe it's from inflammation." Gu Hai let out an evil smile. "Are you thinking about me? Go away. Go to hell." Gu Hai's gloomy mood of more than 10 hours suddenly cleared up in that instant. When they were eating lunch, Jean Lulu deliberately said to Bai Luo Yin, "Gu Hai treats you better than me." Bai Luo Yin asked, "Why do you think so?" Jean Lulu answered, half serious and half joking. "He always puts on a straight face when he's with me, but whenever he's with you, he's smiling all the time." Gu Hai replied calmly, "You said it yourself. You feel more secure when I'm being cold." Jean Lulu clearly disagreed with that answer. Bai Luo Yin leisurely analyzed it. "It's like this. Every man has two sides, one for his girlfriend and another for his buddies. In front of his girlfriend, because he wants to maintain his charming image, he acts cool. If he didn't, how could he win your heart? It's different with his buddies. He doesn't need to maintain his image. His mood is totally relaxed. He'll act foolish and stupid. So it makes you think we're closer." Jean Lulu finally smiled. "Look at him. He talks better than you." Gu Hai's girlfriend was praising another man, but Gu Hai wasn't bothered in the slightest. On the contrary, he felt really proud. When lunch was almost finished, Jean Lulu suddenly said to Gu Hai, "Try to hit Bai Luo Yin." Gu Hai's face fell. "Why do I have to hit him?" "Nothing, I just want to see. Don't you two fool around with each other every day?" Gu Hai's voice turned icy. "Are you crazy?" Jean Lulu had actually been joking. She just wanted to create a playful atmosphere, to test Gu Hai's feelings toward Bai Luo Yin. But Gu Hai's reaction stopped her from pretending any longer. "Gu Hai, I'm just joking. Why are you so annoyed with me? Do you really hate it that much? He's already an adult. What's wrong with hitting him just a little bit? Just touch him lightly. Can't you do it?" Gu Hai stressed each word. "I can't. Don't even mention me. No one else could even think of touching him." Jean Lulu suddenly threw her chopsticks down. "Gu Hai, you disgust me. If you're disgusted, then just get lost." Jean Lulu kicked her chair back abruptly and rushed out of the restaurant. Chapter 70. After Jean Lulu kicked the chair and left the restaurant, the space around them suddenly fell into a deep silence. After a long time passed, Bai Luo Yin asked Gu Hai, "Why did you make her angry?" Gu Hai's dark face brightened up. "Why do you say I made her angry? Didn't you see how shameless she was? No need to indulge that bad habit of hers. Just let her go if she fucking wants to go." Bai Luo Yin felt helpless. "Both of you are really. How did you two even get together in the first place?" Gu Hai was trying to keep his anger under control. He wasn't in the mood to answer that kind of question. Bai Luo Yin sighed, stirred the remaining noodles in his bowl, and said lightly, "Okay, just calm down for now. It's not a good thing if you're always fighting with each other." Gu Hai placed the remaining cuttlefish ball into Bai Luo Yin's bowl, then finished his noodles cleanly. The two of them left the restaurant in silence. After they arrived home, Bai Luo Yin tossed a box to Gu Hai. Gu Hai was somewhat surprised. "What is this? Is this for me? What nonsense. I gave it to you. If it isn't for you, then who is it for?" Gu Hai opened the box and saw a phone of the newest model on the market. The model and appearance were exactly Gu Hai's taste. He didn't even have to guess to know Bai Luo Yin had chosen it. An unspeakable feeling rose in Gu Hai's heart. When he saw Bai Luo Yin's figure moving around nearby, he didn't know how to express his feelings. He simply embraced him right away. "Yinzi, you're too good to me. Go hug my dad." Bai Luo Yin half-heartedly pushed Gu Hai away. It was his money. He was the one who really wanted to buy it for you, no matter how many times I tried to stop him. Gu Hai shouted straight away to Bai Hanqi outside the window. "Uncle, thank you." Bai Hanqi wiped the sweat from his forehead with his clothes. "This kid, why are you thanking me? If Yinzi didn't go with me, I wouldn't know which phone to buy. For me, if a phone can be used to call, and if it doesn't break even after it falls, that's good enough already. But Yinzi said it won't do. He insisted on giving you a full-featured phone." Gu Hai felt like honey was flowing from his heart. Bai Hanqi continued. You don't have to listen to Yinzi. He didn't know what he was talking about. Bai Luo Yin kicked Gu Hai's butt. You dare to say that even after getting this phone? Gu Hai happily looked at Bai Luo Yin. Then what about you? You don't have a cell phone either. Bai Luo Yin gave a nonchalant expression. What would I use it for? I simply don't have anyone I want to contact. Having a phone would be a waste. Gu Hai moved closer to Bai Luo Yin's front. You can contact me. Bai Luo Yin ground his teeth. You always stick beside me 24 hours a day. Do I still need a phone to contact you? Gu Hai laughed sheepishly. That's also true. But now I don't have anyone I want to contact either, so this phone is also a waste for me. Don't. Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai. I want to use this phone to divert your attention from me. Gu Hai's mouth moved closer to Bai Luo Yin's ear, his voice deep and charming. Then won't you really hate this phone later? Bai Luo Yin immediately shouted scram 5 times in a row, then kicked Gu Hai out of the room. Gu Hai wandered around outside for a while. He saw Bai Hanqi setting a ladder against the wall, puffing hard as he tried to climb up. Uncle, why are you climbing so high? 2 days ago it rained. The roof leaked a bit, so the good dried grains got wet again. I'm going up to patch it. Uncle, just come down. I'll go up. How do you know how to do this kind of thing? Bai Hanqi wiped his sweat. It was truly a sunny day, the afternoon sun shining down on them. I really can do it, Uncle. Just come down. While speaking, Gu Hai stepped onto the windowsill, grabbed the eaves with his hand, then tumbled his body and jumped straight onto the roof. What was the ladder even for then? When Bai Hanqi saw this, his eyes went wide. He thought to himself, what did this kid just do to get up there? Just a moment ago, he was talking on the ground. How did he fly to the roof in an instant? Uncle, I'm here. In fact, when Bai Hanqi was young, his physical condition had been excellent too. He hadn't even needed to put in any extra effort to climb up and down the roof. But now he was old, his limbs no longer agile, and he'd also developed a slight fear of heights. Bai Hanqi gave a doubtful look. Can you really do it? Seeing you say that, Gu Hai wanted to say that he had done everything back when he was in the army, but he was afraid Bai Hanqi would ask too many questions. So he said nothing else and simply took the bucket from Bai Hanqi's hand, spreading the mud and cement paste skillfully. Though it wasn't as fine as a bricklayer's work, it was clearly done well enough. Bai Luo Yin walked outside and shouted toward the roof. Dad, just go down. Let him do it. Otherwise, he'll just be a freeloader at our house every day. Right, Uncle, just go down. Bai Hanqi smiled and agreed. He carefully made his way to the eaves, then stretched his leg out to reach the ladder. Gu Hai saw a phone poking out from Bai Hanqi's trousers pocket. It was a phone that had been used for many years, some of the coating paint on top scraped off. Gu Hai knew at a glance, it was an imitation phone bought from a street vendor, priced at no more than 200 yuan. When he thought about his own phone, Gu Hai's heart felt truly upset. Bai Luo Yin never talked about his family's circumstances. Only occasionally after they'd been drinking would he mention it once or twice. Bai Hanqi's wages were less than 5,000 a month, and he had to feed the whole family. Every month, Bai Luo Yin's grandfather and grandmother had fixed medical expenses too. Those things already cut away more than half his income. And beyond their own food and drink expenses, now they had to feed Gu Hai as well. Even if Bai Hanqi didn't say it, Gu Hai knew. He must have been gritting his teeth to buy this phone. Chapter 71. At night before going to bed, Gu Hai asked Bai Luo Yin, why didn't Uncle just open a shop together with Aunt Zhou? Bai Luo Yin replied with another question. Why should he open a shop together with Aunt Zhou? Just think about it. That's a golden opportunity. No rental fee, no need to pay tax. The waiters are all ready. This is a pure money-making business. If Aunt Zhou is alone, she'll have her hands full. If Uncle went there to help her, it would mean the shop belongs to both of them, and the pay would be better than the hard-earned fixed salary from his current job. Bai Luo Yin heaved a sigh. You think really well, but my dad would definitely be unwilling to do that. Gu Hai didn't understand. Why? Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai, then moved closer to his ear. Gu Hai felt so happy he almost glued his entire body to Bai Luo Yin's. Bai Luo Yin lifted the blanket and covered both their heads together. Their heads snuggled against one another, their feet close to each other. They hid in the small space inside the blanket, whispering quietly. Gu Hai was dumbfounded. Wait, Aunt Zhou isn't a widow? She has a husband. He's working abroad. Gu Hai could feel every warm breath Bai Luo Yin let out against his face, causing his entire body to turn feverish. So you mean, they're afraid people will gossip about them? Bai Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, his shoulders slumping. I always think Aunt Zoe is deceiving my dad. I think she already divorced her husband a long time ago. Just think about it. She's already lived here for so many years, yet her husband has never come back for New Year's or any other festival. Is that normal? Seeing Bai Luo Yin's expression during his ramblings, Gu Hai felt like tugging at his small ears. Bai Luo Yin suddenly hit Gu Hai's stomach. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Gu Hai held Bai Luo Yin's hand and smiled as he spoke. I heard you. Don't you mean to say Aunt Zoe is a widow? Right, but my dad always denies it. I think Uncle knows the truth deep in his heart. Gu Hai talked while using his coarse fingers to caress Bai Luo Yin's palm, the joints of his fingers, every vein, every loop and whirl. Gu Hai touched them lightly with his fingertips. It seemed casual, but there was a hint of amusement. All of Bai Luo Yin's sensitive nerves in his palm came to life, making his arms feel numb. He wanted to open his mouth and scold Gu Hai, but Gu Hai suddenly stopped moving. He simply grasped Bai Luo Yin's hand tightly. Your father is getting intimate with another woman. Don't you feel upset? Bai Luo Yin answered with an indifferent tone. No, I even encouraged him to marry Aunt Zoe. Since as long as I can remember, my dad has always been single. I can't let him live his life like this forever, right? You've never thought about letting your dad and your mom get back together? Bai Luo Yin was very determined. Never. I'd rather it be Aunt Zoe. I don't want my dad to suffer again. When Gu Hai heard this, his feelings were somewhat complicated. Beside him, Bai Luo Yin continued. Actually, the reason my dad doesn't want to help Aunt Zoe isn't entirely because he's afraid people will gossip about them. Just think about it. That shop already belongs to Aunt Zoe now. Dad would never set aside his pride to go and ask her for a partnership. We're all men, we understand this kind of feeling. If it were some other woman, it might still be possible. But for Aunt Zoe, it's definitely impossible. That's also true, Gu Hai said, seeming lost in his own thoughts. There was a silence under the blanket. Then Bai Luo Yin lifted it up and breathed mouthfuls of air outside. Gu Hai watched Bai Luo Yin's chest rising and falling steadily, the way he breathed deeply with closed eyes. Gu Hai's heart inadvertently began to beat faster. Bai Luo Yin parted his lips slightly, radiating a masculine charm. Gu Hai clearly knew these were a man's lips, definitely not as soft as a woman's. Nevertheless, Gu Hai felt he really wanted to give them a kiss. He realized his own thoughts were becoming more and more twisted, but he had no intention of correcting them. He knew very clearly that he didn't feel this way toward other guys. It was solely reserved for Bai Luo Yin alone. Maybe it was because he admired him too much, liked him too much, and cared about him too much, causing this small snowball of friendship to start rolling. The more it rolled, the bigger it got, and eventually it crossed over the boundary line Gu Hai could control. Yet he didn't want to pull it back. He would rather enjoy this self-indulgent, yet nervous kind of happiness. That night, the wind was strong, so Gu Hai went to close the window. Just as he reclined back on the bed, Bai Luo Yin suddenly turned his body over. His head searched for the softest spot to lean on, finally resting upon Gu Hai's shoulder. His warm cheeks nestled closely on top of Gu Hai's left chest, his clean and tidy hair scattered around Gu Hai's neck. His arms hugged Gu Hai's stomach as he pleased, and he wore a very satisfied expression upon his face. Gu Hai was caught off guard. He didn't dare to move the arm pressed down by Bai Luo Yin's weight, fearing that if he moved, Bai Luo Yin would unconsciously turn his body away. Only when Bai Luo Yin's breathing had evened out could Gu Hai's stiff muscles finally relax. He lowered his eyes to look at the man in his embrace, his hand caressing Bai Luo Yin's cheeks gently. He was extremely careful, as if touching a rare and precious baby. Then he closed his eyes, quietly waiting for a good dream to come. Chapter 72. Mr. Bai, the factory director, is looking for you. Bai Hanqi took off his dust-proof face guard and entered the factory director's office, looking tired and worn out. The director said, Lao Bai, come sit down. Bai Hanqi had no idea what was going on. The normally straight-faced director was speaking very politely today. Not only did he pull out a chair for Bai Hanqi to sit, but he also poured him a cup of tea. Bai Hanqi was bewildered. What did he want? The director continued. Lao Bai, our factory has decided to let you go. Bai Hanqi's heart skipped a beat. His face went pale. He suddenly understood why the director was acting so unlike his usual self. It was simply because he wanted to fire him. Bai Hanqi's hand, still holding the cup, trembled. He stood up and placed the cup back on the desk, standing straight before the factory director, his face showing an offended expression. "Director, you know my son is still in high school. This is exactly the time when I need money. I still have to support the whole family. Not to mention there's also a monthly medical treatment fee." The director interrupted Bai Hanqi. "I know. If it weren't for that, I'd really hate to let go of someone who's already worked here for more than 10 years. Then why are you firing me?" Bai Hanqi anxiously clenched his fist. "Aren't you just forcing my whole family toward a dead end?" Bai Hanqi's statement confused the director. "What do you mean, forcing you to a dead end? So, they haven't given you a call yet?" Bai Hanqi was bewildered. "Who?" The director scratched his head impatiently. "Seeing you like this, it means you really haven't received any notice from them yet. How about this? I'll give them a call." Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. The factory director went to open it. He saw a man wearing an impeccable suit and greeted him directly with a smile. "Oh, hello. You're already here. I was just about to give you a call." The man in the suit nodded, smiling, his gaze shifting to Bai Hanqi beside him. "This person is?" The director called Bai Hanqi over immediately. "This is Lao Bai, the person you're looking for." The man immediately held out his hand. Bai Hanqi smiled apologetically. "There's dust all over my hands." "It's all right." The man didn't press Bai Hanqi further. The director beside him took the initiative to make introductions. "Lao Bai, this is the Human Resources Manager from Tongjie Refrigeration Equipment Manufacturing Company. His surname is Miao. You can address him as Manager Miao." Bai Hanqi nodded toward Manager Miao. The factory director poured a glass of water for Manager Miao as well, then excused himself. Only Bai Hanqi and Manager Miao remained inside the office. Manager Miao began. "It's like this. Our company would like to hire you to work as an engineer in our IT department. The monthly salary after taxes is 20,000 yuan. There will be paid vacation every month, a residential subsidy of 5,000 yuan, a transport allowance of 2,000 yuan, a meal allowance of 2,000 yuan, and lastly, a year-end bonus of 6 months' worth of your salary. Working hours are 8 hours a day, with double days off during festivals and holidays." Bai Hanqi's ears went numb. "Manager Miao, your company isn't printing counterfeit money, right?" When Bai Hanqi casually interrupted Manager Miao, who had been talking to his heart's content, the manager's heart felt somewhat sour. "Mr. Bai, you really are funny." Bai Hanqi laughed hollowly. "I'm not being funny. It's just that the conditions your company is offering are too unreasonable." Manager Miao took out his business card. "You've worked in this factory for more than 10 years, so you're definitely familiar with its daily operations. More than half of our company's spare parts are manufactured by your factory. Your factory director and I are well acquainted. Do you still not believe us?" Bai Hanqi still couldn't believe it. "The most important thing is, I don't understand much about technology. How can I just waltz into your company and become an engineer?" "Don't worry about that. When the time comes, there will be someone to guide you. If it's like that, why don't you just directly hire an engineer? It would save a lot of trouble." Manager Miao's thought. Vertical lines creased his forehead. This person is really too selfless. This is truly a great opportunity. If it were me, even if it were a matter of life or death, I wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Look at him, still worrying about other people. Manager Miao said, "Mr. Bai, if you're still hesitating, let me invite you to visit our company. The workshop has already been prepared for you." Bai Hanqi followed Manager Miao to the company in a half-dreaming, half-awake state. He went inside and looked around. It was a spacious and clean factory, everything fully mechanized. Those spare parts he manufactured with his own hands, compared to the finished products before his eyes now, were like tiny sesame seeds. "Mr. Bai, we've arrived." Bai Hanqi drew his attention back. He followed Manager Miao into a room. The room was over 30 square meters, spacious and well-lit. A desk was placed neatly in the middle, with a large bookshelf behind it filled with specialized books and reference materials. There was also a sofa, a coffee table, air conditioning, a TV. Everything one could need was there. Standing at the French window, there was a beautiful small park outside. Bai Hanqi's thought, "Indeed, this truly deserves to be called a manager's office." Manager Miao said, "This is going to be your office." Bai Hanqi was taken aback. "What did you say?" Manager Miao explained patiently. "If you agree to work here at our factory, You can start by staying here for the time being. In the future, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can always replace it for you. Bai Hanqi stood in the middle of the office, his body stiff as a statue. Manager Miao opened a drawer and pulled out a brown paper bag. There is 5,000 yuan inside. If you are willing to accept our sincerity, please take this. You can start working here tomorrow. Chapter 73. In the evening, after Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai returned home from school, Bai Hanqi had prepared a large table full of dishes. Bai Luo Yin walked around the table, then went up to Bai Hanqi and asked, "Did something good happen today? Has Aunt Zhou left the hospital already?" "She hasn't, right? I remember what the doctor said, 2 weeks. Bai Hanqi's face was glowing with happiness. He had specially changed his clothes and stood there with an impressive bearing. The question Bai Luo Yin asked, he deliberately didn't answer. Every step he took, his leather shoes tapped against the floor, vividly acting out the phrase, deliberately putting on airs, in great detail. "Dad, why are you drunk even before drinking?" "Ha!" Bai Hanqi laughed loudly. With his beard shaved off, his face clearly showed the graceful bearing of his younger days. "Your dad just got a promotion." Bai Luo Yin gave him a suspicious look. "A promotion? That lousy factory actually has different kinds of positions. It's not that factory. Another company came looking for me. They want me to work there as an engineer." Bai Luo Yin's expression changed, his tone hesitant. "Dad, you haven't been conned by them, have you?" Bai Hanqi put on a stern face. "What are you talking about? I've signed the contract. The salary is good. The other party was afraid I wouldn't believe it, so they gave me 5,000 yuan as a sign of good faith. One of these days, if you have time, I'll bring you to see my new workshop. You'll be amazed for sure." After he finished talking, Bai Hanqi turned around and began humming while slicing pig's ear stewed in soy sauce. Bai Luo Yin stood dumbfounded for a moment, then walked outside with large strides. "Gu Hai, you come here." Gu Hai was washing his hands in the yard. He saw Bai Luo Yin storm out of the kitchen, fuming with anger, heading straight for the bedroom. Gu Hai used a towel to wipe his hands. "What's going on?" Bai Luo Yin calmly asked in an interrogating tone. "About my dad's matter? Was that your doing too?" Gu Hai deliberately pretended not to know anything. "Which one? Don't play dumb with me. Who told you to do something on your own and transfer my dad to another company? What's your intention? Do you want to provide charity to our family? Or is it because of the phone we bought for you, and you felt like you had to do something to feel comfortable?" "Bai Luo Yin, I don't like hearing you say those kinds of things. What do you mean by providing charity? What's wrong with your family? Charity for what? Every day I see Uncle working himself to exhaustion to support this family, and my heart can't bear it. He is your father. Are you going to let him suffer a living hell every single day in that lousy factory just because of your pride?" Bai Luo Yin's face remained as cold as before. "My family's affairs are none of your business." Gu Hai's tone grew heavier. "Say that one more time." "No matter how many times, my answer is still the same. We'll worry about our family's matters on our own." Gu Hai clenched his teeth. "You?" He looked around for something, finally finding a small knotted broom used for sweeping the bed. He pointed it at Bai Luo Yin. "Don't you believe I'll hit you?" Bai Luo Yin cast an angry look at Gu Hai without saying a word, his eyes full of provocation. "Try to lay a finger on me." As for Gu Hai, this wasn't a matter of daring or not daring. It was a matter of willing or not willing. The two of them refused to budge for a while. Then Gu Hai suddenly dropped the broom by his own feet and sighed. He walked toward Bai Luo Yin and persuaded him softly. "I know I should have discussed this with you first, but I was afraid that with your stubborn temperament, you'd strangle me the moment I opened my mouth. Inzi, I really didn't have any other intention. I transferred Uncle to a normal department. He won't be reading newspapers and drinking tea all day. It still depends on his real skill and ability to make it there. I just thought Uncle is a capable person. Otherwise, how could he have raised such a bright and intelligent son like you? I just wanted to give Uncle a good opportunity, so he could recover all the wasted efforts of the first half of his life. And later, he'd still be able to stand upright and proud in front of Aunt Zhou, right?" Even if Bai Luo Yin didn't speak, it was clear from his eyes that his heart was deeply conflicted. On one hand, he loved Bai Hanqi so much. He truly cherished him, and he had genuinely treasured the happiness on Bai Hanqi's face earlier. On the other hand, he felt deeply uneasy. Why was Gu Hai the one building his father's springtime? He hadn't devoted himself enough to his dad yet. Gu Hai stroked Bai Luo Yin's hair and patiently soothed him. You see, the last time I helped Aunt Zoe, you didn't say anything. When it comes to your father, why can't you just let it go? Bai Luo Yin's tone was stiff. The situation is different. How is it different? Bai Luo Yin couldn't answer why. He just felt uncomfortable in his heart. In today's society, don't you have to rely on connections to survive? You have good connections by your side that you can make good use of. It's a wonderful thing. Why are you so stubborn? It's not that I'm being stubborn. Bai Luo Yin looked truly awkward. I also have a lot of friends. If my family had problems, I often ask them to help me too. But when it comes to you, why is it so different? Gu Hai's thought. Right. Why is it so different? There was an ambiguous answer in his heart, and this answer made him feel somewhat excited. Grandma Bai's loud and clear shout came from outside. Yin Zi. Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai and said uncomfortably, "Let's leave it at this for now." After saying that, he lifted the door curtain and went out. Chapter 74. Bai Luo Yin called out, "Grandma, what happened?" Grandma Bai sat on a folding stool, stitching a small cotton-padded mattress while muttering to herself, "I want to eat Pai Li Bao." Bai Luo Yin's thought. Pai Li Bao? What is this thing? He asked. Is it a tomato? Grandma Bai corrected her pronunciation. No. Pai Li Bao. Bai Luo Yin still couldn't understand it. Grandma Bai felt somewhat anxious and made a random gesture with her hands. It's pie? Pie. I can't say it right. Grandma, don't worry. Bai Luo Yin sought help from Gu Hai with his gaze. Nowadays, Gu Hai had become Grandma Bai's interpreter. Before, when they couldn't understand what Grandma Bai was saying, they would ask Bai Luo Yin. But now that Bai Luo Yin couldn't understand it either, they turned to Gu Hai. Gu Hai was lost in his own thoughts for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened. Grandma, are you trying to say apple? Grandma Bai grinned happily until all her molars showed. Yes. It's Pai Li Bao. Bai Luo Yin nearly fell to the floor. How on earth did he get that? Fortunately, Gu Hai's brain didn't function like other people's. If it had been anyone else, they never would have made that connection. Bai Hanqi called out, "Let's eat." The whole family sat around the round dining table, chatting while eating. It was clear that Bai Hanqi's mood was especially good today. He unconsciously drank half a bottle of white wine, then began to talk about his brilliant achievements from his younger days, his words flying everywhere. Bai Luo Yin simply listened in silence. It had been a long time since he'd last seen Bai Hanqi with this kind of expression. Although Bai Hanqi was usually cheerful, he always wore a frown. It hadn't let up for the past 10 years, and only today was he finally able to breathe. Actually, Bai Luo Yin was truly touched by everything Gu Hai had done for him. He just felt a little unwilling to accept it. Bai Hanqi reached out his big hand and clapped Gu Hai on the shoulder. Da Hai. The luckiest thing that ever happened to our Yin Zi is meeting a friend like you. Uncle really needs to say thank you. Thank you for being so good to Yin Zi. Bai Hanqi poured a cup of wine for Gu Hai as he spoke. Gu Hai stood up and drank the wine. His bottom had barely touched the seat again when Bai Hanqi clapped him once more. Da Hai. Uncle's been thinking about you too. Actually, I just received some money today, and I immediately went to the furniture store to buy a bed for you. I've wronged you all this time, having to squeeze into one bed with our Yin Zi. But it's all good now. I bought a bed for you too. From now on, you can each sleep in your own bed. No more squeezing together. Bai Hanqi had said so many words, but only one sentence amused Bai Luo Yin. Gu Hai's face turned green. He wasn't grateful, and he wasn't complaining. It felt like a thorn had grown in his throat, and it took enormous effort just to swallow. Uncle, you don't need to spend any money. Just return the bed. I sleep perfectly fine with Yin Zi. Bai Hanqi furrowed his eyebrows and sighed heavily. How can that be okay? Since you're living here in our home, Uncle can't treat you unfairly. Don't be so polite with me. I should have bought it for you earlier. My finances were a little tight before. I just received some money today, and without another word, I rushed straight to the furniture store. Uncle has always been thinking about this nephew of mine. Ha ha ha. Those words were truly touching, but they didn't land in Gu Hai's heart. Uncle, please listen to me. I'm not going to live here forever. Maybe one day I'll suddenly go back home. If you buy another bed, won't it just go to waste? This time, Bai Hanqi didn't say anything. Gu Hai looked truly hopeful. He couldn't even swallow his rice, just waiting for Bai Hanqi to make a phone call and return the bed. Bai Hanqi's fingers tapped on the dining table a few times. Then he turned his head toward Gu Hai. Let's do this. Sleep on that bed for a few days first. When you go back home, then Inzi can sleep on it. Inzi's bed has been used for many years already. It needs to be changed too. Gu Hai's silence. Bai Luo Yin nearly choked on the food in his mouth. He set down his chopsticks, rarely interfering in the conversation. Gu Hai, since my father already bought it for you, there's no need to be so polite. Gu Hai's thought. He almost ground his teeth. I'm not sleeping in the same bed with you, and you're this happy about it? Why does it bother you so much to have me there? You brat. Just wait and see. I definitely won't let you sleep peacefully tonight. Chapter 75. Gu Hai walked into the bedroom and saw two single beds placed side by side inside the small, narrow room. Identical sheets and quilts covered the beds. At a glance, it looked like they had walked into a two-person dormitory room. Gu Hai sat on his own bed with a sullen face, staring continuously at Bai Luo Yin across from him. You see, this room was small to begin with, and now with one more bed, we don't have any space left for our feet. Bai Luo Yin replied. If there's no space to walk, then how did you get in here? Did you fly? Bai Luo Yin ignored the anxious look on Gu Hai's face. He slipped happily into his own blanket and intentionally let out a comfortable yawn. Sleeping alone is really comfortable. Gu Hai went to his own bed furiously, throwing a remark at the person beside him. Just watch. Tomorrow morning, you'll catch a cold. Gu Hai's thought. Without my embrace, do you still think you can have a comfortable sleep? Bai Luo Yin said. I'd be more than happy even if I caught a cold. Bai Luo Yin naturally turned his body away from Gu Hai. The coldness from the back of his head was like a weapon, stabbing at Gu Hai's fragile little heart. Gu Hai groaned. He stepped barefoot slowly across the bed planks to turn off the lights. When he returned, still feeling unsatisfied, he extended his ice-cold leg into Bai Luo Yin's blanket, straight onto Bai Luo Yin's smooth, warm back. Bai Luo Yin's entire body shivered. He turned around and kicked Gu Hai in the lower belly, sending him back to his own bed. Scram, Gu Hai said. Why are you so heartless? Every night, I always hug you to sleep, and you always sleep so well. Sometimes when I opened my arms and let you go, you would come over and hug me on your own. Well, Gu Hai hadn't finished when a smelly sock was thrown at him. Bai Luo Yin said, if you dare to come over here tonight, I'll switch rooms with my dad. Gu Hai let out an evil smile. He lay sideways on his own bed, using his arm to support his head, his deep eyes sparkling in the dark night. When there was no more movement from the other side, he tapped out a beat with his hand and began to hum a song softly. Gu Hai sang, if I didn't meet you, where would I be now? How would my days pass? Should I treasure this life? Maybe if I meet a certain someone, living our ordinary life. So I beg you, don't let me leave you. Except for you, I can't feel the slightest affection. There was no other song that fit Gu Hai's current feelings so perfectly, but Bai Luo Yin couldn't take it anymore. The song was good, but when it came out of Gu Hai's mouth, the taste suddenly changed. His voice was the same as his body, tough and sturdy. So when he insisted on singing a gentle song like this, his voice was full of flaws. He was also tone deaf. Every line of the song clashed with the tune. But this guy didn't seem to realize it. He threw himself into the song as if he wanted to tear his heart, lungs, and belly to pieces. The more you listened, the sicker you felt. Finally, Bai Luo Yin couldn't bear it anymore. He turned toward Gu Hai and said, can you stop singing? Gu Hai replied, if you don't want to hear my singing, then you can sing. Bai Luo Yin asked, why the hell should I sing? Gu Hai began to play dumb. If you don't want to sing, then I'll keep singing. Bai Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and began to sing. Not even 3 minutes later, a low snoring sound came from the other bed. Bai Luo Yin stopped abruptly and stared at the guy beside him in disbelief. Fuck, he really fell asleep. I'm singing like this and you just fall asleep? Bai Luo Yin's mind ran through all the words others used to describe Gu Hai. The most charismatic guy in class 27, the most manly, mature, and handsome guy, a strong and handsome prince. Bah, no matter how I look at him, he's just an immature, inexperienced little brat. Bai Luo Yin took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, turned over, wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, and closed his eyes. Gu Hai waited for a very long time. It felt like an entire century, until finally Bai Luo Yin's breathing steadied. The corner of Gu Hai's mouth curled into an evil smile. He lifted his blanket softly, tiptoed across the floor, and moved step by step toward Bai Luo Yin's bed. Bai Luo Yin didn't move at all. Gu Hai lifted Bai Luo Yin's blanket. First he slipped one leg inside, then the other. Finally, he slid his entire body under the covers. Gu Hai's body suddenly bounced up. A certain someone's laugh came from beside him, first held back, then slowly released, until finally the bed swayed along with the laughter. Gu Hai clenched his teeth. What did you put on your bed? Bai Luo Yin held up a round, dark object from his bed, laughing. A dead cactus from the yard. Gu Hai closed his eyes and angrily accepted his fate. Bai Luo Yin asked, Aren't you afraid you'll roll onto it when you turn over? Bai Luo Yin waved the cactus in his hand. I was sure that before I ever lay on it, you'd definitely become my test subject first. A cold voice drifted faintly through the room. You're so cruel. Bai Luo Yin raised his lips. You reap what you sow. Gu Hai's shoulders slumped. He looked miserable. Help me pull these thorns out. If I've got thorns pricking me, how can I sleep like this? Bai Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, but still got out of bed and turned on the lights. As soon as the lights came on, he discovered something that made all his blood vessels spurt. Bai Luo Yin was only wearing underpants. Gu Hai asked, Why are you wearing so little today? Bai Luo Yin replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I've always slept like this before. Gu Hai looked like he had suffered a huge grievance. Then why, when you sleep with me, do you wrap yourself up so tightly? Figure out the reason yourself. Now turn around. Gu Hai turned his body, full of unsatisfied feelings. Bai Luo Yin crossed his legs and sat behind Gu Hai, carefully searching for the small thorns on his back. Every time a thorn was pulled out, he couldn't help but feel a secret happiness inside. This fellow, why did he use so much strength just to lie down on a bed? Gu Hai reached his hand around and stealthily touched Bai Luo Yin's smooth thighs. Bai Luo Yin asked, Do you want me to kick you out? Early the next morning, Bai Luo Yin woke up very comfortably, only to see Gu Hai's familiar face lying right beside him. Not only that, Gu Hai's hand was resting on the hard thing between Bai Luo Yin's legs. The scene was truly unpleasant to behold. Bai Luo Yin suddenly kicked Gu Hai awake. You bastard! Why did you still get into my bed? Gu Hai opened one eye, his voice carrying a hint of drowsiness. Who's sleeping on your bed? Look properly. I'm sleeping on my own bed. Bai Luo Yin was dumbfounded. He looked down and, sure enough, there was a huge gap between their bodies. It definitely wasn't a single bed. Needless to say, Gu Hai had moved his bed and pushed it together with Bai Luo Yin's. Gu Hai said, You see? I didn't crawl into your bed. Bai Luo Yin's thought. This fellow is really cunning. Then he tried to push Gu Hai's bed away, but it wouldn't budge. The two beds were as if nailed together, impossible to separate. Bai Luo Yin asked, How did this happen? Why can't these two beds be separated? Gu Hai's thoughtful gaze swept over Bai Luo Yin's flustered and exasperated face. He said casually, I glued them together with your family's hemorrhoid ointment. Didn't you say before that your hemorrhoid ointment has a million uses? Bai Luo Yin's silence. Chapter 76. During class, Yu Qi turned around and gave a piece of paper to Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin opened it and read, Last weekend when I went home, I saw Gu Hai's girlfriend together with another man. They seemed quite intimate. I didn't dare to tell Gu Hai. Tell him yourself. Bai Luo Yin crumpled the paper in his hand. Between his fingers, Gu Hai hadn't contacted Jean Lulu for 2 weeks already. Gu Hai tapped Bai Luo Yin's back twice. Bai Luo Yin leaned back and saw Gu Hai stretching his hand over. Give that piece of paper to me. Bai Luo Yin lowered his voice. Why should I show it to you? Yu Qi gave it to me. Gu Hai's thought. It's because he gave it to you that I have to see it. What do you two have to say that you can't say directly? Even sneakily passing notes. Bai Luo Yin hesitated, then wrote a note and passed it to Gu Hai. The note read, Your girlfriend ran away with another man. Gu Hai's expression changed. After class was dismissed, Bai Luo Yin turned his head around and saw Gu Hai on his phone. He didn't know who Gu Hai was messaging. Bai Luo Yin said, You haven't contacted Jean Lulu for 2 weeks already. Gu Hai only hummed once, his eyes unusually calm. Now I can't contact her either. I'm texting Hu Zi and Li Shua, asking if they have any information about Lulu. After a while, Gu Hai's phone rang, and he went outside to pick it up. Bai Luo Yin understood it clearly in his heart. This Jean Lulu, she was definitely playing hard to get. When Gu Hai walked back to the classroom, his face was rather disappointed. I'll go to Tianjin this afternoon. I won't be able to make it back to class. Help me ask for leave. Bai Luo Yin nodded. Okay, I understand. Bai Luo Yin had barely turned back around when Gu Hai tapped his shoulder again. Wait for me to come back tonight. Bai Luo Yin was silent. Gu Hai didn't force Bai Luo Yin to nod. He packed all his things and went out through the back door. Gu Hai came to find Jean Lulu. Usually after school was dismissed, Jean Lulu was always surrounded by a group of girls. Every time they saw Gu Hai, their eyes would be enticed by him. Because he couldn't stand their sultry glances and silly questions, Gu Hai usually chose to park at the east gate under the old locust tree. When he had no phone, Jean Lulu would come there immediately to find him. As time passed, it had become a habit for Jean Lulu. When she stepped out of the school gate, she would always immediately look toward the tree. Gu Hai went inside the school building. It was exactly dismissal time. Students were chatting in groups at various corners, and it didn't seem like there was any of the nervous atmosphere of an ordinary school. It was as if a large part of their futures was already settled. Gu Hai arrived at the entrance to Jean Lulu's class. A familiar girl came out. When she saw Gu Hai, she was surprised. You? Why are you here? Gu Hai asked without any expression. Where is Jean Lulu? She isn't in class. She already went out. Gu Hai turned around and left. That girl nudged the other girl beside her. What's with this situation? Didn't they break up already? I don't know either. Gu Hai finally saw Jean Lulu at the entrance of a cold beverage shop. She was coming out of the store with a guy, talking and laughing. The guy was holding her bag for her. She was playing around with his wallet. Anyone who saw them would be able to tell there was something between them. When Jean Lulu turned her head to speak to the guy beside her, for a split second, she finally caught sight of Gu Hai. Gu Hai gazed coldly at the two people before his eyes. Jean Lulu quickly shifted her gaze away from Gu Hai. She acted as if she hadn't seen him, then openly pulled the guy's arm closer and walked away right before Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai didn't get angry when he saw them. He didn't grab the guy by the collar or hit him, because he knew clearly. This was the exact scene Jean Lulu wanted him to see. He simply went back to his car under the old locust tree, sat inside, and silently took out a cigarette. He wanted to think about it calmly, whether in the end, he wanted to continue this relationship or not. After school, Jean Lulu and that man walked out. They hesitated for a moment at the school entrance, then both got into the same car. Gu Hai followed their car from behind. Soon, the car stopped in front of a hotel. Gu Hai watched them go inside with cold eyes. After 2 hours, the sky darkened, and Gu Hai got out of the car. Miss, can you check for me? Is there anyone called Jean Lulu staying here? The front desk clerk skillfully searched the customer list on the computer, then smiled and nodded toward Gu Hai. Hello, there is a Miss Jean Lulu's booking record here. Although Gu Hai had prepared his heart, when he really heard it confirmed, his brain buzzed, his mind suddenly exploding in a flash. The front desk called Jean Lulu's room, but there was no answer. Gu Hai got the room number from the front desk, then took the elevator. He kept consoling himself. Do not act on impulse. Do not get angry. You only need to confirm a reason to break up. Then just turn around and go. Nevertheless, when he stood in front of the door, none of the advice he'd given himself moments before had any effect. Bang! The entire floor quivered. Gu Hai didn't knock. He kicked the door several times, then immediately kicked the door lock until it broke open. The guy was only wearing underpants, shaking. Jean Lulu was lying on the bed, her body covered with a quilt. She seemed like she had expected Gu Hai to come from the very beginning. Compared to the guy's flustered face, she looked completely composed. Gu Hai's voice was calm, yet terrifying. Jean Lulu, we haven't broken up yet. Jean Lulu laughed coldly. There was a cigarette between her fingers. She smoked slowly. We're still together? Why didn't I feel that way? Gu Hai didn't speak. The room was terribly silent. The guy bent over to find his clothes. Gu Hai walked over to him and kicked him in the nape. His face suddenly turned white, and he twitched nonstop on the floor. Jean Lulu was actually satisfied that things had developed this way. She felt happy. Even if Gu Hai came over and slapped her twice, she would be willing to accept it. Gu Hai, you still care about me? You're still jealous? So now you know how hard it is when your sense of superiority is stripped away by another person, right? Gu Hai said, I just don't like you anymore. Why do you have to find another reason to make me feel disgusted with you? Jean Lulu's expression changed. I'm disgusting? Yes, I'm disgusting. I'm telling you, Gu Hai. I fucking did a lot more disgusting things. I've slept with him since a long time ago. You think you found yourself some untouched woman? I'm telling you, even before I got together with you, I wasn't a virgin anymore. After a burst of hysterical screaming, there was a long silence. There was no emotion in Gu Hai's eyes. We are over. After he said that, Gu Hai turned and left. We are over. Those 3 words were like 3 heavy hammers, suddenly striking Jean Lulu's heart. She discovered that when the real thing happened, all her previous brave words were merely flying ashes and smoldering smoke. She didn't want this kind of outcome. She was truly terrified of this outcome. Break up. What a cruel thing. Jean Lulu practically threw herself onto the floor. The sheet and quilt came down with her. She suddenly hugged Gu Hai's legs, crying loudly with a hoarse throat, as if that arrogant face from moments ago hadn't been hers at all. Dahai, I lied to you. They say men are cheap, that only the one you can't have is the best one. I just wanted you to feel jealous. I just wanted you to feel a sense of crisis. I wanted you to pay more attention to me. I was only putting on an act with him, nothing more. He doesn't like me at all. I don't like him either. We did it all, just for you to see. Gu Hai glanced at Jean Lulu one last time. Go back to bed. You're wearing too little. You'll catch a cold. Jean Lulu looked down at herself in horror. She was dressed in nothing but her underwear. Duh? Hi. She still hadn't gotten out the second word when she heard the sound of the door closing. Gu Hai drove his car, speeding along the highway. A cold and stern expression drew the outline of his dim and gloomy face. Dark trees and dim street lamps. One by one, cars passed him from behind. Gu Hai didn't know how many times he turned, until his entire heart was enveloped in a huge curtain of darkness, and the chill in the air could be felt at his fingertips. Only then did he realize he had forgotten to roll the window up. Gu Hai drove until he arrived at an unfamiliar street. He parked his car in front of a shop, rested his head on the steering wheel, and gradually fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept. When he opened his eyes, all the shops on that street were already closed. Only KFC remained open, with several homeless people sitting inside. The cell phone on the front passenger seat was ringing. Gu Hai picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. A voice on the other end said, "Are you still coming back or not?" Gu Hai hadn't answered yet when the other side hung up. The phone screen displayed 251. Gu Hai put down the phone. He leaned his head on the car's seat, closed his eyes, and pondered over those few words. His lost soul returned in a flash. He turned the car around. A huge wave of happiness struck his heart. Chapter 77. Gu Hai crawled onto the bed and hugged the blanket together with the person inside. I'm brokenhearted. Okay, Gu Hai thought. He thought Bai Luo Yin would say something like, "You still have me," or some moving words that would stir his emotions. Who would have thought he'd just casually reply with "okay" like that? Can't you comfort me a little? I caught both of them inside a hotel room. Gu Hai let go of his embrace around Bai Luo Yin and rolled to the side, his expression very gloomy, his breathing loud and heavy. Bai Luo Yin turned his body and flicked his finger on Gu Hai's forehead. Are you angry, Wu Delang? The famous cuckold. That made Gu Hai choke. Wu Delang. Gu Hai's thought. Have you ever seen a Wu Delang who's tall, rich, and handsome like me? Gu Hai turned over and lay on top of Bai Luo Yin's body, choking Bai Luo Yin's neck with his hand. He said angrily, "You're not even comforting me, and you're still making fun of me? Why do you need comforting? I didn't see you being that sad." Gu Hai's body gradually sank down. He leaned his head on Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, a hurt expression on his face. How can I not be brokenhearted? It's 3 years. Stop wasting time lying to yourself. Bai Luo Yin hammered Gu Hai's back with his hand. Ask your conscience. Are you feeling sad or angry? Actually, Gu Hai had been thinking about this on the way back. When he saw Jean Lulu and that guy together in a hotel room, he was extremely depressed. But in the end, where did that depression really come from? Was it because he hated to let go? Was it because his heart was ripped apart? Those descriptions didn't feel quite right. The most direct pain he felt definitely came from his trampled dignity. Any guy would be unable to bear that kind of humiliation. So his mood back then had been controlled by anger. Of course, Gu Hai definitely couldn't tell Bai Luo Yin this. I really am sad. Bai Luo Yin suddenly pushed Gu Hai some distance away, raised his upper body slightly, and placed his head on Gu Hai's chest. Gu Hai's heart began to beat faster immediately. Gu Hai's thought, what is he doing? Is he doing this to comfort me? Bai Luo Yin soon lifted away from Gu Hai's body and rested his head back on his pillow. I heard it. Your conscience is scolding you. Gu Hai laid back down on top of Bai Luo Yin and said in a weak voice mixed with a pleading tone, Comfort me. Bai Luo Yin sighed and patted Gu Hai's back. Wu Delang, listen to your brother. Don't take it to heart. Gu Hai suddenly bit Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. Bai Luo Yin's fist swept across Gu Hai's neck. Are you a dog? Gu Hai smiled. The problems that had been occupying his mind seemed to have untied themselves in the middle of their scuffle. Maybe it should be like this between guys. No pretentious comfort needed. No need to embrace each other while weeping bitter tears. As long as you understand me enough, as long as I can feel your concern, no matter how big the disappointment, everything will pass after patting each other's shoulders. Bai Luo Yin placed his hand under his head and said lightly, Tomorrow is Aunt Zou's restaurant grand opening. Gu Hai said ruefully, So fast. Is everything ready over there? More or less. Tomorrow let's go there together to take a look. Gu Hai rubbed Bai Luo Yin's face happily. It's not tomorrow. It's today. It's almost daybreak. Upon hearing Gu Hai's words, Bai Luo Yin then came to realize. Bai Luo Yin's thought. So I really did wait for him that long. Chapter 78. Madam, are you calling me because of the matter regarding that breakfast stall? Zhang Yuan signaled Chun Zhang how to sit down, her temperament still mild. That's right. I want to ask you, have you found out who foiled my plans behind my back? Chun Zhang how hesitated for a moment. Madam, I haven't found out. Haven't found out. Zhang Yuan's eyes showed a glint of doubt. She's an ordinary street peddler. How could she make the director apologize to her personally? The one willing to help her must be Bai Han Qi, but Bai Han Qi doesn't have any social connections. If he really had any, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. It's truly strange. Who actually moved against me? Chun Zhang hao's gaze wavered. He didn't dare to look at Zhang Yuan's face. Zhang Yuan sighed. I really don't understand how Bai Han Qi thinks, letting my son eat those filthy things all day. So I found someone to smash her stall. And then someone ruined my plan, even forcing the director to hand over his brother-in-law's shop front, just to keep on selling that junk food. I pity my own son, eating those things every day. He has a good life waiting for him, yet cannot enjoy it. As his mother, how can I not worry? Chun Zhang said. As a matter of fact, I think that food is pretty good, especially compared to eating at KFC or McDonald's. Good. Zhang Yuan laughed mockingly. Do you know how many street peddlers nowadays are evil-minded? As long as their food doesn't kill anyone, they'll dare to put anything inside it. If my son only ate it once in a while, I wouldn't fuss about it. The main thing is, he eats there every day. So many days have already passed. What will become of his health if he keeps on wasting it away like this? Chun Zhang Hao smiled. Madam, even if you smash that stall, he can still eat at another one. Perhaps the other stalls aren't as clean as this one. What you're doing is treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Zhang Yuan was somewhat angry. I'm doing this to let Bai Han Qi see. I'm sure he'll treat his son unfairly, just to win that widow's favor. Chun Zhang Hao had nothing to say. Zhang Yuan went silent for a long time, then once again asked, facing Chun Zhang Hao, You really haven't found out anything? Chun Zhang Hao made a sound of acknowledgement. All right then. You don't need to pretend anymore. I could already see it a long time ago. Zhang Yuan's eyes showed a shrewd glint. Go ahead and speak. If you speak out about the problem, it won't keep hanging over your head. That's not it. Madam, the crucial problem is this man. He is somewhat special. Special. Zhang Yuan's face showed a look of contempt. I'd like to hear just how special he is. He is the son of General Gu. Gu Hai? Zhang Yuan's complexion immediately changed. How did Gu Hai get involved in this matter? Are you sure it was him? Chun Zhang Hao nodded. Zhang Yuan sank into contemplation. How could Gu Hai help that woman without any reason? How did he even know about this matter? Don't tell me he has a spy on this side. No matter what I do, is he going to interfere? Chun Zhang Hao muttered a sentence without thinking. Today seems to be that small restaurant's grand opening. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted. She got up and left the meeting place. Bai Luo Yin was stranded in another realm altogether, leaning against the wall with his head drooping forward as if he might kowtow at any moment. Gu Hai pushed Bai Luo Yin lightly, and Bai Luo Yin stumbled unguardedly to the side. Gu Hai immediately took a large stride toward him, just in time for Bai Luo Yin to fall into his embrace. Bai Luo Yin exerted all his strength to stand, then opened his eyes and gave Gu Hai a glance. Are the table number signs placed already? All done since this morning. You should go upstairs and take a nap. Bai Luo Yin pushed Gu Hai away and stretched his body. I'll finish the work first, then take a nap. There are 5 waiters here already, right? What are you worrying about? Don't you see those 5 waiters are out there putting on a show to attract customers? Seeing those 5 officers outside, turning back and forth in chaos, their official image completely forgotten, Gu Hai felt truly delighted. Bai Hanqi's voice came from upstairs. Son, come here. Help Dad carry this table downstairs. Gu Hai held Bai Hanqi back, then bolted upstairs himself, as if he were walking on air. Bai Luo Yin pushed the door open and went outside to breathe some fresh air. He then saw a familiar car parked not far away. A woman stepped out of the car. Different from the past, this time Bai Luo Yin didn't avoid Jiang Yuan. Instead, he took the initiative to walk toward her. He had a premonition that Jiang Yuan would come to this shop. He really wanted to ask her, how long would she keep doing this? Gu Hai moved the table downstairs and found that Bai Luo Yin had disappeared. Gu Hai grabbed a waiter nearby. Where did Bai Luo Yin go? He was here just a moment ago. Another waiter interrupted. I saw him. He went out through the door. Seems like someone's looking for him. Look, isn't he right there? Gu Hai followed the waiter's gaze and looked outside. Chapter 79. Bai Luo Yin said indifferently, as usual. What do you want coming here? Jiang Yuan's heart writhed. Son, Bai Luo Yin interrupted her. If you came here just to make trouble, then go back. Today, no one's going to give you a chance to act atrociously. She was extremely shocked and grieved. She hadn't expected Bai Luo Yin would use those words, act atrociously, against her. Even if she had made mistakes in those years, she was still Bai Luo Yin's mother. When a mother is scolded so disrespectfully, it takes a strong mind to endure it. Bai Luo Yin asked, why did you hire people to smash Aunt Zhou's breakfast stall? Jiang Yuan's hand gripped her leather handbag tightly. Luo Yin, please listen to what Mom is saying. That woman is not sincerely good to you. You're still young. You don't know how complex people's hearts can be. She's good to you because she has her own motives. I am a woman. I know a woman's mentality best. If she didn't have an ulterior motive, she wouldn't pour everything out like this. Then tell me, what does she want? Our family's money, do we have any? Our family's power and influence, do we have any? If all she wants is Dad, that alone is enough for me to accept her. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. Now that you can accept your father's second marriage, why can't you accept mine? Do you think I don't have any right to pursue my own happiness? Do you think every woman's happiness has to be as narrow as hers? Bai Luo Yin laughed coldly. I didn't say I'm not accepting it. When did I ever say I don't accept it? Then why do you always have this attitude toward Mom? Because we're not on the same path. Jiang Yuan felt an extreme pain in her heart. Her face was ashen, like a layer of soil, so much so that she didn't even notice Gu Hai approaching. Gu Hai asked, why did you come? Another voice came from behind. Bai Luo Yin's thoughts immediately shifted. He didn't understand how Gu Hai could ask that kind of question. Gu Hai walked directly toward Jiang Yuan and stared at her with a cold, arrogant gaze. What do you want coming here? From what Gu Hai understood and guessed, he could only assume Jiang Yuan had come intentionally to cause trouble, and that she was starting with Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin's shocked eyes shot toward Gu Hai. You know her? Yes. Gu Hai wrapped his arm around Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, his lips close to Bai Luo Yin's ear. It looked like he was whispering, but everyone on the street could still hear him. She's my father's new wife. A filthy woman in gorgeous clothing. She couldn't persuade me, so she wants help from other people. Don't talk to her. Let's go. Gu Hai tried to pull Bai Luo Yin with him, but Bai Luo Yin didn't move at all. Jiang Yuan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. You two actually know each other? Bai Luo Yin had already understood everything thoroughly, but Gu Hai was still completely in the dark. Jiang Yuan grasped one of each of their hands, endlessly agitated. It's really good that you know each other. I was so worried you two wouldn't get along. Whenever I thought about having a family dinner together, I was afraid you two would do something terrible the moment you saw each other. But this is good. This is good. When Gu Hai heard Jiang Yuan's words, he felt as if she was speaking nonsense. But as he listened again, a clue began to form. Jiang Yuan still saw the puzzled expression on Gu Hai's face and gripped his hands tightly. a thread of happiness running through her voice. Silly boy, you still don't understand? This is my son, the one I always mentioned to you. I told you that you both have similar temperaments, that you definitely get along well. You see, what I said was true, right? Guhai's silence. Guhai's thought. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, roaring overhead, bitter and hateful, heart and guts torn to pieces. It was like sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, all the joys and sorrows of life mixing together in a single feeling. Why him? No matter what, it shouldn't be him, right? Bai Luo Yin pulled Jiang Yuan's hands off him, took large strides back to Aunt Zhou's snack bar, went upstairs without a word, grabbed his bag, and walked outside. Bai Hanqi called out, "Son, what happened?" Seeing the gloomy expression on Bai Luo Yin's face, Bai Hanqi hurriedly went downstairs and ran after him in confusion. Bai Luo Yin stopped and looked into the dark hollows of Bai Hanqi's eyes. "Dad, I'm okay. I'm just going out for a bit." Bai Hanqi's face showed worry. "Where are you going?" "Say, your aunt's shop is about to formally open." "Dad, I just want to go back home and grab some things. I'll come right back." Without giving Bai Hanqi a chance to question him further, Bai Luo Yin ran out of the shop quickly with vigorous strides. Guhai was dazed for a moment. When he saw Bai Luo Yin's back, his heart sank. He chased after him at a fast pace. Guhai shouted from behind, "Yin Zi." Bai Luo Yin didn't respond. Uncontainable anger and unwillingness could be seen in his back. He couldn't accept this reality. It didn't matter how good Guhai's family's financial situation was. Even if his father was the general secretary, he wouldn't have any objection. But why did he have to be Gu Weiting's son? It was the family Bai Luo Yin despised the most. Why did Guhai have to be a part of that family? Guhai held from behind. Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin kept walking without turning his head back. Guhai took several big strides, caught up to Bai Luo Yin, and grabbed his arm. "Didn't you hear me shouting for you?" Both of them stopped on an empty street. It was the first time their eyes held that kind of meaningful glance toward each other. Bai Luo Yin said, "I heard you. Then why did you ignore me?" Bai Luo Yin felt he had nothing to say. He turned around to leave, but Guhai stopped him forcefully. Bai Luo Yin shouted, "Get lost." This "get lost" and the countless other "get lost" he'd thrown at Guhai before did not carry the same feeling. Guhai felt as if his heart was being twisted inside. "You want me to get lost? Why the hell should I get lost?" Guhai shook Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. Bai Luo Yin firmly grabbed Guhai's collar. "You're a liar." Guhai was unable to restrain his anger. "What did I lie to you about? I just found out today too. Didn't you hear Jiang Yuan's tone? I had absolutely no idea she was your mother. What did I lie to you about?" Bai Luo Yin's thought. "You cheated my feelings." Guhai breathed heavily and stared at Bai Luo Yin with his crimson eyes. There was only one spot inside his heart still intact, and that spot belonged exclusively to Bai Luo Yin alone. But now, it was about to rupture. Bai Luo Yin walked away again. Guhai pursued him relentlessly, and the two of them ran until they eventually reached the doorstep of Bai Luo Yin's house. Bai Luo Yin opened the door and immediately tried to close it, but Guhai kicked it open with his foot. The loud noise and shock swayed the jujube trees nearby. Guhai said, clenching his teeth and stressing each word that came from his mouth, "Bai Luo Yin, what do you want?" Guhai pinned Bai Luo Yin against a wall in the yard with one shove. "Am I not good to you? Do you think you're the only one who feels wronged? I'm telling you, your mother and my father carried on a clandestine affair for so many years, and my mother died mysteriously. The one who should be angry is me. The one who should be saying get lost is me." The veins on Bai Luo Yin's forehead kept pulsating. The part of his neck gripped by Guhai slowly turned a dark red, full of hatred. "Right? Everything you said is right. Then why aren't you leaving? Just go, and both of us will be happy." Guhai shouted himself hoarse. "You're asking why I'm not leaving? If I could bear to leave you, wouldn't I have done it already? No matter how great my hatred for your mother is, it will never reach 1,000th of my feelings for you. Bai Luo Yin, I won't stop you even if you hate my dad. But why do you have to tie that to me? Don't you think you're being very cruel like this?" Bai Luo Yin grabbed Guhai's hand and gradually pulled it away from his body. "Guhai, I don't hate you. I don't hate your family either. It's just that I can't accept you. I can't accept your entire family. Because I also have my own family, and your family is the source of pain for my family. Our family just can't let it go." Your dad can ignore my mother's past because he didn't suffer anything. But my dad can't. Bit by bit, Gu Hai's heart fell into the abyss. So what you're saying is, I have to leave no matter what. Bai Luo Yin turned his body around. I'll go pack your things. Bai Luo Yin. So you're really going to be this cruel? From past to present, Bai Luo Yin had never felt that the road from the door to his room was this long. Gu Hai's voice calmed down, but his calm demeanor could raise one's hackles. No need to pack my things. I don't want them. Pass a message to Aunt Zoe for me. Congratulations on the grand opening. The sound of Gu Hai's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Bai Luo Yin felt as if more than half his life had been torn apart by reality. Gu Hai walked along that familiar road, recalling each and every memory carved into the tracks left by the rolling wheels. He felt pain as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Yesterday, he had broken up with Jean Lulu, and he hadn't felt anything like this. A raw pain began to spread from his heart through his entire body. Even his pores were crying out in agony. Bai Luo Yin came out from his room. Grandma Bai was stooping toward a bucket of water. Grandma Bai shouted excitedly, "Let's eat mouse for dinner tonight." Grandpa Bai beside her just laughed continuously until he coughed. Bai Luo Yin didn't show even the slightest expression on his face. Grandma Bai grabbed the bucket, then clumsily made her way over to Bai Luo Yin. She said excitedly, "Your grandpa and I wrapped 2 whole buckets of mouse dumplings. Tonight we're cooking mouse, the kind Hai loves to eat the most." Ever since Gu Hai had become Grandma Bai's interpreter, he had become the first person whose name she could pronounce correctly. Chapter 80. For 2 whole days, Bai Luo Yin didn't come to school at all. He asked Bai Han Chi to tell Luo Xiaoyu through a phone call. Apart from this, he didn't tell anyone else. Lately, Yu Chi hated talking to Gu Hai, as Gu Hai had always bullied him, intentionally or otherwise. However, he really couldn't hold it back this time. During the past 2 days of Bai Luo Yin's absence, everything Yu Chi did was inconvenient. He didn't know whose school assignments he should copy from. He didn't know to whom he should give his leftover food. He wanted to complain, yet he couldn't find anyone to grumble his thoughts to. Yu Chi asked, "Gu Hai, where's Bai Luo Yin?" Gu Hai had his earphones plugged in, listening to the great compassion mantra, his face expressionless. Yu Chi had no choice but to approach Yang Meng after class. Wow. Wow. Just as Yu Chi arrived at the floor, he set off a burst of squealing. The students who enjoyed watching a bustling scene rushed out from the classrooms. However, nothing could be seen except a crowd of people. In a split second, the entire corridor was seething with excitement. The sounds of female students gasping in admiration and male students flinging curses were rising one after another. Yu Chi inserted both hands into his pockets, as if he was already used to everyone watching him. With his model-like attitude, he walked into Yang Meng's classroom door. "Is Yang Meng here?" Yu Chi asked one of the female students. The female student's mouth parted open, showing an eager smile. Complying with Yu Chi's request, she broke into the classroom, grabbed Yang Meng, and hauled him outside. "Here he is." The girl smiled sweetly. Yu Chi thanked her briefly, then dragged Yang Meng to the entry of a staircase. Yang Meng yawned. "I was wondering why it's so noisy outside. So it turns out you're here." Yu Chi took off his cold and detached facade and looked at Yang Meng with an impatient expression. "Where did Bai Luo Yin go?" "Yin Zi." Yang Meng stayed dumbfounded for a long time. "He didn't go to class?" "He's been absent for 2 days. You didn't know?" Yang Meng nodded. "It's been a long time since I went to their house." "Then let's go there together after school." Yang Meng hesitated for a moment. Yu Chi continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you live in the school dorm, right? Doesn't your dormitory have a curfew? Why don't we wait until tomorrow? He might come tomorrow. If he really doesn't come, then both of us can visit him on Sunday. Don't wait until Sunday. Let's go there today." Yu Chi tugged at Yang Meng's clothes and bunched them in his hands like a flower. Yang Meng scrutinized Yu Chi from top to bottom, wearing a perplexed look. "Why are you so anxious? He only requested 2 days leave, right? If he's really in trouble, then someone would have sorted out his things already. You're the one who's way too calm." Yu Chi pointed at Yang Meng's head. "I'd always believed you definitely had human sympathy. I really didn't expect you'd actually be like this." After Yu Chi finished speaking, he walked away with a long face. Yang Meng watched Yu Chi's retreating back and muttered to himself, "Is he crazy?" Turning around to walk back, Yang Ming bumped into a wall made of female students. 10 minutes before classes were over, Yuqi hid in the parking lot of Yang Ming's class. He waited until Yang Ming rode his bike outside the school gates. Then he called for a cab. "Mister, would you please follow that bike up front?" After this one sentence, Yuqi waited for the driver to unleash a torrent of abuse toward him. Yet this driver had a fairly good temper. Not only did he not yell at Yuqi to get out, but he also didn't utter any complaints, following that particular bike until they reached a small alley, turning left and right. Not even a hint of impatience could be seen from the driver, to the extent that he hummed along with the Chinese folk music playing inside the taxi. Yuqi couldn't help but ask, "Mister, when I asked you to follow that bicycle, didn't you feel even the slightest bit annoyed?" The driver laughed loudly. "Why should I feel annoyed? Last time, there was even a young lad who asked me to follow a person on foot." A touched feeling welled up inside Yuqi's heart. If everyone were like this driver, so sympathetic and warm-hearted, this society would be a much warmer place. Yang Ming stopped in front of Bai Luo Yin's house. Yuqi told the driver to stop too, then looked at the taxi fare, took out 25 yuan, and handed it over to the driver. 25 yuan. The driver's face turned green. "You think I'll accept this?" Yuqi was stupefied, pointing at the fare display. "The meter shows 25 yuan. The driver sneered. "Young man, you are too stingy. The person I was just talking about, the one who told me to trail a person on foot, his taxi fare was also 25 yuan in total, but he paid 100 yuan without saying a word." "Of course that person is rich, but I don't have much money," Yuqi protested. The driver promptly locked the car and started to argue with Yuqi. "Young man, I'm not driving an unlicensed taxi. I charge passengers according to my conscience. How long did I drive down this path? If I'd gone at my regular speed, how many miles would that have been? If you're going to put it that way, you should be refunding my money. It's rush hour right now. If I hadn't asked you to drive me into this small alley, you'd still be stuck in front of the school gates right now. Don't talk bullshit with me. If you don't give me the money now, don't even think about getting out. Are you a taxi driver or a robber? Who are you calling a robber? Who are you calling a robber? Say it one more time. I'll slap you in the face and throw you into the city moat." In the end, Yuqi compromised. He tossed the only 100 yuan inside his wallet to the driver. When he got out of the cab, he continuously swore at the taxi driver in his heart. That bastard actually gave him 100 yuan. Fuck. If I ever run into him, I'll definitely beat him to death. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Ming finally entered Bai Luo Yin's house. Yuqi followed closely behind him. When Bai Hanqi saw Yang Ming, he shouted enthusiastically, "Big maiden, why haven't you come to hang out here recently?" When Yuqi heard those two words, "big maiden," he couldn't help but let out a snort. Now he understood why Yang Ming hadn't wanted him to tag along. So he still had such an endearing nickname. Yang Ming heard the laughter behind his back and couldn't help but shiver. Turning his head back, Yang Ming's face paled. How did you follow me? If I hadn't followed you, how would I have heard your dad openly call you big maiden?" "That's not my dad," Yang Ming replied awkwardly. "This is Bai Luo Yin's dad." "Huh." Yuqi was pleasantly surprised. "Hello, uncle." Bai Hanqi smiled at Yuqi. "Are you also Yinzi's classmate? This young man is so lively." Yuqi smiled embarrassedly, while Yang Ming stood by and rolled his eyes. "Uncle, where is Bai Luo Yin?" "He's sleeping," Bai Hanqi said. Yuqi looked at his watch. It was only 7 p.m. He went to bed this early? He just went to sleep this morning. I guess he'll be up anytime soon. Yuqi's thought. Why is his schedule completely reversed? He asked tentatively. Is he sick? He isn't sick. Just tired. He didn't want to get out of bed. Yuqi's thought. This father. He's way too open-minded. Just because his son is tired, he doesn't need to go to school. Yuqi sincerely admired and envied him at the same time. When Yang Ming heard that Bai Luo Yin was fine, he held himself back from entering and disturbing his sleep. He chatted with Grandpa Bai for a while, picking up several crisp dates. When he figured enough time had passed, he decided to go home and eat. Yuqi stealthily entered Bai Luo Yin's room and couldn't help but be alarmed by the chaotic scene before his eyes. Things were scattered everywhere. There was almost no space to walk. The spot by the window had been replaced with a bed, a very strange double bed. One side was a board mattress, while the other was a spring mattress. Bai Luo Yin was sleeping on the board mattress, only a few strands of his disheveled hair visible. Yuqi walked over to the writing desk, casually rummaging through the things as he pleased. He discovered a lot of Gu Hai's belongings. Wristwatch, wrist protector, lighter. Yuqi often paid close attention to Gu Hai, so his things had left a deep impression on him. He opened the wardrobe. All the clothes inside belonged to both Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin, every single one of them piled together. All this showed that the two of them certainly had a very close relationship. Bai Luo Yin woke up, staring at Yuqi with a tired and gloomy gaze. "Why are you here?" Yuqi hastily let go of the things in his hand. A smile appeared on his handsome face. "You've been absent the past 2 days. I'm here to visit you." Bai Luo Yin hummed at him hazily, slipping on his clothes and preparing to get out of bed. Yuqi noticed that Bai Luo Yin's complexion was terribly sour. Excluding sickness, it was most likely an issue related to his state of mind. However, judging by his father's behavior, there didn't seem to be any problem at home. So it was probably Bai Luo Yin's personal issue. That evening, Bai Luo Yin let Yuqi stay overnight at his house. Everyone was asleep during the quiet night. Yuqi was curled up inside the quilt, unable to take his eyes away from Bai Luo Yin. Yuqi asked, "Are you at odds with Gu Hai?" Bai Luo Yin's heart thumped for a moment. He feigned a calm and reserved expression. "Why him? Don't you think your relationship with him is not an ordinary one?" It wasn't only Yuqi who had said this particular sentence to him. Bai Hanshi had also said the same thing before, yet the impression from the two people was different. Bai Hanshi considered the two of them as good brothers for life. Meanwhile, what Yuqi implied was a much deeper and more intimate relationship. Bai Luo Yin was not accustomed to discussing the matters of one man with other men, so he conveniently said nothing. It was already late at night. Yuqi couldn't hold back his drowsiness, so he fell asleep first. Bai Luo Yin watched him quietly. Bai Luo Yin's thought, "He's also a classmate. He's also a friend. But why does the feeling I get when I'm with Yuqi feel completely different from when I'm with Gu Hai?" Bai Luo Yin's thought, "Inzi." He shut his eyes, yet his mind kept spinning around this form of address that Gu Hai called him. He had no idea how many times Gu Hai had called out his name every night, slowly dragging out the last syllable, teasing him in amusement, yet carrying such deep affection and shamelessness. If that sound had come from Yuqi's lips, Bai Luo Yin would definitely feel nauseous. But with Gu Hai, that feeling never came. Chapter 81. Bai Hanshi said, "Son, you can ride my bike to school. I'll take the shuttle bus to work." An old-fashioned bicycle was parked in front of Bai Luo Yin and Yuqi. Bai Luo Yin gripped the handlebars and called out to Yuqi, "Get on. I'll give you a ride. It's been a long time since I last rode a bike. I want to try." Bai Luo Yin had his doubts. "Can you do it?" Yuqi pounded his own chest. "No problem." Bai Luo Yin sat, half believing and half doubting. When Yuqi started to pedal, the bike began to sway violently. Bai Luo Yin's body swayed left and right too, following the bike's movement. He spotted a drainage ditch up ahead, so he swiftly jumped down from the bike. He tried to grab the rear kickstand but couldn't, and Yuqi drove himself straight into the ditch. Fortunately, the ditch wasn't wide, so the bike didn't fall in. But the firm handlebars stabbed right into that sturdy, solid lower part of Yuqi. When Bai Luo Yin came over, Yuqi was crouched on the ground with his legs crossed, a painful expression on his face. "I told you I'd drive, but you still insisted on trying. Does it hurt badly?" Yuqi waved his hand. "Don't talk to me yet." Bai Luo Yin found it both funny and awkward. Finally, Bai Luo Yin helped the injured Yuqi to his feet and continued riding the bike. Gu Hai had been staying at his aunt's luxurious house for the past 2 days. Because it was quite far from the school, he planned to move there for a few days and then move out to check the interior design of the house near the China World Trade Center. If he was satisfied with it, he intended to move back there on his own from then on. The taxi was driving smoothly down the road, the scenery outside the window changing at every step. Soon enough, it passed along the road leading to the school. He hadn't seen Bai Luo Yin for 2 whole days. Gu Hai continuously suppressed the secret longing welling up inside his heart. He went to school as if nothing had happened. He went back to his aunt's house as if nothing had happened. As if nothing in his life was different, even though the reality was far from it. The car stopped at the intersection. Gu Hai saw Aunt Zoe's store through the window, packed with customers. Aunt Zoe's silhouette could be faintly seen through the gap between the door curtains. It had only been 2 days, but Gu Hai already missed Aunt Zoe's home-cooked food. Just sitting in the car, he could smell the sweet fragrance gradually drifting inside, floating in the air. The driver said, "We're almost there." He reminded Gu Hai to get his money ready. Gu Hai quickly searched for small change. Just as he was about to hand it over, he spotted 2 people outside the window. Bai Luo Yin was with Yu Chi, talking and laughing as they pushed a bike together, passing through the school gate. Flames of anger ignited in Gu Hai's heart. Pain and wrath intertwined in his mind. He stared hard at Bai Luo Yin's back, at Bai Luo Yin's face that looked as if nothing had happened. His unconstrained feelings once again assaulted his entire body. So, it turns out the only one feeling miserable is me. The only one who cares is me. I'm just a companion to him, nothing more. Even if I'm replaced by someone else, it's still the same to him. The car had already stopped. The driver stretched out his hand to take the money from Gu Hai, but Gu Hai didn't move. The driver was bewildered. Why did this person's face suddenly change? Surely it wasn't because he was driving an unlicensed taxi, right? Gu Hai said, "Nothing. I just don't want to go to school anymore. Please take me back home." The driver asked closely, "Going back home? Did you forget your bag at home?" Gu Hai didn't say a word. His grave and stern expression, visible in the rearview mirror, was extremely frightening. The driver was sensible. He didn't ask any more questions and simply made a U-turn to head back. After staying home for 2 days, Bai Luo Yin felt he was ready to face Gu Hai normally. But after he entered the classroom, he found it was still very difficult. The seat behind him was empty, from the first period until the last. Clearly no one sat behind him, yet Bai Luo Yin was acutely sensitive to every sound that came from behind. Who shifted a desk after class? Who opened the back door before class? Every single one made Bai Luo Yin's heart tighten. The course of events seemed to drag on very, very slowly. But this was only when Gu Hai wasn't there. If Gu Hai really did come back, Bai Luo Yin couldn't imagine what situation he'd find himself in. He had never experienced these feelings before, so he couldn't deal with them easily. Cruel words had been spoken, yet his heart could no longer take them back. A classmate said, "This is Gu Hai's homework. Since he's not here, I'll give it to you." Bai Luo Yin casually flipped through the notebook. It was filled with Chinese classic phrases Gu Hai had written from memory. At first glance, Bai Luo Yin thought it was his own handwriting. But when he looked more closely, he discovered slight differences. Each word was written stroke by stroke, revealing the writer's patience, earnestness, and unwavering effort. If Bai Luo Yin hadn't known exactly what he himself had written, these words would have fooled him completely. The feelings entangled between them. The reason they couldn't bear it apart was because their lives had become tangled too deeply, too closely. Not just Gu Hai's handwriting. Many of Bai Luo Yin's own habits had begun to intertwine with Gu Hai's. Walking together on the street and spotting a familiar scene, they would laugh together. Eating together, "You'd put what you didn't like into my bowl. I'd put what I didn't like into yours." They always wore each other's slippers by mistake and grabbed the wrong towel. After waking up in the morning, they'd put on each other's jacket, and the scent of each other's bodies would linger the whole day. Bai Luo Yin flipped to the last pages and saw 3 pages filled with small, tightly packed words. One page was completely filled with Bai, one page completely filled with Luo, and one page completely filled with Yin. When people practice calligraphy, they often unconsciously write whatever is on their mind. Just like when you hear a song, you hum it all day. Bai Luo Yin didn't dare imagine what had been in Gu Hai's mind while he wrote those words, what had driven him to fill 3 entire pages with such intensity. After class, Dan Xiaoxian asked Bai Luo Yin, "Where did Gu Hai go?" "I don't know." "You actually don't know where he is?" Dan Xiaoxian exaggerated with a touch of charming playfulness. "Aren't you 2 taking turns coming to class? You come today, he comes tomorrow. Every day you send one person as a representative, and when you go home, you combine the lessons together." "Gu Hai came to school yesterday?" Dan Xiaoxian nodded. "Yes, the past 2 days when you weren't here, he came." Bai Luo Yin's expression shifted. He didn't say a word. After the second period ended, the class representative walked over to Bai Luo Yin. "This is Gu Hai's school safety form. Since he's not here, please help him sign it." Bai Luo Yin hesitated a moment, but still helped Gu Hai sign it. After school, Someone from the school council came to find Bai Luo Yin. This is an express package for Gu Hai. I don't know why they sent it to the school. Help him keep it. When Li Shuo and Zhou Si who came to the private club to find Gu Hai, he was drinking alone, drowning his sorrows. One on each side. They spoke nonsense, like caring brothers. Dahai, a breakup is a breakup. Before, when you were still together, I didn't dare to say this. What was so good about that Jean Lulu anyway? Was she beautiful? Did she have a hot body? You can find so many girls like her on the street. Did she deserve someone like you? Right? She acted all pretentious the whole day, always taking advantage of people, always pretending to be what she isn't. I really hated listening to her talk. If it weren't for you, I'd have been annoyed with her so many times already. Dahai, you should have broken up with her a long time ago. Just look at the waitresses around us. They're way more beautiful. Nothing like her, right? That's right. Just look at what we've got. Which girl wouldn't want to be chased by you? The two of them went back and forth, one talking, then the other. No one knew how many bottles of wine Gu Hai had drunk. His crimson eyes stared at their ceaselessly moving lips. The golden leaf pattern on the wall grew more and more dazzling. The wine glass in his hand became more and more blurred. His eyes wandered, his mind drifting he knew not where. Misery and longing poured down his throat along with the wine. Li Shuo was about to go out and call a waiter when suddenly Gu Hai shoved him down onto the sofa. Li Shuo was dumbfounded. Dahai, what's going on with you? Gu Hai, as if he hadn't heard him, pinched Li Shuo's cheeks with both hands and shouted at him in agony. Am I not good to you? Who else have I, Gu Hai, ever treated this well before? Li Shuo played along. Okay. You've never treated anyone else as well as you've treated me. Then why did you have to say such cruel words to me? Li Shuo transformed himself into Jean Lulu and forced himself to say, because I'm cheap. I'm fucking cheap. Gu Hai grabbed the hair on Li Shuo's forehead and yanked it back, then bit his forehead. Who are you calling cheap? Who told you to say you're cheap? Ouch, Dahai. Since when did you learn to bite? Li Shuo complained through tears. Zhou Si who simply burst into loud laughter off to the side. Gu Hai was still suffering and grieving as before. Sometimes he would mutter to himself. Sometimes he would curse in anger, saying nothing else but those same few words. Why are you so cruel? Don't you miss me? Zhou Si who sighed ruefully. This Jean Lulu is really a disaster. Gu Hai suddenly hugged Li Shuo tightly. Inzi, I miss you. Inzi. Both Li Shuo and Zhou Si who were momentarily stunned. Why did that name sound so familiar? Gu Hai didn't give Li Shuo or Zhou Si who any time to react. He suddenly ripped Li Shuo's shirt open and bit his chest, making Li Shuo scream in pain. You don't care about me, right? You don't take me seriously, right? Today I'm going to fuck you. If you've got the guts, don't even make a sound. If I can't fuck you until you're docile for me today, I won't be called Gu Hai. Li Shuo looked up to the sky and let out a long, loud cry. I don't have any guts. Huzi. Quick, come and save me. Chapter 82. Gu Hai had been absent from school for 5 days. Bai Luo Yin collected a pile of Gu Hai's things, his homework, test papers, sports equipment, and also a letter addressed to his guardian. After the second period in the afternoon, Dan Xiaoxian passed a slip of paper to Bai Luo Yin. The note read, I heard that Gu Hai is going to transfer schools. Is it true? Bai Luo Yin stared blankly at that slip of paper. It was the first time he'd ever replied to a note. Before, he would have just crumpled it up right after reading it. His note read, How do you know? Dan Xiaoxian passed the paper back. Her note read, Today, I went to the homeroom teacher's office. It seemed like she was talking with another teacher about this matter. Bai Luo Yin didn't reply anymore. His mind wandered throughout the entire class. Dad, I'm going out for a bit. Bai Hanqi went outside and ran after him. It's late already. Where are you going? Aren't you having dinner? Bai Luo Yin had already gotten on the bike and turned down the alley. The place where Gu Hai was staying was located in the busiest area of Beijing. Compared to the alley where Bai Luo Yin lived, this place had a completely different atmosphere. One had a pure, old local flavor of Beijing, while the other was full of a strong, modern business atmosphere. Passing through one spacious street after another, everything he saw were expensive cars, high-level senior executives, beautiful women, successful public figures. After pressing the doorbell, a middle-aged woman with a composed look opened the door. Excuse me, is Gu Hai living here? The middle-aged woman scrutinized Bai Luo Yin from head to toe, a hint of suspicion in her examination. Who are you? I'm his classmate. The middle-aged woman saw that Bai Luo Yin was still young, a hint of innocence on his face he couldn't hide, so the possibility of him being a swindler was slim. She brought him downstairs to a private room. Gu Hai was lying on the bed, enjoying the massage therapist's skilled service. His life right now was completely relaxed, but also had become dull. Every morning, he exercised at the gym. In the afternoon, he stayed at home. At night, he always got a massage in the clubhouse, and occasionally he would ask a therapist to come and soothe his mind. Mr. Gu, there's someone here to see you. He says he's your classmate. I just wanted to ask, is it all right to let him in? Gu Hai was lying on the massage bed. He didn't open his eyes. His tone carried a hint of laziness and indifference. Let him in. 2 minutes later, the middle-aged woman brought Bai Luo Yin inside. They hadn't seen each other for 7 whole days, and the moment Bai Luo Yin saw Gu Hai, he suddenly felt the distance between them had become immense. After a long while without hearing any sound, Gu Hai opened his eyes slightly and saw a face that was familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. The hole in his heart that had barely healed was suddenly ripped open again in a flash. The therapist's words were completely tossed to the back of his mind. The massage that had been so comfortable moments before suddenly turned painful. Gu Hai asked coldly, "Why did you come?" Bai Luo Yin took a deep breath, trying hard to make his tone as normal as possible. "I came to bring you your things." Gu Hai gave Bai Luo Yin an overbearing look. "Do you think I still need those things?" That attitude stabbed at Bai Luo Yin's heart without a doubt. Gu Hai didn't need to open his eyes to know what kind of expression Bai Luo Yin wore right now. It was a painful, guilty pleasure. Whether you need them or not is your business. The teacher asked me to deliver your things to you. That's all. If you really don't need them, then just throw them away. Gu Hai didn't say anything for a moment. I'll leave your things here. I'm going back now. When Gu Hai heard Bai Luo Yin's footsteps gradually fading from his ears, he felt as if his heart was being carved out, piece by piece. When he heard the sound of the door being pushed open, Gu Hai suddenly sat up and yelled, "Bai Luo Yin." Bai Luo Yin's steps halted at once. "You'd better come back here." Bai Luo Yin paid him no heed. He stretched out his hand to turn the doorknob. Gu Hai abruptly jumped down from the massage bed, took a few large strides to the door, and yanked Bai Luo Yin back by his clothes. The masseur simply bowed once and left the room. Gu Hai took a deep breath, staring intently at Bai Luo Yin with a cold and piercing gaze. "So, this is the only attitude you can take toward me now?" Gu Hai asked. Bai Luo Yin straightened his clothes, looking at Gu Hai icily. "What kind of attitude do you want from me?" Bai Luo Yin's thought. "I threw away my pride to come here and see you. I, Bai Luo Yin, went against my own principles for the first time. I was worried. I wanted to see how you've been these past few days. And you? From the start to the end, you didn't even look me straight in the eyes. Are you even qualified to question my attitude?" Gu Hai asked softly. "Am I any different?" Bai Luo Yin didn't say anything. He simply clenched his teeth. Gu Hai yelled, "Bai Luo Yin, look at me properly. Am I any different from before?" Bai Luo Yin obstinately wore a strained expression. "Just because of a status, you have the heart to sentence me to death? Just because of a status, I'm suddenly not the person who treated you so well anymore." Gu Hai's face was grave and stern, wearing an expression of pain as if it were being carved by a knife. Unable to conceal his feelings any longer, he pulled Bai Luo Yin into his embrace. He hugged him tightly, pouring out his entire week of longing. His tears failed him. He couldn't hold them back anymore. "Bai Luo Yin, apart from the day my mother passed away, I, Gu Hai, have never cried for another person." When Bai Luo Yin heard Gu Hai speak those words while choking on tears, he felt as if knives were piercing his heart. It wasn't that Bai Luo Yin didn't think Gu Hai treated him well. Ever since he was small, he and Bai Hanqi had lived their lives casually. The first person in his life who had tied his shoelaces for him was Gu Hai. The person who tucked him into the blanket countless times every night was Gu Hai. The person who put 2 extra pieces of beef into his bowl whenever they ate ramen was Gu Hai. Gu Hai never held back when spoiling and doting on him, always giving in to him, always making sure he never felt wronged. To the point that this 1 week of separation made Bai Luo Yin feel as if he had lost an entire world of love. The air seemed to stop flowing in that moment. Gu Hai's breathing gradually became smooth and steady. Just go. Bai Luo Yin only stood still. He didn't move. Gu Hai pushed Bai Luo Yin out the door. Go. The beauty salon on the street corner played Teresa Tung's old song, I Only Care About You. If I hadn't met you, where would I be right now? How would I pass my days, whether or not I would cherish my life? Maybe I would have met a certain someone, passing ordinary days. So I beg you, please don't let me leave you. Except for you, I cannot even feel the slightest affection. All of a sudden, Bai Luo Yin was on the verge of tears. He recalled the night Gu Hai had sung this song, and how he himself had sneered at him. Yet in this very moment, he suddenly wanted so badly to hear Gu Hai sing for him one more time. When Bai Luo Yin returned home, the lights in his grandma and grandpa's room were already off. Bai Hanqi was sitting inside Bai Luo Yin's room, lost in thought as he fixed his gaze on Gu Hai's belongings. When he heard the sound of the door closing, he stood up and walked out. Why did you come back so late? Where did you go? Bai Luo Yin replied lightly. I went to deliver my classmates' things. Bai Hanqi was about to leave Bai Luo Yin's room, but he felt there was something he wanted to say. He stopped at the door, hesitant and uncertain. Yin Zi. Bai Luo Yin placed the school books he needed for tomorrow's classes inside his school bag, one by one. The Hai hasn't come over for quite a while, right? Bai Luo Yin stopped what he was doing, lowered his head, and hummed in acknowledgement. Bai Hanqi sat beside Bai Luo Yin, staring at his face. Be honest with Dad. You're fighting with the Hai, aren't you? No. If not, then why hasn't he come to our house? Bai Hanqi felt a bit anxious. Bai Luo Yin replied mechanically. He has his own house too. Their family situation is very good. Why would he always stay at our lousy place? When Bai Hanqi heard those words, he was sure there must be a problem between them. Yin Zi, I'm telling you, the Hai is a really good kid. You won't find someone else like him. It's not that I want to flatter him, but take Aunt Zoe's situation. Just how much effort did he put in from beginning to end? You really can't find such a loyal, helpful, and warm-hearted boy like him. A fight between friends is common. You're grown up now. You need to have a broader view. Don't throw away such a good kid over trivial things. It's definitely not worth it. Bai Luo Yin put his bag down and looked at Bai Hanqi dejectedly. About this matter, I really can't tolerate it. He's just a kid. What could he possibly do to make you this angry? Bai Hanqi laughed without a worry. Did he steal your girlfriend? No. It's his father who stole your wife. Bai Luo Yin took the chance. To stop Bai Hanqi from bringing up Gu Hai any further, he just told the truth bluntly. Bai Hanqi was a bit slow on the uptake. What do you mean? Bai Luo Yin heaved a sigh and, with great difficulty, began to speak. The man who married my mother is his dad. Bai Hanqi didn't move for a while. Then he relaxed. You? Did you know this from the start? So, you mean, he's been hiding the truth from you? He approached you with a purpose? That's what you're trying to say? Why am I so confused? At first, neither of us had any idea. A couple of days ago, my mother came to find me, and she happened to run into him. That's when I found out. Bai Hanqi wore an extremely shocked and incredulous expression. So, from the very beginning, neither of you knew about this at all. Bai Luo Yin nodded. What a coincidence. Bai Hanqi smacked himself. What do you youngsters call it? It's fate, Yuan Fun, right? Isn't that a very good thing? Your relationship has gotten even closer. Later, when you visit your mom, you'll still be able to see him too. Bai Luo Yin was instantly petrified. Chapter 83. Bai Hanqi asked. You don't mind? What should I mind? Your mom left so many years ago already. No, about this. Your mom and I divorced so many years ago already. She should find another partner too. She's a woman. It's a good thing if she can find someone to depend on. I know your mom has been looking for you many times, but you shouldn't hold grudges against her. You shouldn't blame her. After all, she's one of the few people in this world who sincerely treats you well. Bai Luo Yin lowered his eyes to the floor. I feel like she's really selfish. Bai Hanqi raised Bai Luo Yin's face with both hands. Aya, son, who isn't selfish? Say it were you, and you didn't get married your whole life. Could you really live all alone by yourself? Bai Luo Yin didn't deny it, but he didn't admit it either. In the end, he just threw out a sentence. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Bai Hanqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You wouldn't let me talk. Bai Luo Yin's shoulders slumped. Bai Luo Yin's thought. What should I do? This matter has already gone this far. Bai Hanqi's expression shifted. Why are we talking about your mom? Weren't we talking about Gu Hai? Listen to me. Later, you need to apologize to him. Then just see what happens. Bai Luo Yin rejected it immediately. I'm not going to apologize. Bai Hanqi grew somewhat impatient. Look at this boy. How can you be so thoughtless? Was it him who made his father and your mother get married? Isn't he also a victim from a broken family? Just because you don't like his father, you take it out on his son? It doesn't matter if you two really don't get along, but he was so good to you. I still won't apologize. You? Even after all I've said. Dad, don't worry about this. I know what I should do. Bai Luo Yin pushed Bai Hanqi toward the door. Just go back to sleep. I'm telling you this. You have to bring Gu Hai back here within 3 days. Okay, I know. Bai Hanqi went back to his own room. Bai Luo Yin stood at the door for a long time, feeling truly upset inside. On one hand, because of what Bai Hanqi had just said, because of his excessive understanding, Bai Luo Yin felt somewhat fonder of the old man. On the other hand, because of Gu Hai. If he had known earlier that Bai Hanqi's attitude would be like this, he wouldn't have said those words. Now, even if he wanted to take them back, he couldn't. Bai Luo Yin's thought, do I really need to apologize, just this once? That night, Bai Luo Yin tossed and turned in bed and didn't get any sleep. The dark night finally faded, a layer of marble white dawn emerging on the horizon. Bai Luo Yin finally made a firm resolution to find Gu Hai. No matter the outcome, no matter how much ridicule he'd face, he decided to grit his teeth and stand his ground, to make every possible effort to restore their relationship. Wheels rolled over fallen leaves in the early morning. Bai Luo Yin rode Gu Hai's spoiled bike, full of determination. Bai Luo Yin kept muttering to himself like a broken record as he cycled. Lower your body. Lower your face. Lower your pride all along. A man bowing his head doesn't mean anything. There was a slope ahead, and after the slope, a sharp turn. Bai Luo Yin tightened the brake as he rode down. But when he rounded the corner, he suddenly dashed toward two people. Because the bike's brake wasn't working well. Even though Bai Luo Yin planted his foot on the ground to stop in time, he still crashed into them. Early in the morning, with the thick fog, Bai Luo Yin couldn't clearly see who they were. He only knew they were both men, above 20 years old, of similar height. Bai Luo Yin asked politely, I'm sorry, brother. The brake isn't working very well. Are you hurt badly? The two men glanced at each other. Without saying a word, they marched forward and bound his hands. Bai Luo Yin was shocked. Bai Luo Yin's thought, nowadays they still pull this kind of bicycle fraud. Even if it really is a scam, there's no need to go this far. Bai Luo Yin realized their strength was far from ordinary. Aware that this situation was taking a bad turn, he swiftly used his unbound hand to swing the bike and crash it toward them. Taking advantage of the gap as both men retreated, he threw the bike aside and ran. The alley was quite narrow. The two men spent a while disentangling themselves from the bike, and by the time they resumed their chase, Bai Luo Yin had already rounded a corner. Bai Luo Yin's strength was ordinary, but his stamina was strong. He was also familiar with the local topography, every curve, every corner, every alley. Bai Luo Yin's thought, as long as I keep moving like this, they won't be able to keep up in 3 minutes. But Bai Luo Yin had underestimated these two extraordinary men. Just as he emerged from the third alley, he was blocked by those two sturdy bodies. Bai Luo Yin could finally see clearly. The two men before him weren't professional hired thugs, but they were well trained, their physiques similar to Gu Hai's. The fact that he dodged and weaved like that, and still couldn't shake them off proved they had prepared everything in advance. Even if he hadn't crashed into them, he still would have been caught. Bai Luo Yin's thought, whom did I provoke recently? One of them fiddled with a pair of handcuffs and walked step by step toward Bai Luo Yin. Brother, we're sorry, but you have to come with us. Unwilling to be kidnapped by these kinds of thugs, Bai Luo Yin kicked out wildly until he landed a blow on one man's jaw. The man hadn't expected Bai Luo Yin to dare resist so fiercely. He tried to open his mouth to curse, but in the end, his mouth wouldn't open at all. Seeing his partner bullied, the other man was about to jump into a fight with Bai Luo Yin, but the one whose chin had been kicked grabbed him instead. That man spat out a few curses, and then both of them advanced on Bai Luo Yin together. One skillfully restrained Bai Luo Yin's nape, while the other twisted his arm behind his back. Bai Luo Yin bent at the waist, and aimed 2 kicks with both feet directly at their crotches. They howled in pain, crying and screaming, yet still didn't dare to strike Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin observed that they wouldn't hit him, so his fists rained down like a storm, his feet kicking like the wind. Neither of them counterattacked at all. They only focused on getting the handcuffs onto his wrists. "I'm fine even if you beat me to death, as long as I beat you too." By the time Bai Luo Yin's eyes were blindfolded and his body was bound with rope like a sticky rice dumpling, the two of them had been thoroughly, inhumanly beaten. One of them said, "I see a local policeman. Let's get away from here, quick." Bai Luo Yin was thrown into a car. He heard the two of them talking in front, though indistinctly. "Fuck, I've never felt this frustrated in my whole life. Look at my elbow." He fucking tore off a piece of flesh. "Is it just you? When I was in the army, who would have dared go against me? They'd have faced serious losses that day. Didn't you say just one boy wouldn't be any trouble? I told you to call Wan Yu to come along, but you said there was no need. How was I supposed to know he still had tricks up his sleeves? All right, no need to talk about this anymore. Hurry up and start the car. There's someone important waiting over there." The car stopped. Bai Luo Yin was hoisted onto a shoulder and carried out. A familiar voice reached Bai Luo Yin's ear, making his heart suddenly tremble. "Is he hurt?" The men replied, "No, we wouldn't dare. Just look at our faces. You'll know we didn't hit him at all." There was a burst of light laughter. "Thank you. No need to say thanks. If you need anything later, feel free to find us again." "Yes." Bai Luo Yin felt someone lift his body. Though he was completely bound, he could sense that this person's body had a familiar feel, the broad shoulders. The door was pushed open, and Bai Luo Yin was dropped onto the bed. The man began to untie the ropes on Bai Luo Yin's body carefully, but he didn't remove Bai Luo Yin's blindfold. He also didn't remove the handcuffs completely. Instead, he locked one of the iron hoops to a bedpost. Bai Luo Yin tried to use his free hand to remove the blindfold, but it was gripped by someone's hand. This touch felt so familiar. Bai Luo Yin's heart tightened. He truly couldn't accept his own suspicion. His other hand was locked to the other bedpost too. Then, Bai Luo Yin's blindfold was removed. Gu Hai's face appeared clearly before his eyes, carrying an unrestrained sense of wickedness, an extreme born of despair, an abnormal excitement, and a readiness to risk everything. Bai Luo Yin's last thread of hope shattered. He clenched his teeth and glared at Gu Hai. "What do you want?" Gu Hai's hand caressed Bai Luo Yin's cheeks gently, full of lust. It was as if he were stroking a baby, except with less of their usual intimacy and more silent domination. "What do you think I want? Didn't you want to leave me? Didn't you want to cut ties with me? No matter what, I can't recover what we had, right? So I'll just imprison you here. Even if you want to go, you won't be able to. You are so heartless. You don't care about me. So I'll force you to care. I'll force the affection out of you." Bai Luo Yin nearly died from his overwhelming anger toward Gu Hai. He didn't want to say a single word. He felt that the night before, he had made an incredibly stupid decision. Gu Hai asked, "Why aren't you talking?" Bai Luo Yin closed his eyes. He didn't want to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's thought, "You don't want to look at me? If you don't want to look, I have a way to make you open your eyes." Gu Hai leaned his head in. Without any preparation, he pressed his lips against Bai Luo Yin's thin lips. Bai Luo Yin's body went numb, and he opened his eyes in shock. Gu Hai's eyes were still closed. He was completely absorbed, truly passionate. His skilled kissing mixed with a certain awkwardness. Bai Luo Yin felt Gu Hai's hands on his waist trembling slightly. In a flash, a hurricane swept across the sea in his heart. Chapter 84. Bai Luo Yin's voice was muffled. "You?" An indistinct sound emerged from his throat, but it was soon swallowed by Gu Hai ferociously sucking at his lower lip. Gu Hai forced his way into Bai Luo Yin's mouth and touched his gums with the tip of his tongue. The moist sensation sent an electric shock throughout his body. He had never experienced a fluctuation in his emotions this intense before, and the fire in his chest roared wildly with lustful desire. It's not enough. It's not enough. He still wanted more. To prevent Bai Luo Yin's teeth from biting him, Gu Hai placed his hands on both of Bai Luo Yin's cheeks to keep his mouth open and forced his tongue inside that hot cavern to explore it. The moment their tongues touched, a strong electric current flowed through every part of his body. Gu Hai ravaged Bai Luo Yin's mouth with violent greed, tirelessly chasing his dodging tongue. He bit, licked, and sucked. He would have swallowed Bai Luo Yin whole if he could. This kiss was different from a kiss between a man and a woman. It didn't have excessive foreplay or any kind of sickening feelings overwhelming them. Everything came from intense emotion rising from the bottom of their hearts, exceeding what the body could bear, unleashing a battle of dominance and power. It was fierce and wild, carrying a destructive force akin to raging mountains and roaring seas that crushed their feelings into little pieces. At long last, Gu Hai's lips withdrew from Bai Luo Yin's swollen mouth, though his hands remained firmly on Bai Luo Yin's cheeks. He pushed all of Bai Luo Yin's hair back from his face, completely exposing that handsome face. This was the face that fascinated him, that hooked his soul like a drug, that drained him of all his willpower. Gu Hai gazed at Bai Luo Yin, spellbound. Baby, you already knew about my feelings from the very beginning, right? You already knew that my feelings toward you aren't ordinary, right? When I kissed you, you didn't think it was unexpected, right? Even though Bai Luo Yin's face was very handsome, his expression shifted drastically with every passing second. Bai Luo Yin started. Gu Hai, you. Gu Hai quickly covered Bai Luo Yin's mouth with his hand and spoke with deliberate clarity. Don't scold me yet. Listen to me first. You can scold me to your heart's content once I'm done. I know you don't have a good impression of me in your heart anymore, so I'll just ruin it completely today. It would honestly be for the best if you started hating me. Hating me is way better than you being aloof and indifferent toward me. Bai Luo Yin, listen carefully. I, Gu Hai, have never seen you as a brother. I treat you well because I like you. I serve you as a lover, and I want to sleep with you in the same bed because I want to screw you. I even want to hear you moan in my dreams. Bai Luo Yin was speechless. Gu Hai continued. Do you really think I'm indecent? That I'm perverted? I'll tell you this. You can't blame anyone else. You can only blame yourself. Who told you to be so enchanting? Who told you to be so flirty? Who told you to infatuate me just by smiling at me? Bai Luo Yin, don't you dare pretend to be innocent. There's no way you weren't already aware of these dirty thoughts of mine. You intentionally seduced me. Even after all that, Gu Hai still wasn't done with his vulgar confession. Bai Luo Yin, I'll tell you this. I'll never regret what I've said today. You want to scold me, right? Then scold me all you want. The more you scold me, the more excited I get. Every time you scold me, it makes me want to fuck you hard. You know that this angry look of yours right now, your restraint, your awkward expression, that everything about you is really seductive, right? If it weren't for my last shred of decency, I would have taken your pants off by now. Okay, you can scold me now. I'll listen. Tell me how you'll scold me. Bai Luo Yin felt like heaven was playing a huge, cruel joke on him by making him endure this kind of situation. Through the entirety of Gu Hai's obscene and insulting speech, through the splattering saliva, he still managed to withstand it all and stand firm under the pressure. Bai Luo Yin responded in an unusually calm voice. I won't scold you. Allowing his judging gaze to linger on Bai Luo Yin's face for a moment, trying to understand what he had just heard, Gu Hai finally broke into a somewhat fractured and pained smile. Are you giving up? You regret ever getting to know someone like me, don't you? You want me out of your life, right? But I won't go. You got me, Gu Hai, to fall head over heels for you. And you still think you can run away? Not a chance. Bai Luo Yin's thought. If I had a brick in my hand right now, I would definitely smash it against Gu Hai's mouth. Gu Hai, you will pay for everything you've said. Gu Hai's eyes blazed with unchecked emotion. I don't care. As long as I can see you every day, I'm willing to pay any price. Bai Luo Yin said. All right, then listen carefully. I was planning to come and look for you this morning. I wanted to apologize to you. I talked with my dad all night, and he doesn't care about your background at all. He even urged me to ask you to come back home, and I agreed to do it. But instead, I got kidnapped early in the morning, got trussed up, and to top it off, I got humiliated by a lunatic. Now you tell me, what should I do? It was then Gu Hai's turn to be rendered speechless. Bai Luo Yin snarled aggressively. Let me go. In time with Bai Luo Yin's explanation, Gu Hai's expression shifted with every passing second. Are you telling me the truth? Gu Hai was secretly overjoyed, yet also extremely anxious. Nonsense. Cautiously gazing at the boy beneath him, Gu Hai carefully leaned closer, hovering, and squinted his eyes. What if you're just fooling me again? With an attitude like a victim of some natural disaster, Gu Hai picked up his cell phone and called Bai Han Chi. Uncle. Bai Han Chi's voice came through the phone. Hai, why haven't you come over to our house lately? Uncle misses you, and your grandma keeps talking about you over and over every day. Gu Hai asked. Uncle, has Yin Zi told you everything? While speaking, he stole a few glances at Bai Luo Yin. Bai Han Chi replied. Yes, Hai. Yin Zi is really immature, so I asked him to go and find you. He'll probably be there sometime soon, I think. Gu Hai responded, disheartened. Oh, he might be arriving soon. I'll go and check by the door. I'll see you later then, uncle. The situation had suddenly turned around, and a composed expression settled over Bai Luo Yin's features. His gaze was sharp as a knife, carving angrily into Gu Hai's face. Untie me. After hanging up the call, Gu Hai moved closer to Bai Luo Yin, still as shameless as before. His initial overbearing and brutish attitude shifted into an expression overflowing with tenderness. If I untie you, what will I do if you run away? Don't worry, I definitely won't run. Hesitantly giving in to Bai Luo Yin's demands, Gu Hai unlocked the handcuffs. Bai Luo Yin turned into a ferocious beast. He grabbed Gu Hai's arm and kicked him until he tumbled from the head of the bed to the foot of it, and finally onto the floor. But those kicks weren't enough to satisfy him. So he grabbed the hard metal handcuffs and continued to beat Gu Hai until he had completely vented his anger. Only consoling horseplay remained once he was done. Gu Hai pleaded. Baby, don't be angry. Bai Luo Yin demanded. Who did you say you wanted to fuck? Covering his head to protect it from the beating he knew was coming, Gu Hai inhaled sharply and shot back, the corners of his mouth twisting into an evil smirk. A husband who doesn't want to fuck his wife isn't a good husband. Bai Luo Yin growled. You. And he began chasing Gu Hai all over the house. After all the running and tossing around, they both felt exhausted. Bai Luo Yin sat on the bed, gasping for breath, trying to steady himself. Once done, he stood up and walked toward the door. Gu Hai blocked the door with his entire body. Where are you going? Bai Luo Yin glared at him fiercely. It's none of your business. Gu Hai looked at him earnestly. That won't do. We haven't finished talking yet, and you just want to leave? What else is there to be said between us? Bai Luo Yin's thought. Several 100 million brain cells I've accumulated over more than 10 years just died today from the sheer explosion of anger I've aimed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai said, I've confessed to you quite passionately, so you have to give me some kind of reply. Bai Luo Yin was at his wit's end. What kind of reply? It's a good thing I didn't beat you to death. Leaning against the edge of the doorframe, a wicked and indecent smile spread across Gu Hai's lips. What kind of reply, you ask? I just said I like you. Can't you at least say something back? Bai Luo Yin's ears reddened until they were nearly purple. Gu Hai, can you stop acting crazy? Gu Hai stood up with a resolute posture and a look of righteousness. Who's acting crazy? Everything I said came from the bottom of my heart. After staying silent for some time, Bai Luo Yin finally opened his mouth. Both of us are guys. Gu Hai said boldly. So what if we're both guys? Did you forget that day when we were walking our dog? We even saw a dog and a cat dating. How is that the same thing? Just listening to Gu Hai's ridiculous comparison made Bai Luo Yin want to slam his head against the wall and die. Nevertheless, Gu Hai insisted. It doesn't matter whether it's male or female, a male cat or a female dog. Just tell me, do you like me or not? Bai Luo Yin's Adam's apple bobbed, clearly nervous. After some time, he finally responded. I don't like you. That statement made Gu Hai tense up. He stood frozen in front of the door. Bai Luo Yin snarled with annoyance, trying to push Gu Hai aside. Move. I want to go home. Gu Hai didn't move at all. Getting no response, Bai Luo Yin grew increasingly irritated. What else do you want? Gu Hai said. So you don't like me, huh? That makes it easy then. I'll just keep you locked up here, and I'll only let you go once you like me back. Gu Hai. Turning around, Gu Hai wrapped his strong arms tightly around Bai Luo Yin, who was the same height as him, and pressed their lips together again. Ignoring Bai Luo Yin's frenzied kicks beneath him, he maintained his firm grip around Bai Luo Yin's squirming body. He kept sucking passionately on Bai Luo Yin's tongue, over and over with his lips. When the metallic taste of blood spread into Gu Hai's mouth, he regained his ferocious energy from before, as if 1,000 horses were galloping wildly inside him. His heart thumped so hard it felt about to burst from his chest. Gu Hai's voice carried a more compromising tone now. He looked at Bai Luo Yin and said, "Inzi, I sincerely like you. I know you felt it from the very beginning. You can disregard my reckless words, but you have to believe these ones. I won't force you to define what we are. I only want to know what you feel inside your heart. You don't have to give me an answer right away. I can wait. I will keep pursuing you, and I'll use so much love to overwhelm you. I don't believe I can't reach your heart." Bai Luo Yin's silence. Chapter 85. Zhang Yuan looked at Gu Weiting and smiled. "I've wanted to do a family dinner for a while now, but your father and I thought it over again and again. We felt we needed to get familiar with each other first, so we could actually enjoy a meal together. We don't need to introduce them to each other again, right?" Gu Weiting replied. "There's no need. Both of them already know each other. Let's just eat and talk together." Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin sat on one side, while Zhang Yuan and Gu Weiting sat on the other. Gu Weiting placed a sea cucumber into Bai Luo Yin's bowl. Not even a second later, Gu Hai took the sea cucumber from Bai Luo Yin's bowl and put it into his own. Gu Weiting's tone was somewhat stiff. "There are still plenty of sea cucumbers on the plate. Why did you take it from Luo Yin's bowl?" Gu Hai gave a straightforward reply. "He doesn't like it. If he eats this, he'll get diarrhea." Zhang Yuan laughed heartily from the other side. "Look at these two kids. Their relationship is really good. Oh, right, I haven't had the chance to ask, what month is Xiao Hai's birthday? You were both born in the same year, but the month must be different, right? We need to know who's the big brother and who's the younger brother." Hearing this, both of them felt like they couldn't swallow their food. They felt a sudden lack of confidence, each afraid the other would turn out to be older. Zhang Yuan spoke first. "Luo Yin was born in May of the lunar calendar. What about Xiao Hai?" Gu Weiting interrupted. "He was also born in May." Because of this, both of them grew even more nervous. Gu Hai asked Bai Luo Yin first. "What date?" "May 1st. A bolt from the blue." Gu Hai nearly fell off his chair. Bai Luo Yin asked, "What about you?" Gu Hai's thought. "I can't believe you're still older than me." Gu Hai sat up straight. Afraid of being found out, he put on a challenging expression. "I was born on May 1st too." "What time were you born?" Gu Weiting ruthlessly cut in. "Weren't you born on May 6th? Gu Hai's silence. Zhang Yuan laughed until her face turned red. "Ha! Xiao Hai still wants to be the big brother. Who would have thought it would be snatched away by our Luo Yin?" Gu Hai cursed in his heart. Gu Hai's thought. "This is completely your fault. You should have just given birth to him a little later." An obscure smile appeared at the corner of Bai Luo Yin's lips. As their dinner neared its end, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Since your relationship with each other is so good, you should just move back home later. That way it'll be more convenient for me to look after both of you. There'll be a driver specially assigned to take you to and from school. It would put your father and me at ease." Bai Luo Yin put down his chopsticks and told Zhang Yuan directly, "I can't move there. Eating with you occasionally is already my limit." Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised by Bai Luo Yin's attitude. After all, he definitely needed time to fully accept their family. The important thing now was to bring Gu Hai back home. Since Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai were so close, if Gu Hai went back, it might be possible to convince Bai Luo Yin to come back too. Zhang Yuan said, "Xiao Hai, you see, if you're living outside." Gu Hai cut her off. "I'm not going back. I moved back to the house near the World Trade Center. It's really good there." Zhang Yuan was somewhat awkward. "Oh, so that's how it is. If you're happy living there, then just stay there. I just feel that living all by yourself, won't you be lonely? If by any chance some accident happens, no one would be there to help you." Gu Hai's thought. "Yes, I'm not just alone. I'm really lonely too. If you could persuade your son to come live with me right now, I'd call you mother immediately." Gu Hai said, "There's a housekeeper there." Gu Weiting, on the other hand, was tolerant with Gu Hai. As long as Gu Hai was still living within the scope of his territory, he was already grateful. While eating, Gu Hai placed a few slices of deer antler into Bai Luo Yin's bowl and said in a low voice, "Eat some of this. It helps with impotence." Bai Luo Yin nearly grabbed a cup of hot water and poured it over Gu Hai's head. His eyes scanned the dining table, and then he transferred all the remaining bull's pizzle on the plate into Gu Hai's bowl. Bai Luo Yin's thought, "Who ordered all this food?" After dinner ended, the sky was already dark. Gu Weiting and Zhang Yuan had left. Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin strolled along the street together. Just as Zhang Yuan had said, There was no need to disturb the two kids. Let them work through their feelings on their own. Maybe one day, once their feelings had settled, they would return home with a light heart. Gu Hai rubbed his belly. I'm still a bit hungry. Bai Luo Yin replied lightly. It's hard to eat until you're full at that kind of place. Gu Hai suggested. Do you want to buy some snacks before we go back and eat them? Bai Luo Yin was immediately on guard. Where? Gu Hai smirked like a gangster. Bring them back to my place. Bai Luo Yin kept his distance. I'm full already. Gu Hai put on a pitiful expression to make things difficult for Bai Luo Yin. If you want, we can go back to your place instead. Gu Hai's thought. The real meaning is, if I retreat one step, you have to retreat one step too. Bai Luo Yin said. You don't need to come to my house. Gu Hai hurried 2 steps and blocked Bai Luo Yin's path. Why can't I come? Uncle called me several times and asked me to come over. My father was just being polite, and you actually thought he meant it. Bai Luo Yin brushed Gu Hai off and kept walking. Gu Hai pursued him closely. Uncle is an honest man. He would never lie about what he says. Bai Luo Yin stopped. Do you really want to go? Nonsense. Then let's do this. Call me Big Brother, and I'll let you come this time. Gu Hai's silence. The corner of Bai Luo Yin's mouth curled into an arrogant look. He raised his hand to hail a taxi. Gu Hai pulled Bai Luo Yin's raised arm down. Don't be like this. Do you really have to be like this? Bai Luo Yin wore an uncompromising expression. Gu Hai went silent for a moment and fixed his gaze on Bai Luo Yin. How about this? If I call you Big Brother twice? Bai Luo Yin felt suspicious. Gu Hai moved closer and said indecently, Can you let me sleep in your room with you? Even if you called me it 1,000 times, it would be useless. Gu Hai's wicked smile faded. Even after suffering rejection, he still followed behind Bai Luo Yin, shamelessly fixing his gaze on the spot below Bai Luo Yin's waist. Before, he'd never had this problem. Even if a male supermodel stood in front of him, that guy wouldn't have been any different from a pile of wood. But now, looking at Bai Luo Yin's tall figure, his firm, long legs, his tight rear, he couldn't stop his imagination from running wild. Gu Hai's thought, if one day I could play with them as I please, wouldn't it be as addictive as drugs? It was a long walk. They walked for a long time. In the past, on the streets, they would talk about all kinds of things without holding back. But today, neither of them would start first. On one side, someone was harboring wicked intentions. On the other, someone's state of mind had shifted. Before a boundary is crossed, you can still deceive yourself and others and carry on as you please. Once the boundary has been crossed, every word, every action becomes a statement, and that statement determines where your relationship is heading. The wind blew. A single leaf, having struggled to hold on for so long, finally fell from the trees. It brushed across Bai Luo Yin's face and drifted toward an unknown place. Bai Luo Yin turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. A leaf was hanging from his collar. Bai Luo Yin reached out and plucked it off. Gu Hai turned and smiled at Bai Luo Yin. Under the streetlights, the stubble on Gu Hai's face gave off a sense of youthfulness and charm. This quality was peculiar to someone around 17 or 18, no impurity, no seduction. What they saw in each other's eyes was purely each other. By the time Gu Hai returned home with him, wearing his old clothes, he looked truly captivating. Bai Luo Yin couldn't bear it in his heart. How could he let such an outstanding young man be wasted like this? Bai Luo Yin finally spoke. Gu Hai, can we both still go back to the right path? Gu Hai called his soul back and asked, What are you saying? I think our paths have gone crooked. Can I still pull you back to the right one? Gu Hai answered without a moment's thought. You'll never be able to pull me back. The paths we're on aren't just crooked, they're dangerous. They slant at a 45-degree angle, and off to the side is a pit of shit. There's no choice but to lean against the wall, pick up speed, and run forward. If we stop for even a moment, we'll definitely fall into the pit of shit. Bai Luo Yin said, You really are disgusting. Gu Hai smirked and headed inside Bai Luo Yin's house. Bai Hanqi called out, Hai, Uncle missed you so much. When Bai Hanqi saw Gu Hai, he immediately embraced him and walked inside together. Gu Hai replied, Uncle, I missed you too. Gu Hai's thought, I almost called him father just now. Bai Luo Yin ignored those two crazy men and went into Grandma Bai's room. Gu Hai strolled around the yard once, then finally went into the kitchen. Uncle, I'm still hungry tonight. Do you have anything to eat here? When Bai Hanqi heard Gu Hai's question, He opened the rice cooker and saw there were still almost 2 bowls of cooked rice left. Then he checked the refrigerator, his face lighting up. Fortunately, we still have a plate of kidneys left. Uncle will heat it up for you. Just before bed, Gu Hai squeezed his way through the door. Why won't you let me sleep with you? Didn't we sleep together just fine before? Bai Luo Yin stood firm. Before is before. Now is now. Before, I used to like you. Now, I don't like you anymore. Gu Hai's expression was like steel. He didn't take it seriously at all. Shamelessly, he pointed a finger at Bai Luo Yin's crotch. Are you afraid you won't be able to control yourself at night? Bai Luo Yin kicked Gu Hai out. After the door shut, Bai Luo Yin felt annoyed. Bai Luo Yin's thought, I can't control myself. You ate half a plate of bull's pizzle and a whole plate of kidneys, and you still have the nerve to ask me that? Chapter 86. After class, Gu Hai went to the toilet. Then a boy sneakily ran over to Bai Luo Yin's desk. Every student in the class had agreed on one identical opinion. If Gu Hai is at his desk, there is no way to easily approach Bai Luo Yin. Gu Hai's psychological presence couldn't be measured by ordinary means. He didn't even consider the class as one brotherhood, since things had to go the way he wanted. If a female student came over, the look in Gu Hai's eyes would frighten her away. If a male student came over once, he would never dare to look in that direction again. The boy said, Bai Gu, please help me with this matter. Bai Luo Yin cast a quick glance at him. What's the matter? I'm chasing after a female student from the neighboring class. I want to give her a love letter, but my handwriting is, you know how it is, right? Every time I write an essay, it always goes off topic. I'm afraid if I really write the letter myself, she'll run away. Bai Luo Yin wasn't interested at all. What era is this? You're still writing love letters. The boy answered, because it's this era right now. That's exactly why writing a love letter shows true sincerity. The boy bent his knees and stealthily glanced at the doorway while pressing his face to Bai Luo Yin's desk. He implored in a low voice. Bai Gu, the two of us have been in the same class since junior high. This is the first time I've ever begged you for help. Your penmanship won a national gold medal, and your articles are always in the newspaper. I really want to borrow your style and your writing. What kind of girl couldn't you help me win over? Yu Chi mocked from the side. You should ask him to lend you his face too. Then it would be even more perfect. The boy cast a sinister glance at Yu Chi. You go away. What are you doing? Then he immediately turned back to Bai Luo Yin with his begging look, his palms pressed together, bowing up and down with his hands held in front of him. Bai Gu, please help me. Bai Luo Yin's gaze lingered for a moment. You want me to help you write a love letter, right? The boy nodded his head. Yes. Then you'll copy the letter yourself? No, I won't copy it. I'll send it in your handwriting. Didn't I say it before? My handwriting is shabby, and it's too embarrassing to show. In the end, you're the right one to write it. Bai Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The boy was overjoyed. At full speed, he fetched a sheet of fragrant letter paper from his desk, along with another slip of paper. Gu Hai had already entered the classroom from the back door. The boy hurriedly sat properly at his own seat, acting as if he had never approached Bai Luo Yin's desk. Bai Luo Yin opened the slip of paper. Some notes were written there. The note read, that girl's name is Dong Na. Bai Luo Yin's thought. The preparation is already sufficient, and the time constraint has been taken into account. Bai Luo Yin laughed involuntarily, but soon his smile was replaced by surprise. Bai Luo Yin's thought. Dong Na? 12 rolls of toilet paper? How can you fall for Dong Na? Dong Na and Bai Luo Yin had been in the same class for their first year of high school. Since she and Bai Luo Yin had been classmates, she would practically recognize his handwriting. Bai Luo Yin's thought. This matter won't be easy to handle. It seems that for a guaranteed success, I need to add a little touch to my writing style. Right, that's how I'll do it. For an entire class period, Bai Luo Yin wrote at a tremendous speed. Gu Hai propped his chin in the palm of his hand, his gaze fixed on Bai Luo Yin's writing. Gu Hai's thought. What is he up to? He's not listening to the teacher, but he's not sleeping either? Gu Hai knew deep in his heart that Bai Luo Yin didn't have a habit of doing homework during class. After class ended, Bai Luo Yin rarely took the initiative to turn around. I'm going downstairs to buy some stuff. Are you coming or not? Since Gu Hai's confession, this was the first time Bai Luo Yin had invited him along. Stated by the one whose company he earnestly craved, it was a huge temptation. Gu Hai had to secretly gather his composure just to squeeze out a no through gritted teeth. But since they were simply men, clenching teeth and tapping feet, looking distracted, it also meant turning down the invitation. After that, Yu Qi went in his place. Gu Hai's thought, if I can't find anything on this desk, I'll have to apologize for my heroic dedication. Gu Hai took out the product of Bai Luo Yin's entire lesson of struggle and held it before his eyes. And it did not disappoint. The real hidden thing here was far from anything ordinary. Gu Hai's heart froze. His fingertips, holding the letter, trembled. The letter read, if we never meet by chance, perhaps my mind would forever be frivolous. If I were to let go of our entwined arms, I fear I would regret it for the rest of my life. Your eyes can easily make my vast mind surge with hurricanes, on infertile lands, in the dark of the night, searching for meaning in the scenery. One long journey would be enough to make my frail heart grow pale and sallow. A glimpse of the autumn ripples under every full moon, as clear as longed-for teardrops. If I were to die, how could I be unruffled? How could love be uninvolved? If only we love each other, then life will have no regret. Gu Hai's thought, are these words written for me? Gu Hai didn't know these words were from the poetry of Wang Guizhen. He mistook them for something Bai Luo Yin had painstakingly written out of admiration for a female student. Every line he read was like a nail jabbing into his heart. He had believed Bai Luo Yin hadn't given him an answer, yet in order to test him, to probe his sincerity. Who would have thought, despite everything, that Bai Luo Yin secretly liked someone else? The shock was fiercer than seeing Jean Lulu walk into a hotel with another man. The first had only affected his mood, but this struck the most fragile part of his heart. Gu Hai took several deep breaths, then with difficulty set his gloomy face aside. Gu Hai's thought, being apart from Bai Luo Yin for even a short time. This time, I will assert my authority as a husband. In the realm of Gu Hai's emotions, he was determined to stop this matter from unfolding. But seeing Bai Luo Yin perfectly happy just wouldn't do. Gu Hai also took another slip of paper from beneath Bai Luo Yin's well-written letter, held it up, and saw the girl's name. Then he began to write a counterattack, with shameless and cutting words. Afterward, he stuffed the letter he had written into the beautiful envelope and tore up the one Bai Luo Yin had composed. Bai Luo Yin came back. The envelope was still lying intact in his desk. Then he tossed a bag of pistachios onto Gu Hai's desk. Gu Hai's thought, my heart nearly cracked. After what you've done to me, you still want to make me happy. Bai Luo Yin took out the letter and glanced at it, only checking the name, but not the content. The handwriting was so similar. Bai Luo Yin sighed silently in his heart. Gu Hai's thought, just now I obviously paid attention to my handwriting style. How come after writing for a while it changed back to the way it was before? Let it be, then. Knowing Dong Na's carefree nature, she won't be able to spot the details. Bai Luo Yin wrote the boy's name neatly on the envelope. There were still a few minutes before class ended. He quickly ran outside and delivered the letter to Dong Na. That eager, anxious movement stung Gu Hai's heart yet again. For the entire lesson, Gu Hai pulled at his hair in the back of the class. Even if he could counterfeit the love letter, the one Bai Luo Yin liked in his heart could not be counterfeited. The bell rang as class ended. Just as the classroom was about to stir restlessly, a wail came from the back door. Dong Na shouted, "Who is Guandaji? Bring him out here." The boy, seeing Dong Na call his name herself, walked over excitedly yet awkwardly, like a marching soldier. Who would have thought Dong Na would slap Guandaji across the face, one really loud slap. Only the sound of breathing could be heard as the class went silent in a flash. Guandaji couldn't understand why his love letter had been exchanged for a slap. "Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't have humiliated me like this." Dong Na cried as if out of breath. "And you too, Bai Luo Yin. We were classmates back in year 1. And you actually helped him trick me, made a fool out of me." Bai Luo Yin was dumbfounded. A fool. Gu Hai also listened without knowing what was happening. Dong Na yelled, "Don't pretend anymore. Don't think I can't recognize it was your handwriting. I, Dong Na, have experienced what you call shameless. If I don't scold you right now, my surname isn't Dong anymore." Hearing this, Gu Hai stood up beside Bai Luo Yin like a hero. "Are you done yet? If you're done, then get lost." Dong Na wiped her tears, threw the so-called love letter at Bai Luo Yin, and ran off crying. After the farce passed, Bai Luo Yin knew someone among them had caused the problem. He opened the crumpled, mangled letter again, and carefully read the content. After only a few words, Bai Luo Yin's face darkened. Needless to say, that kind of handwriting which looked so similar, that kind of shameless and cutting language, it had to be a gift from the person behind him. After class, Bai Luo Yin turned around and shot Gu Hai a swift, fierce look. You secretly changed the contents, didn't you? Gu Hai admitted openly. Yes. Bai Luo Yin was so furious he slammed his desk. How could you ruin things like this? Was it in your way somehow? Gu Hai's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. You're asking what it hindered? You wrote a love letter for a girl. For me not to care about it, you'd have to oppose heaven itself first. Bai Luo Yin nearly couldn't open his mouth. He understood. He thoroughly understood the situation. Bai Luo Yin bellowed. That love letter was the one Guan Deji asked me to write for Dong Na. After that shout came Gu Hai's long silence. He came back from the brink slowly, happiness filling his heart. The nerves that had been suffering from pent-up frustration for 2 whole class periods jumped and celebrated. So he hadn't written a love letter for Dong Na after all. The letter he wrote was to help another male student. After downing 2 full classes worth of bitterness, at last there was someone who could give him a sweet candied jujube. How could Gu Hai not be elated? Just moments ago he was loaded with hatred, and suddenly it felt as if he'd been coated in honey. He reached out and rubbed Bai Luo Yin's bright cheeks, tenderness permeating the air. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Luo Yin gnashed his teeth hatefully and smacked Gu Hai's hand away. You still dare to smile? You already did something completely immoral, and you can still smile. What immoral thing did I do? Let me tell you, if it really had been a letter for another girl, those words I wrote were merciful. Gu Hai's face returned to its usual color. Even if Guan Deji asked you to write it, what can I do now that I've made things worse? Who told him to make you do all the work? He's the one chasing the girl, but he couldn't lift a finger himself? A deceitful person like that. You shouldn't have helped him. Bai Luo Yin felt it was impossible to communicate with Gu Hai. He grabbed his bag and walked out. Chapter 87. Gu Hai dragged Bai Luo Yin toward him with one pull, both overbearing and doting expressions mingling in his eyes. Come here. Let me tell you, don't throw a temper tantrum at me over this kind of petty thing. Bai Luo Yin was fuming. Gu Hai, it's not just once or twice. Don't you think you've meddled too much? I haven't done anything to you, right? Look at the situation right now. When the students in class see me, they immediately take a detour, afraid they might provoke the almighty you. Gu Hai slightly narrowed his gaze. So what you're saying is, are you planning to start something with me? Bai Luo Yin's thought. Great. I've said so much, yet every single word is just rubbish to him. The only thing he heard was the useless part. Bai Luo Yin agitatedly pulled out a cigarette. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find his lighter. A male student nearby moved to light his cigarette, but Gu Hai stopped him. Gu Hai took out a lighter to light his own cigarette, then used the tip of his cigarette to meet Bai Luo Yin's, taking his time to light it. The male student nearby stared blatantly at them. Gu Hai blew a puff of smoke toward the male student, making him choke and cough. What are you looking at? The male student left, leaving Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai alone in the room. Gu Hai asked, Yin, those words you just said, were they to confirm whether there's still hope between the two of us? Bai Luo Yin frowned. Gu Hai, haven't you had enough? I said those things because I wanted to remind you. I don't care if you want to stir up trouble at home, but don't you dare bring your problems to school. There are a lot of eyes watching us. Do you still want us to hang out together in the future? Just take today as an example. Do you realize what kind of gossip it'll create? Tell me, how am I supposed to face Guan Deji now? Gu Hai took his cigarette with trembling hands. So you wouldn't mind if I stirred up trouble at home? Are you telling me the truth? Bai Luo Yin's thought. Arg, someone please help me put away this demon. Gu Hai said, Grandma, this is the new massage chair I bought for you. You'll feel very comfortable leaning on this chair. It can treat your lower and upper back, and it can also relieve fatigue and help you relax. It's perfect for an elderly person like you. Grandma Bai replied, This is really good, isn't it? It's not that expensive. Gu Hai continued, Grandpa, I bought you a device for cerebral thrombosis treatment. It's very convenient and easy to use. Take a look at this button. You can start it just by pressing here. When you're done, just turn it off. Grandpa Bai asked, Will there be any electrical leakage? Not at all. This is absolutely safe. Gu Hai went on, Uncle, last time, You mentioned you wanted to renovate the toilet and bathroom. I've already contacted an interior design company. They're right in this neighborhood, and I've asked around. Their price is the cheapest." And he added, "Auntie, your son just started primary school, right? I bought a learning machine. Please give this to him. It's for him to play with as he likes." These past few days, Gu Hai had nothing to do, so he bought things for the household. Big things like wardrobes, washing machines, sports equipment. Small things like bolsters, storage boxes, hand warmers. There was nothing Gu Hai couldn't buy, only things people wouldn't think of. A row of ointments was arranged on the windowsill, salves for skin treatment, acne, asthma, rhinitis, inflammation, and medicine to boost vital energy. Everything was clearly sorted. That particular all-purpose hemorrhoid cream had been completely sacked. Bai Luo Yin was fixing his shoes in the room. The glues he was using had all been bought by Gu Hai. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. "Here, let me help you. This glue is very sticky. It's not easy to wash off if it gets on your hands." Bai Luo Yin used his leg to shove Gu Hai away. "No need. Just mind your own business. I can glue it myself." Gu Hai squatted beside Bai Luo Yin, watching his masculine hands bustling about, cautiously pinching the tube of glue, dabbing a bit, then smearing a little. The work was divided evenly among his 5 fingers, coordinated and smooth, no trace of spilled glue. The nozzle of the glue tube was clean and neat. Not a single drop was wasted. Bai Luo Yin was so absorbed in his work that when he finally looked up, he realized Gu Hai had been watching him with equal devotion. Gu Hai said, "From now on, you won't need to queue anymore when getting medicines for Grandma. I've already arranged with the hospital for a fixed date for her medical checkups. When the time comes, a specialist will deliver the medications. This is their phone number. You'll only need to contact them and set the date, and it's all taken care of." Bai Luo Yin scowled. "I refuse. I'd rather queue myself. I don't want to trouble other people." Gu Hai squeezed the business card into Bai Luo Yin's hand. "What do you mean, troubling him? It's his job. Even if you don't contact him, he'll contact you on his own." Bai Luo Yin pointed at Gu Hai's forehead. "I'm telling you, don't you use your family connections on me." Gu Hai laughed. "How did you know?" Bai Luo Yin's thought. Only an idiot couldn't see through it. Bai Luo Yin's heart was like a clear mirror. Recently, Gu Hai had learned to think smarter. He no longer handled things on his own. Instead, he specially tried to capture the hearts of Bai Luo Yin's family, so that Bai Luo Yin would feel guilty in his heart. Everyone knew well that Bai Luo Yin's weak point was his family. This guy truly seized every available opportunity. Gu Hai suddenly pressed his forehead against Bai Luo Yin's chest. "There's a big pimple growing on my forehead. Help me squeeze it." Bai Luo Yin pushed Gu Hai's fringe aside and looked for a moment. Indeed, there was a big pimple. "It's not ripe yet. Wait until it's ripe enough before squeezing." An amused smile spread across Gu Hai's face. "You even know how to tell whether this thing is ripe or not." Bai Luo Yin assumed a mock serious manner. "Of course, if you squeeze it when it's unripe, it'll bleed, and then it won't heal easily." Gu Hai sat on the chair nearby, forcing Bai Luo Yin to come toward him. "No problem. Just squeeze it for me. I can't stand it anymore." Both of Bai Luo Yin's thumbs settled on the pimple in the middle of Gu Hai's forehead, squeezing lightly. Seeing no reaction from Gu Hai, he started to use more force. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Then blood flowed out. Yet Gu Hai didn't react at all. His eyes were fixed on the outline of Bai Luo Yin's waist and abdomen, admiring him up and down. Then his hand stretched out. Bai Luo Yin's thought. As expected, his face is so thick that even after bleeding this much, he doesn't react at all. Bai Luo Yin was still thinking when, all of a sudden, he felt someone forcefully kneading his butt. His body went taut, his fierce eyes snapping toward Gu Hai. The culprit wore a euphoric expression. His wicked palms were gently stroking those full, elastic, perfectly round curves. A moment later, they trailed along the sexy line of his waist and began pushing forward. Bai Luo Yin snarled and hauled at Gu Hai's collar, while Gu Hai grabbed his arms. "Do you have some kind of death wish?" Both of them tussled for a while, falling together onto the bed. Gu Hai's breathing immediately turned heavy and loud. Bai Luo Yin's heartbeat quickened. His vision suddenly became blurry. Gu Hai let out an evil, lustful smile, gnawing at Bai Luo Yin like a ravenous wolf. Ever since that last forceful kiss, Gu Hai had been yearning for this taste. Yet Bai Luo Yin never gave him a chance to get close. So Gu Hai could only swallow his saliva in secret. But today, he couldn't hold back anymore. Even if after this he'd have to suffer a brick wall between them, he would accept it. His mind had been bewitched ever since that first kiss. All along, Gu Hai had believed kissing was only foreplay to lovemaking, nothing more. But the feeling of kissing Bai Luo Yin was clearly different. Every time his tongue breached Bai Luo Yin's mouth, he felt as if he owned the entire world. Bai Luo Yin was on the verge of pulling Gu Hai's hair out. A weird sensation stirred inside his heart. When he looked inward at his own feelings, truthfully, he really couldn't reject it, to the point that it actually felt a little bit comfortable. Bai Luo Yin's thought, how can this be? Why is this world so messed up? Gu Hai's rhythmic chest was pressed against Bai Luo Yin's arm. Bai Luo Yin could sense his impatience, frantic and predatory. Every time Bai Luo Yin resisted, no matter how hard he pulled at Gu Hai's hair, it only intensified Gu Hai's urge to screw him. The jacket was abruptly yanked off, exposing the t-shirt beneath. Gu Hai's hand groped inside. Bai Luo Yin's heart nearly burst open. He felt his lower abdomen go cold. His arms began to fight desperately, using all his strength to yank Gu Hai's head away from him. Stop it! A pair of sharp swords shot from Bai Luo Yin's eyes. He didn't know whether his voice was meant to warn Gu Hai or to warn himself. Gu Hai's breathing was violent. His hands remained at Bai Luo Yin's chest, right on top of his nipples. He wanted so badly to touch them. Bai Hanqi suddenly shouted from outside. "Da Hai Yin Zi, let's eat." Both of them froze at once. Bai Luo Yin pushed Gu Hai away firmly, straightened his clothes, steadied his breathing, and walked out. That night, before sleeping, Gu Hai lay back in his own guilt. The bulge below was protruding. It hadn't yet fully erected, but that strong, enormous shape could easily scare anyone off. Gu Hai said, "Hey Yinzi, that thing of yours is pretty soft, right?" Bai Luo Yin shut his eyes, paying no attention to this beast in heat. Gu Hai couldn't stop himself. He rubbed his palms together, then barbarously used his foot to rub Bai Luo Yin's blanket-covered rear. "Are you sensitive here? When I touched you today, did it tickle?" Bai Luo Yin turned around and punched Gu Hai's stomach twice. "Are you done or not? Can you stop bothering me?" Gu Hai replied, "Good thing you didn't aim lower. Otherwise, my thing would have been broken." Gu Hai's thought. In other words, "I'm hard." Bai Luo Yin's face burned as if scorched. Turning his back uncomfortably, he ignored Gu Hai. Bai Luo Yin's thought, who could be comfortable talking about this kind of thing? A pervert jerking off behind your back, teasing you indecently, dragging you into his sexual fantasies. It wouldn't be so bad if he didn't speak so plainly. They're both men. What do they have to hide? But this pervert doesn't just act shamelessly. His mouth is even filthier. He literally tells you everything. Isn't he just humiliating you on purpose? Chapter 88. Fang Fei walked out of the office building and saw Gu Hai's car parked below. She waved her hand toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled and rolled the car window down. Fang Fei opened the door on the passenger side and got in. "It's been a really long time since I last saw you. Where have you been these days?" Gu Hai replied, "I haven't been anywhere. Just two places, school and home." Fang Fei was suddenly surprised. "Home? So, the Cold War between you and your father has ended. I didn't go back to that house. You're still living at your new place?" Gu Hai only smiled and said nothing more. Fang Fei fixed her gaze on Gu Hai. "Has anything good been happening lately? You always seem so happy inside." Gu Hai tapped his fingers rhythmically against the steering wheel. "What good things could happen to me? Even if there were, there are still some things that make me extremely anxious." Fang Fei's expression grew restless. "Don't tell me you came here because you want to ask for my help. I knew it. If you're here, it's never a good thing." Gu Hai replied firmly, "No, I just want to discuss something with you." Fang Fei's expression showed a hint of suspicion. "Discuss something? Jean Lulu came back to find you again." "It barely has anything to do with her." Fang Fei said, "Look, I really thought it was about her. Can you be a little more resolute? She's that kind of person." Gu Hai raised one hand. "Stop. It really isn't because of her." "Then what is it?" A hint of arrogance appeared on Gu Hai's handsome face, as if what he was about to say would bring him great pride. "The one I like right now is a guy." Fang Fei's eyeballs nearly flew out the car window. She spoke incoherently. "No. Xiao Hai, stop fooling around. Tell me the truth." Her hand kept prodding Gu Hai's strong body nonstop. How can you be like that? Look at you. You're very manly. Even if I picked someone randomly off the street, they wouldn't be as manly as you. Gu Hai sneered. Maybe I have way too much male hormone. Women just can't satisfy me anymore. Fang Fei laughed. Boy, you're just scaring me, right? Jean Lulu hit you hard, and now you're taking revenge on society. I'm telling you the truth. Fang Fei's laughter slowly died. Her eyes stayed fixed on Gu Hai. She saw his face grow more and more serious, with no hint of joking at all, and she suddenly felt helpless. You? What actually happened to you? I'll tell you after we get back. Fang Fei poured a cup of coffee for Gu Hai and set it on the sofa. She looked at him with a face full of worry. Gu Hai began. I don't even know why I like him so much. I'm sure my sexual orientation is normal. I've never been interested in another guy walking down the street. But with him, it's different. If I'm separated from him for even one day, I miss him. I miss him so much I can't sleep at night. I just want to treat him well unconditionally. I wish I could put the whole world in his hands. Fang Fei's thought. This guy really has a lot of charm. Once Bai Luo Yin's charms were mentioned, Gu Hai became a complete chatterbox. As soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. He told Fang Fei all the things he had already told others countless times, speaking at length and with high spirits. It was as if Bai Luo Yin was the most extraordinary person in the entire world, and among all living creatures across the three realms of heaven, earth, and hell, Bai Luo Yin was second to none. Fang Fei had completely turned to stone. In all these years as Gu Hai's cousin, she had never seen him so utterly possessed. And for Gu Hai to praise someone so excessively, it was truly strange. It was exactly this expression, this attitude, that left Fang Fei dumbfounded. Fang Fei's thought, who is this guy? He's managed to make my little brother go completely crazy like this. Fang Fei said, what's wrong with all these guys nowadays? Letting go of beautiful women, but insisting on being with another guy. Gu Hai slanted his gaze toward Fang Fei. Oh, there's another guy close to you who's like this too? Not just one, there are so many guys like that. Did you forget? I work in communications and media. I deal with media people all day. I see a lot of them. Someone I know well, who's also my best friend's ex-boyfriend. I don't know what's wrong with him, but suddenly he's with another guy. He's anxious all the time too. His parents keep pushing him to settle down, but he still clings to another guy all day long. That's why he's so anxious. You too. Serves you right. Gu Hai moved his lips. I'm not anxious because of that. Fang Fei's expression faltered slightly. Then why? He hasn't accepted me. Fang Fei threw up her hands. So you've been bothering me for half a day just because he doesn't like you back? What are you even doing with that blind fool? The term Fang Fei used made Gu Hai feel like half his life force had drained away. Gu Hai's face changed. It's not that he doesn't like me. He just won't accept me. I feel like he has some feelings for me too. Fang Fei whispered quietly. I can't help you with this. I don't want to mislead you since I'm not familiar with it. If my aunt ever found out, she'd definitely come looking for me. Let's do this, then. Call that best friend you mentioned earlier and ask him to come here. I'll talk to him. Fang Fei grabbed her coffee and retreated to her bedroom. You two can just talk here. I'll go. A tall, handsome guy sat across from Gu Hai. They sat facing each other, and they didn't look like they wanted to chat, more like they were about to fight. The guy said, so what you're saying is, he lets you live at his house, and he doesn't refuse to sleep in the same bed with you? Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Our relationship is exactly like I just told you. It's good enough, and quite intimate. But he just won't let me touch him, and he won't admit he likes me too. The guy curled his lips into a smile. What's there to admit? Hasn't he already admitted it? Gu Hai's eyes focused on the guy's thin lips. He liked what he'd just heard. The guy continued. Since he's already heard your confession and showed no sign of rejection or disgust, that just proves he's accepted it deep down. Think about it. If you were a straight guy and another guy confessed his feelings to you, wouldn't you turn hostile? Would you still let him live at your house? Of course you'd be creeped out and avoid him. I'm not saying he's abnormal. What I mean is, he's already accepted you. Maybe he even knew about it a long time ago and just pretended not to, playing with you on purpose. Gu Hai said, actually, I understand what you're saying. But the problem is, the guy finished Gu Hai's sentence. He won't let you touch him? Gu Hai nodded and shook his hands in frustration. The guy leaned forward. Actually, this problem, it's not that hard to resolve. The key is you. Gu Hai waited patiently for his instruction. The guy said, "Just 4 words. Only if you dare." Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Monday afternoon, a physical examination was being held at the school. Yu Chi fiddled with his zipper while blurting out whatever came to mind. "I heard that one part of the physical this time requires us to take off our clothes completely. 20 students per exam room. Every student's, that part, needs to be checked." Bai Luo Yin acted as if he hadn't heard, but he was actually trying to hide his unease. After class, Bai Luo Yin went to find the vice class leader, who was in charge of all the physical examination arrangements. "Please don't put Gu Hai and me in the same group during the physical." The vice class leader was surprised. "Why? You and Gu Hai have a really good relationship, right? I intentionally arranged for you two to be in the same group." Bai Luo Yin face-bombed. "You don't need to know why. Just don't put me in the same group as him." Later, Gu Hai patted Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. "Come on, let's go do the examination." Bai Luo Yin replied lightly. "We're not in the same group. My group will go after class." Gu Hai's expression shifted. "There's no class anyway. Let's just go together. If you wait here in the classroom, you'll be bored." Bai Luo Yin said, "I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to nap first." After saying this, he immediately laid his head on his desk. Gu Hai had no choice but to leave. Arriving at the gym, he saw students from another class walking out in groups, all discussing that thing. Gu Hai then realized the examination inside required checking that part as well. Gu Hai's thought, "No wonder he doesn't want to be in the same group as me. He definitely knew about this in advance." Gu Hai was annoyed, but also pleased. Gu Hai's thought, "Do you think that just because I missed this one chance to see it, I won't be able to see it at all? I can just strip you down tonight. Little boy, you're really making things difficult for me." Bai Luo Yin was barely slouched in his seat when the vice class leader came in and called for everyone. "The previous group is almost finished. The next group needs to go quickly. Since so many classes are doing the physical together, the lines are getting really long. I looked for the group with the fewest people, and it turns out the genitals check is the fastest." Countless coughs and whistles erupted in the classroom. Every girl in the class blushed. Why did the guys need to get that part checked? When Bai Luo Yin went downstairs, the previous group still hadn't finished. They were queuing outside the genitals checkup room. Gu Hai turned his head and winked at Bai Luo Yin from a distance. Bai Luo Yin saw it, but simply ignored Gu Hai's troublesome stare. A voice called out, "Class 27, please enter now." Bai Luo Yin fixed his gaze on Gu Hai as he entered the room. Then the door closed firmly, and Bai Luo Yin let out a sigh of relief. Gu Hai was the first to take his trousers off. 10 seconds later, the examination room door suddenly burst open, and 7 or 8 students ran out. Yu Chi was bewildered. "Why did your examination end so fast?" One of the students gestured at his crotch, fear on his face. "I'll just wait for the next group. This is way too embarrassing to show." Several other students pulled back and scurried to the very end of the line. The physician walked outside, his eyebrows wrinkled. "Why does this group only have a few students? Some of you, come inside." Bai Luo Yin was dumbfounded. The physician pointed toward Bai Luo Yin's group. "I mean, you guys, why aren't you moving? Hurry up." Chapter 89. The male students were divided into 3 lines. Bai Luo Yin was glad he stood behind Gu Hai, with Gu Hai's back facing him. The physician walked around the male students, carefully examining their development, attempting to uncover any signs of elevated estrogen levels. The physician called out, "You come here." One short, small student with a blushing face walked into a small room nearby. Yu Chi asked Bai Luo Yin in a low voice, "What happened to him?" Bai Luo Yin answered calmly, "2 eggs, 1 big, 1 small." Yu Chi chuckled. Gu Hai turned around and looked at the 2 guys behind him. "Why are you 2 so happy?" When Yu Chi saw the thing hanging from Gu Hai's lower body, the smile on his face stiffened instantly, and he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Yu Chi's thought, "Fuck. Now I understand why those guys ran out earlier. If this guy's thing ever erects, just imagine how magnificent it would be. Comparing our things will only make me angry." Yu Chi's mind was already full of vulgar images. If Gu Hai's thing ever penetrated a little girl with a matchstick body, that girl would definitely vomit on the spot. The physician examined the students from behind. When he reached Bai Luo Yin, he smiled and patted his back. "Little boy, your body's not bad. You could become a pilot." The fluorescent lights focused on the thing between Bai Luo Yin's legs. Bai Luo Yin calmly let everyone look. What man isn't happy to show off his own equipment? However, there was one exception. When Bai Luo Yin encountered Gu Hai's wretched eyes, he really wished he could gouge them out. When the physician reached Gu Hai, he immediately held his breath. This kid, not only was his lower half frightening, but his expression was terrifying too. The physician didn't dare to examine him carefully and just walked away from Gu Hai's side. After school, some students gathered at the back door, gossiping happily. Did you hear? Today, right after the physical exam ended, that male physician got beaten up. Hurrah! Really? What? Why, you ask? It's definitely because he hurt someone's pride. Think about it. Everyone who was developing poorly got called into the small room alone, while the other students saw it all. Couldn't he have just done it privately? That makes sense. Bai Luo Yin was tidying his school bag and was just about to head home when he suddenly heard the vice class leader calling him from behind. Bai Luo Yin, there's something I need to tell you. Is it convenient to talk now? Bai Luo Yin walked out of the classroom, and the vice class leader led him to the boiler room. Only the two of them were inside. The vice class leader said, "About this, you should prepare yourself mentally first. It's not certain yet, just a suspicion at this point." Bai Luo Yin simply uttered two words. "Say it." The vice class leader looked around briefly, then whispered to Bai Luo Yin, "They drew your blood at today's exam, right? It's to check your liver. Your test results came back positive. They suspect it's hepatitis B. Of course, it's not definite. Maybe you're just a hepatitis B virus carrier. It's not only you in our class. There are 2 more students. All of you are still suspected cases. Go to the hospital for a further checkup." Bai Luo Yin's face changed. "How can that be? I had an exam during my first year of high school, and there wasn't any problem back then." The vice class leader replied, You know how it is. Liver disease is contagious. Maybe you came into contact with a hepatitis B patient and got infected. But I've had the immunization shot. It's not always effective. Just now, I talked to those 2 others. They're the same as you. They were immunized too, but they still have this issue. About this, you'd better go to the hospital for a definite diagnosis. If you catch it early, you can treat it early, and maybe it can be cured. Don't worry, I won't tell the other students. After saying this, he walked away, leaving Bai Luo Yin alone in the room, dumbfounded. Gu Hai waited for Bai Luo Yin inside the classroom for a long time, but he didn't see him come back. He went to the boiler room to search for Bai Luo Yin, but he couldn't find him there either. He tidied Bai Luo Yin's bag, closed the door, and walked out. Finally, Gu Hai found Bai Luo Yin out on the field. Gu Hai asked, "School's finished, and you're not going home? What are you doing, sitting here on the field?" Bai Luo Yin didn't say a word. His face looked a little miserable. Gu Hai sensed something was off and squatted down to look at Bai Luo Yin. "What happened?" "Nothing. I just want to stay here for a while." Gu Hai teased him. "Just because I looked down there a couple of times, now you're unhappy? Get lost." Bai Luo Yin's face darkened. Gu Hai smirked and pulled at Bai Luo Yin's hand. "Get up. It's not good to sit on the field during this season. It's too cold. Let's go? Come home with me." Bai Luo Yin let out a long sigh. "I don't want to go home." As far as Gu Hai could remember, there had only been 2 times when Bai Luo Yin didn't want to go home. The last time was when his family background had been exposed by that rich kid. This time, he didn't know the reason, but the problem had to be serious. This guy looked tough on the outside, but he actually had a sensitive heart. Gu Hai made his expression as gentle as possible. "Why don't you want to go back? Can you talk to me about it?" Bai Luo Yin refused immediately. "I can't. But you can't just keep sitting here. Come on, let's go to my place." Bai Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, but still got up and left the school with Gu Hai. On the way back, Bai Luo Yin thought about many things. People are always like this. Whenever something is hanging over their heads, they always assume it's not a real problem. But now that there was such a possibility, all the anxiety and worry came flooding in. Women toss and turn because they think too much, dwelling on every detail. Men grow uneasy because they think too far, spiraling deep into their thoughts. Especially at their age, still immature or half-mature, their thoughts keep swaying. It's so easy to get emotional over little things. They somewhat lack rationality, unable to process everything thoroughly and calmly. Bai Luo Yin's thought, "Suppose if I really have that disease, what will happen to my father? There are already 2 sick people in the house, both with incurable conditions, needing lifelong medication. If I need it too, how will my father keep living? What kind of job can I get with this kind of disease, and how many restrictions will it bring? All of my great plans for the future, do they have to be ruined like this? Gu Hai said, "Yin, I'm really bringing you to my place." Bai Luo Yin was so immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't hear a word Gu Hai said. It was a long journey. By the time they parked, the sky had turned completely dark. Bai Luo Yin then realized he had been brought to Gu Hai's place, but it didn't matter. When a person has suffered a huge blow, they no longer care about the trivial things in life. Gu Hai opened his refrigerator and took out some frozen dumplings. "I only have these. You can eat them." Gu Hai had already sent the housekeeper home, so he could only cook by himself. He didn't know how long to cook them, so he kept tasting them nonstop. Not even 3 minutes after putting them in the pot, he had already started tasting. After tasting a few more times, he finally felt they were fully cooked and hurriedly turned off the heat. Gu Hai handed a bowl to Bai Luo Yin. "Eat the dumplings while they're still hot." Bai Luo Yin didn't even move. His eyes stayed fixed on the scenery outside the window. This was the 18th floor. The view was vast, and even the distant nightscape was plainly visible. Gu Hai looked at Bai Luo Yin, pondering. "You even want me to feed you?" Bai Luo Yin didn't answer. Gu Hai patiently took one dumpling, bit off half of it, and then held the other half near Bai Luo Yin's mouth. "Baby, come on. Open your mouth. Eat this." Bai Luo Yin stared at Gu Hai without expression, then suddenly said, "I have hepatitis B." Gu Hai's hand, holding the ladle, paused for a moment. Then he asked, "Who told you that?" "The vice class leader. He said the test results came in, and it seems there's something abnormal with my liver. They suspect it's hepatitis B." Gu Hai replied carelessly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He has no idea what he's talking about. Come on, eat this dumpling first. If you don't eat it, it's going to get cold." Bai Luo Yin suddenly flared up without warning. "Isn't it you who's clueless? I told you I have hepatitis B, and you still want to eat from the same chopsticks and bowl as me? Do you want to die?" Gu Hai's expression shifted. He firmly stuffed the half-eaten dumpling into Bai Luo Yin's mouth, then used the chopsticks Bai Luo Yin had just used to take another dumpling and eat it himself. Bai Luo Yin's heart stopped for a moment. "Gu Hai, do you really have to go this far for me? It's not about how far I'll go for you. It's just impossible for you to have this disease." Bai Luo Yin raised his eyebrows. "I have it. I said I have it, so I have it." Gu Hai's thought. "This kid, why is he so stubborn?" Gu Hai ground his teeth. Okay, you have it. But just let it go for today and indulge me. Do whatever you want. I'll be right here with you, okay?" "You're an idiot," Bai Luo Yin shouted. Gu Hai shouted back. "Yes, I'm an idiot. Today, I'll show you what an idiot can see that you can't. You think you're sick, right? You don't want to hear anything else, right? Fine. I'll cure you completely today. I'll take all of your disease away." After he said that, he held a dumpling in his mouth and passed it to Bai Luo Yin mouth to mouth. Bai Luo Yin clenched his teeth tightly, but Gu Hai used his hands to pry them apart by force, until he actually managed to stuff half of it inside. Chapter 90. Anger and affection intertwined deep inside Bai Luo Yin's eyes. He felt like he had come to the wrong place. If he'd known earlier that Gu Hai would take this kind of attitude toward him, he would rather have gone back to his own home. Gu Hai saw Bai Luo Yin stand up and walk toward the door. He pulled him back firmly yet carefully. Gu Hai's thought, "How could I forget? He's open to persuasion, but not to coercion. If someone had this kind of problem, who would stay calm? Now is exactly the time he needs my consolation the most. Why do I keep pressuring him?" Gu Hai called out, "Yin Zi." He chased after him with large strides, then embraced him at the doorway. "Don't be scared. It's okay. Listen to me. On Saturday, let's go to the hospital and get you checked. I'm sure there won't be anything wrong." Bai Luo Yin's voice was somewhat low and sad. "Can you guarantee it?" Gu Hai turned Bai Luo Yin's body around, forcing him to look at him. "I can. What I say is really accurate. If I say you don't have any disease, then you definitely don't have any disease." Even though he knew Gu Hai was only comforting him, Bai Luo Yin felt much better inside. Gu Hai patted Bai Luo Yin's head. "Be a good boy and eat the dumplings. Then just in case, today, you can't get close to me." Gu Hai hadn't even eaten the dumplings yet, but he was already choking. Gu Hai's thought, "I can't get close to you? Then why do you think I brought you here? After they ate dinner, Bai Luo Yin took a bath. Gu Hai watched TV outside. He was supposed to be watching TV, but the volume wasn't louder than the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Gu Hai's eyes couldn't stay on the screen for more than 5 seconds without darting toward the bathroom door. The indistinct sound of water could be heard one moment, then pause the next. The image of Bai Luo Yin showering kept playing inside Gu Hai's mind. Gu Hai's thought, now he's definitely taken his underpants off. Now he should be rubbing his back. Now he should be rinsing the foam from his body, right? There's no sound for a while now. Is he washing that place? Gu Hai's hand clawed at the sofa cushion. After Bai Luo Yin finished his bath, he wrapped himself in a towel and came out. Do you have any spare pajamas here? Gu Hai snapped back from his deep thoughts. Yes, I have some in my room. Just wait here. I'll get them for you. Bai Luo Yin followed Gu Hai into his room. Gu Hai searched through his wardrobe and found a sleep robe that hadn't been worn yet. He handed it to Bai Luo Yin. Wear this for now. Perhaps Bai Luo Yin had too many things weighing on his mind. Perhaps he didn't feel like fussing over these kinds of trivial things. He simply dropped his towel, his perfect form exposed in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai's heart skipped a beat. His breath was like a beating drum. Every inhale and exhale particularly sharp. Though he had seen it that afternoon, back then it had been shared with 10 other pairs of eyes. Now it was for his eyes alone. Then, it had been a glance from far away. Now, it was a wild feast from up close. Bai Luo Yin opened the robe, put it on, and walked out. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, it was enough to make Gu Hai's heart burst. Gu Hai's thought, is this some kind of silent hint? Bai Luo Yin sat in front of the computer, his gaze fixed on the screen, his attention utterly consumed. All he could think about was the health exam result. Playing a game, listening to music, his mind only grew more agitated. Finally, he typed 2 words, hepatitis B, into Baidu, and all kinds of information appeared before him. The screen read, hepatitis B is a kind of microorganism. It is infectious and hard to control. There are many people who carry this virus. The more invisible the infection, the harder it is to control. Hepatitis B is often slow to show effects. It takes a long time to cure and requires a great deal of rest. It will impact studies as well as career. It may cause mental pressure and financial burden for the patient. It may also develop into other diseases such as liver cirrhosis, liver cancer, and even death. The dumplings Bai Luo Yin had just eaten seemed to suffocate his chest, making it impossible to breathe. After finishing his shower, Gu Hai came out and saw Bai Luo Yin sitting in front of the computer, his hair still half wet and half dry. His sexy Adam's apple moved frequently, his lips tightly closed above his firm jaw, his expression shifting constantly, a silent toughness in the midst of his melancholy. It felt as though all the brightness in the room had been absorbed by his face. Gu Hai walked briskly toward Bai Luo Yin. He bent down slightly, wrapped both arms around Bai Luo Yin's chest, and brought his lips close to Bai Luo Yin's ear, heat seeping through his voice. What are you looking at? Bai Luo Yin's heart was irritated. Gu Hai's thought, this guy just keeps sticking to me. Can I not scold him? Bai Luo Yin said, go away for a bit. You're really annoying. Gu Hai still wore his smiling expression, full of wicked intentions. Why? Have you learned how to play hard to get now? Bai Luo Yin ground his teeth. I'm warning you for the last time. Stay away from me. Gu Hai felt wronged. Why are you like this? You were the one who obviously seduced me first. Now you're acting like nothing happened. You're the worst. Bai Luo Yin was infuriated. When did I seduce you? Gu Hai's ambiguous stare swept over Bai Luo Yin's body. Just now. Who was the one changing clothes right in front of me, deliberately taking their time? Don't think I didn't notice. You really had no good intentions. You let me look at you with desire, right? You intentionally got me worked up, right? Aya. Bai Luo Yin grabbed a cloth and stuffed it into Gu Hai's mouth. Bai Luo Yin was already ready for bed when Gu Hai pushed the door open and walked in. Why did you come here? Gu Hai shut the door behind him. I came to sleep. You have so many rooms in your place. Why do you have to sleep in this one? I told you before, right? Don't get too close to me. Do you know it can be transmitted through sweat too? Gu Hai asked while removing his clothes. What else can it be transmitted through? Bai Luo Yin felt that Gu Hai had completely ignored his concerns. Even if he said a lot more, it would all be nonsense to Gu Hai. So he immediately got off the bed, planning to find another room to sleep. But before his feet even touched the floor, Gu Hai threw him back onto the bed. I remember it can be transmitted through saliva too, right? After saying that, Gu Hai bent over Bai Luo Yin's body and suddenly pressed a kiss onto his lips. Bai Luo Yin's robe began to unravel. Gu Hai's leg brushed against Bai Luo Yin's skin. Their body heat began to mingle. Gu Hai's eyes were poisoned with a wicked red shade. His teeth nibbled lightly at Bai Luo Yin's thin lips. He could feel Bai Luo Yin's resistance and restlessness. He could feel the fear rising from the bottom of his heart. Gu Hai brought his lips to Bai Luo Yin's ear. Bai Luo Yin's ears were soft. Those born with soft ears usually couldn't resist persuasion. Gu Hai whispered, "Yin Zi, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Even if something does happen, I'll be with you." Gu Hai's voice wasn't deep, but it had an intensely soothing effect on Bai Luo Yin's heart. Bai Luo Yin shifted his gaze away from Gu Hai's face, which was so close he could almost touch it. Gu Hai stroked Bai Luo Yin's cheek gently and spoke softly. "Don't be afraid. You have me." Bai Luo Yin gripped Gu Hai's hand. "I'm okay. Don't be like this. You don't have to take risks for me." Gu Hai's thought. "What risk? I just want to take advantage of this opportunity. Where else can I find such a perfect chance? I can take full advantage, and I can even hide behind a selfless pretense." Gu Hai said, "It seems sexual contact is also one way hepatitis B is transmitted." Bai Luo Yin pushed at Gu Hai. "You can't. You absolutely can't. Don't be stupid. I know exactly what I'm doing." Gu Hai pinned down both of Bai Luo Yin's hands, pressing his entire body weight on top of him. There was only one phrase repeating in his brain. "Only if you dare. Only if you dare. Only if you dare." He couldn't wait anymore. This was what he wanted most. All he had in his mind was that fair, bright skin. He clearly remembered that Bai Luo Yin was wearing nothing beneath the robe, not even underpants. The desire to join their bodies together, to become one, nearly made Gu Hai's brain explode. Bai Luo Yin's hands dug into Gu Hai's flesh. A sense of despair and a desperate urge to escape intertwined inside him, awakening all his sensory nerves. Gu Hai moved slowly. Bai Luo Yin looked like he was waiting to be punished, terrified, falling apart inside, yet inevitably yearning for this moment to come faster. Perhaps waiting was more torturous than receiving. The tip of Gu Hai's tongue touched Bai Luo Yin's earlobe. He provoked, teased, and naughtily drew circles on it, before finally using his lips to suck it softly, his tongue pressing and ravaging. Bai Luo Yin kicked firmly at Gu Hai's legs. He couldn't say anything else except no. This was the first time he had been played with by a man like this. Humiliation, torment, and unwillingness. All these wretched thoughts rushed to his mind, but he was unable to resist. Gu Hai's tongue was too hot, so much so that he hated himself for being so weak. At this very moment, he shamelessly longed for this man's consolation. Gu Hai's hot breath fell against Bai Luo Yin's neck. "Yin Zi, I can't control myself anymore." Bai Luo Yin's voice trembled slightly. "Don't force me." Gu Hai suddenly untied Bai Luo Yin's bathrobe. He pressed his rough thumbs onto the two red buds, right under Bai Luo Yin's furious gaze, ignoring Bai Luo Yin's protests. He began to rub against him, between his legs. "Ah!" A broken moan escaped from the corner of Bai Luo Yin's mouth. His chest felt like it was being electrified by a pleasant sensation that blocked his throat. He felt humiliated. He had thought this particular spot was a sensitive area only for women, so he'd never paid it any attention. So when Gu Hai's hands touched and played with them, he had no resistance whatsoever against this unfamiliar pleasure. Chapter 91. The robe lay scattered on the bed, the blanket kicked away. Gu Hai was like a lion charging out from the jungle, roaring as he sprang toward his favorite prey. His member below burned like a hot iron, slowly but vigorously rising. Gu Hai's hand slowly slid down from Bai Luo Yin's abdomen. Bai Luo Yin gripped Gu Hai's hands, his voice strict and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "You can't." He wouldn't be able to stand it if someone else touched that part, especially a man. If they stopped here, they could both hide under the blanket and finish separately, and Bai Luo Yin could tolerate that, however reluctantly. But if he actually let Gu Hai help him release, Bai Luo Yin couldn't imagine it. He didn't dare to. Gu Hai breathed heavily. "Why not? I want to touch you. I really want to do this with you. Let's end it here." The veins stood out on Bai Luo Yin's arm as he gripped Gu Hai. Gu Hai pressed his naked body close to Bai Luo Yin's, his burning cheek nestled against Bai Luo Yin's. He embraced him tightly, letting Bai Luo Yin fully feel the heat and explosive force of his aroused member below. When he sensed Bai Luo Yin's resistance wasn't fading, Gu Hai softly bit Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, again and again with his teeth, as if transmitting something wordless. Gu Hai, I can't do this. Stop talking. Gu Hai's breath synced with Bai Luo Yin's heartbeat. He began kissing Bai Luo Yin's forehead, then moved down to his eyelids, nose, chin, and neck. When he felt Bai Luo Yin's arm begin to relax, Gu Hai's hand slid up Bai Luo Yin's leg. The hard contact jolted Gu Hai. Bai Luo Yin sucked in his breath. That unfamiliar touch raised the hairs all over his body, countless nerves sparking to life without restraint. He turned his face and tried to push Gu Hai's hand away, but the kiss had drained more than half his strength. Gu Hai's hand began to stroke skillfully, changing techniques to please this particular baby, knowing the pleasure he gave now would directly shape its owner's attitude from now on. Just a few months ago, he wouldn't have even glanced at a handsome guy. Who would have thought that a few months later, he'd love the feeling of a man's cock in his hand, and the sight of it growing bigger would excite him endlessly. It was as hot as a soldering iron, the skin taut and smooth from the rubbing. Bai Luo Yin's neck arched in resistance, his breath growing more and more ragged. Gu Hai stroked for a while longer, and Bai Luo Yin's body suddenly shuddered, his broken gasps sounding shockingly lewd in the quiet room. Gu Hai bent down and pressed his bare chest to Bai Luo Yin's. That thick, heavy thing below rubbed against Bai Luo Yin's, the friction sparking a wildfire. Gu Hai grabbed both their cocks together, and the sudden heat melted them into one. Gu Hai's heavy breath rumbled like muffled thunder in Bai Luo Yin's ear. All the worries and anxieties from before vanished completely. All that remained was desire, lust, pleasure, addiction. Take your hands off. Bai Luo Yin squeezed the words between clenched teeth. Gu Hai's thought, I won't. I've waited so many days. I've fantasized about this so many times, just to see what kind of lewd expression you'd make. And now you want to just finish yourself off quietly under the blanket? Not only did Gu Hai refuse to take his hands away, he quickened his pace and bent down to bite Bai Luo Yin's chest. Bai Luo Yin had been holding back for a while. How could he endure this kind of pleasure? He clenched his teeth, unable to speak. His hands pulled at Gu Hai's hair, his body suddenly convulsing. A milky substance spurted onto Gu Hai's hand. Gu Hai didn't stop. He kept stimulating him at a high frequency, and Bai Luo Yin moaned as he shot several more loads until he went limp. Seeing Bai Luo Yin's expression at the moment of climax drove Gu Hai wild. He quickly stroked himself a few more times and reached his own orgasm, spurting with a curse. After he finished, Gu Hai smiled as he lay on the bed beside Bai Luo Yin. He looked at Bai Luo Yin's sweaty face and praised him. Little Yin Zi, you were so sexy just now, so charming, so lustful. Bai Luo Yin punched Gu Hai's cheekbone, knocking him back several inches and nearly sending him to the floor. But Gu Hai came right back and embraced Bai Luo Yin tightly, refusing to let go. Bai Luo Yin's breathing gradually steadied, but he found it unbearable to recall what had just happened. But Gu Hai kept pestering him with questions from the side. Yin Zi, did you feel good just now? Yin Zi, which part that I touched pleased you the most? Yin Zi, the sound you made when you reached your climax was really pleasant to hear. Bai Luo Yin hated it when people talked dirty after the fact. Gu Hai was the only one who enjoyed that. He found it thrilling, forcing someone like Bai Luo Yin to share his thoughts about what they'd just done. Yin Zi, Bai Luo Yin cut him off. If you keep talking about that, do you believe I'll throw you out the window? Gu Hai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. That's not what I was going to say. Then what do you want to say? Gu Hai moved closer. Bai Luo Yin pushed him with his arm. Just say it from there. There's no mood if I talk from here. Gu Hai pulled Bai Luo Yin into his arms and embraced him. His voice was gentle and sincere. I can love you dearly. In the silent night, Bai Luo Yin's heart shivered slightly at those words by his ear. I can love you dearly, to make up for all the love you've lost in the past 10 years. That night, because of those words, Bai Luo Yin slept really well. The next morning, Bai Luo Yin had just set down his school bag when the vice class leader walked over, scratching his head. Bai Luo Yin, I have something I need to say. Come out for a bit. Bai Luo Yin walked out of the classroom, Gu Hai following behind him. When the vice class leader saw Gu Hai, his heart trembled. He signaled with his eyes at Bai Luo Yin. Can you ask him to go inside first? Otherwise I won't dare to say what I need to say. Bai Luo Yin didn't want Gu Hai to hear it either, especially after seeing the vice class leader's serious expression. His heart grew more uncertain. He didn't want Gu Hai to see the look on his face when he was cornered like this. Go inside first. Gu Hai's face fell. I want to stay here and listen. Gu Hai's thought. I just want to hear what rubbish this fool will spout now. Bai Luo Yin sighed. Can you just say it directly? I've prepared myself anyway. The vice class leader took a deep breath, then cheerfully said, Actually, yesterday I didn't fully understand the situation. Out of the 5 indicators, only 1 came back positive. It means you already have antibodies in your body. The only students in our class with antibodies are you, Mao Liang, and Hao Wan. The rest of us still don't have them, so we still need to continue with the immunization. Bai Luo Yin's silence. Gu Hai asked, So you mean those 3 results are the best? Yes, you could say that. The vice class leader stood on his tiptoes and patted Bai Luo Yin's shoulder. You should thank me. I gave you such a pleasant surprise. Bai Luo Yin clenched his teeth, his eyes boring fiercely into the vice class leader's face. I really have to thank you. After saying this, he signaled Gu Hai with his eyes and went back inside the classroom. Not even a few seconds later, a loud scream rang out from outside. With his small, fragile body, how could he withstand Gu Hai's strong fists? Once Gu Hai got the signal, he naturally landed a few punches on the vice class leader until he finally slumped against the wall, hand on his chest, expression pleading for mercy. Gu Hai was furious. Tell me, why didn't you tell him a little bit later? The vice class leader looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai's thought, You just ruined so many chances for me. I was planning to use this to comfort and reassure him for a few days, and then when the time came, he'd fall completely into my arms and let me do whatever I wanted. But now you've messed everything up. My springtime is ruined. But despite thinking that, seeing Bai Luo Yin's expression brighten so much made Gu Hai genuinely happy. After all, he hated seeing his dear so troubled every day. These feelings could be developed slowly. If he could accept you when he was unhappy, then soon he'd be able to accept you when he was happy too. Gu Hai pushed his bicycle and put on a cocky expression. What I said was true, right? I told you from the start it was nothing, but you still worried about it all night. You know, if you'd been a little happier yesterday, we could have had an even better time doing it, right? Bai Luo Yin was smiling cheerfully at the first half, but his face suddenly darkened at the second. The past is the past. Don't bring it up again, can you? Gu Hai's thought. You're going to forget all about it? I took such good care of you yesterday, and today you're acting like nothing happened. You straightened your back, puffed out your chest, and won't even look at me. Bai Luo Yin frowned, his tone uncomfortable. Who said I'm going to forget it all? I just hate that you keep bringing it up over and over. Is it something to be proud of? But I'm just telling the truth. Teasing was part of Gu Hai's nature. Yesterday, someone was really aroused, left a few deep scratch marks on my back, pulled my hair, and moaned so loudly. TSK, TSK. Want me to do an impression? Bai Luo Yin lunged forward, grabbed Gu Hai before he could flee, and dealt him a few violent kicks. Laughter filled the street. Chapter 92. During self-study time, the entire class was in chaos. They were talking to each other, fooling around, some students playing ball at the back of the room. It was truly lively and noisy, just like a food market. Yu Chi turned around and whispered to Bai Luo Yin, Come home with me on Friday. Go home with you? To Tianjin. Yu Chi nodded. Yes, I'm always talking about you to my mother. She really wants to meet you. The thought of meeting Yu Chi's mother made Bai Luo Yin deeply uneasy. He didn't think he was the type parents usually liked. Most middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s preferred someone optimistic, lively, cheerful, and capable. He wasn't really good at those things. Usually, when he visited a classmate's house, he'd just sit there with a cold face. People who didn't know him would think he was in the middle of demanding a debt repayment. No need. One of these days, if your mother isn't around, I'll come for a couple of days. Don't be like that. A look of urgency appeared on Yu Chi's handsome face. It's because my mother wants to meet you that I'm inviting you. Bai Luo Yin's thought. The word mother makes my head hurt. Yu Chi added. My mother's cooking is really good. Bai Luo Yin's thought. The word cooking Now that interests me a little. Gu Hai tapped Bai Luo Yin on the back. Bai Luo Yin turned his head around. What's wrong? Jealous Gu said. On Saturday, let's go to the furniture store together. Furniture store? What for? Bai Luo Yin looked puzzled. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. My new place still needs a lot of furniture. There's a ton of empty space. You've seen it before, right? Then just go by yourself. Why ask me? Gu Hai's thought. Aren't we going to live there together? He didn't dare say those words out loud. He was afraid that if he did, Bai Luo Yin would be even less willing to go. You have good taste. I'd be happy if you came with me. Gu Hai's overbearing glare intimidated Bai Luo Yin's heart. The silent demand and hint were completely clear. If you dare go to his house, I'll make things very hard for him. As a matter of fact, Bai Luo Yin had already been thinking of turning Yuqi down. But doing it this way would definitely upset him. Yuqi said, last week when I went home, I already told my mother. She prepared a lot of food for you. Bai Luo Yin felt sorry toward Yuqi. Let's do this. I'll buy a present for your aunt. Please give it to her and tell her that if I have time during winter break, I'll definitely come visit. Yuqi didn't say anything. After class, Yang Ming took a pack of Little Raccoon instant noodle snacks from his drawer and was crunching loudly. Suddenly, a loud shout from the back door startled him, making his hand tremble. His instant noodles crumbled into bits. Yuqi shouted, Yang Ming, I'm calling you. Get out here quick. The whole class instantly fell into chaos. Every time Yuqi came looking for Yang Ming, a group of pretty girls would swarm him afterward with questions. Are you really close with Yuqi? What kind of food does he like? When you're with him, is he cold and distant too? Yang Ming's thought. I'm not fucking close with him. This time, Yuqi wasn't acting like he usually did. Normally, he'd stand at the doorway and wait for some girl to tell Yang Ming to come out, and she'd bring Yang Ming to him. Then he'd pull Yang Ming into a corner to talk. But today he shouted at him full of anger, demanding he come out immediately by himself, then scolded him with fury. Why are you always just sitting in the classroom all day? You're an adult. Can't you go out for a walk? Look at you, it's disgraceful. You're wearing your jacket and tie like that. Aren't you overeating? Look at your mouth, it's fucking stained with instant noodle crumbs. Don't you know instant noodles are deep fried? Don't you know fried food isn't healthy? I'm telling you. I can see from your eyes that your heart is filthy. You're narrow-minded. You're completely useless. Why are you staring at me? Think that'll purify you? You're like a stinky clog beside the trash can. You're just a big fool making noise all day. Don't think I don't know about the rotten things you've done. My heart is clear as a mirror. You're so shameless. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He'd just been sitting quietly in the classroom. What had he done to provoke this? Yuqi's face looked like it had been painted gray. Yang Ming waved his hand in front of Yuqi's face. Hey, brother, let me take you to the clinic to get some medicine. You can't keep dragging this out. Yuqi suddenly grabbed Yang Ming by the shoulder and dragged him to a dark, quiet corridor in the experiments building. Archive rooms surrounded them, and photographs of previous headmasters hung on the walls. A thick, heavy, murderous atmosphere shrouded Yang Ming. Yang Ming's voice quivered. What do you want? Yuqi grabbed Yang Ming by the neck, his tone threatening. Come to my house to eat on Saturday. You have no right to refuse. Yuqi's voice was stern. He jabbed Yang Ming in the forehead with his finger. Yang Ming was stunned. Just how badly had this kid been rejected? So, you agree or not? Yuqi asked again. So you dare reject me? Yuqi jabbed Yang Ming's forehead again. Yang Ming hadn't managed to say a single sentence the entire time, yet Yuqi had bombarded him with question after question. Behind them hung the portrait of the first headmaster, a scholar from the final years of the Qing dynasty, who gazed down at the two before him. The headmasters thought, did I establish this school just so you two could come here and discuss these kinds of things? Yuqi had vented all the anger inside his heart. He'd been holding it in for over 2 months, and today he'd finally found a target on which to unload all his frustrations. Weren't you always giving me the cold shoulder? You never have time for me, right? Fine. Then I'll just come harass your friend every day. I'll pick a fight with him every day until he can't stand it anymore. Then he'll come to you, and I'll use him to strike back at Gu Hai. Yuqi felt satisfied with his own stupid ideas. Seeing Yuqi fall silent, Yang Ming couldn't help but open his mouth. So, Yinzi didn't come to school again. He came. Yuqi straightened his collar, his expression returning to normal. He's sitting in the classroom right now. Then why did you come and harass me? Harass you? Yuchi walked away as he spoke. I think there's something wrong with your way of thinking. As they walked out of the experiments building, sunshine finally fell on them. Yang Ming shouted, something wrong with my way of thinking. If there's nothing wrong with yours, then why are you wearing your long johns inside out, huh? And you still have the nerve to fucking mock me. What's wrong with how I wear my jacket and tie? At least I don't have my tie pulled all the way around to my back. Yuchi suddenly looked down. That was when he noticed the loose threads hanging from his chest. The atmosphere turned awkward for a few seconds. Then he pretended not to care. This is called style. Yang Ming sneered. Look at you, living like this. You won't even make it to 30. Yuchi's silence. Yang Ming walked back to class, cursing in his mind. Yang Ming's thought. Fuck. I just let him scream at me for no reason. The weekend, at the furniture store. Gu Hai stood in front of a sofa, hand on his chin, studying it carefully. He asked Bai Luo Yin, what do you think of this one? Bai Luo Yin thought for a moment. This one isn't bad, but I think it's a little too big. Really? I think it's just right. Bai Luo Yin sat on the sofa to try it out. You see, even with me sitting here, there's still so much space left. You could even use it as a bed. Your living room is big enough, but the interior style is pretty reserved. If you put such a huge sofa in there, it would make the whole room look too bold and oversized. If you have a sofa this big, you can roll around on it as much as you want. Bai Luo Yin's face darkened. Don't people buy sofas to sit on? If all you want to do is roll around, why not just buy a giant bed? Ignoring the salesgirl's stare, Gu Hai smiled at Bai Luo Yin suggestively. A bed has its own appeal. A sofa has a different kind. Bai Luo Yin fell silent for a moment. He pretended he hadn't heard and walked away. I think you should buy more beds, Bai Luo Yin suggested. Gu Hai seemed confused. Why would I need more beds? You have a lot of friends. When they're all gathered at your place someday, you'd be able to let them stay overnight. Gu Hai replied casually. I never let anyone stay overnight at my place. Especially guys. Bai Luo Yin slanted his gaze toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai immediately realized his mistake. You're an exception. You're my wife. What did you just say? Bai Luo Yin flared up immediately. He nearly started a domestic violence incident right there in the store. Gu Hai, your mother's greatest mistake was giving you that mouth. Gu Hai noticed Bai Luo Yin's ear had turned red. Gu Hai's thought. He was secretly pleased. Even though Bai Luo Yin scolded him, he felt happy. Isn't it bound to happen sooner or later? My wife, what are you so shy about? What do you think of this desk? Gu Hai asked Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin shook his head. I don't like it. It's too fancy. What about that one over there? It's too dull. Gu Hai frowned. Then just buy this one, Bai Luo Yin said. It's your home. Just buy whatever you like best. Gu Hai's thought. That won't work. I'm decorating this house to draw you in. Every piece of furniture, every decoration, they all need to suit your taste. If you don't like them, what's the point of buying them? I want to buy that desk over there. Okay. Chapter 93. In the evening, after school, rain suddenly began to fall. Although it wasn't heavy, the raindrops felt especially cold during this season. Bai Luo Yin walked out of the bicycle shed and said to Gu Hai, use this bicycle to get back to your place. Gu Hai didn't say anything. He simply took Bai Luo Yin's school bag from his back and slung it over his own shoulder. His intentions were obvious. When they walked out through the school gate, Gu Hai wiped the raindrops from his face and said to Bai Luo Yin, take me home. It was a rare sight. This was the first time Gu Hai had ever asked for something like this. No matter how sunny or windy it had been before, he always took Bai Luo Yin home without hesitation so that Bai Luo Yin wouldn't get tired. It made Bai Luo Yin strangely satisfied. This was the first time his younger brother had shown weakness, so he naturally adopted the attitude of an older brother. Along the way, the light wind mixed with the rain and struck their bodies, letting the cold seep deep into their bones. Gu Hai took off his jacket and wrapped it tightly around Bai Luo Yin. Only then did Bai Luo Yin finally realize why Gu Hai had asked him to take him home. You don't need to cover me. I'm not cold. Wear it yourself. Bai Luo Yin's face was completely drenched. Gu Hai ignored him. He took the school bag off his back and held it over Bai Luo Yin's head. Then, little by little, he wiped the raindrops from Bai Luo Yin's face with his warm hand. The gentle, pampering gesture warmed both of their hearts. Bai Luo Yin's cheeks gradually grew warm. Gu Hai's large hands rubbed them again and again. For the first time, Bai Luo Yin didn't stop Gu Hai from acting so intimately in public. Neither of them spoke, yet their hearts felt connected. The wind blew from behind them, soaking Gu Hai's thin t-shirt. Gu Hai quietly recalled that during this season, whenever they rode to school, they always traveled against the wind. When they went home, they always traveled with it. Later, Gu Hai showered in the newly built bathroom. Every piece of clothing beside him was completely soaked. After searching through the house for some thicker clothes, Bai Luo Yin walked out of his bedroom and knocked on the bathroom door. "Come in," Gu Hai called from inside. Bai Luo Yin stepped inside but couldn't see him. He hung the clothes on a nearby hook and said casually, "It's really cold outside. When you're done showering, put on something warmer." Warmth immediately spread through Gu Hai's heart, melting into a pool of water that seemed to flow straight down the drain. "Help me check this switch. The cold water isn't coming out." Bai Luo Yin kept his back toward him. "Cut it out." Then he pushed the door open and left. The comfortable stream of warm water flowed over Gu Hai's broad back. He couldn't help sighing. "It's really hard dealing with a clever wife. I can't even trick him." After Gu Hai finished showering, it was Bai Luo Yin's turn. The warm bathroom was filled with thick steam. A month ago, Bai Luo Yin couldn't even imagine being able to shower at home during this season. Back then, when the weather warmed up, he would use a basin of hot water to wash himself in his room. Most of the time, he had to go to the public bathhouse near home. It was always crowded because it was cheap. There were so many people that even the showers had time limits. It could honestly be said that ever since Gu Hai became his friend, the quality of life for Bai Luo Yin and his family had improved tremendously. "I'll overwhelm you with love. I refuse to believe it won't move you. I'll love you dearly. I'll make up for all the love you've missed over the past 10 years. As Bai Luo Yin picked up Gu Hai's soaked clothes, those two sentences suddenly resurfaced in his mind. When he had heard them before, he had responded with an indifferent expression. But deep down, he had been moved. He knew Gu Hai never made empty promises. And that was exactly what made him unable to reject him. He simply couldn't bear to. Who wouldn't want one more person in this world to love them? Bai Luo Yin was only worried that he would become even more dependent on Gu Hai. The rain outside had stopped. Gu Hai wandered through the house until he saw Grandma, by sitting in her room, cracking walnuts. She awkwardly used a small hammer, but she wasn't very successful. Every time she struck a walnut, it bounced away, forcing her to go retrieve it. "Grandma, let me help." Gu Hai picked up 2 walnuts. Using nothing but his hands, he squeezed them apart. Crack! The shells split open instantly. Grandma Bai's eyes widened. This boy was incredibly strong. His hands worked better than the hammer. Gu Hai cracked more than 10 walnuts with his bare hands. Grandma Bai sat beside him, carefully removing the shells and placing the walnut meat onto a tray. Bai Luo Yin had just finished showering when he entered Grandma Bai's room. The first thing he saw was Gu Hai cracking walnuts. "Isn't there a hammer? Why are you showing off your strength?" Bai Luo Yin frowned. "What if you hurt your hands?" Gu Hai smirked and secretly asked, "If my hands got hurt, would your heart hurt too?" Bai Luo Yin shot him a sideways glance. "Then keep using your hands. You're really cruel to me." Gu Hai looked exactly like a resentful husband. Bai Luo Yin ignored him. He returned to his bedroom, grabbed a book, and handed it to Gu Hai. "Hurry up and review your history. It's been 3 months since you've touched any humanities subjects. The exams are coming in a few days. Don't embarrass me by failing." Gu Hai happily moved closer and shamelessly asked, "If I fail, how does that embarrass you?" "Go study." Bai Luo Yin snapped. Gu Hai immediately began reading aloud. The Great Cultural Revolution, which took place in China from May 1966 to October 1976, was launched and led by Mao Zedong. Assisted by Lin Biao and Jiang Qing, political struggles later emerged as various factions attempted to seize control of the country. It was a political movement that brought immense disaster to the Chinese nation. Grandma Bai, who had been eating walnuts, suddenly froze. "Impossible." Gu Hai looked at her in confusion. Grandma Bai stared at him with a serious expression. "Mao Dudu can't be wrong." "Why not?" Gu Hai deliberately teased her. Grandma Bai answered solemnly. "Because Mao Dudu is the reddest sun." Gu Hai burst out laughing. Bai Luo Yin laughed as well. Past 10 o'clock that night, Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin sat on the bed with a computer desk between them. Gu Hai rested an elbow on the desk. The light reflected in his eyes as he stared at Bai Luo Yin sitting across from him. What were the consequences of the Opium War? Gu Hai thought for a moment. The consequences? I think there were 4 consequences. No, 3 consequences. Bai Luo Yin's expression immediately darkened. 3. There really were 3. First, changes in the nature of society. Second, changes in social contradictions. The third consequence. Bam! Bai Luo Yin smacked Gu Hai's hand with a steel ruler. Gu Hai instantly pulled his hand back and exaggerated his pain. You're actually hitting me? Bai Luo Yin replied coldly. I've asked you this question so many times. How do you still not know the answer? You just finished showering. You're sitting right in front of me with clear skin and that handsome face. How am I supposed to focus on studying? Bai Luo Yin became increasingly anxious. This guy had skin as thick as a wall. Even if he hit him all day, it wouldn't help. The exam was approaching. At Gu Hai's current level, if he somehow passed, then every old garbage collector outside the school could probably get into Tsinghua University. Then an idea struck him. Let's do this. Memorize everything for 1 hour. 1 hour. Gu Hai looked troubled. Look at the time. Normally, I'd already be wrapped up in my blanket by now. I got drenched in the rain today, and my head hurts a little too. But you still can't remember anything. Bai Luo Yin folded his arms. I'll ask you questions. For every question you can't answer, you have to sleep 1 centimeter farther away from me. If you miss 2 questions, move 2 centimeters away. If you get everything wrong, go sleep in my dad's room. This idea, I approve. Gu Hai immediately sat up, excitement shining in his eyes. If I answer everything correctly, can I sleep on top of you? Bai Luo Yin smacked him in the face with the book. Half an hour later, Gu Hai returned the book. Test me. Bai Luo Yin began asking questions one after another. He deliberately chose the most difficult ones. To his surprise, Gu Hai answered every single question without hesitation. The more questions Bai Luo Yin asked, the angrier he became. This brat had clearly been pretending. He obviously knew everything. He just refused to study unless someone forced him. By the time they finally finished studying, Gu Hai realized it was completely dark outside. The two of them curled up beneath the blanket. The weather was growing colder, and the blanket wasn't warm enough. The family could have turned on the heater or lit the stove, but to save coal, they wouldn't use either unless they were truly freezing. Gu Hai curled his body closer and rested his cheek against Bai Luo Yin's back. His fingers wandered across the bedsheet. Inzi, I memorized everything today. Shouldn't I get some kind of reward? How old are you? Bai Luo Yin replied coldly. I memorized everything too. Who's going to reward me? That's what you're supposed to do in the first place. Why are you acting like it's some great achievement? Then I'll reward you. Gu Hai reached out and gently stroked Bai Luo Yin's chest. Do you want it? Bai Luo Yin immediately pinched his arm. I don't want it. Take it away. Gu Hai looked at him with apparent anger. But it wasn't really anger. Love and regret intertwined within his eyes. Bai Luo Yin carefully avoided his gaze. Then he asked, honestly, what do you want to do in the future? I want to go into business. Bai Luo Yin was surprised. Business? Will your father agree? I thought he'd want you to follow the same path he did. He can think whatever he wants. I'm not going to live according to his wishes. Bai Luo Yin sighed deeply. The arm can never overpower the thigh. When Gu Hai thought about it, he felt irritated. So he decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, he asked, what about you? What do you want to do? Actually, I want to do business too. Don't. Gu Hai grabbed Bai Luo Yin's hand tightly. You're too smart. If you became my competitor, I'd definitely end up losing money. Bai Luo Yin only smiled. He said nothing more. Chapter 94. I've spent all of my money. When Gu Hai said that, Bai Luo Yin wasn't surprised at all. Look at how you spend your money. No matter how much you have, it will never be enough. Did I waste my money? Gu Hai complained. I had to furnish my house, right? That takes money. And daily life needs money too, doesn't it? Right now I have no income, just expenses. I've spent all of my savings too. Bai Luo Yin looked at Gu Hai. Doesn't your father give you money? He does, but I don't want it. Why not? Bai Luo Yin was bewildered. He's your father. Aren't you supposed to use his money? It's my own doing. When I left his house, I told him I didn't want his money, not even 1 cent. Even though our relationship is better now, I already said it. I haven't received any money from him for the past 2 months. I'm used to living this way. I'd feel embarrassed to ask him for money now. You're still being polite with your father? Silence. Are you still holding a grudge against him? I will hold a grudge against him for my whole life. Have you ever thought it might all be a misunderstanding? Perhaps she passed away in an accident? I'm not taking anyone's side. I just think you should investigate this matter clearly. Holding on to such vague hatred will only make you suffer more. Your mother is gone. You only have one family member left now. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Then he took Bai Luo Yin's hand and said softly, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about how to solve my financial problem. How much money do you have left now? Most likely, I won't even be able to buy tomorrow's breakfast." Bai Luo Yin snorted. "Why did you spend all your money?" Gu Hai toyed with Bai Luo Yin's hair and said lazily, "I used to spend money freely. Have you ever heard the saying? It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Then here's what we'll do. Just stay at my house for now. If someday you find the nerve to go ask your dad for money, then you can go back. Then I'll never ask him for money." Gu Hai flashed an evil grin and moved closer to Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin swatted Gu Hai on the head a couple of times and looked at him, helpless, as Gu Hai secretly felt pleased under the blanket. "Okay, let's do that." Bai Luo Yin prepared to go to sleep. Gu Hai lifted his head from under the blanket, placed his hand on Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, and pressed his upper body closer. "No, I can't just be a freeloader at your place. Besides, it's really inconvenient not having any money. Help me think of a way. How can I get some money?" Bai Luo Yin turned to face Gu Hai. Looking at Bai Luo Yin's handsome face, Gu Hai felt his mind start to whirl. "Why are you being so polite? You've been freeloading at my house for almost 2 months, right? What's a few more months? Besides, my father's high-paying job is all thanks to you. He's really anxious about how to repay you. If he knew about this, forget a few months, even a few more years, he'd be more than happy to help. Just help me think of something." Gu Hai put on a bitter expression and pressed his head closer to Bai Luo Yin's chest. "It's okay to freeload at your house, but I can't ask Uncle for money. What if one day I need something, and I have no money? It's okay to ask him for money." Gu Hai's head rested on Bai Luo Yin's chest for a moment. Truthfully, asking for his help was only a secondary objective. His real intention was to caress Bai Luo Yin's chest. Bai Luo Yin's scalp tingled from the friction of Gu Hai's rough hair. He hastily stopped Gu Hai's movement. "Okay, I'll think about it. You just need to get money, right?" Gu Hai lifted his head and looked at Bai Luo Yin with his charming eyes, a hint of shamelessness seeping through. "You helped Aunt Zhou and my father so easily. Why can't you help yourself? Logically, it should be much easier for you to get money than for other people, right? It's not like that." Gu Hai fiddled with Bai Luo Yin's finger. "If it's about money, I want to rely on my own ability to get it. If you want to depend on your own ability, you won't be able to get any money." Those words wounded Gu Hai's pride. He immediately flung Bai Luo Yin's hand away and tucked his own arm under his head as a pillow. Gu Hai's thought, "I can't make money. If I, Gu Hai, got serious, I could quit school right now and start from scratch. I guarantee you, within 5 years, I'd absolutely succeed. You really want to make money, right?" Bai Luo Yin kicked Gu Hai lightly. "Silence. Actually, I have an idea. You'll get money quickly." Silence. "If you don't want to hear it, then forget it." Seeing Bai Luo Yin turn away, Gu Hai immediately pulled him into his embrace, pressing the tip of his tongue near Bai Luo Yin's earlobe. "Say it quickly. If you don't, I'll grab your little Yinzi." Weekend, at Gu Hai's new place. Yao Ji, Li Shua discarded a tile. Peng. Bai Luo Yin took the tile and placed it on his side. Zhou Sihu was surprised. "Peng again." Bai Luo Yin just laughed and said nothing. Gu Hai looked at his own tiles, his fingers moving back and forth over them. Finally, he discarded one. "Santong. Gang." Bai Luo Yin immediately snatched the tile from sight. Li Shua scratched his head angrily and silently cursed. Li Shua's thought, how can he keep ponging, Qianji, and konging nonstop? Damn it. I'll discard another tile. Let's see if you can chi this one. Chi Tiao. Bai Luo Yin immediately turned all his tiles over. Hulu. Li Shua and Zhou Si who were astonished. Again? Since the game started, Bai Luo Yin had won 7 times in a row. Undefeated. Li Shua's thought. I can't believe this evil streak. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Li Shua furrowed his brow while shuffling the tiles. This time, Zhou Sihu's tiles were obviously good. As he began arranging them, his expression overflowed with joy. He glanced at Li Shua, silently communicating, brother is going to win this time. You'd better cooperate with me a little. Gu Hai was unusually quiet. It wasn't that he lacked skill or that his tiles were bad. He was simply most willing to be Bai Luo Yin's benefactor. Whatever Bai Luo Yin needed over there, Gu Hai would supply from his own hand. Wu Tiao. Bai Luo Yin discarded a tile. Chi. Peng. Zhou Sihu smiled at Li Shuo while waving his tile. Forget it, brother got it first. Sorry. Li Shuo's face darkened. After a few turns, no one said a word. Zhou Sihu saw his tiles were one step from winning. He only needed a 6 yuan or a 9 yuan. He signaled Li Shuo under the table. Li Shuo looked at his own tiles. He didn't say anything, but he did have a 9 yuan. Li Shuo's thought. Just wait. Wait until it's my turn. I'll let you win once. Bai Luo Yin sensed his winning tile was near. He drew a tile, felt it in his hand, then the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile that confused the person beside him. Hu Lo. Bai Luo Yin revealed his hand. Self-drawn. Pure straight. Li Shuo and Zhou Si who simultaneously laid their heads on the table, their faces full of distress. I can't play anymore. Did he come here to play mahjong, or to rob us? How is he this good? The four played from afternoon until evening. Bai Luo Yin's bag grew heavier and heavier with money. At dinner, Li Shuo couldn't help asking Bai Luo Yin, why are you so good at mahjong? Zhou Si who also asked, are you sure you're not cheating? He doesn't need to cheat. Gu Hai laughed. I'm sure he can memorize the tiles. Li Shuo was shocked. Memorize the tiles? How? Can you really memorize that many tiles? And the tiles aren't just taken by you. For people draw in turn. How can you know what tile you'll get? Gu Hai bragged about his good wife proudly. I'm telling you, he doesn't just memorize his own tiles. He remembers every single tile you've drawn too. So when we draw, it's pure luck. But when he draws, he already knows in his mind what he's going to get. If I said he has a photographic memory, would you believe me? Both Li Shuo and Zhou Si who gazed at Bai Luo Yin with admiration. Is he some legendary master? Bai Luo Yin laughed. Don't listen to his nonsense. This sort of thing still depends on luck. Today is just my lucky day. Aren't you too lucky? Li Shuo took a swig of beer. From now on, I don't want to play mahjong with you anymore. Gu Hai and Bai Luo Yin exchanged a glance. Deception and mischief were clear in their eyes. After Li Shuo and Zhou Si who left, the two schemers hid in the bedroom to count the money. It was all from Bai Luo Yin's winnings against the other two. 12,000 yuan in total. Gu Hai raised his lips. As expected, you're really my good wife. Bai Luo Yin had been smiling at first, but his expression immediately turned angry when he heard this. If you say that one more time, do you believe I'll castrate you? Castrate me? Gu Hai let out an evil smile. Then you'll need to find a big basin. Otherwise, it won't fit. Bai Luo Yin's ashamed and irritated expression escaped Gu Hai's gaze. Chapter 95. All high school students across the country, let's exercise to the radio music youthful vigor. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Warming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A crowd of high school students was jumping around on the sports ground. As far as the eye could see, there was only black hair and blue uniforms, moving in perfect unison. When a movement required them to turn around, two students would turn to opposite sides, forcing them to look at each other's blushing faces before one secretly corrected their direction. All classes dismissed. Bai Luo Yin stood still at his spot and smiled at Gu Hai, who was standing not far away. Both of them started walking towards the classroom at the same time. I suddenly want to eat ice cream. Bai Luo Yin spoke up. Gu Hai stared at him. What season is this? It's almost snowing, and you still want to eat ice cream? I don't know why, but I really want to eat something cold. You can't eat it. Gu Hai replied firmly. Bai Luo Yin's thought. Why the hell are you controlling me? Did I ask your permission? I was just mumbling to myself. Seeing you act like this, I'll definitely eat it. Bai Luo Yin turned around and walked towards the school supermarket. Gu Hai chased after him. What is it you actually want? I want to buy ice cream. Bai Luo Yin acted willfully. Gu Hai looked displeased. He glared angrily at Bai Luo Yin for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. Wait here. After that, he forced his way into the supermarket along with the crowd. The supermarket was packed with students. If you were buying a pack of instant noodles, By the time you reached the cashier, the noodles would have already been crushed into crumbs. Gu Hai moved swiftly through the crowd until he finally reached the freezer. In the past, forget squeezing through a sea of people like this. For him, buying something for someone else would have been beneath him. Bai Luo Yin was standing still when suddenly someone bumped into him forcefully, nearly making him fall. He turned his head to see Yang Meng suddenly clinging to him, seized with panic. "Inzi, help me!" Yang Meng cried. Bai Luo Yin patted Yang Meng's back. "Get down first." "I won't. If you don't save me, I won't get down." Bai Luo Yin could see Gu Hai's silhouette, already paying at the counter. "If you have something to say, just get down first, okay?" Yang Meng lowered his head and pressed it against Bai Luo Yin's back. "I'm afraid that if I get down, you'll just run away." "Where would I run to?" Yang Meng calmed down. Then he jumped down from Bai Luo Yin's back. "Say it." Bai Luo Yin straightened his uniform. Yang Meng looked around, then said, "It's about Yu Qi from your class. Is he crazy? Recently, he's been pestering me at every opportunity, and he's always saying rude things. Every time, he finds some fault to pick on me. If I talk back, I can't say anything to him, because you two are really close. But if I don't talk back, he just takes advantage of me. As soon as the bell rings, he's at my classroom door blocking me." "Yu Qi is pestering you?" Bai Luo Yin was puzzled. Yang Meng hugged one of Bai Luo Yin's arms, his face full of fear. "I'm telling you, he doesn't even leave me alone during breaks. Once he catches me, he never lets go. Do you see that? Do you see that? He's right there staring at me, acting all sneaky with me. That guy?" Suddenly, a huge hand slammed down on Yang Meng's shoulder. His leg buckled instantly, and half his shoulder collapsed. Defending himself from Yu Qi too much had made him forget there was another man behind him who couldn't be trifled with. Yang Meng grabbed Bai Luo Yin's arm in pain. Gu Hai pulled Bai Luo Yin's hand away from Yang Meng's grip, nearly making him fall over. Then, he passed the ice cream to Bai Luo Yin. Bai Luo Yin moved to take the ice cream with that hand, but Gu Hai stubbornly insisted on giving it to his other hand. The meaning was clear: use this hand to take it. "How dare you let him hug your other arm, right in front of me?" Then, Yang Meng watched as Bai Luo Yin tore open the wrapper. The strong, milky smell mixed with the chocolate crispy shell. He couldn't help but rub his hands together. "It's been so long since I last ate ice cream. I really want some right now." Bai Luo Yin smiled and took a bite of his ice cream. The cold made his gums ache. Yang Meng was like a greedy little kitten, his gaze fixed on the ice cream in Bai Luo Yin's hand. He asked impatiently, "How does it taste?" Gu Hai pushed Yang Meng aside and snatched the ice cream from Bai Luo Yin's hand. He looked at Yang Meng with a fake smile. "I'll help you taste it." He then ate 2 large mouthfuls of ice cream. After that, half of it was gone. "It's not bad. It's really good," Gu Hai's thought. "Now half the ice cream is gone. I'd like to see if you still have the nerve to ask for it now." Who would have thought that this time, someone could actually match Gu Hai's shamelessness? Yang Meng waited for Bai Luo Yin to take one more bite, then stretched out his small and delicate hand, grinning broadly. "Then, just one mouthful is enough for me." Gu Hai was speechless. Bai Luo Yin took another bite, then gave it to Yang Meng. "Okay, you can have the rest." Yang Meng happily ate the remaining ice cream, deliberately eating it slowly. One bite, then a glance at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's thought, "I squeezed through that crowd and waited in line just to get that ice cream for you. But that's not even the main problem. The main problem is that your saliva is on that ice cream. You should have given it to me. You should have given it to me." After Yang Meng finished the ice cream, he jogged lightly towards the trash can and threw the wrapper away. Gu Hai looked at Bai Luo Yin calmly. "Who told you to let him eat it? What's wrong with him eating it? Didn't you eat it too? Can we be the same?" Gu Hai's face darkened. Bai Luo Yin furrowed his brow. "Gu Hai, don't be like this." Bai Luo Yin's thought, "I always welcome your friends with a smile. So why are you so harsh when it comes to mine?" Bai Luo Yin didn't say these words out loud because after throwing the trash away, Yang Meng immediately ran back. The 3 of them walked together towards the stairs. Yang Meng's class was on the 2nd floor, while Bai Luo Yin and Gu Hai's class was on the 3rd. But when they reached the 2nd floor, Yang Meng didn't stop. He continued walking up to the 3rd. Gu Hai reminded him coldly, "Brother, you passed your floor." "No, I know this is the 3rd floor. I just want to talk to Yin for a little longer." Gu Hai frowned and walked inside the classroom. Bai Luo Yin and Yang Meng stood near the classroom door opposite the window and continued talking. Yuqi is always harassing you. Why would he? Are you in some kind of dispute with him? What dispute? Yang Ming's gentle voice suddenly became full of resentment the moment he spoke about Yuqi. I've never even talked to him. He's only called me 2 times. Who would have thought he'd go insane like this? Every time school ends, I have to run away quickly, or he stops me at the school entrance and won't let me go. Look, if he just beat me up a couple of times, I could let it go. But no, he bombards me with curses. The way he curses me, I can't even describe it. Right as he was speaking, Yuqi arrived. Yang Ming immediately grabbed Bai Luo Yin's arm, his expression like a kitten spotting a tiger. He lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. You see? He's coming again. He's going to curse at me again. But Yuqi only smiled at Bai Luo Yin. He didn't pay any attention to Yang Ming at all. Bai Luo Yin glanced at Yang Ming. Cursing you? Why didn't I hear anything? Yang Ming's shoulder slumped. He didn't understand. Why isn't he cursing at me today? Bai Luo Yin patted Yang Ming's head, just like coaxing a little boy. All right. Go back to your class. You need to get to class now. I can't. I have to hear the bell first, then I'll go back. I'm afraid he'll rush out and start barking at me. Bai Luo Yin was speechless. Finally, when the bell rang, Yang Ming ran off quickly, and Bai Luo Yin went inside his classroom. We're having a test now. Take out your test paper. I'll give you some questions. Hand it back to me before class ends. Bai Luo Yin saw that everyone beside him had their test paper, but his own desk was empty. He tapped Yuqi on the shoulder. Where's my paper? Huh. Yuqi was puzzled. I clearly passed them back just a moment ago. Bai Luo Yin turned around and looked at the person behind him. Sure enough, he had 2 papers. Give it to me. Bai Luo Yin stretched his hand out. Not only did he refuse to give the paper back, Gu Hai replied with absolutely no shame. I don't have it. You clearly have 2 papers. Bai Luo Yin glared at him. Gu Hai replied with sarcasm. Who told you to be absent when they were handing out the papers? Do you still need one? Just go chat. Chat as much as you want. Chat for the whole lesson. No need to take the test. Bai Luo Yin suddenly snatched one of the papers from Gu Hai's desk and placed it on his own. For the whole lesson, Gu Hai barely suppressed his feelings. When the bell rang, the back door opened, and a beautiful, small face appeared behind it. This guy didn't realize he had provoked someone. He still waved his hand to call Bai Luo Yin over. Yin, come out. Bai Luo Yin stood up. Suddenly, someone behind him kicked his chair. The chair leg slammed fiercely against Bai Luo Yin's leg. Bai Luo Yin took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He kicked his chair back and walked out of the classroom without glancing at Gu Hai. Why did you come again? Yang Ming pouted his lips. I was afraid he'd come and block me, so I ran out here even before class ended. So, if you come to me, he won't scold you? Bai Luo Yin asked. Yang Ming nodded his head firmly. He's scared of you. When we're together, he's completely well-behaved. See, when I came here to find you, he didn't even step out of the classroom. Bai Luo Yin felt helpless. So you're going to keep coming to me for help? Yang Ming understood Yuqi's mindset completely. Yes, as long as he keeps pestering me, I'll just keep pestering you. Bai Luo Yin scratched his forehead anxiously. Can't you find somewhere else to hide? I can't. Yang Ming shook his head. No matter where I hide, it won't be as good as hiding with you. He can always find me in this school. Besides, what about during class? Can I hide then? I have to go to class, and as soon as it ends, he's already waiting at the classroom door. I can't even get out if I want to. This problem is really complicated. Bai Luo Yin ground his teeth. The problem is with Yuqi. During self-study time, Bai Luo Yin tapped Yuqi on the back and asked him in a low voice. What's going on between you and Yang Ming? Yang Ming. Yuqi pretended not to know anything. Who's Yang Ming? My childhood friend. Didn't you go to my place together with him last time? Oh, Yuqi looked like he had just realized something. What happened to him? He told me you're always pestering him. I'm pestering him. Yuqi shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but laugh. I'm not even close with him. Why would I pester him? After he finished speaking, he pulled out 2 tissues and blew his nose. Bai Luo Yin continued. He said that every time class ends, you always go to his class and block him so he can't get out. Yuqi looked even more surprised. I go to his class to block him? Isn't it him who always comes to our class? You've seen it yourself. These last 2 periods, did I ever go out? Wasn't he the one always running to our classroom? Bai Luo Yin was speechless. 2 students in front of me. Can you be quiet? A simple yet powerful warning came from behind, his voice loud and clear. The moment everyone heard it, the classroom went completely silent. No one dared to utter a word, and everyone secretly glanced at Bai Luo Yin and Yu Qi. Unable to continue, Bai Luo Yin patted Yu Qi's back, signaling him to turn around. Chapter 96. In every break between lessons, Yang Ming would always visit Bai Luo Yin's class. The moment the back door opened, everyone knew it was definitely him. Once it opened, Bai Luo Yin would immediately say, "Why are you here again?" During break, Bai Luo Yin would hear one story from Yang Ming. During class, he would hear another from Yu Qi. Neither of them seemed to be lying. One seemed genuinely pitiful, the other genuinely innocent. Bai Luo Yin felt terrible, caught between the two of them. And then there was one more person behind him causing trouble. He never lent a hand to solve the problem, but he was always ready to start a quarrel instead. After school finished, the first thing Gu Hai saw when he opened the back door was Yang Ming again. Yang Ming retreated a few steps. He was scared whenever he saw Gu Hai. He felt that Gu Hai was a person who was truly hard to approach. Bai Luo Yin was pretty cold too. He really didn't know how these two people had become so close. "I want to go together with you." Yang Ming's short frame didn't even reach Bai Luo Yin's shoulder, yet he still insisted on jumping up and hugging him. When they arrived at the school gate, Bai Luo Yin stopped and looked at Yang Ming. "It's okay now, right? He lives in the school dorm. He's not allowed to leave. You can rest assured and go home now." "Who said that?" Yang Ming straightened his neck. "Last time when we went to your house, he was following me from behind." "No, I have to go with you." Gu Hai was behind Bai Luo Yin, pushing his bike, waiting for Bai Luo Yin with a calm, yet dark expression. "Last time was a special case, right? He risked getting marks deducted by sneaking out of school. He also had to spend money to stay overnight. All of that just to curse at you? Is it worth it? I still want to walk together with you." Yang Ming was completely stubborn. "Since kindergarten, we've always walked together. How many years has it been? If it weren't for your previous homeroom teacher always dragging out your lessons, would we have ever gone our separate ways? Thinking about these things makes me sad. Look at me, all alone, having to walk such a long way home. Is it easy for me?" All right. Bai Luo Yin patted Yang Ming's shoulder kindly. "Let's go together. Let's go together." The expression on the person behind them grew gloomier. Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai. "Let's walk together, the three of us." Gu Hai suddenly kicked the pedal of his bike, rode off, and left without answering Bai Luo Yin. "No." Yang Ming couldn't understand. "What's wrong with him? Why is it that every time I look at him, he never gives me a smile at all?" Bai Luo Yin lowered his face. "It's nothing. Just ignore him. Last time he mocked me, you said those exact same words. Yinzi, why did you attract a person like that?" Bai Luo Yin didn't say a word. The way Yang Ming walked, how could it be called walking? He was practically dancing, turning his head around every 3 steps. Bai Luo Yin couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Yang Ming, what is actually wrong with you? I asked Yu Qi already. He said he wasn't looking for you at all. He's not even close with you. He said you framed him, that you're intentionally trying to sow discord between us." Fuck. Yang Ming raised his arms and shouted. "That bastard. That fucking bastard." Seeing that, Bai Luo Yin finally understood the gist of things. There was definitely something going on between Yu Qi and Yang Ming. Yu Qi was absolutely harassing Yang Ming. There was no doubt about it, and Yang Ming hadn't exaggerated it either. Yu Qi probably just found Yang Ming really amusing. He just wanted to play with him, nothing more, so he couldn't help but tease him. "Hee, you've arrived. Go inside." Bai Luo Yin patted the back of Yang Ming's head. Yang Ming stealthily looked around in all directions. He stood still and glanced around a few more times, and only when he was absolutely sure no one was there did he walk calmly inside his house. After Bai Luo Yin sent Yang Ming home, he walked back one alley, and he was already at his own home. Gu Hai was standing at the entrance, his bike parked beside him. There was a pile of cigarette butts near his feet. Upon seeing Gu Hai, Bai Luo Yin spoke in a bad mood. "Go inside." Even after Bai Luo Yin entered the house, he still couldn't see Gu Hai's shadow following him. Bai Luo Yin kicked the threshold, his heart full of anger. Bai Luo Yin's thought. "So, you're giving me attitude now? If you're really so capable, then just stand outside the whole night." "Son, you're back? What about Dahai?" Bai Hanqi asked. Bai Luo Yin didn't say anything. He put down his school bag, walked into his bedroom, and slammed the door. 10 minutes passed. Still no movement from outside. Bai Luo Yin didn't know if Gu Hai was still standing out there, or if he had already come in. Not long after, Aunt Zhou's voice could be heard from outside. Hai, why aren't you coming in? What's wrong with this kid? Who are you sulking with? Oh dear, and why are you still smoking? Come inside quickly. It's freezing out here. When Bai Hanqi heard that, he immediately went outside. A moment later, he ran to Bai Luo Yin's room, knocking on the door. Son, come out. A very stern voice. Bai Luo Yin opened the door. Bai Hanqi was exasperated. Why are you so ignorant? Why are you locking Hai outside? What did he do to provoke you this time? Honestly, you're so stubborn. Ever since you were young, only your way is the right way. Hai is a really good kid. Your dad never had a good brother like him. I'd really love to have a good brother like him. Who locked him out? Bai Luo Yin replied, full of anger. He was the one who refused to come in. If you weren't pressuring him, wouldn't he come in? Who's pressuring him? Bai Luo Yin yelled. Bai Hanqi took a deep breath. He was annoyed. Don't argue. Tell him to come inside, quickly. I'm not going. Bai Luo Yin sat down on the chair. Bai Hanqi also shouted. If you're not going, then I'll go. You don't need to go. Bai Luo Yin wanted to stand up and stop Bai Hanqi, but it was too late. Bai Hanqi had already marched outside. Bai Luo Yin followed behind him, clenching his teeth. Bai Luo Yin's thought. Gu Hai, you're really cruel. So you're using this trick now, huh? You're the one who's in the wrong, and you're still annoying me like this. Just go freeze to death. Hai, listen to your uncle. Come inside. Don't bother arguing with him. He's like to throw tantrums ever since he was little. Bai Luo Yin suddenly kicked the door and went outside. Dad, you don't need to persuade him. Just let him stand out there. I think you should be the one standing out there. Bai Hanqi raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai tried to pacify Bai Hanqi. Uncle, don't worry about me. Go back inside first. I'll stay out here for a while. It's refreshing. It's refreshing. Gu Hai stressed those two words. Bai Luo Yin fixed his gaze on Gu Hai. So you're not going in, right? Gu Hai replied. Wasn't it you who made me stand outside? Bai Luo Yin exerted his strength to pull Bai Hanqi back, dragging him inside step by step. Gu Hai just stared at Bai Luo Yin without saying anything. Gu Hai's thought. So you're cruel enough to leave me out here like this? Can't you just say something to coax me? Sometimes, a man can be weak and fragile too. We also need a little affection, right? It's raining ice crystals. Bai Hanqi sighed, his eyes constantly glancing towards the door. Bai Luo Yin looked outside. The ice crystals had coated the shoes with a layer of frost. He hadn't gone into the house at all, keeping himself busy with this and that in the yard. Actually, he was constantly gauging the temperature outside, just in case it suddenly dropped. If he were inside the house, he wouldn't notice it. After Bai Hanqi said that, Bai Luo Yin finally went back inside. After about 10 more minutes, Bai Luo Yin ran out the door with a frown on his face. Gu Hai was still standing there, full of energy, just like a soldier on guard duty. Bai Luo Yin breathed in a few mouthfuls of cold air and said angrily, Come inside. At first, Gu Hai didn't respond. Then, the corner of his lip lifted into a smile. He felt so happy that the smile melted the frost on his lips. Bai Luo Yin went into the house and handed Gu Hai a hot water bottle. Gu Hai put his hands around it, intentionally moved closer to Bai Luo Yin, raised his eyebrows and asked, It's so warm. When did you heat this up? How come I didn't see you do it? Are you using it or not? If not, then hand it over. Bai Luo Yin reached out to grab it. Gu Hai blocked him and felt that Bai Luo Yin's hands were even colder than his own. Why are your hands cold too? The smile on Gu Hai's face suddenly disappeared. Bai Luo Yin pulled his hands away and spoke in an unfriendly tone. While you were standing outside, my dad was so upset. How could I still have the nerve to stay inside the house? Gu Hai felt both touched and deeply sorry. He used the hot water bottle to warm his own hands, then pulled Bai Luo Yin's hands in to warm them too. Bai Luo Yin resisted a little, but Gu Hai wouldn't let go. A pair of large hands wrapped around another pair of large hands. Every now and then, Gu Hai even breathed into the space between them. It was a little awkward, but it also held an indescribable warmth. At night, before sleep, Bai Luo Yin was soaking his feet in his room. Gu Hai didn't come in at all. After Bai Luo Yin finished, he went outside to take a look. He saw Gu Hai in the kitchen, busy with something. Uncle, it's been boiling for a while. Is it done now? Yes, that's enough. You can serve it now. Gu Hai filled a bowl with ginger soup and carefully carried it outside. Upon seeing Bai Luo Yin standing in the yard, he couldn't help but complain. Why did you come out here? Get back inside, quickly. It's freezing. Bai Luo Yin looked at the ginger soup in the bowl. He moved his lips, but didn't say a word. Try it. How does it taste? Gu Hai asked. Bai Luo Yin drank 2 big gulps. A little hot. The hotter, the better for dispelling the cold. Drink some more. Aren't you going to drink any? Bai Luo Yin glanced at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was drowning in fondness. He smiled. I'll drink after you finish yours. They each drank a big bowl of ginger soup and then prepared for bed. Gu Hai suddenly saw a bruise on Bai Luo Yin's ankle. His breath stopped. He pulled Bai Luo Yin's leg over without any explanation and asked, How did you get this? You're asking me how I got this. During the day, someone was being an idiot and kicked me. Gu Hai suddenly felt vexed. He remembered that he hadn't used that much force. How did his kick turn out like this? His fingers stroked the area gently. He felt furious inside. Bai Luo Yin hurting himself was one thing, but him causing Bai Luo Yin pain was another entirely. The fiery arrogance he'd felt that afternoon completely collapsed, leaving only remorse and guilt behind. Does it hurt? Gu Hai asked. Bai Luo Yin seized the chance to retaliate. Nonsense. Want to try getting kicked yourself? Gu Hai suddenly leaned down and placed his lips gently on the bruise. Bai Luo Yin's body stiffened. He immediately pushed Gu Hai away. Stop fooling around. My dad is right outside. I don't care. I'm so worried. I just want to kiss it. Otherwise, I won't be able to get over it. What's the big deal? Bai Luo Yin felt embarrassed and angry. I was kidding. It doesn't hurt at all. I'm always knocking into things. It's nothing. Hurry up and get up. Not only did he not move, Gu Hai kissed that spot even more intensely. At first, he only used his lips to rub, but then he even used his tongue. Bai Luo Yin's expression changed, and he kicked Gu Hai. Have you no shame at all? Gu Hai laughed and grabbed Bai Luo Yin's leg, speaking shamelessly yet full of concern. I know I was wrong about this. I shouldn't treat your friends that way. But Yin Zi, I really can't control my emotions. I feel so insecure inside. If you could just give me some confirmation, I wouldn't have to feel tortured like this. Bai Luo Yin's thought. If I give you confirmation, then I'll be the one without any sense of security. Outwardly, Bai Luo Yin still pretended to be indifferent. What kind of security do you want? Isn't it enough that you're freeloading here every day? How much more do you want? Gu Hai grabbed the blanket forcefully and completely wrapped both himself and Bai Luo Yin inside it. He hugged the person beside him tightly, leaving no gap between them. He placed his lips against Bai Luo Yin's ear. You know what I want.